In fact, a most curious tussle took place between the local authorities and the Home Office, notably in Yorkshire in the summer and autumn of 1812. Mr. Lloyd, a very active attorney at Stockport, employed by government to get information by sending spies around the country, was acting under the direct protection of the Home Secretary, seeking to piece together watertight cases, by methods which some country J.P.S. might have deplored, and by actually kidnapping and carrying across the Pennines into secret protective custody his key witnesses point to. One may suggest a certain divergence in approach. On the one hand, the Home Office was already following policies which led on to the post-war provocations of Oliver, Edwards, and Castle. Sidmouth, Lloyd, Naden, wanted many arrests, sensational trials and executions, to strike terror into the hearts of Luddites and Reformers, and they had very little scruple as to whether their victims were genuine Luddites or not, nor as to the means employed in manufacturing evidence. On the other hand, men like Fitzwilliam and Radcliffe were no less eager to destroy Luddism, but they were more scrupulous as to means and determined to apprehend the real offenders, for example, the assassins of Horsfall and the men who attacked Cartwright's mill. In the event, the main cases brought to trial were ones which offered secure examples of detection, conviction, and punishment for particular offences, and in which larger charges of political sedition were kept well in the background. Even in the case of the Halifax Democrats, while it is certain that political motives lay behind it, the prosecution was at pains to accuse the prisoners on account of their opinions only indirectly, and to rest its case on the proof of the overt act of the administering of an oath to a certain person on a certain occasion. Thus, if it is asked why no charge of treason was advanced, the answer is that such a charge would have been unpopular, doubtful in law, and might have resulted in an acquittal. Nor did the authorities wish to institute wholesale trials for oath-taking. They desired simply to bring it to an end. Point 2. And to do this, they wished to make an example, through trial and transportation, of the most favorable cases. For different reasons, examples were made of the Halifax and Barnsley men. To suppose that authority was motivated by a lust to pursue every possible case to the end is to mistake the nature of power. At York, the injured laws and the values of order were appeased once it was certain that Horsfall's murderers were condemned, that several men were to be transported for oath-taking, and that 14 others should go to the scaffold for robbery of arms and night attacks. To go further would have been to torment public opinion beyond endurance, until every J.P. and mill owner of the North spent his life amidst exec rations. At this point, the book was closed and a proclamation of amnesty issued. Surely there had been revenge enough? Thus we cannot argue as to Luddism's organization from the cases brought to trial nor from the evidence adduced by the prosecution. Indeed, the authorities generally acted upon evidence or strong suspicions which never appeared at the trials. Point 1. They were, in fact, in possession of a great deal of evidence as to secret meetings, drilling, oaths, and the passage of delegates, some of it shadowy, some of it disreputable, most of it of little value in a court of law. This included scores of anonymous letters, as well as letters and depositions from informers, some of them highly circumstantial, such as one describing the Luddite system of passwords. You must raise your right hand over your right eye. If there be another Luddite in company, he will raise his left hand over his left eye, then you must raise the forefinger of your right hand to the right side of your mouth, the other will raise the little finger of his left hand to the left side of his mouth and will say, "What are you?" The answer, "Determined." He will say, "What for?" Your answer, "Free liberty." Point 2. It is right to say that such statements are worthless as proof in a court of law. But, if we follow the Hammonds and Darville, in discounting all this evidence, we end in a ridiculous position. We must suppose that the authorities through their agents actually created conspiratorial organizations and then instituted new capital offenses which existed only in the imagination or as a result of the provocations of their own spies. Moreover, this whole line of argument betrays a failure to imagine Luddism in the context of the local community. In Nottingham and the West Riding in particular, the strength of the Luddites was in small industrial villages where every man was known to his neighbors and bound in the same close kinship network. The sanction of an oath would have been terrible enough to a superstitious-minded people, but the sanction of the community was even stronger. Luddite leaders were popular in their own villages, like George Howarth, a weaver who was probably a member of a Yorkshire secret committee, of fresh complexion, and stout made, a great singer in company, conversation vulgar, like a country man, one the authorities had extreme difficulty in persuading any witness to come forward and name a neighbour. In part, this was the result of the fear of Luddite reprisals. But, even more, to act the part of informer was a breach of the moral economy, entailing a sentence of outlawry from the community. Even the local magistrates could not view Benjamin Walker, the accomplice who turned King's evidence against Mellor, in any other light than as a Judas. On the eve of his execution, Mellor declared, that he would rather be in the situation he was then placed, dreadful as it was, than have to answer for the crime of their accuser, and that he would not change situations with him, even for his liberty and £2,000. The situation of those Luddites who saved their lives by giving evidence to the authorities was almost more pitiful than that of the condemned men. Walker, who was visited by a Quaker after the executions at York, was found with a countenance, pale and ghastly, and his joints, as it were, so unloosened as if they were scarcely able to support his body. In fact, he never received the £2,000 blood money which was his due. He continued with a miserable vagabond existence, and in the end was reduced to beggary. 2 Nottingham Luddites who turned informer went in fear of their lives, and begged from the Crown their passages to Canada. Others suspected of informing were simply ostracized. One Yorkshireman refused to continue to live with his wife, who had by stupid indiscretions given evidence which led to the execution of one of the Rawfolds assault party. On a similar occasion, several years later, 2 Yorkshire informers were ostracized by the community until the end of their lives. If they entered a room or public house, the assembled company would immediately cease talking, or would rise to leave. 1. We have to imagine the solidarity of the community, the extreme isolation of the authorities. It is this which elevated Cartwright and Roberson to the stature of heroes, in the eyes of Charlotte Brontë, who had herself experienced the same isolation in Haworth Parsonage during the Chartist agitations. When Rawfolds was attacked, despite the gunfire, no one in the local village stirred to its relief. Only after the Luddites had retired did the 3 or 4 local men appear who were willing to declare themselves on the side of the besieged, the Rev. Hammond Roberson, Mr. Cockhill, Mr. Dixon, a local bon vivant named Clough. They were quickly surrounded by a muttering crowd, whose sympathies were very clearly on the side of the wounded Luddites. 2 Moreover, both trials and funerals were made the occasion for demonstrations of public sympathy, which sometimes took the form of intimidation, sometimes of religious fervour. The trials of accused Luddites at Nottingham took place amidst threats, demonstrations, and on one occasion in a packed courtroom which was supposed to contain armed men. 3 The foreman of a jury which convicted several men for complicity in Luddite attacks, in Nottingham in March 1812, was pursued to Worksop. Sir, by General Ludd's express commands I am come to Worksop to inquire of your character towards our cause, and I am sorry to say I find it correspond with your conduct you lately shewed towards us. Remember, the time is fast approaching when men of your stamp will be brought to repentance. You may be called upon soon. Remember, you're a marked man. Yours for General Ludd. A true man. 1. Despite the fact that the Yorkshire trials took place at York, more than 30 miles from the trouble centres, the authorities drafted in additional military forces and feared an attempted rescue. Even their opponents admired the fortitude of the condemned men. Mellor and his 2 companions refused to make any confession. So also did the 14 who died a few days later. If any of these unfortunate men possessed any secret, wrote the Leeds Mercury, they suffered it to die with them. Their discoveries were meagre in the extreme. 2 The 7 who were first brought to execution, in the presence of great crowds, came to the scaffold singing the Methodist hymn. Behold the Saviour of mankind, nailed to the shameful tree. How vast the love that him inclined to bleed and die for me. Hark, how he groans. while nature shakes, and earth's strong pillars bend. The temple's veil in sunder breaks, the solid marbles rend. 'Tis done, the precious ransom's paid. Receive my soul, he cries. See where he bows his sacred head. He bows his head and dies. Point 1. In all 3 counties we have an impression of active moral sanction given by the community to all Luddite activities short of actual assassination. The authorities themselves lamented that. Encouragement was given by the doubts cast on the moral turpitude of these crimes, and evil was raised to its height by the religious fanaticism which unhappily exists in an excessive degree in those populous districts. Point 2. Just as the popular myth portrayed all informers as Judases, so Charlotte Bronte followed the middle-class myth when she caricatured in Moses Barraclough, a ranting preacher and adjoined Methody, a hypocritical Luddite instigator, and when she gave to the attempted assassin of Gerard Moore an Old Testament tongue, when the wicked perisheth, there is shouting, as the whirlwind passeth, so is the wicked no more. 3. The evidence on this is as untidy as usual. 2 or 3 of those executed at York were certainly Methodists. But while many had been nurtured in a Methodist culture, even in the condemned cell their ministers, who were exceedingly anxious to exculpate Methodism from complicity, had no power over them. The fervour of the Old Testament had become assimilated to a class solidarity which not even Jabez Bunting could penetrate. The Luddite funerals illustrate this well. The funeral of John Wesley, the Luddite killed in an affray in November 1811, was made the occasion for a demonstration of popular sympathy in Nottingham. The corpse was preceded by a number of the deceased's former club mates, bearing black wands, decked with knots of crape. The scene was truly awful. The High Sheriff, the Under Sheriff, and about half a dozen magistrates were on the spot, attended by a posse of constables and about 30 mounted dragoons. Before the body was removed, the riot act was read in several parts of the town. Point 1. The 2 men who died from their wounds at Rawfolds were attended with the same sympathy. A massive public funeral was prevented at Huddersfield only because the authorities buried Booth quietly in advance of the expected time. Hartley was buried at Halifax, followed by hundreds of mourners, their arms bandaged with white crape. His friends claimed for him a Methodist burial, and when Bunting refused to read the service there were angry scenes. On the following Sunday great crowds assembled for a memorial service. Jonathan Saville, a crippled local preacher, recalled that it was the largest congregation that ever assembled in Halifax Chapel. The people came from far and wide to show their sorrow for the deceased. They filled the chapel to overflowing, hundreds stood on the outside, unable to get in, and constables walked before the doors to keep the peace. The preacher who was planned for that afternoon had gone to Huddersfield, probably to get out of the way. Bunting again refused to preach, and ordered Saville to deputize. The cripple preached on the contrast in the death of a believer and an infidel. At that time, perhaps more than ever, infidelity was busy amongst the lower classes. I exclaimed, "Infidel, die hard, never strike the black flag when death confronts you." It seemed to have great effect. The effect, however, was scarcely as Saville intended, and he was stoned on his way from the chapel. Vengeance for the blood of the innocent was chalked on walls and doors. 4 weeks after this occasion, Bunting was afforded an armed guard when he went to country appointments. Similar trouble developed at Holmfirth, and at Greetland when the Methodist minister refused burial to men executed at York. 1 And the same public demonstrations attended the funeral of James Towell in Nottingham in November 1816, when a clerical magistrate, Dr. Wilde, forbade the reading of the burial service. Despite this, 3,000 attended the ceremony, and, according to a spy's report, a schoolmaster, I was told, gave out the hymns that were sung from his house to and at the grave by 6 young women. There was a star or cross upon the coffin lid, which excited much conjecture, what it could be for. Some said it was because he had died game, others because he had been hung, and some damned Dr. Wilde for not allowing the funeral service to be read. Batter said, it did not signify to Jim, for he wanted no parsons about him. 2. No account of Luddism is satisfactory which is confined to a limited industrial interpretation, or which dismisses its insurrectionary undertones with talk of a few hotheads. Even in Nottingham, where Luddism showed greatest discipline in pursuing industrial objectives, the connection between frame-breaking and political sedition was assumed on every side, since not only the framework knitters but the lower orders generally shared complicity with the Luddites in their contest with hosiers, military, and magistrates. In Lancashire, while the backbone of the organisation was made up of weavers, colliers, cotton spinners, and tradesmen of all kinds shared in the disturbances. In the West Riding, although the objectives of attack were gig mills and shearing frames, not only croppers but numbers of weavers, tailors, shoemakers, and representatives of almost every handicraft were associated with the Luddites. John Booth, the parson's son killed in the Rawfolds attack, was apprenticed to a harness maker. 3 The prisoners brought up for trial before the Special Commission at York included 28 croppers, 8 labourers, 4 weavers, 3 shoemakers, 3 coal miners, 3 cotton spinners, 2 tailors, 2 clothiers, and a butcher, card maker, carpenter, carpet weaver, hatter, hawker, shopkeeper, stonemason, waterman and a woolen spinner. 1. We may now hazard an explanation for the course of Luddism. It commenced in Nottingham as a form of direct trade union enforcement, endorsed by the working community. As such it at once incurred outlawry, and its very situation drove it in a more insurrectionary direction. By the winter of 1811-12 it is likely that delegates, whether official or unofficial, did travel to other parts of the North. 2 Yorkshire Luddism commenced in a more insurrectionary temper. On the one hand, the long-rankling grievances of the croppers were blown into flame by the Nottingham example. On the other hand, small groups of Democrats or Painites saw in Luddism a more general revolutionary opportunity. The two impulses can be seen in passages from 2 Luddite letters, both sent in March 1812. The first, probably emanating from Huddersfield, voices the particular grievances of the croppers. N.B. The General, orders me to inform you how the cloth dressers in the Huddersfield district has spent £7,000 in petition government to put the laws in force to stop the shearing frames and gig mills to no purpose, so they are trying this method now, and he is informed how you are afraid it will be carried on to another purpose, but you need not be apprehensive of that. For as soon as ya obnoxious machinery is stopped or destroyed, the general and his brave army will be disbanded and return to their employment, like other liege subjects. 3. The other letter, posted a week or so earlier, is the most unlikely of letters from a liege subject. It suggests that disappointment in the failure of the Prince Regent to form a peace and reform ministry was the trigger for Yorkshire Luddism. The immediate cause of us beginning when we did was that rascally letter of the Prince Regent's to Lords Grey and Grenville, which left us no hopes of any change for the better, and by his falling in with that damned set of rogues, Percival and Co., to whom we attribute all the miseries of our country. But we hope for assistance from the French Emperor in shaking off the yoke of the rottenest, wickedest, and most tyrannous government that ever existed. Then down come the Hanover tyrants, and all our tyrants from the greatest to the smallest, and we will be governed by a just republic, and may the Almighty hasten those happy times, is the wish and prayer of millions in this land. 1. If we accept both letters as authentic, then it would suggest that Yorkshire Luddism commenced with divided councils. If so, the insurrectionary temper became dominant as one event followed another. Some weight must be placed upon the verbal tradition, collected by Frank Peel, according to which Baines, the old Halifax hatter, was indeed at the centre of a group of Tom Painers who formed a Democratic or Republican club meeting at the St. Crispin's Inn, Halifax. Here an important meeting of Luddite delegates took place in March, and Baines welcomed their movement from the chair. For 30 years I have struggled to rouse the people against this evil, and have suffered much for my opinions in body and estate. I am now nearing the end of my pilgrimage, but I will die as I have lived. My last few days shall be devoted to the people's cause. I hail your rising against your oppressors, and hope it may go on until there is not a tyrant to conquer. I have waited long for the dawn of the coming day, and it may be, old as I am, I shall yet see the glorious triumph of democracy. According to the same tradition, a Nottingham delegate named Whiteman also spoke. Our council is in daily communication with the societies in all the centres of disaffection, and urge a general rising in May 1. There are reasons to suppose that, not the words, but the general tendency of this account, is true. The authorities were clearly determined to secure a conviction against Baines, despite the very shaky evidence of their spies. One witness alleged that Baines had said that he was not in the habit of having anything to do with any people, but what were acquainted with the two words aristocracy and democracy, while the judge regarded it as an aggravation of his offense that he had boasted that his eyes had been opened for 23 years. 2. Whether this was just a case of framing the local radicals, or whether they did indeed have connections with Luddism is another matter. But light is thrown upon this in the reports of the key Lancashire informer, B. in March and April 1812. B. claimed to have been visited by a delegate named Walsh from Leeds, and to have received a letter describing Luddite successes from one man, of the same city. 3. Walsh told him that in the Leeds Secret Committee, none of the old Jacks are allowed to act, as they have been suspected of late years. Some of the old Jacks wished to act, but the old committee had acted so wildly that neither prudence nor success was obtained, so not one is allowed to be on the committee, but lie in the background. The Yorkshire organisation was conducted by a committee of trades, whose meetings were held with extreme secrecy in Leeds. Committees never hold their meetings in a public house, but in private houses, or when the weather would admit even in the fields at night, and not as the old business was done to let all the town know of it. 1. It may be that while the old Jacks were kept in the background in Leeds, in Halifax the Luddites were less circumspect. And it is consonant with such evidence as exists to suggest that Luddism in Yorkshire took a more generalised insurrectionary form after the failure of the Rawfolds attack. Without doubt by April there was some secret West Riding delegate system in operation. After Rawfolds, the Luddite organisation shifted its emphasis to general revolutionary preparations. The months of April to September are months of frequent arms raids, collections of money, and rumours of oath-taking. Lead disappeared like snow on a warm day, pumps and waterspouts are constantly disappearing, 2 even dyeing vats and guttering disappeared. The conspiracy extended to areas like Sheffield and Barnsley where there were neither croppers, gig mills, nor shearing frames. The Luddites were inspired by crude notions about upsetting the government itself, when their organisation had spread itself throughout the land, and they had collected sufficient arms. 3. If Yorkshire Luddism moved outwards from the grievances of the croppers to more general revolutionary aims, there was no single theme binding together the Lancashire discontents. Food riots, inflammatory chalking, sub-rosa agitation for political reform, secret trade union committees, arms raids, attacks on power looms, and provocations by spies took place simultaneously, sometimes spontaneously, and often with no direct organizational connection with each other. The chapter on Lancashire Luddism is the least satisfactory chapter in The Skilled Labourer. Some of its statements are plainly false, such as the statement that all disturbances in Lancashire and Cheshire had come to an end by the beginning of May 1812. Others, such as the prodigious influence attributed to a few spies from Bolton and B of Manchester, are based on speculation and special pleading, disguised as narrative. The conclusions are little short of ridiculous. We are asked to believe that 71 companies of infantry, 27 troops of horse guards and dragoons, as well as thousands of special constables were on active duty in Lancashire in May 1812 because old S, young S and B had made their employers' blood run cold with stories of insurrection, and because some spontaneous food riots had taken place. What is most noticeable in the Hammonds' handling of the sources is a marked disposition to commence their research with the assumption that any bona fide insurrectionary schemes on the part of working men were either highly improbable or, alternatively, wrong, and undeserving of sympathy, and therefore to be attributed to a lunatic, irresponsible fringe. But it is difficult to see why, in 1812, this should be assumed. With a year's intermission, war had continued for almost 20 years. The people had few civil and no trade union liberties. They were not gifted with historical clairvoyance, so that they might be comforted by the knowledge that in 20 years the middle class would secure the vote. In 1812 the weavers had experienced a disastrous decline in their status and living standards. People were so hungry that they were willing to risk their lives upsetting a barrow of potatoes. In these conditions, it might appear more surprising if men had not plotted revolutionary uprisings than if they had, and it would seem highly unlikely that such conditions would nourish a crop of gradualist constitutional reformers, acting within a constitution which did not admit their political existence. At the least, one might suppose that a democratic culture would approach the predicament of such men with caution and humility. In fact, this has scarcely been the case. Several of the historians who pioneered the study of this period were men and women of Fabian persuasion, who looked back upon the early history of the labor movement in the light of the subsequent reform acts, and the growth of TUC and Labor Party. Since Luddites or food rioters do not appear as satisfactory forerunners of the labor movement, they merited neither sympathy nor close attention. And this bias was supplemented, from another direction, by the more conservative bias of the orthodox academic tradition. Hence history has dealt fairly with the Tolpuddle martyrs, and fulsomely with Francis Place, but the hundreds of men and women executed or transported for oath-taking, Jacobin conspiracy, Luddism, the Pentridge and Grange Moor risings, food and enclosure and turnpike riots, the Ely riots and the laborers' revolt of 1830, and a score of minor affrays, have been forgotten by all but a few specialists, or, if they are remembered, they are thought to be simpletons or men tainted with criminal folly. But for those who lived through it, history is neither early nor late. Forerunners are also the inheritors of another past. Men must be judged in their own context, and in this context we may see such men as George Meller, Jem Towell, and Jeremiah Brandreth as men of heroic stature. Moreover, bias has its way of working into the very minutiae of historical research. This is particularly relevant in the matter of Lancashire Luddism. There is only one reason for believing that the various depositions in the Home Office papers as to its revolutionary features are false, and this is the assumption that any such evidence is bound to be false. Once this is assumed, the Hammonds embark upon the seas of historical fiction. Thus, the most regular Lancashire informant, in Luddite and post-war years, was an individual designated as B. This B had possibly been employed as an informer since 1801 or 1802,1, and he was in the confidence of Manchester ultra-radicals. His name was Bent, and he was a small trader, described in 1812 as a buyer and seller of cotton waste. 2 As a man of comparative affluence, he was frequently nominated as treasurer to different secret committees, an admirable listening post for a spy. On the face of it, he was well placed to provide inside information. In the skilled labor bee appears frequently, in the role of a sensationalist and a provocateur. The Home Office papers contain numbers of illiterate communications from him, full of lurid hints of the approaching outbursts of the lower orders, encouraged by mysterious beings in high stations. The general rising, with the number of thousands who have taken the oath in different parts of the country, is his constant theme. The Lancashire Luddite oath, it is not unreasonable to suppose, originated in B.'s fertile brain. When confronted with evidence that a delegate from Manchester visited a secret committee of the Stockport weavers, and sought to involve them in revolutionary preparations, the Hammonds find the convenient explanation. Now nobody who has read through the Home Office papers for this period can fail to recognize in the report of what the Manchester delegate said, the voice of B. Upon this hypothesis the fiction of provocation is elaborated. But a few pages later, when it suits these same authors to give credence to another part of B's reports, they blandly inform the reader, that Bent ever seriously tried to induce any of his colleagues to work for violent measures is unlikely, as otherwise men of the stamp of John Knight would not have continued to trust him. In short, B's reports are bent in any way which happens to suit the legend of the moment. 1. One may suggest that the Home Office papers may be read differently. Bent was not a provocateur, he was a plain informer, and he limited his own activities to what was necessary to secure the continued confidence of his fellow radicals. He appears to have been a somewhat stupid but observant man, a not unusual combination. Hence his evidence can only be trusted when he describes events in which he participated himself, whereas in his reports of ulterior aims or of organization in the rest of the country he passed on the boasts of some of the more sanguine agitators. The suggestion that Bent was the Manchester delegate who involved the Stockport Committee in conspiratorial plans will not stand up to examination. Point 1. In fact, if we cease following the false scent of provocation, it is possible to piece together a more coherent account of the inner history of Lancashire Luddism, using very much the same sources as employed by the Hammonds. First, we must recall that Jacobinism had struck deeper roots in Lancashire than in any other manufacturing district, and it had been given a particularly revolutionary tone by the Irish immigration. In Lancashire, almost alone, there is an unbroken thread of open anti-war and reform agitation, from the 1790s, through the United Englishmen, to the time of Luddism. In 1808 this agitation was reported, not only from Manchester, but from Royton, Bolton, and Blackburn. Is it not time, questioned some Bolton weavers, when announcing their intention to demonstrate every Sunday for 2 months on Charters Moss above the town, to drag the British Constitution from its lurking hole, and to expose it in its original and naked purity, to show each individual the laws of his forefathers. Point 2. Year by year, the weavers' fruitless agitation for a minimum wage had driven them in the direction of political agitation, whether of a revolutionary or constitutionalist character. In the second place, when Luddism commenced in 1811-12, illegal trade unionism was already strongly rooted in Lancashire. We have already noted the degree of organization and consultation of the artisan trades and of the cotton spinners in Manchester. The weavers' organization, also, was probably extensive and firmly based. In towns and even in some villages in Lancashire there were more or less representative secret committees of weavers, accustomed to consulting with each other on applications to Parliament, petitions, the raising of funds, etc. 1. Thus when Luddism came to Lancashire it did not move into any vacuum. There were already, in Manchester and the larger centres, artisan unions, secret committees of the weavers, and some old and new groups of Payneite radicals, with an ebullient Irish fringe. Lancashire was a rich field for spies and provocateurs, not because there was so little, but because there was so much afoot. And the reports are contradictory, not because all the informers were lying, but because there were contradictions in the movement. In a district which was, relatively, as politically sophisticated as Lancashire, there were bound to be divided councils as to the value of machine breaking. This conflict in the workers' councils caused much friction between February and the end of April 1812. Thus it would seem that at some time in February the policy of Luddism proper was endorsed by delegate meetings of the weavers, representing secret committees in several towns. According to the deposition of one Yarwood, who was himself a subdelegate of the Stockport Secret Committee, the weavers were enrolled into an organization whose aims were the destruction of steam looms, the collection of money for arms, and the repulsion of force by force. Subscriptions of 1d a week were collected, and a full-time organizer was actually employed for a month or two, in John Buckley Booth, a former dissenting minister. Point 2. But at this point Yarwood's statement becomes vague. It seems that other trades, notably the spinners, tailors and shoemakers, had representatives on the secret committees of Manchester and of Stockport, and that many others than weavers were twisted in, but the actual plans of the committees were not known to Yarwood, who was secretary only to a district of the Stockport organization, and who delivered his money and received his instructions from John Buckley Booth. It is clear, however, from Yarwood's account, as well as others, that the committees were divided. As early as April 5 the Manchester Committee refused to Ludd. Nothing but discord reigned amongst them that night. Not money sufficient was produced by the districts to pay what trifle of liquor had been had by the secret committee. It was necessary to raise the money required to send delegates to Bolton and Stockport to inform them that Manchester would not act in concert by borrowing it from Mr. Bent, whom I had seen with the secret committee at the Prince Regent's Arms. The riots of mid-April would appear, in most cases, to have been spontaneous affairs, not prompted by the secret committees. By the end of April the Manchester trades refused to pay further money, as a result of which the Manchester delegates were excluded from an important delegate meeting at Failsworth on May 4. From this time forward, there appear to have been two simultaneous forms of organisation in Lancashire. On the one hand, one part of the movement concentrated upon renewing the agitation for peace and parliamentary reform. Bent reported a delegate meeting held to prepare a petition for this purpose on May 18, attended by representatives from several towns in both Lancashire and Yorkshire. As usual, he managed to get himself nominated as treasurer. This was the agitation with which John Knight and the 38 were associated, who were arrested by Naden in Manchester in June and charged with administering oaths. On the other hand, another part of the movement was certainly engaged in insurrectionary preparations. As early as March 28 Bent claimed to have had a meeting with Irish conspirators, dangerously daring fellows, and no less than 4 of them had been in the rebellion in Ireland. In April he claimed that an Irish delegate had actually visited him, having passed through Dublin, Belfast, and Glasgow, and intending to continue his journey to Derby, Birmingham, and London. He claimed to have been an officer in the rebellion, called himself Patrick Canavan, and was about 40, a genteel appearance, well dressed in black with Hessian boots. Bent's next visitor was a Birmingham delegate, who passed through Manchester on his way to Glasgow via Preston and Carlisle. A further delegate visited one of the committee in mid-May, from Newcastle in the Potteries, bringing the news that several thousands were sworn in and armed in his district, but that London was very backward. It is not carried on with that spirit as could be expected. Those in the conspiracy in London were chiefly Spitalfields weavers and tailors, or Knights of the Needle. There is no inherent improbability in these stories of an underground, whose main channel of communication was by way of Irish refugees of 98. It is mistaken, however, to attempt to divide the picture too sharply into constitutional reformers here and insurrectionary Irish there. It is equally possible that the more sophisticated political reformers regarded themselves as being more serious revolutionaries than the machine breakers. 1 The executive, Bent wrote early in May, recommends the people to be peaceable, and not to disturb the peace on any account. Those people who do are not of those who are twisted in. The fact is, wrote an anonymous Jacobin from Lancashire on May 6, signing himself Thompson, that there is a regular, general, progressive organization of the people going forward. They may be called Hampdenites, Sydneyites, or Paynites. It has fallen to my lot to unite thousands. We, for I speak in the name of multitudes, I say we deny and disavow all, or any connection with machine breakers, burners of factories, extorters of money, plunderers of private property or assassins. We know that every machine for the abridgment of human labor is a blessing to the great family of which we are a part. We mean to begin at the source of our grievances, as it is of no use to petition. We mean to demand and command a redress of our grievances. One may suggest that by May 1812 Luddism in both Lancashire and Yorkshire had largely given way to revolutionary organisation, which was effecting contact, through the medium of Irish émigrés and old Jacobins, with many centres where no Luddite outbreaks took place. Of Luddism proper, only the name of the general survived. Rough hand-blocked cards, as well as tallies and secret signs and passwords, were used to secure admission to meetings. 1 An even more tantalizing piece of evidence consists of papers claimed to have been picked up on the road shortly after the Luddite attack on Foster's Mill at Horbury, near Wakefield. These consist of 2 long addresses, in flowery libertarian rhetoric, together with the Constitution and oath, which are identical with those discovered upon an associate of Depard, and cited in evidence at his trial. 2 Unless we suppose some deliberate plant, this points unmistakably towards some link between the underground of 1802 and that of 1812. 3. The evidence as to some kind of underground of this sort comes, in fact, from so many different sources that if it is all to be discounted we must fall back upon some hypothesis which would strain credibility a great deal further, such as the existence of a veritable factory of falsehoods, turning out complimentary fantasies, for the sole purpose of deluding the authorities. Thus a quite different informer, a weaver designated R.W., told his local JP early in June that a Lancashire delegate meeting had been held in Stockport, attended by men from Nottingham, Derby, and Huddersfield. These delegates blamed the hastiness of the people here in beginning the riots before the time appointed, and before they were sufficiently numerous and furnished with arms. Pike manufacture was reportedly going ahead in Sheffield, a relatively simple matter in a town with so many small workshops and forges. The rising was now spoken of as planned for the end of September or early October. A midnight meeting was addressed by a man of genteel appearance in a field near Didsbury. There was not a word on mills or machinery, but an appeal for a general, instead of a partial, rising. He was a speaker as fit to stand up either in the pulpit or at the bar as any man in the kingdom. 1. But it is at the point where we encounter rumors of national organization and genteel leaders that we must be most cautious. Obviously, the genuine agitators sought to bolster the morale of their followers with large promises as to national support or even personalities who were expected to aid the revolution. But whatever shadowy links the Weavers' Union, the Knights of the Needle, or traveling Irish delegates provided, it is certain that Luddism was a movement without national leadership or centre, and with scarcely any national objectives beyond common distress and the desire to overturn the government. Above all, the talk of a grand committee in London was wholly illusory, and showed a misunderstanding among the provincial revolutionaries as to their true predicament. General Maitland was probably right when he declared that there was no real bottom to Luddism, and that at present the whole of these revolutionary movements are limited to the lowest orders of the people generally, to the places where they show themselves, and that no concert exists, nor no plan is laid, further than is manifested in the open acts of violence that are daily committed. 2. We may accept this judgment, provided that we attend closely to what is being said. Less well-informed observers than Maitland frightened themselves because they could not conceive of a revolutionary movement which did not have some inner knot of evil, designing men, some aristocratic or middle-class leaders, who were secretly inspiring the whole. When no such conspirators could be found, opinion swung to the opposite extreme. If there were no directors, then there could have been no revolutionary movement at all. It was inconceivable that croppers, stockingers, and weavers should attempt to overthrow authority on their own. 1. There was, it seems, no evidence to prove a setting on, no evidence to prove a plot. So Cobbett commented on the report of the Secret Committee of the House of Commons in 1812. And this is the circumstance that will most puzzle the ministry. They can find no agitators. It is a movement of the people's own too. It was a movement, however, which could engage for a few months 12,000 troops, and which led the Vice-Lieutenant of the West Riding, in June 1812, to declare that the country was taking the direct road to an open insurrection. Except for the very spots which were occupied by soldiers, the country was virtually in the possession of the lawless, the disaffected outnumbering by many degrees the peaceable inhabitants. 3. From one aspect, Luddism may be seen as the nearest thing to a peasants' revolt of industrial workers. Instead of sacking the chateaux, the most immediate object which symbolized their oppression, the gig mill or power loom mill, was attacked. Coming at the close of 20 years in which the printing press and the public meeting had been virtually silent, the Luddites knew of no national leadership which they could trust, no national policy with which they could identify their own agitation. Hence it was always strongest in the local community and most coherent when engaged in limited industrial actions. Even while attacking these symbols of exploitation and of the factory system, they became aware of larger objectives. And pockets of Thompsoners existed who could direct them towards ulterior aims. But here the tight organization which served to destroy a mill or stocking frames was no longer of such service. There was no old sarum in their community which they could pull down, and the Houses of Parliament were beyond their reach. Undoubtedly the Luddites of different districts reached out to each other, and undoubtedly, in Yorkshire and Nottingham, some kind of district leadership, known only to a few of the captains like Towell and Mellor, was established. But if, as is likely, the accounts of delegate meetings at Ashton, Stockport, and Halifax are true, it was here that Luddism was at its weakest, most open to penetration by spies, and most given to frothy talk about insurrections with the aid of the French, Irish or Scots. Only in midsummer 1812 does it appear that a serious conspiratorial organization was coming into existence, which had detached itself from limited industrial grievances and was extending into new districts. By August the Luddites must either make a desperate effort to rise in a body, or else the movement must collapse. 2 causes brought it to an end. First, the repeal of the Orders in Council, and a rapid improvement in trade. Second, the increasing pressure of the authorities, more troops, more spies, more arrests, and the executions at Chester and Lancaster. From another aspect we may see the Luddite movement as transitional. We must see through the machine breaking to the motives of the men who wielded the great hammers. As a movement of the people's own, one is struck not so much by its backwardness as by its growing maturity. Far from being primitive, it exhibited, in Nottingham and Yorkshire, discipline and self-restraint of a high order. One can see Luddism as a manifestation of a working-class culture of greater independence and complexity than any known to the 18th century. The 20 years of the illegal tradition before 1811 are years of a richness at which we can only guess, in particular in the trade union movement. New experiments, growing experience and literacy, greater political awareness, are evident on every side. Luddism grew out of this culture, the world of the benefit society, the secret ceremony and oath, the quasi-legal petition to Parliament, the craftsmen's meeting at the House of Call, with seeming inevitability. It was a transitional phase when the waters of self-confident trade unionism, dammed up by the Combination Acts, strove to break through and become a manifest and open presence. It was also a transitional moment between Descartes and the Black Lamp on one hand, and Peterloo on the other. I am authorized to say, wrote a secretary to General Ludd from Nottingham to Huddersfield on May 1, 1812. That it is the opinion of our general and men that as long as that blackguard drunken whoring fellow called Prince Regent and his servants have anything to do with government, that nothing but distress will befall us their footstools. I am further desired to say that it is expected that you will remember that you are mad of the same stuff as Gort Guelps Jr., and corn and wine are sent for you as well as him. In the 3 counties, the agitation for parliamentary reform commenced at exactly the point where Luddism was defeated. In Halifax, even before the trial of Baines, one of the first unions for parliamentary reform was founded. I have heard you are petitioning for a parliamentary reform, George Mellor wrote to a friend, while awaiting trial in York Castle. I wish these names to be given as follows. The names of 39 fellow prisoners were enclosed. And, if we follow the logic through to its conclusion, we may credit the exacerbated comment of a Derbyshire magistrate in 1817. The Luddites are now principally engaged in politics and poaching. They are the principal leaders in the Hampton clubs, which are now formed in almost every village in the angle between Leicester, Derby, and Newark. 1. Demagogues and martyrs. Disaffection. The wars ended amidst riots. They had lasted, with one interval, for 23 years. During the passing of the Corn Laws, the Houses of Parliament were defended with troops from menacing crowds. Thousands of disbanded soldiers and sailors returned to find unemployment in their villages. The next 4 years are the heroic age of popular radicalism. This radicalism was not a minority propaganda, identified with a few organizations and writers. After 1815 the claims of rights of man had little novelty, they were now assumed. The greatest part of radical rhetoric and journalism was concerned with the piecemeal exposure of the abuses of the boroughmongering or fund-holding system, taxes, fiscal abuses, corruption, sinecures, clerical pluralism, and these abuses, which were seen as stemming from a venal, self-interested clique of landowners, courtiers, and placemen, pointed towards their own remedy, a sweeping parliamentary reform. This was the groundswell of radical propaganda, whose most insistent journalistic voice was that of William Cobbett and whose most compelling voice on the hustings was that of Henry Hunt. As to the cause of our present miseries, Cobbett wrote, in his famous address to the journeymen and laborers, "It is the enormous amount of the taxes, which the government compels us to pay for the support of its army, its placemen, its pensioners, and for the payment of the interest of its debt." Orator Hunt handled the same themes. At one of the great demonstrations in London's Spa Fields at the end of 1816 he declared, "What was the cause of the want of employment? Taxation. What was the cause of taxation? Corruption. It was corruption that had enabled the boroughmongers to wage that bloody war which had for its object the destruction of the liberties of all countries but principally of our own. Everything that concerned their subsistence or comforts was taxed. Was not their loaf taxed? Was not their beer taxed? Was not everything they ate, drank, wore, and even said, taxed? They were imposed by the authority of a boroughmongering faction who thought of nothing but oppressing the people, and subsisting on the plunder wrung from their miseries." 1. Radicalism was a generalized libertarian rhetoric, a running battle between the people and the unreformed House of Commons within which one issue after another was thrown to the fore. Around this battle there grew up a radical martyrology and, more especially, a demonology, in which the Prince Regent, Castlereagh, Sidmouth, the Spies, Oliver, Castle, and Edwards, the Manchester Yeomanry, Peel, and Paper Money, and half-hearted or equivocal reformers like Brougham all had ritual parts. Other voices were sometimes more influential than those of Cobbett or Hunt, T.J. Wooler and the Black Dwarf, William Hone's satires, Carlyle and the Republican. But this generalized radical rhetoric embraced them all, and stretched in the immediate post-war years from its most sophisticated representatives, Byron and Hazlitt, Henry White's Independent Whig and John and Leigh Hunt's Examiner, to the ultra-radical periodicals like the Medusa and the Cap of Liberty. This rhetoric reflected and was supported by the radical disposition of the crowd in London, the cities, and the manufacturing districts. There is a scarcely broken tradition of anti-authoritarian manifestations by the London crowd, from the days of Wilkes, through the great demonstrations called by the LCS in 1795, to the agitations in support of Burdett and No Bastille, and thence to the great meetings of post-war radicalism. Even in 1802-3 this disposition can be seen, not only in the sympathy shown to Descartes, but also in the execrations attending Governor Wall to his execution, for the crime of ordering the flogging to death of an innocent soldier. 10 years later, when Eaton, the old deist publisher, was pilloried for publishing a tract of Paines under the title of the third part of the Age of Reason, there were even more emphatic manifestations. "I saw Mr. Eaton stand in the pillory," Cobbett recalled some years later. The day before, in the same place, a man had been in the pillory for perjury, and had been pelted with rotten eggs, and almost strangled by blood and guts brought from the slaughter-houses, and flung in his face. Very different was the reception that Mr. Eaton met with. An immense crowd of people cheered him during the whole hour, some held out biscuits, as if to present him with, others held him out glasses of wine, and others little flags of triumph and bunches of flowers. While the executioner and officers of justice were hooted. This it was that was the real cause of putting an end to the punishment of the pillory. The crowd, said Cobbett, was a specimen of London, gentlemen, merchants, tradesmen of all sorts, artisans, and labourers, and a pretty fair proportion of females. They were not ignorant of the cause of his being in the pillory, and yet, they could not give their assent to a punishment inflicted for a matter of opinion. 2. Thus the radicalism of the London crowd was no new phenomenon, but in the post-war years it assumed more conscious, organized, and sophisticated forms. What was more new was the shift in the sub-political attitudes of the masses in the provinces, and especially in the Midlands and the North during the war years. In the 1790s only Norwich and Sheffield were regarded as incurably Jacobin centres by the authorities. By the early years of the 19th century, Nottingham, Coventry, Bolton were added to the list. By the time of the Luddite movement, most of the Lancashire and West Riding townships, as well as many others in the Midlands, were disaffected. By the end of the wars, from Carlisle to Colchester and from Newcastle to Bristol, the mob was radical in disposition. Conversely, we may find evidence for this in the extensive program of wartime barracks building. Between 1792 and 1815, 155 barracks were constructed, many of which were deliberately sited in the disaffected districts of the Midlands and North. 1 England, in 1792, had been governed by consent and deference, supplemented by the gallows and the church and king mob. In 1816 the English people were held down by force. Hence post-war radicalism was at times less a movement of an organized minority than the response of the whole community. We might note two examples, both in 1817. The first is the execution of a sailor, Cashman, for his part in an attack upon a gunsmith's shop after the meeting at Spa Fields on December 2, 1816. Cashman was an Irish fisherman, with many years' service in the naval wars, in which he had been wounded 9 times. By his own account, he was owed by the Admiralty more than 5 years' back pay, as well as a considerable sum in prize money. A sum of £1 a month which he had signed over to his poverty-stricken mother in Ireland had never been paid. At the close of the wars he had been discharged penniless, and in pursuit of restitution he had been referred from one circumlocution office to the next. On the morning of the riot he had been once again to the Admiralty. On his return he had met a brother sailor, a warrant officer who had persuaded him to attend the Spa Fields meeting, treating him to spirits and beer on the way. He had little understanding of the purpose of the meeting and, perhaps, not much recollection of its events. The authorities could scarcely have chosen a more popular victim than Cashman, and one more likely to bring out all the sympathies and latent radicalism of the London crowd. British tars were noted for their riotous dispositions. They are always the first to turn out, whether to fight, to drink, to dance, or to kick up a row. They were the popular heroes of countless ballads of the wars. The shabby treatment of the Cashmans contrasted invidiously with the liberal allowances for sinecure holders and for the relatives of ministers and commanding officers, with the £400,000 granted to Wellington for the purchase of a mansion and estate, with the grants to absentee surveyors of ports or clerkships in the Admiralty. Cashman himself was chiefly indignant at the injustice of his case, at being drawn in a cart through the streets and exposed like a common robber. "This is not for cowardice," he exclaimed. "I am not brought to this for any robbery. If I was at my quarters, I would not be killed in the smoke, I'd be in the fire. I have done nothing against my king and country, but fought for them." The execution assumed the character of a great popular demonstration, and the scaffold had to be defended by barricades and an immense force of constables. As the sheriffs advanced, the mob expressed the strongest feelings of indignation, groans and hisses burst from all quarters, and attempts were made to rush forward. Cashman seemed to enter into the spirit of the spectators, and joined in their exclamations with a terrific shout. "Hurrah, my hearties in the cause, success, cheer up." On the scaffold Cashman rejected the ghastly solicitations to confession and repentance of 2 Anglican clergymen. "Don't bother me, it's no use, I want no mercy but from God." Then, addressing the crowd, "Now, you buggers, give me 3 cheers when I trip," and, after telling the executioner to let go the jib boom, Cashman was cheering at the instant the fatal board fell from beneath his feet. After a few minutes' dead silence, the crowd renewed the expressions of disgust and indignation towards every person who had taken a part in the dreadful exhibition, with cries of "murder" and "shame." It was several hours before the people dispersed. 1. The other example is taken from Lancashire in the same month. Samuel Bamford, the Middleton weaver and secretary of his local Hampton Club, was arrested by Joseph Naden and a party of soldiers in his home village. Immediately a crowd gathered around Naden and his party, and threatened to effect a rescue. Bamford's captors placed him in a coach, escorted by dragoons, and rode on through Chatterton to attempt to make further arrests. On the road towards Chatterton Hall I advised my conductor to draw up and return to Manchester, assuring him he would not capture any more of my batch that day, and in confirmation I pointed to Chatterton Heights and the neighbouring country, over which scores of people were running like hunters, as if to meet the coach near Royton. All the country was up, I said, and every one whom he might want would be apprised of his coming. He growled a deep oath, saying he had never seen anything like that before. The officer commanding the dragoons, who rode by the coach door, observed that he had seen something like it in Ireland, but never anywhere else. 1. 2 Problems of leadership. The Hampden Club was founded in London in 1812. In itself it was an unimportant body, a select group of Whig reformers, each in possession of an annual income of over £300 pa from landed property. It offered Major Cartwright, however, a platform from which to issue addresses, and a base from which to make crusading tours of the Midlands and the North in the cause of parliamentary reform. English gentlemen are perpetually travelling, he replied to critics of his propaganda, some go to see lakes and mountains. Were it not as allowable to travel for seeing the actual condition of a starving people? 2. It is difficult to overstate the importance of Cartwright's evangelizing tours of 1812, 1813, and 1815. For 15 years the pockets of parliamentary reformers throughout the country had been without a national leadership or strategy, except such as was provided by Burdett and the Westminster Committee, or by Cobbett's Register. Both Cartwright and Cobbett saw the insurrectionary phase of Luddism as abhorrent and futile. But both of them also looked with renewed interest at the North and Midlands, where unrest was growing. Cobbett's dramatic turn to the journeymen and labourers did not take place until 1816. It was the inflexible Major, now over 70, who decided to enter the Luddite counties. It was not Cartwright's intention to form a working-class radical movement. Indeed, he thought it to be his duty to oppose any attempt to excite the poor to invade the property of the rich. It is not by an invasion of such property that the conditions of the poor is to be amended, but by equal laws. Pressure for reform might best be obtained for the most part by means of the middle classes. He wished to divert insurrectionary discontent into constitutional forms and to lay the basis for a nationwide movement. Continually petitioning Parliament in the London Hampden Club, he had been forced to put his own belief in manhood suffrage and annual parliaments into the background, and to compromise with the demand for a ratepayer suffrage. Even so, the patrician reformers complained at his extravagant opinions and failed even to attend the club's annual dinners. And the Major was contemptuous of timid, Whiggish reformers. He believed still in the agitation among members unlimited. He was more interested in the principles of the men with whom he worked than in their income or occupation. In this he showed courage. I have recently had communication with persons connected with the disturbed districts, he wrote in May 1812. For turning the discontents into a legal channel favourable to parliamentary reform, they are anxious to have the advice and countenance of our society. As early as January 1812 he had visited Derby and Leicester, and had attempted to hold a public reform meeting in Nottingham at the height of the Luddite outbreaks. He had expostulated, in open letters in the Nottingham Review, at the timidity of those gentlemen reformers who had failed to give him support. When trade fails, and the workmen cannot get bread, is not this, sir, a proper time to meet? When John Knight and the 38 were imprisoned in Manchester in the summer of 1812, Cartwright wrote immediately to offer encouragement and to give assistance in the defence. In the autumn he decided to enter the disturbed districts again. In his tour of 1812 he held meetings at Leicester, Loughborough, Manchester, Sheffield, Halifax, Liverpool, and Nottingham. In January and February 1813 he undertook a second tour, holding meetings at 35 places in the Midlands, North and West in less than 30 days. 1 At each of these centres there was a nucleus of reformers who had undertaken arrangements for the meeting. Cartwright placed himself at their service, no matter whether they were gentlemen, small tradesmen, artisans, or weavers, and he presented a correct cold shoulder to the tepid gentry and large Whig employers who were scandalized at the rabble with which he associated. Even his old colleague Wyville denounced him, in a pseudonymous pamphlet, for countenancing Luddites and incendiaries. When a dinner was held in his honour at Sheffield by the Friends of Parliamentary Reform, a manufacturer who considered himself to be a reformer was outraged because the dinner tickets were priced so low that the company, with few exceptions, were of the lowest rank. The annual Parliament and universal suffrage men predominated, and the chair was taken by one of our violent men. 2. Cartwright claimed that he returned from these tours with 200,000 signatures to reform petitions. The meetings did not pass unmolested. At Huddersfield on January 22, 1813 his meeting was invaded by the military, papers and petitions were seized, Cartwright and local reformers were arrested, and only the Major's evident knowledge of constitutional law prevented further persecution. In Bolton, Rochdale, Salford, reformers collecting signatures to his petitions were imprisoned or victimized. We may suppose that as Cartwright passed rapidly from town to town, the incipient clubs which he left behind him had the greatest difficulty in maintaining themselves. It was not until 1816 that they struck root in the manufacturing districts. 1. The strongholds of Jacobinism had been in artisan centers. It is not possible after 1815 to make a clear definition. At different times between 1815 and 1832 agitation against particular abuses, income tax, tithes, the corn laws, sinecures, swept in very many sections of the population. Manufacturers, farmers, small gentry, professional men, as well as artisans and laborers, shared the demand for some measure of parliamentary reform. But the consistent thrust behind the reform movement came from the industrious classes, stockingers, handloom weavers, cotton spinners, artisans, and, in association with these, a widespread scattering of small masters, tradesmen, publicans, booksellers, and professional men, from among which groups the officers of local political societies were sometimes drawn. The complexion of the reform movement differed from one region to another, and this had its bearing upon strategy and emphasis. In Bristol, where Henry Hunt was the spokesman for an impressive agitation before the wars had ended, the artisans were most prominent, notably the cordwainers and glassmakers. 2 In South Lancashire, where the gulf between the great manufacturers and the workers was deepest, the working class reform movement was most independent, keeping its distance from even the active middle class reformers of Manchester. In the West Riding economic cleavages were not so sharp, the handloom weavers did not enter their worst phase of crisis until the late 1820s, and in Leeds there was some cooperation between artisans and middle-class reformers. In Birmingham, where social gradations shelved less steeply and where the artisan still aspired to becoming a small master, there was a vigorous indigenous radicalism supported by many employers and to some degree under middle-class leadership. The radicalism of Manchester, Birmingham, or Leeds, bore a direct relationship to the structure of each community. It is less easy to indicate an authentic London radicalism deriving from its industrial structure or community patterns. Everyone who aspired to radical leadership or influence had a London following: Cobbett, Burdett, Carlyle, Thistlewood, the Benthamites, Henry Hunt, and many more. From the London presses there came a constant outpouring of radical papers and books. But London itself rarely appeared as a national focus for popular reform organization until the eve of 1832. The problem lay, in part, in London's size and in the diversity of its occupations. In the manufacturing centers it was possible for local leadership to arise, of men well known in the community and assured of its support. In London there were a number of strong radical districts, among them, Bethnal Green, Lambeth, Southwark, Finsbury, Islington, from which leaders sometimes emerged. The Spenceans and Cato Street conspirators confidently expected support from the populace in general, and specifically from building workers, dockers, and the navigators digging the Paddington Canal. At most times the Spitalfield silk weavers could be relied upon to join radical demonstrations, while the constitutionally minded Westminster reformers had consistent support among the artisans' trades clubs. But the actual London leadership tended to be superimposed upon this support rather than being drawn directly from it. There was greater opportunity for social mobility, for the intelligent artisan, in London than in Barnsley or Loughborough. In the industrial villages and smaller towns, the same radical leaders might remain at their posts, with little change in occupation or status, for 20 or even 40 years. There is a sense of impermanence about the London leadership. Prominent national personalities, orators, wire pullers, journalists, or tavern demagogues, succeeded each other in favor, and often engaged in bitter internecine polemics in full public view. Moreover, London radicalism emerged from the wars already much divided. The obvious contestant for leadership was the old Westminster Committee. But this committee had now moved decisively in the direction of the alliance between artisan and middle-class reformers. Burdett, whose radical enthusiasms were cooling, commenced in April 1816 a campaign for admitting to the suffrage all who paid direct taxes. He was supported by the Westminster Committee, which had inaugurated its post-war agitation with a petition against the income tax. Lord Cochrane still held the other Westminster seat, with the Byronic gusto of the patrician revolutionary, but his reputation was tarnished by scandals on the Stock Exchange. He was little gifted as a political leader, and when he resigned his seat, he was eventually replaced by the Benthamite, John Cam Hobhouse, whom Burdett and Place preferred to the manhood suffrage nominees, Cartwright or Hunt. 1. This move at Westminster was not fortuitous. Francis Place and his fellow artisans and small masters had abandoned their Jacobin faith, belief in manhood suffrage and in unlimited popular agitation. They were contemptuous of the London rabble, and alarmed by its riotous or insurrectionary elements. They had little contact with the tavern world where a new generation of agitators was now at work. Place was later to declare that Cobbett was too ignorant to see that the common people must ever be imbecile in this respect when not encouraged and supported by others who have money and influence. Place himself was directly under the influence of Bentham and of James Mill. While he was no less of a radical in his contempt for the inefficiency and irrationalism of aristocratic government, and in his indignation at the Corn Laws or at any repressive legislation, he was deeply hostile to any open strategy of popular agitation and organization. On January 30, 1817, when the deputies of the Hampton clubs were conferring in London, Place drafted an advertising address for Hone's Reformists' Register, which was a clear attempt to rescue the reform movement from the influence of the manhood suffrage policy. It is to the middle class now, as at other times, the address declared, that the salvation of all that ought to be dear to Englishmen must be confided. It is from this class, that whatever of good may be obtained must proceed. 1. By 1817 Cobbett had already dubbed the Westminster Committee the Rump. By 1820 he was condemning it as a little group of men, who have been intermeddling in the great political affairs of Westminster, a nice little snug corporation, which has been kind enough to take upon itself the office of the choosing of members to represent that city in Parliament, and as a miserable junto, who have, to all practical purposes, rendered Westminster as much a rotten borough as Gatton or Old Sarum. 2 There is little purpose in raking over all the mud which Burdett and Place, on one hand, and Cobbett and Hunt, on the other, threw at each other during these years. It is more important to note that in 1816 the strategy of the best organized group among the London radicals was to detach the movement in the country from the influence of Hunt and Cobbett, and to attach a working class following to a new parliamentary leadership whose rising stars were Hume, Hobhouse, and Brougham. Such a strategy had little appeal for the most ardent reformers in the Jacobin tradition, nor to the most radical elements in the London crowd. The only alternative leadership, however, to the Westminster Committee which offered itself, in 1816, was that of the small society of Spencean philanthropists. Thomas Spence himself had died in September 1814 and had been buried with some pomp by about 40 disciples from among whom the society had been organized. Its leading members were supposed to have included the two Watsons, father and son, one Arthur Thistlewood, Thomas Preston, Alan Davenport, and the two Evanses, father and son. As a result of Place's reminiscences, they feature in most histories as cranks and nonentities. Watson, the elder, as a man of loose habits, wretchedly poor, his son as a wild profligate fellow, Evans, the librarian to the society, as an eccentric who used to march from his house to the public houses where the meetings of the society were held, with an old Bible under his arm. 2. The Spenceans were next to nobody and nothing, continued Place, they were harmless and simple. But insofar as they were the main contenders with Place and the Westminster Committee, in 1816-17, for the leadership of London radicalism. Place is not a disinterested witness. To a Benthamite, Thomas Evans's Christian polity, the salvation of the empire, must have seemed folly. But it may be suggested that Evans's agrarian socialism was more rational and seminal than Bentham's philosophic calculus. The Spencean advocates had won much support among the trades clubs, especially among the shoemakers. Their policy, that all feudality or lordship in the soil be abolished, and the territory declared to be the people's common farm, was preparing the minds of artisans for the acceptance of Owen's new view of society. 3. If the Spenceans were more than simple, they were also, in 1816, of some influence. In Place's vocabulary, to be next to nobody and nothing meant that they had no wires to pull in Parliament nor in influential middle-class circles. But Preston and Thistlewood certainly knew the tavern world of London better than Place. The Spenceans, throughout the wars, had advocated the policy of the free and easy, the informal meeting in Lambeth or Bethnal Green. The Committee of Secrecy, which reported in February 1817 that immediately after the war Spencean societies had multiplied among mechanics and manufacturers, and discharged soldiers and sailors, may not have been as alarmist as is usually supposed. There is some evidence that by the end of 1816 the Spenceans had reorganized their work in sections and divisions, on the old plan of the London Corresponding Society. 1. Moreover, there is perhaps some confusion in the very designation, Spencean. Evans was without doubt a disciple of Spence, and he and his son were pursued with exceptional vindictiveness by the authorities because he had the courage to advocate in print the expropriation of the landowners, than which a parliament of landowners could imagine no greater crime. He and his circle conducted a small, philosophical propaganda for agrarian socialism in 1816-17. But the more influential political leaders in London, Dr. James Watson, Arthur Thistlewood, and Thomas Preston, are probably better designated as Republicans, or Jacobins in the old Paynite tradition, who, during the widespread unemployment of the post-war years, also endorsed the remedy of a return to small farms and spade husbandry as one solution to the problem of hunger. 3. It is difficult to discover much about Dr. Watson. He was perhaps 50 years old in 1816, was described at his trial as a medical man and chemist, was poor, and had perhaps been involved in underground political work for a number of years. 1. He was a friend of that other Jacobin surgeon, John Gale Jones, who addressed several meetings under his chairmanship. Arthur Thistlewood, a former army officer and former gentleman farmer, had been in France in the late 1790s and had served with the revolutionary armies. Preston, although sometimes referred to as a shoemaker, appears to have been a small employer in the leather trade. "I have seen so much distress in Spitalfields," he told the Lord Mayor in December 1816. "that I have prayed to God to swallow me up. I have seen a fine young woman who has not been in a bed for 9 months, I have ruined myself, I have not £1, I have kept 40 men at work." These men made up the nucleus of London ultra-radicalism, whether they were Spenceans or old Jacks in the conspiratorial tradition of Descartes. Their field of agitation was the Trades Club and the Tavern. 2. Samuel Bamford and his fellow delegates from Northern Hampton clubs attended several such meetings when they were in London in the first months of 1817. 3. It is probable that most of this group inherited Descartes' notion that London must perform the role of Paris in an English Revolution, either by means of riots culminating in general insurrection directed at the Tower, the prisons, and the House of Parliament, or by means of the coup d'état. Nor should it be assumed that an insurrectionary movement, in 1817 or 1819, might not, if it had gained sufficient impetus, have achieved some temporary success. But, if several of the group had sad occasion to show that they were brave, nothing can exonerate them from the accusation of culpable amateurishness. They fell victims to their own inflated rhetoric, they plotted with homemade grenades and pikes but were unable to erect, in the London streets, a single defended barricade. On more than one occasion they were caught in romantic derivative postures. Their underworld of tavern bravado was penetrated with ease by Sidmouth's spies. It was here that Oliver gained the credentials which gave him access to the councils of reformers in the Midlands and the North. And over the two authentic conspiratorial attempts in London there will always hang the suspicion that they were more than one half the work of Castle and Edwards, the government's own provocateurs. Thus the London reform movement commenced divided, between cautious constitutionalists on the one hand, and conspirators on the other. The middle ground between these extremes was occupied by Cartwright, Hunt, and Cobbett. But we cannot appreciate the full complexity of the problem of radical organization and leadership unless we look outside London, and also at the situation in which reformers were still placed by the Seditious Societies Act, under which the corresponding societies were suppressed in 1799. Under this act, no national political organization was legal. It was, moreover, illegal to form local societies which were branches of a national society, or which communicated with a national center by means of correspondence or the exchange of delegates. The only undisputed rights of reformers were, first, to form local, autonomous, clubs or discussion groups, second, the right to petition Parliament or the King, and to meet for that purpose. Point 2. The informal club and the tavern meeting was one part of the democratic process which had survived the repression of 1796 to 1806, in the provinces as well as in London. A correspondent in the Leeds Mercury in 1802 referred to the societies and clubs in which tradesmen meet nightly in taverns and public houses. Almost every street in a large town has a little senate of this description, and the privileges of sitting in council over the affairs of the nation, and a pot of porter, has long been claimed by free Britons, and acknowledged by all administrations. Point 1. In such societies as these Buick and his fellow radical tradesmen met in Newcastle during the wars. From Liverpool during the election of 1812 Brougham wrote to Lord Grey. You can have no idea of the nature of a Liverpool election. You have every night to go to the different clubs, benefit societies, etc., which meet and speechify. I had 9 nights of the clubs, besides a regular speech each day at close of the poll. I delivered in that time 160 speeches odd, too. In 1817 Cobbett could write. We have pit clubs, Whig clubs, clubs to suppress vice, clubs to detect and punish thieves, Bible clubs, school clubs, benefit clubs, Methodist clubs, Hampton clubs, Spencean clubs, military clubs, naval clubs, gaming clubs, eating clubs, drinking clubs, masters clubs, journeymen's clubs, and 1,000 other sorts of clubs and associations. Point 3. But the step from informal tavern group to the avowed radical club, Hampton Club or political union, was a long one. We have interesting records of the discussions which accompanied the formation of the first Hampton clubs in Lancashire. For example, there is the report of an informer who attended a committee meeting of reform at the Sign of the Dog, Little Bolton, in November 1816. John K. began the business by asking us if we had deliberately weighed the consequences in our own minds. He said, "Are you prepared to suffer persecution, separately and in your own persons for the sake of that great and good cause of reform? Our task is an arduous and a dangerous one. Are you who are here willing to engage in it such as it is?" Robeson Bradley said, "I know we shall be sufferers, as it is, I am afraid before the winter is over." He said we are brought into such a situation by our oppressors that both life and liberty is scarce worth preserving. Kay said it is legal to seek redress in the way of reform. but when Parliament meets they can make it illegal to meet, and it is not likely that they will tamely give up their sinecures, pensions and sea which they have enjoyed for years. He said the wicked men will rather sacrifice half the people of the nation than give it up peaceably. If they give it up it must be by force, and in their fall they will crush thousands of us. It was agreed to write to Mr. Knight, and also to Mr. W. Cobbett where he resides, desiring them to inform us if it should be legal to take money at the door to defray the expense attending rent and communication, political tracts and c. John Knight's reply to this inquiry is also preserved. Sir, I only received your letter and reply have to state that you may take a room for the purpose of discussing political or other questions provided you do not demand money for admission nor fasten the outer door during your stay, but people go in and out at pleasure. In a letter I received from London yesterday it is recommended that such meetings are publicly announced, that a magistrate is informed thereof, and in addition thereto that secret meetings had better be avoided and that meetings should be as numerously attended as possible. The language used should be mild and constitutional, but firm and clear. We have engaged a room here capable of holding 1,000 persons. We had thought to have opened it on Monday next, but hoping to gain considerable numbers of the upper classes by delaying it a week we have agreed to do so. 1. Knight was very probably receiving advice from Major Cartwright, or from Thomas Cleary, his lieutenant. In both Lancashire and Leicestershire, in the winter of 1816-17, the various clubs corresponded freely with each other within the county, and even went so far as to convene well-attended delegate meetings or county committees. On January 6, 1817 an informer in the Leicester Club was able to report. A deputation had been sent to Manchester. Graham and Warburton went. Graham stated what great distress they were in Lancashire. That the greater part of the poor people could only get a little water and salt and oatmeal, some had 1 meal a day, and some had 1 meal in 3 days. Then he read a letter from Derby, saying that a person from Manchester would call upon the Leicester Club on his way to Birmingham and Bristol. Then reads a letter from Major Cartwright, saying he had received information of 14 different societies that intend to send delegates to a committee in London on 22 January, 1. A few weeks before the Lancashire reformers had gone even further. At a delegate meeting in Middleton, attended by deputies from Cheshire and the West Riding as well as Lancashire, 4 missionaries were appointed, 2 to travel through the Potteries to Birmingham, 2 to hold meetings in Yorkshire. It was even resolved that all the petitioning bodies in all the United Kingdom should send 1 or more deputies to Manchester, to assist in bringing forth all the strength of the unions into one point of view. 2. Thus there was a very remarkable growth of provincial Hampton clubs or union societies in the last months of 1816. 3 and within weeks of their formation these clubs were pressing outwards for regional and national contacts which were illegal under the Seditious Societies Act. At one time it seemed that Manchester might assume the national leadership. In the event, however, it was Cartwright and the London Hampton Club which called a convention of deputies from clubs which met at the end of January 1817 at the Crown and Anchor Tavern. This meeting, attended by 70 delegates, attempted to steer a way around the Act by meeting in public session and by claiming to represent persons who may be deputed from petitioning cities, towns, and other communities to confer together, on the best means of effecting a constitutional reform. Its proceedings were not interrupted by the authorities, and when this is contrasted with the treatment of the British Convention at Edinburgh in 1793, this indicated a slight advance. But the meeting also emphasized the incoherence of the national movement. The immediate background to the meeting was the growing popular influence of Cobbett, and the great Spa Fields meetings of November and December 1816, addressed by Henry Hunt. Bamford's account is well known. At this time the writings of William Cobbett suddenly became of great authority. They were read on nearly every cottage hearth in the manufacturing districts of South Lancashire, in those of Leicester, Derby, and Nottingham, also in many of the Scottish manufacturing towns. He directed his readers to the true cause of their sufferings, misgovernment, and to its proper corrective, parliamentary reform. Riots soon became scarce. Hampton clubs were now established. The laborers became deliberate and systematic in their proceedings. 1. The existence of any political knowledge, or fixed political principles, amongst the poor in this neighborhood, is of very recent date, wrote a Manchester reformer in 1820, who also attributed the change to Mr. Cobbett's masterly essays, upon the financial situation of the country, and the effects of taxation, in reducing the comforts of the laborer. The cheapness of these publications ensured them a most extensive circulation, and the strong, clear, condensed, and argumentative style of the writer, was happily adapted to suit the capacity of the most numerous class of his readers too. For several years Cobbett's Political Register, priced at 1.0½ owing to the heavy stamp duties, had been gaining circulation in the North. 3 The decisive change came as late as November 1816, when Cobbett, finding a loophole in the stamp regulations, commenced publishing his leading article separately at 2d. as a weekly political pamphlet. The first pamphlet was his famous address to the journeymen and laborers. Friends and fellow countrymen, whatever the pride of rank, or riches, or of scholarship may have induced some men to believe, the real strength and all the resources of a country, ever have sprung and ever must spring, from the labor of its people. Elegant dresses, superb furniture, stately buildings, fine roads and canals, fleet horses and carriages, numerous and stout ships, warehouses teeming with goods, all these, are so many marks of national wealth and resources. But all these spring from labor. Without the journeymen and the laborers none of them could exist. The insolent hirelings call you the mob, the rabble, the scum, the swinish multitude, and say, that your voice is nothing, that you have no business at public meetings. Cobbett demonstrated, in simple terms, the burden upon the people of indirect taxation, the heavy expenditure upon sinecure placemen and pensioners, the constitutional connection between taxation and representation. He attacked the Malthusian argument that the sufferings of the poor were caused by their early marriages and excessive fertility, and the argument that the only remedy for unemployment was emigration. You who help to maintain them by the taxes which you pay, have as good a right to remain in the country as they have. You have fathers and mothers and sisters and brothers and children and friends as well as they. The only true remedy was a reformed parliament. We must have that first, or we shall have nothing good. I exhort you to proceed in a peaceable and lawful manner, but at the same time, to proceed with zeal and resolution in the attainment of this object. If the skulkers will not join you, if the decent fireside gentry still keep aloof, proceed by yourselves. Any man can draw up a petition, and any man can carry it up to London. 144,000 of the address were sold by the end of November 1816, let corruption rub that out if she can. A sale of 200,000 was claimed for it by the end of 1817.2. No writing had obtained such popular influence since the Rights of Man, and it was followed by weekly pamphlets, in the form of open letters, to the good and true men of Hampshire, to all true-hearted Englishmen, or to individual statesmen, each with an extensive circulation. But Cobbett held back from any step which would give the reform movement organized expression, and, while the Hampton clubs were fostered by his writing, this was not his intention. The great London reform demonstrations of November 15, December 2, and December 10, 1816, at Spa Fields, were convened on the initiative of a committee in which the Spenceans were most influential. Cobbett, indeed, refused an invitation to speak at the first, and the main orator at all three meetings was Henry Hunt. Hunt was a wealthy gentleman farmer, who had been a reformer of Cobbett's disposition for 10 years and had first won national prominence when he fought an impressive campaign as a radical in a Bristol election in 1812. Bamford's description of him, as he remembered him in 1817, is of a handsome man, gentlemanly in his manner and attire, 6 feet and better in height. His lips were delicately thin and receding. His eyes were blue or light gray, not very clear nor quick, but rather heavy, except as I afterwards had opportunities for observing, when he was excited in speaking, at which times they seemed to distend and protrude, and if he worked himself furious, they became blood-streaked, and almost started from their sockets. Then it was that the expression of his lip was to be observed, the kind smile was exchanged for the curl of scorn, or the curse of indignation. His voice was bellowing, his face swollen and flushed, his griped hand beat as if it were to pulverize, and his whole manner gave token of a painful energy, struggling for utterance. Hunt's vanity assorted ill with the equally large self-esteem of the Middleton weaver, and Bamford's final judgment upon Hunt was harsh. But Bamford also made an important qualification: Hunt was constantly placing himself in most arduous situations. He was always beating against a tempest of his own or of others' creating. He had thus more to sustain than any other man of his day and station, and should be judged accordingly. This is true. From the close of the war until the passage of the Reform Bill, with the exception of several years in the mid-1820s, Hunt was the foremost public orator of the Reform movement. He spoke at Spa Fields in 1816. He continued his activity during the suspension of habeas corpus in 1817, when Cobbett thought it more politic to retire to America. He was the main speaker at Peterloo, and was imprisoned for his part in the meeting. He was elected to Parliament for the Scott and Lot constituency of Preston in 1830 and was the solitary champion of the working-class reform movement in the unreformed House of Commons. From 1830 to 1832 he remained loyal to the demand for manhood suffrage, and attacked the 1832 bill as a betrayal of the plebeian reformers. His very consistency and pugnacity made him a center of controversy and a target for abuse. The abuse, however, was not groundless, for Hunt possessed both the qualities and the defects of the demagogue. These characteristics are to be found in a score of leaders of this period, so that we must consider them as characteristic of the movement of the time. There was, first, the old Wilkeside tradition, only gradually breaking down, by which even the democratic movement looked to the aristocratic or gentlemanly leader. Only the gentlemen, Burdett, Cochrane, Hunt, Feargus O'Connor, knew the forms and language of high politics, could cut a brave figure on the hustings, or bellabore the ministers in their own tongue. The reform movement might use the rhetoric of equality, but many of the old responses of deference were still there even among the Hussein crowds. Whenever a working man appeared to be rising above himself even in the reform movement, he quickly drew the jealousy of many of his own class. Next, there was that demagogic element, inevitable in a popular movement excluded from power or hope of power, which encouraged the wholly unconstructive rhetoric of denunciation. Alongside its martyrs and its intrepid voluntary organizers, the radical movement had its share of drunkards, runaway treasurers, and ephemeral quarrelsome journalists, and these were not the least bombastic and flamboyant in their language. The very frustrations of a popular movement, in which thousands of powerless men were pitted against an armed establishment, were released in hyperbole, and Hunt, as the orator at the great reform assemblies, knew how to touch these responses. His style of oratory was given to him by the frustrations of those whom he addressed. But many other factors contributed to the elevation of the demagogue. At the national level, radicalism never knew the self-discipline of political organization. Since any party or corresponding center was illegal, and since no elected executive determined policy and strategy, leadership inevitably fell to individual orators and journalists. Genuine disagreements upon matters of policy spilled over into personal jealousies, and, equally, the leader whose policy was endorsed by popular acclaim found in this food for his personal vanity. The conditions of agitation fostered the personalization of issues. The great mass meeting demanded its colorful figurehead. Hunt, in his white top hat, liked to be known as the champion of liberty or as Saint Henry of Ilchester, just as Osler subsequently described himself as king of the factory children and O'Connor as the lion of freedom. Moreover, popular radicalism and Chartism lived, for half a century, with the dilemma which beset Thelwall, Gale Jones, and the Jacobin tribunes of the 1790s. The conflict between moral and physical force reformers is sometimes expressed too dogmatically, as if a clear line can be drawn between determined conspirators like Dr. Watson and Thistlewood, on the one hand, and immaculate constitutionalists like Place or Bamford one on the other. In fact, both radicalism and Chartism inhabited a region somewhere between these two extremes. Few reformers before 1839 engaged in serious preparations for insurrection, but fewer still were willing to disavow altogether the ultimate right of the people to resort to rebellion in the face of tyranny. The Chartist slogan, "Peaceably if we may, forcibly if we must," expresses also the common notion held by the radicals of 1816-20 and 1830-32. Major Cartwright insisted on the citizens' right to carry arms. Henry White, the editor of the moderate Independent Whig, was only one among many radical journalists who reminded readers of the precedent of the Glorious Revolution of 1688. It is to a revolution they owe every portion of civil and religious liberty they are yet permitted to enjoy, and, it is to a revolution they will be ultimately compelled to resort, if all other legal means be denied of obtaining a redress of grievances. 1. The name of the Hampton Clubs recalled an even more drastic precedent, and Cobbett was at pains to stress that revolution was good Whig doctrine. The right to resist oppression by force is distinctly claimed and established by the laws and usages of England. I do not say, that the right ought to be now exercised at all. I say, therefore, upon this point, what Judge Blackstone says, and that is, that the right to resist oppression always exists, but that those who compose the nation at any given time must be left to judge for themselves when oppression has arrived at a pitch to justify the exercise of such right. More than this, Cobbett was willing to come forward with a defense of the Pentridge Rising. What did Brandreth do more than was done by the Whigs at the Revolution? 2. Cobbett deliberately pitched upon this ambiguity: the people had the right to rebel, but only if oppression passed a certain undefined point. Wooler adopted the same stance in the Black Dwarf: the right of the people to resist oppression always exists, and, the requisite power to do this always resides in the general will of the people. 3. Carlyle, in The Republican, went further after Peterloo, and advocated tyrannicide. 4. Every popular radical journal and orator made some reference, oblique or direct, to the right of rebellion. It was part of the essential rhetoric of a movement, which had almost no access to legal redress through the franchise, to hint, warn, or bluster about the ultimate recourse of the people to physical force. When Henry Hunt addressed the first great Spa Fields meeting, he went no further than a score of other orators. He knew the superiority of mental over physical force, nor would he counsel any resort to the latter till the former had been found ineffectual. Before physical force was applied to, it was their duty to petition, to remonstrate, to call aloud for timely reformation. Those who resisted the just demands of the people were the real friends of confusion and bloodshed, but if the fatal day should be destined to arrive, he assured them that if he knew anything of himself, he would not be found concealed behind a counter, or sheltering himself in the rear. 1. Such references as these, to the fatal day, or the day of reckoning, drew the loudest huzzas of the crowds. Nor should we gloss over the vices attendant upon such a style. It fostered also the tap-room demagogue whose radicalism had more froth than body, and even the paid itinerant orators who made a trade of speechifying and who vied with each other for the acclamation of the crowd by indulging in the wildest and most extravagant rhodomontade. 2. The national leaders Cobbett and Wooler with their pens, Hunt with his voice, were adept at pitching their rhetoric just on the right side of treason, but they laid themselves open to the charge of encouraging other men to take illegal or treasonable actions, from the consequences of which they themselves escaped. This was one source of quarrels among the radical leadership. Another perpetual source of strife was money matters. It was an expensive business being a radical leader, as both Cobbett and Hunt had reason to know. In addition to speech-making, publications, traveling and correspondence, there were heavy expenses incurred for legal defense or during electoral contests. Cobbett and, more especially, Hunt were extravagant in their tastes, Cobbett in his farming ventures, Hunt in his general style of living. Both were careless in their financial dealings. The incoherent radical movement, with no elected executive, and no accredited treasurer, was perpetually subjected to appeals from ad hoc committees to assist with funds for this or that emergency. Cobbett recouped his losses by his publishing profits, while Hunt sought to turn propaganda to his advantage by selling radical breakfast powder. No clear line was drawn between their private business concerns and the finances of the movement. Questions as to the use or trusteeship of radical funds, or the confusion of public and private interests became, as they were to become for O'Connor and Ernest Jones, subjects of humiliating public recrimination. 1. But the greatest cause of radical disagreement was sheer vanity. And vanity was so common a disorder among the radical leaders that it appears less as a cause of disagreement than as a symptom of the general lack of coherent organization. Nearly all the reform leaders were quick to impugn the motives of their fellows at the first sign of disagreement. Suspicions were fed by the disclosure of the parts played by the provocateurs, Castle, Oliver, and Edwards. From 1817 the air became thick with the rancor of men accusing each other of being spies. In default of democratic political organization, radical politics were personalized. The movement after 1816 had many of the virtues of the movement of the 1790s, but not those of a Gallite. Cobbett had set a fashion, for which it is scarcely just to criticize him. The emergence of an independent radical press after the wars was in great degree his personal triumph. His own account of this achievement is close to the truth. Many years ago, I set out as a sort of self-dependent politician. My opinions were my own. I dashed at all prejudices. I scorned to follow anybody in matters of opinion. Before my time, every writer of talent enlisted himself under the banners of one party, or one minister, or other. I stood free from all such connections. So that, for many years, I have been an object of hatred with men in power, with men aiming at power. By the end of the wars he had become a kind of fourth estate in the politics of the country, and unquestionably the most powerful political writer of the present day. The reformers read him when he was a Tory, and the Tories read him now that is a reformer. Successive acts to raise the tax on newspapers and periodicals, and to tighten the law of seditious libel, were aimed in large part at Cobbett himself. There is nothing savoring of egotism in my saying this, Cobbett avowed, and his conclusions are characteristically personal. That man cannot be guilty of egotism, to check the progress of whose writings a total revolution has been made in the laws of a great kingdom. Such a man necessarily becomes a great subject of discussion and of record. All his actions, his manners, the habits of his life, and almost the size of his body and the color of his hair, become, with the people of that kingdom, objects of some interest. Cobbett's favorite subject, indeed, was William Cobbett of Botley. Page after page of his register is filled with his affairs, self-justifications, arguments, feelings, chance impressions and encounters. The cause of reform was personalized into the encounter between William Cobbett and old corruption. Castlereagh, Bolton Fletcher, Wilberforce, Malthus, Brougham, Burdett, were, or became, his personal enemies. Fellow reformers moved uneasily within the fickle warmth of his personal approbation. He quarrels with his own creatures, Hazlitt noted with some justice, as soon as he has written them into a little vogue, and a prison. We have to accept Cobbett's vices as the dark side of his genius, a genius which enabled him to exert more influence, week after week for 30 years, than any journalist in English history. It is when these vices are found without his genius that they appear less amiable. For Cobbett set a style which, inevitably, his colleagues and competitors sought to imitate. Hunt, in his memoirs, published in installments from Ilchester Jail, Carlyle in the Republican, and a dozen lesser men. The years between the close of the wars and the Reform Bill were the age of the self-dependent politician. Every radical was a political Protestant, every leader avowed himself to be an individualist, owing deference to no authority but that of his own judgment and conscience. A reformer, wrote Hazlitt in 1819, is governed habitually by a spirit of contradiction. He is a bad tool to work with, a part of a machine that never fits its place. He cannot be trained to discipline, for, The first principle of his mind is the supremacy of conscience, and the independent right of private judgment. His understanding must be satisfied in the first place, or he will not budge an inch. He cannot for the world give up a principle to a party. He would rather have slavery than liberty, unless it is a liberty precisely after his own fashion. One reform leader quarrels with all those who are laboring at the same oar, and thinks he has done a good peace service to the cause, because he has glutted his own ill humor and self-will, which he mistakes for the love of liberty and the zeal for truth. Others get into committees, set up for the heads of a party, in opposition to another party, abuse, vilify, expose, betray, counteract and undermine each other in every way, and throw the game into the hands of the common enemy. 1. The virtues of this intractable individualism can be seen in Carlyle's long contest with authority. 2. But, whether in Hunt or in Carlyle, the vices were offensive, and were thoroughly damaging to the reform movement. From the surging unrest of the people, the vanity of great or petty leaders rose like vapor. Place saw everyone except himself and a few Benthamites as fools who must be manipulated. Bamford exemplifies the complacent self-esteem of the autodidact. His principles were proof against persecution, but were not proof against a kind word from Lord Sidmouth or a compliment from a gentleman upon his verses. Carlyle was the ultimate individualist, so confident of his own judgment that he repudiated the very notion of political consultation or organization. Hunt was at times contemptible in his vanity. On one occasion, Hunt and his co-defendants after Peterloo made a public progress, while awaiting trial, through the Lancashire cotton towns. I was amused, recalled Bamford, as well as a little humiliated, by what was continually occurring near me. Hunt sat on the box seat. Morehouse stood on the roof of the coach, holding by a rope which was fastened to the irons at each side. He had kept that position all the way from Bolton. Hunt continually doffed his hat, waved it lowly, bowed gracefully, and now and then spoke a few words to the people, but if some 5 or 10 minutes elapsed without a huzzah or two, or the still more pleasing sound, Hunt forever. He would rise from his seat, turn round, and, cursing poor Morehouse in limbs, soul, or eyes, he would say, "Why don't you shout, man? Why don't you shout? Give them the hip, don't you see they're fagging?" 1. We have to remember, when we consider Hunt or Burdett or Osler or O'Connor, that their progresses resembled those of the most popular royalty, and their appearances those of a prima donna. Hunt was received in one Lancashire village in 1819 with the road carpeted with flowers. To the slogans, "Burdett and no Bastille," "Hunt and Liberty," there were added the songs, "With Henry Hunt we'll go, we'll go. With Henry Hunt we'll go. We'll raise the cap of liberty." In spite of Naden Joe. 2. At the Manchester Radical Sunday School, the monitors wore locket portraits of Hunt around their necks in place of crucifixes. 3. No meeting was complete unless the horses had been unharnessed from the carriage of the main speaker, and he had been drawn in triumph by the people through the streets. The great demonstrations had a ritualistic character, in which the speaker moved through declamations and rhetorical questions, playing for the expected tumultuous responses. 1. The charismatic orators were those with a taste for self-dramatization. The roar of approbation from the throats of 20,000 people would have inflated the self-esteem of most men. As vanity grew, so the orators became addicted to the sight and sound of the throng cheering below the hustings. His appetite, Prentice noted of Hunt, grew with what it fed on. He became jealous of rivalry, constantly on the lookout for opportunities to strike a dramatic pose, and careless and offhand with his less important colleagues, who in their turn found their vanity bruised by popular neglect. Why not Johnson and liberty, or Bamford and liberty? The demagogue is a bad or ineffectual leader. Hunt voiced, not principle nor even well-formulated radical strategy, but the emotions of the movement. Striving always to say whatever would provoke the loudest cheer, he was not the leader but the captive of the least stable portion of the crowd. According to Place, Hunt says his mode of acting is to dash at good points, and to care for no one, that he will mix with no committee, or any party, he will act by himself, that he does not intend to affront anyone, but cares not who is offended. But Place also wrote in more generous terms of Hunt, after his triumphal reception in London at the summit of his popularity after Peterloo. And he deserved it too, and more than he got. If the people, I mean the working people, are to have but one man, they will, as they ought, support that man at least with their shouts. And there are very many cases too in which they would fight with him, or for him. Whose fault is it that no better man goes among the people? Not theirs, they will cling to the best man that makes common cause with them. I remember how I felt when I was a working man. If none shows himself but Hunt, Hunt must be their man. Point 2. 3. The Hampton Clubs. We cannot understand the extraordinary untidiness of post-war radicalism unless these problems of personality and leadership are borne in mind. It was the heroic age of popular radicalism, but, on the national scene, its leaders rarely looked heroic and sometimes looked ridiculous. From 1815 until the Chartist years, the movement always appeared most vigorous, consistent, and healthy at the base, and especially in such provincial centres as Barnsley and Halifax, Loughborough, and Rochdale. Its true heroes were the local booksellers and news vendors, trade union organisers, secretaries, and local speakers for the Hampton clubs and political unions, men who did not expect to become honoured life pensioners of the movement as a reward for imprisonment, and who, in many cases, were too obscure to do more than leave a few records of their activity in the local press or the Home Office papers. These men provided the platform without which their disputatious, Protestant leaders would have been impotent, and they often watched the quarrels among the leadership with dismay. The confusion of the events of the winter and spring, 1816–17, illustrates these problems of a growing national movement which had failed to find a national centre. The meeting of delegates from the local Hampton clubs at the Crown and Anchor was convened on the initiative of Major Cartwright, and it was the culmination of a national campaign of petitioning, in which petitions for reform were presented with a total variously estimated at between 500,000 and 1.5 million signatures. But between the time when Cartwright had sent out his circular letter calling the meeting and the meeting itself, there had been the riots connected with the second Great Spa Fields meeting of December 2. The origin and significance of these riots remains obscure. As early as March 1816 there appears to have been some kind of ultra-Jacobin agitation in London, directed at the debtors' jails. The authorities intercepted a letter addressed to our fellow countrymen suffering incarceration, purporting to come from the Tricoloured Committee, and announcing the intention of raising the tricoloured standard on March 2. On that day the prison doors will be opened, your lofty Bastiles be reduced to ashes. It is requested you will make known our plans to every prison in London, Bench, Fleet, Marshalsea, Horsemonger Lane, and see that you may all act at the same time. 1. Nor is such an agitation altogether unlikely. The little masters of London and Birmingham, who had been working on war contracts, were some of the worst sufferers in the post-war depression. There had been many failures. During the war many of these small masters had been doing subcontract work for large agents, who took the larger share of the profit. They now saw the middlemen comfortably established, as a result of their labors, while they were left supporting the burden of taxation and of poor relief in the worst hit districts. 2 Such experiences impelled them towards an extreme radicalism for which they had been long prepared by the propaganda of the LCS and of successive Westminster elections. If the debtors' jails were places where spies might, on occasion, be recruited, they were also to a more important extent, finishing schools for radicals, where the victims who languished under the punitive rigors of the laws of debt were able to read, to argue, and to enlarge their acquaintance. 3. Nothing came of the threats of March 1816. But the theme of an attack on the prison recurs in the Spa Fields affair of December. We have to pick our way through at least 3 contradictory accounts of this event, that presented by the prosecution at the subsequent trial of Dr. James Watson, that offered by Henry Hunt in his memoirs in 1822, and that presented by the defense or by Watson himself. None of these accounts is reliable. The Crown's case rested largely on the evidence of an accomplice who had turned provocateur, John Castle. He proved to be a thoroughly disreputable witness, a perjurer and the protector of a brothel. Madam. 1 Hunt, writing from Ilchester Jail in the aftermath of the Cato Street conspiracy, and after he had himself quarreled decisively with Watson, was interested in offering a version which minimized his own participation, while Watson, in a polemic with Hunt in the press in the autumn of 1819, refused to disclose his side of the story, on the grounds that the time was not yet opportune. The true story may perhaps be this. The autumn of 1816 was a period of extreme misery and post-war unemployment, affecting equally Lancashire, Yorkshire, the Birmingham trades and London. In the metropolis there was a simultaneous depression of two staple industries, the watch and clock trade, and the silk industry. In Spitalfields alone, it was alleged, there were 45,000 in want of food, and clamouring to enter the workhouses. In November. 2 At the same time London was thronged with discharged soldiers and sailors. But it became abundantly clear that the Westminster Committee was dragging its feet, and refusing to attempt any agitation among the London masses. Apart from the Westminster hustings at election time, no wholly unlimited demonstration of a radical character had been called in London since 1795. A small ultra-Jacobin committee was therefore formed, whose most active members were Watson and his son, Preston, Thistlewood, Hooper, and Castle, the spy. This committee issued a call for a demonstration in Spa Fields on November 15, 1816, and approached a number of leading radicals with invitations to attend. Cobbett kept his distance, and only Hunt agreed to speak. Hunt met the organizers only on the eve of the meeting, when he substituted more moderate resolutions for those which the committee had proposed. At the meeting itself, inadequate arrangements had been made even for a proper hustings, but an enormous gathering presented itself, quite beyond the expectations of the organizers, which Hunt addressed from a window overlooking the fields. The meeting was adjourned until December 2. In Hunt's account, the organizers were cock-a-hoop at their success, accompanying him back to his inn, engaging in a good deal of revolutionary bluster over dinner, at which none other than Castle proposed the toast, "May the last of kings be strangled with the guts of the last priest." At about the same time, some committee of trades was formed in the metropolis, with which Preston was actively associated, and of which yet another spy succeeded in being elected as chairman. According to Thomas, Preston was meeting with success in organizing the Spitalfields weavers. In private conversation he was speaking of doing away with all landowners and fund holders, and was mooting a rising in which the bank, the Tower, and prisons were to be attacked. Castle eagerly seconded these proposals, and actually placed a few arms in a cart which was taken to Spa Fields on December 2. The crowd at this meeting was even greater than that at the former one, and it included many soldiers and sailors. The rumor had got abroad that something was going to happen at the meeting, and the rumor had even traveled as far as the north of England. 1 In Preston's view the army was on the edge of mutiny, not only because of the grievances of the soldiers but also because of general sympathy with the people. 1 of the banners displayed at Spa Fields declared, "The brave soldiers are our friends, treat them kindly. The wants of the belly creates a fever of the brain," so ran a fragment of a handbill, drafted for use among the troops, allegedly found in Dr. Watson's home after the Spa Fields affair. But the most notable fever of the brain, on December 2, would appear to have been, not that of the soldiers, but that of Dr. Watson's son. Both Watsons had been drinking before the meeting, and young Watson had drunk immoderately. Arriving early at the hustings, he harangued a part of the crowd, many of whose members would appear to have been as drunk as himself. Then, leaping off the cart, he plunged into the crowd and led a contingent in the direction of the Tower. Other fragments surged off in different directions. Several gunsmiths' shops were looted. Some of the rioters reached the Tower, and a man climbed on the wall and called upon the troops to join the people. In the Minories there was rioting for several hours, on a scale reminiscent of the Gordon riots, complete with a man who led the mob on horseback. The government, forewarned of some attempted outbreak, had taken precautions, and Hunt was surprised to see great numbers of constables and police officers stationed in front of Coldbath Fields Prison. But the riots never involved more than a portion of the great crowd. The greater part remained to hear Hunt's address to and then dispersed peacefully, after agreeing once again to adjourn the meeting until December 9. This third Spa Fields meeting was, in fact, held, with an attendance even greater than before. It is not easy to select any explanation which accords with all these confused events. The riots were not a simple drunken outbreak, nor a carefully planned provocation, nor yet a definite attempt to simulate the fall of the Bastille, but they partook in some degree of all three. Dr. Watson may perhaps have looked no further than to the effect of the demonstration itself. But it is equally possible that Thistlewood and young Watson had some sketchy notion of sparking off a spontaneous riot which would open the way to a popular coup d'état. Young Watson went into hiding, and some months later was smuggled onto a ship bound for America from the Thames, disguised as a Quaker, and with his face disfigured with caustic point. Hunt certainly had no part in any insurrectionary conspiracy, but, equally, he was willing to come forward as a witness for the defense at Dr. Watson's trial, and to testify as to his moderating influence. And he continued to work closely with the doctor for a further 2 years. Place called the Spa Fields rioters a contemptible set of fools and miscreants. But there is no reason to suppose that the majority of Londoners saw them in that light. If they suffered from an amateurish and attitudinizing leadership, this was in part the consequence of the failure of the Westminster Committee to stand true to its former Jacobin principles. But the Spa Fields affair had at least 3 serious consequences. First, it afforded the authorities the pretext they required for acting against the reformers. Second, at the very outset of the post-war agitation, it frightened moderate middle-class reformers away from the popular radical movement. Third, it threw the reformers' leaders into confusion on the eve of the meeting of delegates of the Hampton clubs. Burdett, who had signed Cartwright's original circular convening the delegate meeting on behalf of the London Hampton Club, absented himself on his Leicester estates, and did not attend at the Crown and Anchor. Cobbett, by his own account, havered until the eve of the meeting. He believed that such a meeting, at such a crisis, would present a most desirable mark for the shafts of corruption, and that the delegates would be exposed, if not to arrest, at least to the attention of government spies. 1 He also had a shrewder insight than most reformers into the government's system of provocation, and into its strategy of splitting the movement by goading extreme radicals into abortive acts of insurrection. "They sigh for a plot," he wrote in December 1816, "oh, how they sigh! They are working and slaving and fretting and stewing, they are sweating all over, they are absolutely pining and dying for a plot." 2. At the last minute Cobbett agreed to attend, with Hunt. Major Cartwright took the chair in his imperturbable manner, in his long brown surtout and plain brown wig, walking up the room, and seating himself placidly in the head seat. 3 But the delegates from the vigorous clubs in Lancashire and Leicestershire were dismayed to find the meeting at once plunged into controversy. An attempt was made to follow the absent Burdett's wishes, and to limit the demands of the reformers to household suffrage. Hunt declared for manhood suffrage, and was supported by provincial delegates. Cobbett then announced himself converted, for typically pragmatic reasons. He had supported household suffrage only because he could not see how men who had no settled and visible dwelling in the safety of which they were interested, could be polled with accuracy. "I did not see how large crowds of men could be prevented from marching from one parish to another, and thereby voting twice or thrice in the same day, and for 5 or 6 different members." At last a very sensible and modest man, whose name I am sorry I have forgotten, and who came from Middleton in Lancashire, answered his objections, by pointing out that under the militia laws muster rolls existed of all male inhabitants in every parish, and that the same means might be used to draw up electoral lists. This was enough for me. The thing had never struck me before. 1. The sensible and modest man from Middleton was Samuel Bamford, the weaver, and, when every criticism has been made, the greatest chronicler of early 19th century radicalism. Indeed, it is probable that the favorable impression made upon Cobbett by such men as Bamford did more to convert him to the cause of manhood suffrage than the point about the militia lists. The line between householder and manhood suffrage was, in practical terms, the line of demarcation for many years between middle-class and working-class reform movements, and Cobbett's adhesion to the latter was of great importance. But his adhesion by no means solved the problems of organization and of leadership which the Hampton clubs were facing. Cobbett disliked equally the compromising policies of Burdett and the Westminster Rump, and the conspiratorial underground of the London tavern clubs. The alternative course of agitation, to which Cobbett gave formal support, was that proposed by old Major Cartwright. But Cartwright's notions still belonged, in many ways, to the days of Wyville and the county associations of small gentlemen reformers. If the gentry failed to come forward, then the Major was happy to associate with artisans or little masters. But he placed his faith still in the old style of activity, the petition, and the county meeting. Secret committees might come and go, suspension might follow upon suspension of habeas corpus. Major Cartwright remained at his post, daring the authorities to imprison him, issuing addresses, looking up antique constitutional precedents and expedients half a shade on the right side of the law. Canning paid hostile tribute to him when he described him as the old heart in London from which the veins of sedition in the country are supplied. 1 But Bamford's tribute is, from the standpoint of a country radical, more accurate. During the suspension of habeas corpus in 1817 the worthy old Major remained at his post, brave as a lion, serene as an unconscious child, and also, in the rush and tumult of that time, as little noticed. 2. Little more could be asked of him. But in 1817 Cobbett took over Cartwright's outdated notions of organization, adding little except an unlimited confidence in the power of his own writings. To the end of his life he had a lingering fear of Jacobin societies. He was unhappy in any movement which was not subdued to his influence. He exaggerated the power of the written word acting upon the public, and belittled the importance of those organizations through which public opinion must be mediated to become effective. Moreover, at the commencement of 1817 he had private as well as public reasons for exercising extreme caution. He had had enough of persecution during his wartime imprisonment. He was in one of his periodic phases of acute financial embarrassment, and he was privately determined to avoid the further attentions of the authorities. All these factors, both of personality and of ideology, help us to understand why, scarcely a week after the Hampton Club Convention in London at the end of January 1817, the radical movement fragmented in confusion. The convention, in any case, had taken no serious organizational decisions. After a weekend of debate it had broken up, having secured a pledge from Lord Cochrane to present the petitions. On returning from the opening of Parliament on January 28, the Prince Regent was mobbed and his carriage window broken. The government at once set in motion the machinery of alarm which it had inherited from Pitt and the events of 1795, and committees of secrecy were appointed. While these were sifting the green bags with their supposed evidence of treason, a large demonstration of reformers chaired Lord Cochrane to the House of Commons, with a petition in his arms about the size of a tolerable barrel. The Committee of the House of Lords reported in mid-February, delineating the activities of the Spenceans, the Spa Fields rioters, and the Hampton clubs in the most lurid terms. It found evidence to prove that a traitorous conspiracy has been formed in the metropolis for the purpose of overthrowing, by means of a general insurrection, the established government, laws, and constitution of this kingdom, and of effecting a general plunder and division of property, and that such designs, extended widely in some of the most populous and manufacturing districts. 1. In the last days of February and in March a succession of measures were passed against the reformers, reenacting in their full severity the repressive legislation of the 1790s. Habeas corpus was suspended until July 1, 1817. The Seditious Meetings Act was designed to ensure that all reforming societies and clubs should be utterly suppressed and prohibited as unlawful combinations and confederacies. No meeting might be held of more than 50 persons without prior notice to the magistrates, who were given powers to disperse any such meetings as were of a seditious tendency. At the same time, Sidmouth sent out from the Home Office a circular drawing the attention of magistrates to their power to arrest persons suspected of disseminating seditious libel. At this moment Cobbett defected. His defection was twofold. First, he chose the moment when the authorities were moving against the Hampton clubs to issue his own blanket rejection of all reformers' societies. I advise my countrymen to have nothing to do with any political clubs, any secret cabals, any correspondencies, but to trust to individual exertions and open meetings. There are very worthy and zealous men, belonging to such clubs, but, I shall be very difficult to be made believe, that they are thus employing themselves in the best and most effectual way. This warning, in mid-February, was followed by an even stronger disclaimer 2 weeks later. I have always most earnestly endeavored to persuade the public that clubs of all sorts were of mischievous tendency in general, and, in no possible case, could be productive of good. I have said, that if the object were not to be obtained by the general, free, unpacked, unbiased, impression and expression of the public mind, it never could be, and never ought to be obtained at all. 1. This absolute renunciation of popular organization, published in the very week of the suspension of habeas corpus, provoked Wooler, in the Black Dwarf, to expostulate, "For heaven's sake, sir, do not thus betray us into the hands of our enemies, by advice that can only produce mischief. Our enemies are clubbed in every direction round us. Do military clubs, and naval clubs, and clubs of borough-mongers do no good to the cause of corruption. I have always thought that clubs of every description were the most important means of collecting and condensing that general, free, unpacked, and unbiased opinion of the public voice, which you say is essential. Sir, you are playing very mischievously with the cause of reform, by thus giving its opponents your sanction to the worst arguments against it. The man who would divide the public, in effect destroys the public mind. 2. The end of March saw Cobbett's second defection. Arguing that the government's repressive legislation was aimed especially at himself, he went into voluntary exile in America. 1. A score of other journals sought to fill the gap, notably the Black Dwarf, Hone's Reformists Register, and Sherwin's Political Register, and, by successfully resisting persecution, threw Cobbett's defection into darker shadow. But his flight brought immediate dismay and demoralization, and in the ensuing confusion no national center for the reform movement can be seen. This coincidence of persecution and confusion is the background to the tangled story of the March of the Blanqueters, the Ardwick Conspiracy, and the Pent Ridge Rising. In many parts of the Midlands and the North the local reform movement was strong. Impressive public meetings had been held in the previous autumn and winter. 2. The political crisis of the early spring coincided with extreme economic distress, unemployment in the textile and iron districts, and soaring prices, all of which continued until the late summer of 1817. In the winter of 1816-17 the habit of political meeting, and of reading and discussion, had spread throughout most of the manufacturing districts. From such centres as Leicester, Manchester, Nottingham, Derby, Sheffield, and Birmingham there radiated a network of contacts to reforming groups in the industrial villages. In the larger centres, which provided the focal organisation, the reformers usually included a number of artisans and small tradesmen, a few labourers, and several extreme Huntites of the middle class. These gained support, not only in their own urban centre, but also amongst the artisans or hand workers in the surrounding area. Once the cause of reform had struck root in the framework knitting, pottery, nail-making, or hand-loom weaving village, then local township or village clubs were formed, almost wholly proletarian in character and having the same kind of command over the sympathy of the local community as the Luddite activists. We have most information as to the movement in Leicestershire and Lancashire. The Leicester Club was founded in October 1816. Its president was a dyer and timber merchant, its vice president a cobbler, Its most active members included a printer, a framesmith, and leaders of the local framework knitters. In a month's time, its membership had grown to over 500. A spy reported on the events of a general meeting at the end of November 1816. More than 200 attended, for more than an hour of the time was spent in drinking, talking, and collecting subscriptions. Then the chairman of the evening was appointed, William Scott, the framesmith, a veteran Paynight of the 1790s. He addressed the meeting, introducing a copy of the court calendar and reading out a list of pensioners, to the accompaniment of hisses and commentary from the audience. Someone said, "We are met to get shut of some of these fellows." Another answered, "Let them die in their garters." Another said, "Send them to the Tower." Another said, "Wait only 2 years." Standing armies loudly condemned. A man named Riley made a motion that 100 copies of Cobbett's Register be purchased every week. It was carried by a show of hands. On a vote of thanks to the chairman, Scott responded with a song. He said it was the same that he was singing when the rough Ians broke in at the 3 Crowns about 18 years ago, "Millions be free." Loud applause. He sung a revolutionary song. By the end of 1816 more than 30 Hampden clubs were claimed in Leicestershire towns and villages. There is some suggestion that the spread of the clubs was coincident with the Framework Knitters trade union organization, and more than one alarmed magistrate saw the clubs as an attempt to graft parliamentary reform upon Luddism. The authorities viewed the penetration of political radicalism into the villages with the greatest anxiety, alleging that the stockingers were solely impressed with the belief that revolution was the object, and were no further interested than to hold themselves in readiness to fight when necessary. The immediate cessation of overt activity by the Leicester Hampden clubs, on the suspension of habeas corpus, was interpreted by the same authorities as evidence that the reformers had retreated into secret forms of organization for which the experiences of Luddism had prepared them. 1. In Lancashire the picture is somewhat similar. Manchester was the great reform metropolis, although other centres, Oldham, Stockport, Bolton, Rochdale, were large enough to provide alternative models, and to steady the movement when the Manchester reformers buried themselves in quarrels. Bamford's reminiscences commence with the roll call of the leading reformers of Lancashire at the end of 1816. These were John Knight, of Manchester, cotton manufacturer; William Ogden, of Manchester, letterpress printer; William Benbow, of Manchester, shoemaker; Bradbury, of Manchester, stone cutter; Charles Walker, of Ashton, weaver; Joseph Watson, of Mossy, clogger; Joseph Ramsden, of Mossy, woolen weaver; William Nicholson, of Lees, letterpress printer; John Hay, of Oldham, silk weaver; Joseph Taylor, of Oldham, hatter; John Kay, of Royton, cotton manufacturer; William Fitton, of Royton, student in surgery; Robert Pilkington, of Bury, cotton weaver; Amos Ogden, of Middleton, silk weaver; Caleb Johnson, of Middleton, cotton weaver; and Samuel Bamford, of Middleton, silk weaver. Soon afterwards we were joined by John Johnston, of Manchester, tailor; and Joseph Mitchell, of Liverpool, draper. 2. To these we might add other names, of men prominent between 1816 and 1819, John Brow, of Oldham, a journeyman machine maker and lay preacher in the Methodist Unitarian Chapel; Bamford's comic friend, Joseph Healy, the barber and quack doctor; John Baguley, a servant; and Samuel Drummond, of Stockport, the chief organizers of the Blanqueters' March; Joseph Johnson, of Manchester, a small brush manufacturer; and the group around the radical Manchester Observer, founded early in 1819. Notably Wardle, James Rowe, and J.T. Saxton. In addition, the men held on suspicion for complicity in the Ardwick conspiracy included a knife grinder, a cooper, and a bleacher. One account of the early months of the Lancashire movement comes from the somewhat unreliable pen of the printer, Joseph Mitchell. Early in 1816 he had been a member of the Liverpool Concentric Society, a largely middle-class society which disgusted him by its refusal to engage in public propaganda. They would drink, and sing, and smoke, and toast, and pun, and speechify, after a good dinner, and over a bottle, and puff such men as Brougham and the like, but they would not do one single act towards favouring the people's cause. 1. Mitchell travelled to South Lancashire in search of work, meeting many professing but inactive reformers, and deciding to mix among the people, to spread moral and political information. He became the first self-appointed political missionary, visiting town after town, and maintaining himself by the sale of Cartwright's pamphlets and his own address to the people, or ABC of Politics. Early in November 1816 he visited Cartwright in London, and met Cobbett, who gave him the Lancashire agency of the Political Register. From this point his story merges with that of the Hampton Clubs. 2. Although there was a handful of small manufacturers and professional men active in the Lancashire movement, these should be clearly distinguished from the small group of active middle-class reformers in Manchester. These had their own press, their distinct Benthamite ideology, and were at pains to distance themselves from the Huntite reformers even on those occasions when they took part in common agitations or rendered important assistance to them. 1. It is curious to note that no cotton spinner or mill hand features among the local radical leadership. There can be little doubt as to the radical sympathies of the spinners. The Manchester authorities noted in February 1817 that reformers' meetings are swelled much in numbers from the moment the spinning factories in the neighbourhood leave off working, a proof that the discontent is not confined to those who are distressed, the circumstances of the spinners being comparatively good. This body have of late contributed out of their funds assistance to the reformers. To the spinners, who were undergoing reductions in these years, were approaching the first peak of their trade union strength. 1818 was to see the great spinners' strike, and the first impressive attempts to organize a general union of trades. During the strike the letters of magistrates to the Home Office contained many complaints as to the influence of radical agitators like Baguley and Drummond over the spinners as well as the weavers. 3. The Lancashire spinners were, thus, at the core of northern trade unionism and, indeed, were pioneering new forms of organization in the national scene. Why did they produce no notable reform leaders? The reasons may be partly of circumstance, and partly political and ideological. The Spinners' Union was a quasi-legal body. Over the years, the workers had become adept at keeping their effective leaders in the background. They were much more vulnerable than weavers or artisans to victimization by their employers, and the Lancashire mill owners had a tradition of blacklisting political agitators. 1. In this sense, the factory worker was less independent than the weaver, even though the latter might be living on the edge of famine. Moreover, we must remember the long hours worked in the cotton mills. The way of life described by Bamford, whereby at the peak periods of agitation, the semi-employed weavers and artisans might take time off to tramp many miles to delegate meetings, or to harangue gatherings of reformers, was not open to the adult cotton spinner. But it is not difficult to suggest further reasons why the spinners held back from a leading position among the reformers. The radicalism of Cobbett and of Hunt, with its emphasis upon the values of economic independence, its emotional hostility to the factory system, and its criticism of the present in the light of an ideal past of mutual ties and economic reciprocity, did not speak for the factory workers' predicament. Until the 1820s, when a confluence began to take place between Owenism and trade unionism, it is difficult to point to a radicalism in key with the experience of those within the cotton mills, although there is some evidence that groups of spinners here and there preferred the tauter and more utilitarian appeal of Wooler and Carlyle to the moralizing of Cobbett's Register. Huntite radicalism had little to say about factory reform, or social questions in general. The main channel for the energy of the factory workers of 1816 to 20 was within their own trade union organization. Here results were immediate, the issue tangible. Most of the cotton spinners were radicals, but the authorities feared no spinners rising, nor march on London. To this we may add that Manchester had already some of the weaknesses, as well as strengths, of a metropolis. Its great size, diversity of occupations, spreading slum districts, and the constant passage through it of immigrants, gave to it less of a sense of cohesion than existed in the upland townships. The very large Irish population, while sympathizing with the agitation of 1816-20, did not become integrated with the movement. Moreover, if some of the cotton towns had zealous loyalist magistrates, many of the smaller ones were almost wholly proletarian in character and were scarcely policed. 1 In Manchester, the permanent deputy constable, Joseph Naden, had gained experience in radical hunting during the Luddite years. The known radical leaders were marked and watched, and spies continually infiltrated into the Manchester Constitutional Society or Political Union. In Manchester, in 1817 and 1819, Naden's men and the reformers' leaders brushed against each other in the streets, and sometimes stayed to exchange banter or threats. William Ogden, arrested in March 1817, testified that the notorious J. Naden had for 6 weeks before declared to me, from time to time, that if I did not discontinue my attendance at the public meetings, he would apprehend me. 2 The a moderate length to begin. Naden remarked on one occasion, to encourage the morale of one of his prisoners, but the all be lunger afore the comes back to Rayton, ween ha thee hanged 3. But the country folk only suffered on rare occasions from his uncouth attentions. The rural patriots, then, were the backbone of the reform movements of these years. They felt this to be so themselves. After an open-air meeting in Manchester at the end of October 1816, an informant returned with a herd of the Failsworth reformists. They vented the bitterest curses and reproaches against the people of Manchester, but chiefly against the higher classes. They consoled themselves by ascribing the absence of the Manchester people to the coercion of the masters. Of the number present, informant thinks 1/2 were people from the country. 4. A majority of those who set off from Manchester with their petitions and blankets to march to London were country weavers. 1. Although in 1818 Stockport provided an important model of a rather different type of urban reform movement, under the leadership of the Reverend Joseph Harrison, a Methodist minister turned radical orator and schoolmaster, the country people were again dominant in 1819. These were the men whose nightly drillings, of which Bamford has left idyllic and over-innocent descriptions, were the prelude to Peterloo. These were the people, too, whose great orderly contingents, from Lees and Saddleworth, Middleton and Rochdale, Oldham and Bury, filled so large a part of St. Peter's Fields on August 16, 1819. And, just as the more extreme physical force party in the provinces waited upon London for a signal, so many of the upland weavers waited impatiently for Manchester to commence the insurrection. Fury, not only against the authorities, but also against this apathetic Babylon of the factory system, nourished the talk in 1817, and again in 1819, of starting the insurrection by making a Moscow of Manchester. And, at the end of 1819, when the Manchester movement was beginning to break up in a welter of personal disputes and warring factions, an entertaining report by a spy upon an appallingly rancorous and disorderly meeting of the Manchester Union concludes. At this moment presented themselves 2 countrymen, one of which got up and wished to know if this was the Union. It was some time before any one spoke. At last some person said it should be. The stranger then said he came from Flixton, to see how reform was going on. Some one cried out, "Did Justice Wright send you?" The old man took no notice but continued that in their country hundreds were daily joining their sections, and if he was to tell them what he had seen this night they would never put any confidence in the Manchester Union. Several of the leaders got round the strangers and persuaded them not to mention what they had seen that night. 1. These people were, of course, in the main handloom weavers, whose problems and way of life we have examined in an earlier chapter. By 1819 whole communities of Lancashire weavers had adhered to the cause of reform, and from this time until the last Chartist years, weavers and stockingers were always among its staunchest and most extreme adherents. Successive failures in their agitations for parliamentary protection led directly to the question of the reform, or overthrow, of the seat of government itself. They could not hope to improve their position by trade union action alone, and the failure of the Great Weavers' Strike of 1818 to bring any enduring gains underline the lesson. If the ideology of economic independence and sturdy political individualism, voiced by Cobbett and Hunt, was out of key with the factory hand's experience, it fitted that of the weavers like a glove. The weavers shared Cobbett's dislike of the noise and oppression of the mills, his emphasis upon every man's right to obtain, by the sweat of his own brow, a square meal, a decent coat, and physical well-being, his suspicion of London, paper money, the thing, his preference for moral, rather than utilitarian, argument, his nostalgia for passing rural values. Indeed, they responded eagerly to most of the views of Cobbett in 1817, except for his disavowal of political societies and clubs. The strength of the extreme reformers, then, lay in the hand-workers' villages of the Midlands and the North. We hope to have disposed of the misconception that these industrial villagers were bumpkins or yokels, among the most backward sections of the people. While the artisan strongholds in the cities, London, Birmingham, Norwich, Sheffield, Newcastle, provided the earliest following for Carlyle's Deism and Owen's socialism, the hand-workers perhaps ranked next to them in the scale of intelligence and literacy, in which they compared favorably with other industrial groups, iron workers and miners, the city poor, manual laborers, and many mill workers. 1 The comparative prosperity of the early years of the Industrial Revolution, in consequence of the machine yarn boom, had led to a rise not only in material but also in cultural values. It was the undermining of this way of life which gave extreme force to the hand-workers' protest. If the centers of radical conspiracy were to be for 30 years in such places as Pentridge, Loughborough, and Barnsley, if plots were discussed in a chapel at Middleton, a pub at Thornhill Lees, and a gravel pit in Heckmondwike, this was not because these places were on the edge of nowhere, but because the people of these townships and villages were at the heart of the conflict between unplanned economic individualism and an older way of life. Weavers and stockingers were the worst victims of laissez-faire, and therefore they merited also the closest attentions of Lord Sidmouth and Oliver. They were, not the backward, but the characteristic workers of this phase of the Industrial Revolution. For Brandreth and Oliver. But all the great centres of the hand-workers were from 100 to 200 miles away from London. Had the textile centres been in Essex, the nail-making villages in Sussex, had the weavers brought their banners to Spa Fields instead of St. Peter's Fields, the course of English history would have been changed. As it was, whenever insurrectionary sentiment smouldered in the Pennines or in Warwickshire, it had no obvious objective close at hand. Luddism, by 1817, was largely discredited. How was the weight of feeling in the provinces to be brought to bear on government itself? The March of the Blanqueters was an attempt to bring this pressure to bear. The Lancashire men were to march peacefully with their petitions upon London, holding meetings and gathering support on the way. There was some expectation of support from other groups of marchers from Yorkshire and the Midlands, and one of the Manchester leaders is reported to have said, "If we could get you as far as Birmingham, the whole WD be done, for I have no doubt you will be 100,000 strong." As to what was intended in London, various rumours were afoot. The organisers declared that no more was intended than the presentation of their petitions to the Prince Regent. But a tumultuous welcome was expected from the London populace, and there may have been some expectation that the marchers could perform a similar role to that of the men of Marseilles in Paris in 1792. Again we must ask a question. It is not only what was intended, but who intended it? The geographical situation of the hand-workers not only made for their isolation from the center of power, it also made for a crucial weakness in communication and organization. We have noted the cohesion of the smaller industrial communities, and their opacity to the scrutiny of the authorities. The weak points in their organization were always the links between them and the regional centers, and above all, between these centers and London. It was relatively easy for the authorities to infiltrate spies into the organization at Manchester, and even at Sheffield and Nottingham, and these spies, by their forwardness and ability to take time off work, very often succeeded in becoming delegated to the regional committees. It was most easy of all to place spies among the London tavern extremists. A widely accepted account of the events of the spring and summer of 1817 is as follows. In March and again in June the magistrates pounced upon meetings of working-class delegates and arrested them all. These men were supposed to be engaged on making plans for a general insurrection, but apart from the evidence supplied by paid spies and informers, there is nothing to show that any such movement existed. Wild talk there doubtless was, but of any organized conspiracy there is no untainted evidence at all. 1. This is the classic Whig interpretation of 1817, and it is also the defense used by the reformers of the time themselves. It is an interpretation which received scholarly backing in the Hammond's Skilled Laborer, which remains the most authoritative reconstruction of the career of the notorious Oliver. 2. The Whig case, however, is a serious oversimplification. We need not go over once again our discussion of what constitutes untainted evidence. But there are overwhelming reasons for supposing that some kind of physical force conspiracy was under preparation in 1817, which was inextricably intertwined with the counter-conspiracy of government provocateurs. As early as December 1816 there was loose contact between the Jacobin party in London and extreme reformers in the provinces. At least 2 of the missionaries appointed by the Lancashire delegate meeting in the same month, with instructions to visit Yorkshire and the Midlands, were of the Physical Force party, William Benbow and Joseph Mitchell. From this time forward Mitchell moved frequently between London, the Midlands, and the North. When Bamford attended the Hampton Club Convention in January 1817, both Mitchell and Benbow had made many London contacts. Benbow acted almost as master of ceremonies, and Mitchell accompanied Bamford on a visit to the barracks where they distributed radical pamphlets. Since Cartwright, Cobbett, and Hunt offered no serious organized leadership, some of the provincial delegates had further meetings at the Cock in Grafton Street with Dr. Watson and his group, where plans of national communication and of secret organization were discussed. 1. Thus when habeas corpus was suspended in the first week of March some sketchy system of national organization already existed. The authorities claimed that there were 4 centers of organization controlled by secret committees, 1. Nottingham, Derby, and Leicester. 2. Birmingham and District. 3. Lancashire. 4. Yorkshire. There was undoubtedly a considerable passage of delegates and also of radical correspondence. Mitchell has left some account of these months, when he, Benbow, and Knight eluded the authorities, scarce ever resting 2 nights at a place. 2. Bamford has also described his days on the run with Healy, at a time when some Lancashire reformers did not dare to come out save like owls at nightfall, while others assembled under various pretexts. Sometimes they were termed benefit societies, sometimes botanical meetings, meetings for the relief of the families of imprisoned reformers, or of those who had fled the country, but their real purpose, divulged only to the initiated, was to carry into effect the night attack on Manchester. An informer at one such meeting, at Chatterton in March, reports in terms which are familiar from Luddite until Chartist times. The Chatterton man said that most of the people had arms already. He said he thought they would muster about 70 firelocks. It was agreed to come to Chester on Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock and to meet at the Royal Oak at Ardwick Bridge, to hear what news had come from Beeham, Sheffield and any other places from where house information was expected. The Chatterton man said he had seen the deputy from Bury and he been at Huddersfield and Leeds and he was confident the people were all ready to begin at any hour as they had been getting up a deal of arms that had been hid since the time of the Luddites. 3. They were to advance when they saw a rocket. Almost identical passages can be found in the Home Office papers for 1839 and 1848. The Physical Force party was always waiting to hear what news had come from Birmingham, or London, or Newport. From one standpoint the story is pathetic. It was out of half a dozen meetings of this sort that the Ardwick conspiracy was built, at the end of March, on the pretext of which several of the most active Lancashire leaders were seized. From another aspect it is more serious. On dozens of occasions and at a dozen places men assembled with a few guns and homemade arms in villages of the Midlands and North, and made irresolute movements, less through timidity than through their fear of betrayal and their sense of geographic isolation. If at any of these crises the news had come, if a major center had been captured by revolutionaries, then insurrection might have spread rapidly to other districts. By May revolutionary feeling was rising in several districts, and there was sporadic communication between them. But there was no responsible organizing center. The country waited upon London, but the Londoners with whom they were in sketchy contact were less able to initiate an insurrectionary attempt than the countrymen. William Stevens, a Nottingham needlemaker who took an active part in the conspiracy and later escaped to America, later deposed that after the suspension of habeas corpus many hundreds, and, as he believes, many thousands, said that, it was time to resist. This was the way of thinking of a great part of the people in his town in the months of March, April, and May 1817. But though the means of resistance were anxiously wished for, no plan of resistance was formed until sometime in the month of May. It was first moved when, in April, Mr. Mitchell went through Nottingham, on his way to London. 1. Mitchell moved in a sphere of his own, the extent of which no man knew save himself. In April he visited in London Charles Pendrill, the Jacobin shoemaker and former associate of Depard, who was then making preparations to escape to America. Pendrill had recently helped a friend, known to him as William Oliver, out of debtor's jail. Soon after this Oliver began to make very vehement professions of patriotism, and expressed uncommon anxiety to know whether there were any political associations into which he might obtain admittance. 1 Oliver's professions were believed, and by March he had been admitted to the inner circle of London reformers. On March 28 he requested an interview with Lord Sidmouth. In April he was introduced by Pendrill and other reformers to Mitchell, who waited upon him in his rooms and was impressed by his full-length bronze figure of Napoleon on the chimney-piece, and the portraits of Burdett, Cobbett, Home Tooke, and Fox. He told me that it was the desire of the London Friends to form a connection with the country friends. I said, it was also much wished by the country. But when Mitchell requested a meeting with the London Committee, Oliver assured him that it was too dangerous a time to call them together. 2. Oliver prevailed upon Mitchell to be permitted to accompany him on his next tour in the provinces. The two men set off on April 23 on a tour which was to last for 23 days and which was to secure for him introductions to leading reformers in the main centres of the Midlands and the North. 3 It was a splendid coup of espionage, and Sidmouth was well served by Oliver's reports. On May 5 he reported attending a central delegate meeting at Wakefield, attended by men from Birmingham, Sheffield, Huddersfield, Barnsley, Leeds, and by Thomas Bacon for the North Midlands district. Large promises were made as to the number of men who would rise in each district. The date of the rising was planned for May 26, and Oliver promised that London would be ready. Privately, he reported that it was a weak and impractical scheme, and that if it could be delayed it would blow up of itself. 1. But, perhaps by a miscalculation, Mitchell had been arrested on May 4, and Oliver proceeded, as the London delegate, on his own. 2 Thereafter an extraordinary situation existed, in which insurrectionary preparations were going forward in several districts, but in which the only London contact man who can be identified was a government agent. In London Watson, Thistlewood, Preston, and Hooper were still awaiting trial for high treason for their part in the Spa Fields affair, and a conviction was generally expected. Some leading reformers were in hiding, others had followed Cobbett to America, still others were already in prison. Up to this point matters seem clear enough. But from this point the sources became heavily partisan. The reformers and Whig critics of government were at pains to present every piece of evidence to show that Oliver was the main instigator and organizer of the events of June 9. The authorities, on the other hand, alleged that Oliver's role was solely that of an informer, that if he intervened in revolutionary plans it was only to postpone or disorganize them, and that it was only thanks to their vigilance that a dangerous insurrection was averted. The truth is probably more complex than either account. Oliver was not the only spy in the secret organization. The magistrates in Lancashire and Nottingham were kept well briefed by their own local informers. But, at the same time, it is not true that the only instigators of revolution were spies. Bamford was visited at Middleton in May, not by Oliver, but by delegates from Derby, Thomas Bacon and Turner, both of whom were to be involved in the Pentridge Rising. William Stevens deposed that when Thomas Bacon brought his report back to the North Midlands Committee, from the Wakefield meeting of May 5, Brandreth, Turner, and Ludlam were present, as well as a great many more persons. About 5 or 6 days before the 26th of May, a letter from our friends at Sheffield came to Nottingham, informing us that the rising has been put off to the 9th of June in consequence of the advice of Oliver, because the nights would then be dark, and because the whole country would by that time be in a more perfect state for rising. In consequence of this, preparations continued to be made in Nottingham and the neighbourhood until the day of rising. Oliver had, meanwhile, returned to report to his masters in London, not neglecting to look up his old colleague Mitchell in Coldbath Fields Prison. 1 On May 23 Sidmouth was advised by the magistrates of the Midlands and North that the insurrection would take place on June 9, with or without the support of London. He sent Oliver by the mail into the country too. But on this second tour Oliver acted like a man with a quite different brief. His talk was now full of large promises. Formerly he had on occasion represented himself as delegated by Burdett, Cochrane, Hunt, or Major Cartwright. 3 Now he added talk of the plans of the Wolverhampton reformers to take Wheaton Barracks. Wooler, the editor of the Black Dwarf, was then at work in London printing the proclamations to be issued by the provisional government. Preparations were always further advanced in every place than the one in which he happened to be. His attentions were concentrated upon the West Riding and Nottingham in particular. 1. It is significant that Oliver settled upon the two districts in which the secret Luddite organization had been strongest. Moreover, both were the centers of an even older revolutionary tradition. The people of Nottingham, Sherwin wrote, have an habitual feeling of hatred against oppression that perhaps is not to be surpassed by any town in the world. 2 Benbow held a meeting at Pentridge as early as December 1816. The leading reformer in this district, Thomas Bacon, was an old Jack, probably in his 40s, who had worked for some years as a fettler or dresser of cast iron at the Buttery Iron Works. According to the brief prepared by the Crown against him, he had been from 1791 an active supporter of the doctrines of liberty and equality and a zealous disciple of Thomas Paine. He held that property should be equalized, the landed estates broken up, and 8 acres be distributed to each man. For Bacon, Cobbett's Register and the Hampton Clubs did not go far enough. 3. In the other revolutionary centre, the West Riding, the situation was somewhat more confused, since Fitzwilliam's Whig magistracy and Lord Sidmouth were often at cross purposes. In the last week of May active Sheffield magistrates, acting on their own information, surprised a midnight meeting of the leaders of Tens at the grinding wheel of Mr. Chandler. When the meeting took the alarm, men rushed from the doors and windows and hastened to the wood. Wolstenholme, one of the local leaders, and 3 others were seized, and thereafter the Sheffield movement was in confusion. 1. From Nottingham, in these days, we are able to compare 2 independent sources, in which the bias might be expected to have opposing tendencies. In the first, a local informer reported to a local magistrate, "I went to Jerry Brandreth's between 6 and 7 this evening. We left his house, and met against the jail. We walked up Sandy Lane. Stevens said I should have been here on Monday night. He stated that there was a London delegate, who reported that there was about 70,000 in London ready to act with us, and that they were very ripe in Birmingham. It was not stated where he lived, but that he was a staunch friend, and that he was to be here again on Wednesday or Thursday, and to bring the determination of the time to be fixed upon for the insurrection." 2. In the second, Stevens gives his own account nearly a year later. On the 1st or 2nd day of June, Oliver came to Nottingham, to the house of this deponent. He said, that all would be ready in London for the 9th of June. Oliver had a meeting with us now, at which meeting Brandreth and Turner, and many others were present. At this meeting he laid before us a paper which he called a plan of the campaign. When Oliver had thus settled everything with us, he prepared to set off to organize things in Yorkshire, that all might be ready to move in the country at the moment that the rising took place in London, where he told us there were 50,000 men with arms prepared, and that they would take the Tower. A convention of northern delegates was to meet at Sheffield on June 7 to make the final arrangements. When it had met, the members were to separate and go to the several great towns, and the members were to go, not to their own places of abode, but to other places, in order that mutual confidence might be established, and in order that true information might be interchanged. Stevens, indeed, set off for Sheffield on June 7, but was overtaken by a boy on horseback, as a result of which he returned to Nottingham. At his own house he found Oliver, who now said, that some treachery had taken place in Yorkshire, but that, as all was ready in London, all would go on well, if they did but remain firm to their promises at Nottingham and Derby. A meeting now took place, at which Oliver was present. After this meeting Oliver immediately took post to London, explaining that he must give the risers in London an assurance of the hearty co-operation of the country. 1. A good deal came to light as to the movements of Oliver in Yorkshire between 2 and June 6. He moved rapidly from town to town, in preparation for a delegate meeting at Thornhill Lees, near Dewsbury, on June 6. 2 days before this, he had a private interview with Major General John Byng, commanding the troops in the north. The Thornhill Lees meeting was surrounded, and the delegates seized, by troops under General Byng's personal command. 2 Oliver was allowed to escape, but was seen a few hours later by a reformer in a Wakefield hotel in conversation with a servant of General Byng's, and the truth leaked out. By the time Oliver reached Nottingham, on the evening of the 7th, some rumours of treachery had already reached the town, and the final meeting described by Stevens included a grueling cross-examination of the spy, which he was lucky to survive. A tall man said they were not so fond of being hung for nothing at Nottingham as they were in Lancashire, and if I did not stop he did not know what to think of me. 1. But Jerry Brandreth was not at this final meeting. As early as June 5 the Nottingham town clerk had been notified by his own informer. I saw Jerry at his own house. I asked him if they had any communication with any other person than the London delegate. He said they had not, but some of the chaps had. He told me he was going to Pentridge for good, to command the men who were to rise there, and that he was to bring them here, and to collect from all the towns they came through. Later that day the informer was told by Brandreth's wife that he had already gone. She thought he would not return till the job began. 2 Of all these events Lord Sidmouth was apprised. From June 7 the government, the army, and the magistrates were standing by, awaiting the Pentridge revolt. On the 7th the town clerk of Nottingham was in conference all day with the magistrates on the means for preventing and suppressing an expected insurrection of the populace in this town and neighbourhood. On the 9th the town clerk wrote, "My confidential clerk is on the lookout near Pentridge, watching the result of old Bacon's threatened movements." We sat in council waiting for it through the first part of the night. 3. Oliver drew towards London, leaving his victims successively in the traps that he had prepared for them. The employers of Oliver might, in an hour, have put a total stop to those preparations, and have blown them to air. Wished, not to prevent, but to produce those acts, for this was Cobbett's interpretation, and it is difficult to see how any other construction can be put upon the evidence. Recent suggestions that Oliver was not a provocateur, or, alternatively, that if he was, he exceeded Sidmouth's instructions, one cannot be sustained. Nor is there any reason to suppose that members of the Liverpool administration were squeamish, or, indeed, felt any sense of guilt, at the notion of shedding blood. One can never feel that the king is secure upon his throne till he has dared to spill traitors' blood, Lord Liverpool himself had written, when refusing to intercede for the life of Marshal Knee. 2 Castlereagh had served his apprenticeship in the suppression of Irish rebellion. Lord Chancellor Eldon was fighting a rearguard action against Romilly and the penal reformers. in defense of capital penalties. 3 The government was at that time preparing to try for high treason not only Dr. Watson and his colleagues, but also groups of Sheffield and Glasgow reformers. 4 The mask of anarchy does not reveal the ignorant injustice of Shelley's judgment. 5 But judgments which the greater part of Shelley's countrymen came to share. The government wanted blood, not a holocaust, but enough to make an example. The story of Pentridge is soon told. Brandreth, the Nottingham captain, performed the part which he had undertaken. For 2 or 3 days before June 9 he was making open preparations, recruiting and holding council in one of the Pentridge inns. On the night of the 9th 2 or, at the most, 300 men were gathered from villages at the foot of the Derby Peak, Pentridge, South Wingfield, Ripley. They were stockingers, quarrymen, iron workers, and labourers, with a few guns and more pikes, scythes, and bludgeons. Many of them, the Ludlams, Whitemans, and Turners, were related to each other. They set off in the rain to march the 14 miles to Nottingham, calling at farms and houses and demanding arms and support on the way. At one of these farms the only blood of the rising was shed, Brandreth, demanding imperiously entrance to a house where it was believed there was a gun, fired through the window and killed a farm servant. Brandreth led the increasingly despondent party with grim determination. He had repeated some verses, which catch the mood of that night. Every man his skill must try. He must turn out and not deny. No bloody soldier must he dread. He must turn out and fight for bread. The time is come you plainly see. The government opposed must be. One of his lieutenants assured a follower that he believed the day and hour were fixed when the whole nation was expected to rise, and before the middle of the week, he believed there would be hundreds of thousands in arms. There were men appointed all over the nation. Brandreth added more promises, suited to the morale of the moment, or to his audience. Nottingham would be given up before they got there, they should proceed from Nottingham to London, and wipe off the national debt. Forces would come in the morning out of Yorkshire like a cloud, and by a letter which he had seen from London yesterday, the keys of the Tower would be given up to the Hampton Club party, if they were not already. To some reluctant recruits there was promised roast beef and ale, rum, and even a pleasure trip on the Trent. A provisional government would be formed, and it would send relief into the country to the wives and children of those who had taken up arms. Always he promised that the northern clouds would come, men from the north would sweep all before them, and every man that refused should be shot upon the place. Throughout the night the surrounding villages were disturbed by guns fired, horns blowing, shouts, and different noises. As the column approached Nottingham the next day and found no support awaiting it, the men became more and more downcast, and began to slip away, while Brandreth became more imperious, and threatened to shoot deserters. At length they saw approaching them a small force of hussars. The insurrection ended in panic, as the men dropped their weapons and ran for cover, while the troops rode after them, or rounded them up in the next few days. 1. Pentridge was not the only village which rose on the night of 8 and June 9. Despite the arrest of the Yorkshire delegates at Thornhill Lees several hundred clothing workers, mainly from the Holmfirth Valley, advanced upon Huddersfield under a leader who told them, "Now, my lads, all England is in arms, our liberties are secure, the rich will be poor, and the poor will be rich." An explanation as to why this attempt took place, despite the fact that Oliver's treachery was already known in Yorkshire, is offered in depositions of 2 of the insurgents. One of the local leaders read the Leeds Mercury and said all was up, for the plan was completely broke into, and he said that it must either be done now or we shall all be hanged. In another account, a leader said, "We must go, lads, for it will do nothing dodging on it, the business must be done tonight." He reckoned we were like to fight for liberty. The incident reproduces in many details the Pentridge Rising, but in the Folly Hall Rising, the insurgents were very much more fortunate than their Derbyshire fellows. A few shots were exchanged with a small party of military, but no life was lost. When the military returned with reinforcements, the insurgents had disappeared into the night. 2 of the leaders went into hiding. Those who were apprehended benefited from the revulsion of feeling occasioned by the Leeds Mercury disclosures as to the role of Oliver. When they were brought to trial in July, the jury refused to convict. 1. We have told the story of Oliver at length because it is one of the great stories of English history which came to partake almost of the quality of myth. Oliver was the archetype of the radical Judas, and his legendary role was to carry influence throughout 19th century history. We may distinguish between the immediate and the longer-term influence. The employment of informers had become virtually a routine practice on the part of magistrates in the larger industrial centers during the Luddite years, and ever since the 1790s a part of the government's own resources had been appropriated for such secret service purposes. But the practice was regarded by a very wide section of public opinion as being wholly alien to the spirit of English law. The notion of preventive police action even in criminal cases was shocking, and when this was extended to matters of domestic political belief it was an affront to every prejudice of the free-born Englishman. The exposure in the Leeds Mercury of Oliver's role as an agent provocateur literally astounded public opinion. While the historian may read Oliver's reports in the Home Office papers with little surprise, seeing in him only one of the most industrious and daring of a corps of informers, there were thousands of shopkeepers, country squires, dissenting ministers, and professional men who, in 1817 had no idea that such things could take place in England. Hence the Leeds Mercury disclosures, published less than a week after the risings, had a disastrous effect upon the reputation of the government. In the very week that the Pentridge affair took place, Dr. Watson was standing his trial for high treason. The defense tore the leading prosecution witness, Castle, into shreds, and the jury had time to hear of the first revelations about Oliver before reaching their verdict. It was not guilty. This was only one of a series of defeats in the courts, the acquittals of the Glasgow and Folly Hall conspirators, and of Wooler and of Hone on charges of seditious libel. Although throughout 1817 many reformers remained imprisoned under the suspension of habeas corpus, the clamour grew throughout the country against the continental spy system. Instead of isolating the physical force reformers, the revulsion against the actions of Oliver brought extreme and moderate groups together. The most abominable practices recorded in history, wrote John Wade in The Gorgon. 10 years later Francis Place wrote, I despair of being able adequately to express correct ideas of the singular baseness, the detestable infamy, of their equally mean and murderous conduct. They who passed the gagging acts, in 1817 and the 6 acts in 1819 were such miscreants, that could they have acted thus in a well-ordered community they would all have been hanged. 1. Cobbett's reaction was inevitably delayed, but from his first comments in 1818 he never allowed the names of Brandreth or of Oliver to be forgotten. The government had outraged not only the reformers but also all those who valued the old rhetoric of libertarian constitutionalism by which the very purpose of government was to safeguard individual rights. This profound alienation of feeling was made only the more profound by the subsequent trial and execution of the Derby rioters. While Brandreth's case was a foregone conclusion, his followers might well have been accused only of riot. But the administration was determined to exact its full measure of blood. 35 men were arraigned for high treason. Extraordinary care was taken in handpicking the most compliant jury. 210 lawyers acted for the prosecution, against the 2 assigned to the defense. The trial, postponed until October, took place in an atmosphere of terror. The prisoners had been held for weeks on bread and water, and denied visitors. Moreover, the trial itself took a curious course. The whole country was talking of Oliver, and it was confidently expected that the defense would attempt to prove his instigation. But the spy's name was never mentioned. The prosecution rested their case upon proof of the overt acts committed by the accused. The defense in Brandreth's case, in the person of lawyer Cross, claimed that the prisoner had been instigated and deluded, not by Oliver, but by Cobbett and by the artful and insidious publications of the radical press. I cannot help alluding, to one of the most malignant and diabolical publications ever issued from the English press. It is entitled, An Address to the Journeymen and Labourers. These were the most mischievous publications that were ever put into the hand of man. 1 With Brandreth convicted, the defense switched its emphasis, and pleaded that his associates had been under the spell of their charismatic leader, Denman, likening the Nottingham captain to Byron's corsair. There breathed but few whose aspect might defy the full encounter of his searching eye. There was a laughing devil in his sneer that raised emotions both of rage and fear. This did not appear as a sufficient plea in mitigation to the farmers on the Derby jury, however much it may have enhanced Denman's reputation at the bar. Turner, Ludlam, and Whiteman were all found guilty and condemned to death, whereupon the remaining prisoners, including the veteran reformer Thomas Bacon, tendered a plea of guilty on the understanding that their lives would be spared. Over Oliver's part a veil was drawn. 2. It is an extraordinary business, not the less so since there were reformers in the country who had volunteered to go to Derby and testify as to Oliver's activities, even at the danger of incriminating themselves. 3 We cannot accept the explanation that the defense did not cite Oliver because Oliver in fact had no connection with Brandreth. In the first place, we know that he had. In the second place, Denman knew this. Before the trial he wrote to a friend that he had reason to believe that Oliver was at the bottom of the whole business. Defending his conduct in 1820 in the House of Commons, he said that he had not the smallest doubt that the rising was instigated by Oliver, from the information which he had obtained at the time, as counsel for the prisoners, and which he had subsequently followed up. He thought it unwise, however, to call spies as defense witnesses because under the rules of legal procedure he could not cross-examine his own witnesses. They would, when cross-examination was impracticable, have thrown all the weight of their testimony against the prisoners. And there was a further consideration: to have adduced Oliver to speak of his conversations with Brandreth would only have proved that the plan of insurrection was more deeply laid than it was the prisoners' business to contend it was. Indeed, we now know that the brief for the prisoners' defense is endorsed with a note to the effect that proof of instigation by Oliver is inadmissible, and if admissible, it does not lessen the malignity of the offense. 1. This is a plausible explanation. But it is difficult to believe that some procedural means might not have been found to expose so flagrant a case of provocation. While proof of instigation by Oliver might not constitute a legal basis for a defense, juries in London and in Yorkshire had revealed how powerful an effect, in fact, such suspicions produced. There are other possible explanations. The authorities were desperate for a conviction. They were also willing to take extraordinary measures to prevent Oliver's name from being introduced. It is clear from the briefs in the Treasury Solicitor's papers that the Crown had at first intended to put Thomas Bacon on trial first, for treason and insurrection. But while the Crown could have mounted a case against Bacon without calling upon Oliver's evidence, the veteran reformer would certainly have forced the issue in some way, and might even have defended himself. At the 11th hour, the Crown changed its tactics. We have resolved not to bring forward any prosecution in which name can be brought in question. With Brandreth as the leading defendant, it was possible to limit the charges to the overt acts of rebellion. Moreover, the prisoners themselves were isolated until the time of their trial, and may not have known the full story of Oliver's role. Although their relatives sold everything, down to their beds, to provide funds for the defense, it was only in the autumn, when a radical wire worker in London named West formed a defense committee, that any national aid was forthcoming. Indeed, it is not impossible that government brought some pressure to bear on the defense. Even on the scaffold, pains were taken to prevent the victims from exercising their customary right to their last words, the chaplain interposing himself between the condemned men and the crowd. The radical press argued with some color that an understanding had been reached with the prosecution, attributing the worst motives to Lawyer Cross. Brandreth's case was hopeless. Might the Crown have hinted that the lives of some, or all, of his fellows might be spared, if the defense made no mention of Oliver's part? Or might the prosecution have threatened to implicate many more reformers if Oliver's testimony had been called upon? 1. But in this speculation it is easy to forget the prisoners. Who was Jeremiah Brandreth? The Hammonds, characteristically, describe him as a half-starved, illiterate, and unemployed framework neuter, ready to forward any proposal however wild. This is pejorative writing. We know that Brandreth was not illiterate. If he was half-starved and unemployed, so were many hundreds of his fellow stockingers, notably in the Derbyshire ribs trade in which he was employed. We know that he had a house in Nottingham, and that when he was arrested his wife was sent as a pauper to her settlement in Sutton-in-Ashfield. From there she wrote to her husband, on learning from him of his sentence. If you have been drawn in by that wretch Oliver, forgive him, and leave him to God and his own conscience. That God will give to every man his reward, though, when I call him a human being I scarce think him so. Oh that I could atone for all and save your life. And Brandreth, being penniless, walked from Sutton to Derby to say farewell to her husband. His own last letter to her was written in a clear, plain, and steady hand. I feel no fear in passing through the shadow of death to eternal life, so I hope you will make the promise of God as I have, to your own soul, as we may meet in heaven. My beloved, this is the account of what I send to you, 1 work bag, 2 balls of worsted and 1 of cotton, and a handkerchief, an old pair of stockings and a shirt, and the letter I received from my beloved sister, 1. It is from such detail, as well as from the trial, that we must reconstruct a picture of Brandreth, and for an interesting reason. Until the end he refused to say where he was born, the different stations in life he has been engaged in, or any particular concerning his parentage. He was rumoured to have had different trades, and to come from Exeter. In prison he declared himself to be of the Baptist persuasion. Much is said, related Denman to a friend, of the stern and inflexible patriotism of his character. To a magistrate who sought a confession from him in jail, he poured out a volley of abuse and mockery, but at other times he was singularly silent and determined. 2. In fact, these conspirators were not all the unlettered yokels which some historians would have them to be. 1 Because one of their followers thought that a provisional government had something to do with provisions, we need not suppose that they all had straw in their hair. A number were former soldiers, who travelled widely in their service. Of Brandreth's fellows, William Turner was a stonemason, aged 47, who had served in Egypt and elsewhere in the militia. 2 Whiteman was a sawyer, a very civil and decent character, a sober peaceable man. Isaac Ludlam was a man of some small property, being part owner of a stone quarry near Derby, and well known for some miles around as a Methodist preacher. 3 In prison he consoled himself by reading Baxter's Call to the Unconverted. The arrested Yorkshire delegates were, in the main, superior artisans, for while 9 of the 24 men charged with offences after the Folly Hall rising were croppers. This suggests another way of viewing the insurgents. Persistent rumour suggested that Brandreth himself had been a Luddite, perhaps even a Luddite captain. 5 The Holmfirth Valley, from which the Folly Hall insurgents came, was an area persistently connected with the Luddite oath-takings of 1812. At least one of the insurgents had an old halberd which he said had been used in Ludding time. An officer noted that the attempt was accompanied by signal lights on the hills and the firing of signal guns. The system seems to be exactly similar to that practiced at the time of the Luddites. The Leeds cropper, James Mann, may have been a leader of Leeds Luddism, while another of the arrested delegates at Thornhill Lees was said to be a notorious stealer of arms in 1812. Arising on the 8th or 9th, a Leeds magistrate reported, has been the common conversation in the croppers' shops for 2 or 3 weeks past. 1. There is reason, then, to suppose that some of those involved were not dupes but experienced revolutionaries. Brandreth's long silence had in it a heroism which has been little understood. It is probable that he kept silent about Oliver in the hope that his own death would atone for the offences of his fellows, and in order to prevent the involvement of fellow reformers. Brandreth, according to one account, is said to have declared, that his blood ought to be shed, as he had shed blood, but he hoped he should be the only victim. But, at the same time, he felt no contrition for the murder which he had committed. Although ready to join in any act of religion, he was insensible of any remorse, and proof against all fear. God gave me great fortitude, he wrote to his wife, to bear up my spirits on trial too. We may see the Pentridge Rising as one of the first attempts in history to mount a wholly proletarian insurrection, without any middle-class support. The objectives of this revolutionary movement cannot perhaps be better characterized than in the words of the Belper Street song, "The Levolution is begun." 3. The attempt throws light upon the extreme isolation into which the Northern and Midlands workers had been forced during the wars, and it is a transitional moment between Luddism and the populist radicalism of 1818-20 and 1830-32. Even without Oliver's patent provocations, some kind of insurrection would probably have been attempted, and perhaps with a greater measure of success. 1. Indeed, in the Crown's view, not Oliver nor Mitchell, but Thomas Bacon, who himself had travelled between Nottingham, Derby, Yorkshire, Lancashire, and Birmingham, was the main instigator of rebellion. 2. This offers, in terms of realpolitik, a shred of justification for the actions of Sidmouth and the government. Believing that some outbreak was inevitable, they determined to handle it in such a way as to exact an example of terror and punishment which would silence, once for all, the monstrous sedition of the lower orders. But this is not to suggest that in any circumstances in 1817 a working-class insurrection had any hope of success. Every detail of the story illustrates the weakness of the revolutionary organization, and the lack of an experienced leadership. The testimony of the Nottingham informer, who was also evidently employed in a provocative role, illustrates the position of reformers in 100 industrial villages. On June 6 he visited Charles Smith at Arnold and began to talk with him about the job and asked him if he had got anybody ready. He said all the town were ready, if there was a probability of succeeding, but he did not think there was a chance. He said, there could be nothing done unless they were properly organized and had a good leader, and he advised me to keep clear from the hands of justice, as the intended attempt would only get many hanged. 3. V. Peterloo. In the following month such men as Charles Smith mourned Brandreth in their thousands. Cashman apart, this was the first bloodshed in the encounter. The psychic consequences were profound, and thereafter both government and reformers saw the issue as a sheer contest of power. And yet the longer-term influence of the Oliver affair was to strengthen the constitutionalist, as opposed to the revolutionary, wing of the reform movement. A rising without Oliver would have panicked the middle class to the side of the administration. A rising with Oliver threw Whigs and middle-class reformers onto the alert. For 3 years the crucial political contest centered upon the defense of civil liberties, and the rights of the press, where the middle class itself was most sensitive. The Oliver affair gave to the working-class reform movement after 1817 a determined but constitutionalist outlook. Peaceably if we may took precedence over forcibly if we must. The acquittals of Wooler, Hone, the Folly Hall insurgents, and the protests at the spy system of such men as Earl Fitzwilliam and Coke of Norfolk, emphasized the importance of vestigial rights and of the constitutionalist tradition. The failure at Pentridge emphasized the extreme danger of conspiracy. Only the shock of Peterloo threw a part of the movement back into revolutionary courses, and the Cato Street conspiracy served to reinforce the lesson of Oliver and of Pentridge. From 1817 until Chartist times, the central working-class tradition was that which exploited every means of agitation and protest short of active insurrectionary preparation. Moreover, moderate reformers and Whigs were not slow to turn the lesson of Oliver to their own advantage. Indeed, the Leeds Mercury drew a lesson from the exposures which was, in effect, that the working class must place itself under the guidance and protection of the Whigs and middle-class reformers. In its editorial on the Derby trials it advised reformers to shun as an enemy every political missionary who should seek to instill the deadly seeds of rebellion into their minds. Everyone should be suspected henceforth as a spy, or an informer, or an incendiary, who talks of any force but that of reason. 1. In London the Burdettite Independent Whig drew much the same lesson. One of the victims at Derby had, earlier in 1817, cancelled his subscription to the Whig and announced his intention of subscribing to the Political Register, and the rising was seen as a consequence of the propagation of Cobbett's poisonous doctrines. 1 Cobbett, for his part, saw his warnings against all clubs and correspondencies confirmed, while Hunt, on more than one occasion in the future, raised the cry of Oliver to silence critics such as Watson, Cleary and Thistlewood. For 40 more years, the name of Oliver told in the memory of physical force reformers and Chartists, and gave a fatal irresolution to all their preparations. There is a sense in which Peterloo followed directly, and inevitably, upon Pentridge. It was the outcome of an extraordinarily powerful and determined constitutionalist agitation, largely working class in character, within a potentially revolutionary context. What was displayed, in 1819, was not the strength but the growing weakness of the English Ancien regime. Fragmented and terrorized, with many local leaders under arrest, the reform movement had little organized expression through much of 1818. But, in a curious way, the authorities were powerless also. The government met in a hostile London, where juries had refused to convict Wooler and Hone, where grotesque prints and lampoons were displayed in the windows, and where publications which were, in the eyes of the authorities, seditious atrocities, were disseminated with impunity. One by one they were forced to release the reformers: Thomas Evans, Gravener Henson, Knight, Bamford, Johnson, Baguley, Mitchell, and many others, held on suspicion in 1817. The released men refused to lie down, they addressed meetings, attended dinners in their honor, and attempted to sue the government for illegal arrest. In Lancashire and the Midlands there were great strikes in which supposedly illegal trade unions paraded the streets. The repression of the 1790s had been endorsed not only by the landowners and many employers, but by enough public opinion in both the middle and working classes, to silence the Jacobins. The repression of 1817 provoked, on the contrary, an accession of strength to the radical reformers, while a large section of middle-class opinion held aloof from the government. In 1795 Pitt could present himself as defending the Constitution against French innovation. In 1819 Liverpool, Sidmouth, Eldon, and Castlereagh were seen as men intent upon displacing constitutional rights by despotic continental rule. 1819 was a rehearsal for 1832. In both years a revolution was possible because the government was isolated and there were sharp differences within the ruling class. And in 1819 the reformers appeared more powerful than they had ever been before, because they came forward in the role of constitutionalists. They laid claim to rights, some of which it was difficult to deny at law, which had never been intended for extension to the lower orders. But if these rights were gained, it meant, sooner or later, the end of the old regime, as scores of magistrates wrote into the Home Office, in very similar terms. If meetings or unions or seditious pamphlets were allowed, at what point would this stop? For no one supposed that the structure of power rested upon Pitt's barracks alone. The integument of power, in the countryside or in the corporate town, was composed of deference and fear. If riots or strikes were, from time to time, inevitable, there must still be enough of these two requisites for insubordination to be cowed as soon as an example was made of the ringleaders. In 1817 this world was passing. By 1819, in whole regions of England, it had passed. The defences of deference had been weakened by dissent and by Methodism. They had been challenged by Luddism and Hampton clubs. In May 1817 Sherwin carried further Thelwall's insight into the influence of manufactures on the working man. The nature of his calling forces him into the society of his fellow men. In a manufacturing district political discussion is inevitable, while the workers have the means of organization in clubbing their pennies together. Numbers bring an absence of deference. If an aristocrat happen to meet a weaver in the street, and the latter does not choose to off with his hat, the man of consequence cannot harm him. Hence arises that contempt for assuming greatness and petty despotism, which we may observe in all manufacturing towns. And from this contempt proceeds, that downright rooted hatred, that we may observe when we hear an aristocratical-minded man speak of those parts of the country wherein manufactures and political information have flourished. 1. The rights to which reformers laid claim in 1819 were those of political organization, the freedom of the press, and the freedom of public meeting. Beyond these three, there was the right to vote. We may take these in order. For the first, the British working class had already become, as it was to remain for 100 years, perhaps the most clubbable working class in Europe. The facility with which English working men formed societies in the early 19th century is formidable. The influence of Methodism and of dissenting chapels, the lengthening experience of the friendly societies and trade unions, the forms of parliamentary constitutionalism, as observed on the hustings or as mediated by middle-class and self-educated reformers to the working-class movement, all these influences had diffused a general addiction to the forms and proprieties of organizational constitutionalism. It seems at times that half a dozen working men could scarcely sit in a room together without appointing a chairman, raising a point of order, or moving the previous question. A motion was made, that no person but leaders of sections should vote. One gentleman got up and spoke as follows: Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. I desire you will do your duty in keeping order. After he had repeated this so often I was afraid of his lungs, the chairman called out order. Order. And with such a voice that made me tremble. He then proceeded, Mr. Chair, I look upon us here, as being members sent to this here place, to transact the business of reform, in same manner as our business should be done in Parliament, to which I compare us here. He then took his seat when up started 2 or 3 others, one of them saying he had only a few words to say in opposition to that gentleman, who had compared this place to the House of Commons, that house of corruption, that den of thieves, as Cobbett properly called it. If he thought they resembled that company in any way he would never come into this place again. 2. The account is from Manchester. But, if another informer's report is to be believed, the Cato Street conspirators, while plotting in a garret the assassination of the cabinet, found it necessary to appoint one of their number as chairman, and to take the questions of beheading Castlereagh and firing the Tower of London in proper form, with a vote upon the substantive motion. This playing at Parliament was only the ridiculous side of the creative tradition of organization. To unite in the face of exploitation or oppression was almost the instinctual response of such men as weavers and colliers. They themselves had come to understand that it was only through organization that they could transform themselves from a mob into a political movement. Moreover, while Pitt's legislation against national delegate or corresponding societies remained on the statute book, when the gagging acts expired in 1818 the right of local organization could only with difficulty be challenged at law. The last months of 1818 and the first of 1819 saw a number of new models of local reform societies, the Stockport Political Union, the Hull Political Protestants, the British Forum in London. When compared with the corresponding societies or Hampton clubs, they are distinguished by their open character. They were, above all, centers for debate and political discussion, and for the sale of radical publications. As such, they were less open to provocations by spies. The spies could enter, but what else could they do? 1. In the absence of national organization, the local societies took their lead from the radical press. It was because this press provided the very tissues without which the movement would have fallen apart, that the claim for the fullest liberty of the press was one of the foremost radical demands. 1816–20 were, above all, years in which popular radicalism took its style from the hand press and the weekly periodical. This means of propaganda was in its fullest egalitarian phase. Steam renting had scarcely made headway, and the plebeian radical group had as easy access to the hand press as church or king. Transport was too slow for the national newspaper to weaken the position of the provincial press, but rapid enough to enable the weekly political register or black dwarf to maintain a running commentary on the news. The means of production of the printed page were sufficiently cheap to mean that neither capital nor advertising revenue gave much advantage, while the successful radical periodical provided a living not only for the editor, but also for regional agents, booksellers, and itinerant hawkers, thereby making of radicalism, for the first time, a profession which could maintain its own full-time agitators. In favorable conditions, the circulation of the publications of Cobbett, Carlyle, Wooler, and Wade competed with, or greatly exceeded, all but a handful of the established journals. 1. From the time of Cobbett's defection, it was the Black Dwarf which commanded the largest radical audience. Its editor, T.J. Wooler, was a Yorkshire-born printer, who had served his apprenticeship in Shoreditch, and his apprenticeship to politics in the small debating societies and periodicals of the war years. 2. In 1815 he had founded The Stage, whose mixture of heavy-handed satire and libertarian rhetoric set the tone also for the Black Dwarf. He had the moral support of Major Cartwright, and was himself exceptionally fluent both as an orator and as a writer, composing, on occasions, his articles directly on the stone. He was a consistent advocate of radical organization, upon the open and constitutionalist pattern. Those who condemn clubs either do not understand what they can accomplish, or they wish nothing to be done. Let us look at, and emulate the patient resolution of the Quakers. They have conquered without arms, without violence, without threats. They conquered by union. The political Protestants exemplified, for him, the expedient organizational form, with classes, a weekly penny subscription, and the main function of selling and discussing radical publications. Larger meetings are not so well calculated for discussions. By rule all secret transactions were disavowed, and members proposing such could be censured or expelled. Our books and accounts shall at all times be laid open for the inspection of the magistrates. Against such measures spies will be useless, and, in his characteristically overblown style, the agents of a Sidmouth and a Castlereagh will be as harmless as the scowling fiend that was startled at the ear of the eve by the touch of Ithuriel. 1. Wooler had many competitors. In London, Henry White's Independent Whig was a substantial weekly newspaper, admirable in its coverage, but little interested in radical organization. John Hunt's Examiner served with brilliance as the weekly of the radical intelligentsia, with Hazlitt as a regular contributor. John Thelwall had re-emerged to undertake the editorship of the Champion. These journals all held aloof from the plebeian movement. John and Leigh Hunt were irritated at being confused with their namesake, whose vulgarity they disliked too. Among the score of pamphlet-sized periodicals, the most influential were Sherwin's Political Register and the Gorgon. Sherwin had been dismissed from the keepership of Southwell Bridewell for avowing himself a disciple of Paine. Although he was scarcely 18, his register was perhaps the most cogent and well-written of the periodicals. Moreover, it holds its place in the history of radical theory because of Sherwin's association with Richard Carlyle, who took over first the publishing and then the editorial control of the register, finally transforming it into the renowned Republican. 3. The Penny Gorgon had a smaller circulation, confined to London and Manchester. Edited by John Wade, a former journeyman wool sorter, it was the most austere and reputable in intellectual terms. Wade was also the author of the extremely impressive Black Book, whose well-researched evidence as to parliamentary corruption, sinecures, pluralism and absenteeism in the church, and nepotism and extravagance in the Bank and the East India Company, was published in fortnightly sixpenny parts, with a sale of 10,000 for each. The Gorgon's main influence was upon the shaping theory of the working class movement, where it served as a junction between the utilitarians and the radical trade unionists. We wish the ultra-reformers, the universal suffrage men, to whom we belong, to make some advances to the moderate reformers. 1. On the other flank of Wooler and Cobbett, there were a dozen more or less ephemeral periodicals of the physical force party, the most long-lived of which was the Medusa, or Penny Politician. Edited by Thomas Davison, a Smithfield bookseller, which carried editorials on such themes as the blowing up of the present system, and which warned its critics that there are trees, lamp-posts, and halters everywhere, if summary justice is required, to make examples of any hardened and incorrigible villain, or any great or little plunderer of property. 2. These were the periodicals which radiated radicalism out from London to the provinces, whose editors, publishers, booksellers, hawkers, and even bill stickers were in the front of the contest for the liberty of the press between 1817 and 1822. A main business of the radicals was to increase their sales. But, as the movement grew, the provincial centres began to develop their own press. By far the most impressive was the Manchester Observer, a newspaper rather than a periodical, whose circulation at the end of 1819 approached that of the Black Dwarf, and which had a greater sense of the news of the movement than any competitor. The Observer was, of course, closely involved in Manchester politics, and local politics gave rise to the need for journals in other centres. George Edmunds in Birmingham fought a sharp radical campaign which secured his election, in April 1819, to the Birmingham Board of Guardians. He conducted his fight in a series of letters, one which later gave rise to Edmunds' Weekly Register. In Norwich, where the old Jacobin-Whig alliance which had returned William Smith to Parliament in 1802 still had some reality, the general election of 1818 gave rise to a blue and white dwarf. Small sheets appeared in Coventry, Dudley, and no doubt elsewhere. Dustmen and porters read and discuss politics, and labourers, journeymen, and masters speak one language of disaffection and defiance too. It would be tedious to rehearse the alarm voiced by magistrates or ministers at this phenomenon. The effect of the press, in the eyes of one observer, was that a line of demarcation was drawn between the different ranks of society, and a rooted antipathy and ferocious spirit of retaliation was engendered in the minds of the labouring classes. 3. At the end of 1819, during the high tide of Hone and Cruikshank's brilliant lampoons, Eldon declared with indignation. When he was in office he never heard of wagons filled with seditious papers in order to be distributed through every village, to be scattered over the highways, to be introduced into cottages. There was scarcely a village in the kingdom that had not its little shop in which nothing was sold but blasphemy and sedition. 4. There is scarcely a street or a post in the land but that is placarded with something seditious, wrote Bolton Fletcher. Prosecutions apart, there were many attempts to write Cobbett down, with subsidized loyalist journals, Merle's White Dwarf, Shadget's Weekly Review of Cobbett, Wooler, Sherwin, and other democratical and infidel writers, the Manchester Patriot, and scurrilous pamphleteers of the Job Not tribe in Birmingham. We may take one example of such publications, as an indication of the tone of panic which is to be found at the end of 1819. It is a bogus Reformer's Guide, published in Leeds, a copy of which was sent by its proud authors to Lord Sidmouth, in the hope of gaining the eye of the minister. A radical reform means a complete revolution. It is a change of government, founded on republican principles, and its object is a new modification of the rights of mankind. This is its true character, and its features are pillage, murder, and massacre. Reformers held to a levelling principle, and if we have an equal right to the property of others, the same argument would palliate and excuse the violation of their wives and daughters. Who are these that fatten on your folly? Turn to the political booksellers. At first, like certain venomous reptiles, they were found in dark alleys and holes, and hiding places, not daring to creep forth. But now they were reaping profits from the people's gullibility. Bless God for his mercies to you. You cannot do that honestly, and be a factious discontented character. Be thankful that you are an Englishman. Read your Bible. Keep your wives and daughters at home. 1. The third right to which the constitutionalist reformers laid claim in 1819 was to the public meeting and open-air demonstration. 20 years lay between the last demonstrations of the LCS and the Spa Fields meetings. For all this time, popular political meetings had been largely in abeyance, except at times of elections or on those occasions when local Whig authorities had convened county meetings presided over by the gentry. In the provinces the very notion of working men attending meetings under the auspices of men of their own rank was, in the minds of loyalist gentry, synonymous with riot and insubordination. When a clerical magistrate prevented the holding of an orderly reform meeting in Birmingham early in 1817, The words which rose to his lips were riotous and disgraceful proceedings, clamour and violence of a misguided populace, tumultuous proceedings, machinations of a few designing individuals, wicked artifices. 1 When the first open-air reform meeting was held in the Potteries, Earl Talbot, the Lord Lieutenant of Staffordshire, and a group of magistrates thought it necessary to attend in person, while troops were held at a short distance out of sight. 2 It was, above all, in Lancashire that the new pattern of the constitutionalist reform demonstration first matured. As early as October 1816 there is a record of an orderly open-air demonstration in Blackburn. In January 1817 an Oldham meeting was preceded by a procession, complete with band, which was headed symbolically by a Quaker apothecary. 3 The Spa Fields affair, and then the experience of Pentridge, redoubled the determination of the constitutionalists to refute the accusations that they were a disorderly and ragged rabble. Bamford's account of the preparations for Peterloo is well known. It was deemed expedient that this meeting should be as morally effective as possible, and that it should exhibit a spectacle such as had never before been witnessed in England. We had frequently been taunted in the press with our ragged, dirty appearance, with the confusion of our proceedings, and the mob-like crowds in which our members were mustered. Cleanliness, sobriety, order, were the first injunctions issued by the committee, to which, on the suggestion of Mr. Hunt, was subsequently added that of peace. This was a main purpose of the nightly or early morning drillings which preceded August 16, 1819. This was also a function of the discipline and pageantry with which the contingents moved towards Manchester, a leader to every 100 men, the bands and the great embroidered banners, the contingent of our handsomest girls at the front. 1 But Bamford overstates the novelty of this discipline and display. For the forms taken over by the radicals came from several sources. The camp meetings of the primitive Methodists contributed something, but their influence can be seen more clearly in the camp meetings of the Northern Chartists. Something was also contributed by the army veterans who became radical drill sergeants. The reformers owed much more to the radical political tradition, to the trade unions and friendly societies. From the time of Wilkes the people of London had revelled in the ceremonial of the great political occasion. Even Place's sober Westminster Committee expended more on the post-victory celebrations in 1807 than on the entire election campaign. 2 Each great occasion was planned by a special committee, which arranged for the order of the procession, its route, the appropriate favors and slogans to be displayed, the disposition of the bands and banners. When Henry Hunt made his triumphal entry into London on September 15, 1819, the orders for the day occupy a whole column of small print, some hundreds of footmen bearing large branches of oak, poplar, and a footman, bearing the emblem of Union, a bundle of sticks stuck on a pitchfork, the committees, bearing white wands, and all wearing knots of red riband and laurel leaves in their hats, a green silk flag, with gold letters and Irish harp, bands, horsemen, a white flag surmounted and bordered with crape, and inscribed in black to the victims of Peterloo, the old red flag, with the inscription Universal Suffrage, a carriage containing Messrs. Watson, Thistlewood, and Preston and other friends of Mr. Hunt, more bands, more flags, more horsemen, Mr. Hunt. And so on, down the page. Even a dog wore a favor, with no dog tax on his collar. It would take me a whole day and a quire of paper to give you anything like detail, Keats wrote to his brother George. The whole distance from the Angel at Islington to the Crown and Anchor was lined with multitudes. 1 This tradition was obviously less strong in the north, which had no Burdett and no Westminster elections. More influential here were the Friendly Society and trade unions. We have noted the medieval ceremonial of the Preston Guilds and of the Wool Combers, from which the legal benefit societies had largely borrowed. 2 In the post-war years there is a growing evidence that the illegal trade unions were openly displaying their strength. The miners at Dewsbury proceeded through the town, in 1819, with bands and banners flying. The framework knitters formed orderly demonstrations in Nottingham in 1819, in Manchester, during the Great Strike of 1818, the Spinners marched by Piccadilly on Tuesday and was 23½ minutes in going by, reported the informer. Bent, one man, from Ike Shop is chose by the people and he commands them, he forms them in ranks and, they obey him as strictly as the army do their colonel and as little. Talking as in a regiment. 3. The peaceable demeanor of so many thousand unemployed men is not natural, General Byng commented on this occasion. It is a phrase worth pausing over. The gentry, who had decried the reformers as a rabble, were appalled and some were even panic-stricken when they found that they were not. That very order they cried up before did afterwards gall them 10,000 times more. When they found that these men, in their radical rags, marched peaceably on, with their banners and flags. 4. The comment, from Newcastle, serves with redoubled force for Manchester. Norris, the chairman of the bench, when committing Hunt for trial after Peterloo, spoke of a meeting assembled, with such insignia and in such a manner, with the black flag, the bloody dagger, with equal representation or death. They came in a threatening manner, they came under the banners of death, thereby showing they meant to overturn the government. 1. Bamford admitted that the pitch-black flag of the Lees and Saddleworth Union, lettered in white paint with love, two hands joined and a heart, was one of the most sepulchral-looking objects that could be contrived. But it was not the flag so much as the discipline of the 60 or 100,000 who assembled on St. Peter's Fields which aroused such alarm. The drilling, in the weeks preceding the meeting, sometimes undertaken by old Waterloo men, and, on occasion, with staves at the shoulder like muskets, or hand claps to simulate firing, gave color to the prosecution witnesses who spoke of a military array. Beneath this contingent response, however, we must understand the profounder fear evoked by the evidence of the translation of the rabble into a disciplined class. Even the middle-class reformers witnessed this development with alarm, the bustle and loss of time of the constant succession of meetings, the violent resolutions and intemperate harangues, all do infinite mischief, which utterly preclude moderate men from wishing them success. 2. For the loyalist authorities, the challenge appeared as one between order and the loss of all moral, and even physical, authority. Armed or unarmed, sir, wrote a Yorkshire loyalist, I consider such meetings, as that held at Manchester, to be nothing more or less than risings of the people, and I believe, that these risings of the people, if suffered to continue, would end in open rebellion. 3. The effect upon the reformers' morale of each successive demonstration was instantaneous. With each breach in the walls of deference, the waters of insubordination swept through. The morale of each individual weaver or shoemaker was higher from the reassurance of the numbers, the pageantry, the rhetoric. If the open organization of the people had continued on this scale, it would have become impossible to govern. The weeks before Peterloo saw scores of small meetings and ever more impressive demonstrations in the regional centres, at Manchester and Stockport in June, at Birmingham, Leeds, and London in July. 1. The policy of open constitutionalism was proving more revolutionary in its implication than the policy of conspiracy and insurrection. Wooler and Hunt had achieved, without any secret correspondencies or system of delegates, a position in which they could call out a national movement. The election of Sir Charles Wolseley as legislatory attorney to represent the unrepresented, pointed the way to an even more dangerous development, a national convention, appointed by radical suffrage, challenging Parliament. Confronted by the swelling power, old corruption faced the alternatives of meeting the reformers with repression or concession. But concession, in 1819, would have meant concession to a largely working-class reform movement. The middle-class reformers were not yet strong enough to offer a more moderate line of advance. This is why Peterloo took place. This has to be said again, since it has been suggested recently that Peterloo was an affair, in part unpremeditated, in part arising from the exacerbated relations in Manchester itself, but in no sense any part of a considered policy of government repression. Mr. Donald Read, in a study of Peterloo which does much to place the event in its local context, holds the view. Peterloo, as the evidence of the Home Office shows, was never desired or precipitated by the Liverpool ministry as a bloody repressive gesture for keeping down the lower orders. If the Manchester magistrates had followed the spirit of Home Office policy, there would never have been a massacre. We shall probably never be able to determine with certainty whether or not Liverpool and Sidmouth were parties to the decision to disperse the meeting with force. 1 But we can no more understand the significance of Peterloo in terms of the local politics of Manchester than we can understand the strategic importance of Waterloo in terms of the field and the orders of the day. If the government was unprepared for the news of Peterloo, no authorities have ever acted so vigorously to make themselves accomplices after the fact. Within a fortnight the congratulations of Sidmouth and the thanks of the Prince Regent were communicated to the magistrates and military for their prompt, decisive, and efficient measures for the preservation of the public peace. Demands for a parliamentary inquiry were resolutely rejected. Attorney and Solicitor Generals were fully satisfied as to the legality of the magistrates' actions. The Lord Chancellor was of the clear opinion that the meeting was an overt act of treason. He saw ahead a shocking choice between military government and anarchy. State prosecutions were commenced, not against the perpetrators, but against the victims of the day, Hunt, Saxton, Bamford, and others, and the first intention of charging them with high treason was only abandoned with reluctance. If the Manchester magistrates initiated the policy of repression, the government endorsed it with every resource at its disposal. Hunt, Cartwright, Burdett, Carlyle, Sir Charles Wolseley, Rowe, Edmonds, these are only a few of those imprisoned or awaiting prosecution by the end of 1819. Hay, the clerical magistrate prominent on the Peterloo bench, was rewarded with the £2,000 living of Rochdale. Earl Fitzwilliam, for protesting at the massacre, was removed from his Lord Lieutenancy. The 6 Acts sealed what August 16 initiated. If the Peterloo decision was unpremeditated, it would appear to have been the signal for which the government was waiting. 1. Lord Liverpool declared that the action of the Manchester magistrates was substantially right, although it was not altogether prudent. There remained no alternative but to support them. At some point, the encounter was inevitable. But what made it less than prudent was its peculiar savagery, and for this we must look to the Manchester context for the explanation. An exceptional antagonism obtained between the Manchester loyalists and the working-class reformers. In part this was the result of the maturity of the working-class movement, in part of a dozen factors, the loyalist sentiments of many of the great commercial and manufacturing houses, their antagonism to the trade unions, the legacy of Luddism and of 1817, the influence of Naden, the influence of Tory churchmen. These Manchester yeomen and magistrates are a greater set of brutes than you form a conception of. Place Road to Hobhouse. I know one of these fellows who swears damn his eyes, 7 shillings a week is plenty for them, and when he goes round to see how much work his weavers have in their looms, he takes a well-fed dog with him. He said some time ago that the sons of bitches had eaten up all the stinging nettles for 10 miles around Manchester, and now they had no greens to their broth. Upon my expressing indignation, he said, "Damn their eyes, what need you care about them? How could I sell you goods so cheap if I cared anything about them? They cut down and trampled down the people, and then it was to end just as cutting and trampling the furze bushes on a common would end." A writer in the Manchester Observer in the week before Peterloo addressed the official gentlemen of Manchester, "I defy the bloodthirsty partisans of Danton, Marat, Robespierre, to furnish a more despotic, tyrannical crew." A month after Peterloo, a clerical magistrate afforded himself the privilege of the bench to address the accused. "I believe you are a downright blackguard reformer. Some of you reformers ought to be hanged, and some of you are sure to be hanged, the rope is already round your necks." 3. There are 2 points about Peterloo which have, somehow, become lost in recent accounts. The first is the actual bloody violence of the day. It really was a massacre. We need not give the hour-by-hour account once again. 4. But, whatever some of the drilling weavers had in mind, Hunt had exerted himself effectually in the week before the event to ensure obedience to his request for quietness and order, and a steady, firm, and temperate deportment. The leaders of the contingents had warned their followers to ignore all provocations. Many staves, or walking sticks, had been left behind. The presence of so many women and children was overwhelming testimony to the pacific character of a meeting which all England was watching. The attack was made on this multitude with the venom of panic. But the panic was not the panic of bad horsemen hemmed in by a crowd. It was the panic of class hatred. It was the yeomanry, the Manchester manufacturers, merchants, publicans, and shopkeepers on horseback, which did more damage than the regulars. In the yeomanry there are individuals whose political rancor approaches to absolute insanity. 1 These were the men who pursued the banners, knew the speakers by name and sought to pay off old scores, and who mustered and cheered at the end of their triumph. There was whiz this way and whiz that way, declared one cotton spinner. Whenever any cried out mercy, they said, "Damn you, what brought you here?" We may get the feel of the confused field from such a passage as this. I picked up a cap of liberty, one of the cavalry rode after me and demanded it. I refused to give it up. 2 others then came up and asked what was the matter, when the first said, "This fellow won't give up this cap of liberty." One of the others then said, "Damn him, cut him down." Upon this, I ran. One of the cavalry cut at Saxton, but his horse seemed restive, and he missed his blow. He then called out to another, "There's Saxton, damn him, run him through." The other said, "I had rather not, I'll leave that for you to do." When I got to the end of Watson Street, I saw 10 or 12 of the yeomanry cavalry, and 2 of the hussars cutting at the people, who were wedged close together, when an officer of hussars rode up to his own men, and knocking up their swords said, "Damn you, what do you mean by this work?" He then called out to the yeomanry, "For shame, gentlemen, what are you about? The people cannot get away." They desisted for a time, but no sooner had the officer rode to another part of the field, than they fell to work again. 2. There is no term for this but class war. But it was a pitifully one-sided war. The people, closely packed and trampling upon each other in the effort to escape, made no effort at retaliation until the very edges of the field, where a few trapped remnants, finding themselves pursued into the streets and yards, threw brickbats at their pursuers. 11 were killed or died from their wounds. That evening, on every road out of Manchester the injured were to be seen. The Peterloo Relief Committee had, by the end of 1819, authenticated 421 claims for relief for injuries received on the field. Of these, 161 cases were of sabre wounds, the remainder were injuries sustained while lying beneath the crowd or beneath the horse's hooves. More than 100 of the injured were women or girls. While there will have been some impostors, there will also have been scores of injured who did not claim relief, because their wounds were slight or because they feared victimization. 1 We may leave the field with Bamford's unforgettable picture. In 10 minutes, the field was an open and almost deserted space. The hustings remained, with a few broken and hewed flagstaves erect, and a torn and gashed banner or 2 drooping, whilst over the whole field were strewed caps, bonnets, hats, shawls, and shoes, and other parts of male and female dress, trampled, torn, and bloody. The yeomanry had dismounted, some were easing their horses' girths, others adjusting their accoutrements, and some were wiping their sabres, too. The second point about Peterloo which has somehow evaded definition is the sheer size of the event, in terms of its psychological impact and manifold repercussions. 3 It was without question a formative experience in British political and social history. Once again, as with Pentridge, we may distinguish between the short-term and long-term repercussions. Within 2 days of Peterloo, all England knew of the event. Within a week every detail of the massacre was being canvassed in alehouses, chapels, workshops, private houses. At first it is difficult to distinguish any clear pattern of response. The keynote, among the reformers and their supporters, was certainly indignation, anger, or compassion, rather than alarm. Already, on the field, Henry Hunt seemed to sense that for the radicals Peterloo was a moral victory. he had been himself the victim of the yeomanry's violence. After his arrest he had been forced to run the gauntlet between the special constables, who had struck him with their staves. General Clay with a large stick struck him over the head with both hands as he was ascending the steps to the magistrate's house, a blow which knocked down his famous white hat and packed it over his face. Notwithstanding this treatment, when he emerged from the house, I thought I could perceive a smile of triumph on his countenance. A person offered to take his arm, but he drew himself back, and in a sort of whisper said, "No, no, that's rather too good a thing." 1. For several days, in Lancashire, the immediate talk was of vengeance. Manchester appeared as if under martial law. There were riots, and rumours of the country people advancing in military order. Bamford has described the grinding of scythes, and the preparation of old hatchets, screwdrivers, rusty swords, pikes, and mop nails. 2 But by the end of August the impulse to insurrection was checked and steadied by the evidence of overwhelming moral support in the country. The epithet itself, Peterloo, with its savagely sardonic confidence, indicates better than any other evidence, the tone of feeling. In the succeeding weeks, the storm of the radical press was to be swelled by the inspired lampoons of Cruikshank and Hone. The butchers of Manchester met not only with the full-blown libertarian rhetoric of Hunt and Wooler but with bitter jeering which it was more hard to bear. "These are the people all tattered and torn," ran the political house that Jack built, "who curse the day wherein they were born, on account of taxation too great to be borne, and pray for relief, from night to morn, who, in vain, petition in every form, who, peaceably meeting to ask for reform, were sabred by yeomanry cavalry, who were thanked by the man, all shaven and shorn, all covered with orders, and all forlorn. The dandy of 60, who bows with a grace, and has taste in wigs, collars, cuirasses, and lace, who, to tricksters, and fools, leaves the state and its treasure, and when Britain's in tears, sails about at his pleasure." Even the Prince Regent's speech at the opening of Parliament was matter for another parody. But lo! Conspiracy and treason are abroad. Those imps of darkness, gendered in the wombs of spinning jennies, winding wheels, and looms, in Lunashire. O Lord! My LDS and GTLN, we've much to fear. Reform, reform, the swinish rabble cry. Meaning of course rebellion, blood, and riot. Audacious rascals! You, my lords, and I know 'tis their duty to be starved in quiet. 1. Peterloo outraged every belief and prejudice of the free-born Englishman, the right of free speech, the desire for fair play, the taboo against attacking the defenseless. For a time, ultra-radicals and moderates buried their differences in a protest movement with which many Whigs were willing to associate. Protest meetings were held, on August 29 in Smithfield, with Dr. Watson in the chair, and Arthur Thistlewood as a speaker. On September 5 a much larger meeting in Westminster, with Burdett, Cartwright, Hobhouse, and John Thelwall among the speakers. 2 When Hunt made his triumphal entry into London 10 days later, the Times estimated that 300,000 were in the streets. No one can suppose that the tradition of the free-born Englishman was merely notional who studies the response to the news of Peterloo. In the months which followed, political antagonism hardened. No one could remain neutral. In Manchester itself the Loyalists were placed in an extreme isolation, and the Methodists were the only body with a popular following to come to their side. 1 But if there were many gentry and professional men who were shocked by Peterloo, at the same time they had no desire to conjure up further monster demonstrations of the people. 2 Thus the effective movement after Peterloo, which swung from the cry of vengeance back into constitutionalist forms of protest, was largely working class in initiation and character. If Peterloo was intended to curb the right of public meeting, it had exactly the opposite consequences. Indignation provoked radical organization where it had never before existed, and open-air demonstrations were held in regions hitherto under the spell of the Loyalists. At Coseley, near Wolverhampton, a political union was formed, the first in that part of the Black Country. Disaffection, a local JP complained. In this neighborhood certainly cannot arise from distress, for in point of employment and wages the workmen in mines and iron works are perhaps in a better situation than the working classes in any other branches in the kingdom. 3. The most remarkable accession to the movement came from Newcastle, and from the peatmen of Northumberland and Durham. Here, despite a continuous tradition of radicalism since the 1790s, the Church and King party controlled the corporation and had intimidated the reformers from open organization. It had long been the boast of the Pitt faction, wrote the Independent Whig, that the population of this part of England was perfectly passive and destitute of spirit. In July and August 1819 the radical reading societies gave rise to political Protestants. After Peterloo the whole district seemed to turn over to the reformers. An open-air protest demonstration was called on October 11. It was expected that the comparative steadiness of the coal trade, together with the threat of certain colliery viewers to dismiss men who attended, would limit support. In the event, from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west, the radicals marched into town, 6 abreast, to the accompaniment of a band playing Johnny Cope, Are Ye Walkin' Yet? From 50 to 100,000 people started up, as if by magic, and observers were astonished to see the instructions for order, spirit, unanimity observed, not only by the dreaded peatmen, but by sailors from Sunderland and Shields. After marching 8 miles, the Shields contingent refused even to partake of a barrel of ale provided for them, being determined not to do anything which might endanger the harmony of the day. The speakers included a weaver, a schoolmaster, a tailor, a master printer, a bookseller and a cobbler. After Radical Monday the city never lost its position among the 3 or 4 leading radical and Chartist centers. Radical classes were formed in the next few weeks, with the rapidity of a revivalist campaign, in all the surrounding industrial villages and ports, in Jarrow, Sheriff Hill, Penshaw, Rainton, Houghton, Newbattle, Hetton, Hebburn, South Shields, Winlayton, Sunderland. The black dwarf could be seen in the hat crown of almost every pitman you meet. Sedition spread as far as the peatmen of Bishop Wearmouth, who have had the assurance to propose that tradesmen known to be radicals should be employed in supplying the collieries with articles of consumption. 1. Against this threat the Newcastle Loyalists formed an armed association. Against the armed association the peatmen and forgemen began to arm in their turn. These are the preliminaries to civil war. We have been overmuch influenced by Bamford's picture of the sober and restrained response of all but a few hotheads to Peterloo. For in the months of October and November radical constitutionalism itself took a revolutionary turn. If their opponents were armed and acted unconstitutionally, then they also would exercise the right of every citizen to bear arms. If meetings were to be written down, then they would attend them with the means of defense. The staple means were pikes, stout wooden staves with a groove at one end into which a sharp blade could be inserted. The blades could be easily made in one of the small smithies in which Newcastle, Sheffield, Birmingham, and Manchester abounded. We have some knowledge of one such Manchester entrepreneur called Norman Carter. He was so incautious as to employ as his main agent a man who was employed in another capacity, as informer. Why circumstantial and often irrelevant accounts can scarcely be dismissed as fabrications. On one occasion, when he called upon the radical Smith, I found him and his wife fighting. I told him it was foolish to fight on the Sabbath day, they had better adjourn it till Monday, when they might fight it out. The wife said, I shall not be beaten by you, I will have you put into the New Bailey for making pikes. She said this, just as he was pushing and kicking her out of the door. But Norman Carter's problems of marital adjustment did not affect the pike trade, which was thriving in the first week of November. Y found plenty of customers who admired the samples which would do the business for the prince and every bugger of them. One of his customers was none other than Bamford, who in the reports of Y, scarcely resembles the self-portrait which he drew 20 years later. At a hush shop where the transaction was settled, Bamford gave the toast, May the tree of liberty be planted in hell, and may the bloody butchers of Manchester be the fruit of it. As the fumes of the illicit brew rose, one of his companions said, they would give the Manchester butchers a damn good piking, and he would go home and work, till God damn him, his hands would fly off, and sing Britannia, and the devil would fetch them all. 1. There is no doubt that these sentiments were general in the manufacturing districts. It was rumored that pistols were being smuggled from Birmingham to the north in the pot carts. From town after town, in October and November, there came reports of arming, drilling, and demonstrations in arms, Newcastle, Wolverhampton, Wigan, Bolton, Blackburn. The Halifax reformers returned from a meeting at Huddersfield in November, marching in ranks about 8 or 10 abreast, with music, and 6 or 7 flags, and lighted candles. Many of them had sticks. At a certain point they shouted and fired many pistols in the air. At Burnley 10 or 15,000 attended a demonstration, despite placards from the magistrates cautioning them not to do so. At their head was a man with a board on which was "Order, Order," but here also they fired scores of pistols. At Halifax, at an earlier meeting, one of the 41 banners had been inscribed, "We groan, being burdened, waiting to be delivered. But we rejoice in hopes of a jubilee." Another declared, "He that sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed." The contingent from Ripon carried a picture of a half-starved weaver in his loom. The poor man's labor is as dear to him as the rich man's property. At Sheffield a monster procession marched to the Brocco behind bands playing the Dead March in Saul and Scott's "Yhwi Wallace bled too." But by the end of December 1819 the movement was in a virtual state of collapse. For this there were 2 reasons: the divisions among the radical leaders, and the repression of the 6 acts. The first makes up a tangled story which has not yet been successfully unraveled. We have noted that the London radical organisation was always weak and amorphous. There was, in London, in 1818 and in the early part of 1819, no coherent central body similar to the political unions and Protestants of the Midlands and North. Activities were often called on an ad hoc basis, meetings of the Friends of Mr. Wooler or special dinners at the Crown and Anchor. The 2 Westminster elections of 1818 had aroused much dissension between the supporters of Burdett, and other radical groupings. Despite the fiasco of Spa Fields, Dr. Watson and Thistlewood remained at the centre of the most determined attempts at the organisation of London's popular radicalism. If the reports of yet one more well-placed informer are to be believed, Thistlewood and Preston started once again, in the autumn of 1817, the attempt to create the sinews of conspiracy. 1 They found the going hard, in the aftermath of the Pentridge Rising. The distress in Spitalfields was no longer so severe. In September Preston said he had been in Spitalfields, to 2 or 3 of his old acquaintances, and he found they had got work and such men as he they did not like. Instead of stopping to hear his discourse, they kept on working in the loom. Thistlewood moved from one midnight meeting to another. There was obscure talk of getting a subsidy from an Englishman in Paris, a refugee of the 1790s. Oaths were taken, but the organization remained minuscule because Preston said that nobody should know what their plans were to be until 3 hours before they were to be set in motion. Preston paid a brief visit to Birmingham, and reported the men there in good spirits. Williamson himself was sent by Thistlewood to reconnoitre a barracks, and find out how many cannon were there. But apart from insurrectionary fantasies, the actual achievements of the group were very small. They provided Lord Sidmouth with some alarmist reading, they formed a few tavern groups, and they acted as cheerleaders on several occasions for demonstrations of the London crowd. 1. While Dr. Watson was still associated with Thistlewood, he was probably no party to this attempt at conspiracy. 2 In February 1818 Sidmouth found a convenient means of putting Thistlewood out of the way, without recourse to a trial. Thistlewood had published an open letter, in which public and private grievances were confused, demanding satisfaction from the Home Secretary, that is, challenging him to a duel. As a result he was confined in the King's Bench prison, as a disturber of the peace, Lord Sidmouth paying for his maintenance there out of his own pocket. In 1819 radical London reawoke, and scores of tavern groups and debating societies were formed. Once again Watson attempted to build up some central organization, and he was joined in the summer of 1819 by Thistlewood, now released, who, it seems, accepted the policy of constitutional agitation and turned his back, for a time, upon plotting a coup d'état. By the summer of 1819 a London Committee of 200 was formed. 3 From June until October Watson, Thistlewood, Preston, and Waddington were the most active and influential London leaders, especially among working people. They had the support of the old Jacobin orator, John Gale Jones, as well as of Carlyle's Republican, the Cap of Liberty, and the Medusa. It was the Committee of 200 which took the initiative in the well-prepared arrangements for Hunt's entry into London after Peterloo won, and the doctor himself performed the ceremonies of welcome, showing considerable self-restraint and tact in the face of the swollen arrogance and political fastidiousness of Hunt. In 1820, after the Cato Street conspiracy, a hostile observer gave an account of the Radical Committee room, at the White Lion, Wych Street, which was regarded as a centre for London's radical underground. In the tap room, sat a set of suspicious, ill-looking fellows, whilst at a small deal table to the right sat Mr., with a book and some papers and printed bills before him. From the obscurity of the place, having no light but what proceeded from a candle placed before Mr., or from that in the bar, a stranger coming in would not be able to recognize any of the faces on seeing them afterwards elsewhere. On the right hand, is a small parlour. Here of an evening a select committee assembled, and no others were admitted. This was the room in which the most private transactions were carried on. Mr. Thistlewood or Dr. Watson always came out into the passage to speak to any person who called there on business. In a very large room upstairs, upwards of 100 ill-looking persons have assembled of an evening. In it the open committee and loose members of the society met. Here their processions, &c., were arranged, their flags, kept, whilst the more private business was carried on below in the parlour. 2. Such a centre was, inevitably, the subject for the constant attention of government spies. But it does not follow that all its proceedings were ridiculous. The London ultra-radicals were, after Peterloo, placed in a very difficult predicament. Reform cannot be obtained without bloodshed, the Cap of Liberty declared flatly in October, while the more irresponsible Medusa wrote, "There is not a post from every part of the kingdom, which does not furnish some new and striking instance of the necessity of constantly wearing arms." 3. Carlyle summed up the message of all his writings in this period: reform will be obtained when the existing authorities have no longer the power to withhold it, and not before. 1. Moreover, the 2 months after Peterloo displayed in its fullest extent the weakness of the national leadership. Hunt's pusillanimity was at its worst. After Peterloo he held the centre of the stage, and both the reformers and the authorities watched anxiously his every move. This was rich meat for his vanity. Peterloo might have been a personal affront, and his processions through Lancashire and London personal triumphs. He disliked Watson having any share in the honours of the London demonstration, quarrelled with the route which the committee had chosen, and upon which thousands of expectant Londoners were kept waiting for half the day. He quarrelled with Watson about the chairman chosen for his dinner of welcome, shouting at him in public, "You are a damned officious meddling fellow, why not I take the chair," as well as Sir Francis Burdett after his procession. He then commenced to quarrel about money matters. In Lancashire he succeeded in giving offence to most of the local reform leaders, while he allowed a funeral procession of some thousands to attend the burial of his favourite horse. He was in fact more preoccupied with manoeuvring for a position of vantage in the approaching trials than with attending to the movement in the country. 2. By September the reformers were dividing into revolutionary and constitutionalist wings. The policy sanctioned by Hunt and Wooler was that of passive resistance, remonstrance, legal action against the perpetrators of Peterloo, and abstinence from all taxed articles. In August the policy had a good deal to recommend it, and was loyally supported by all sections of the movement. But by October it was wearing thin. It was abundantly evident that hopes of legal redress were empty, most of all in Lancashire, while it was superfluous to recommend abstinence to the northern weavers. Moreover, as week by week the protest movement grew larger, the moderates offered no advice except to await in patience the opening of Parliament. Then, if no inquiry into Peterloo was instituted, or if habeas corpus was suspended, some other, undefined, advice might be given. But Parliament did not meet until November 23, more than 3 months after Peterloo. The ultra-radicals argued, with some color, that Hunt's advice meant damping down the movement in the country, abandoning popular initiative, and, in effect, handing over the leadership to the parliamentary Whigs. Like other demagogues, Hunt appears to have been alarmed at the spirits which he himself had helped to conjure up. After waiting nearly 2 months, the ultra-radicals put forward an alternative policy, which was supported by Watson and Carlyle. This was 4 meetings, throughout the kingdom on one and the same day. The day first proposed was November 1, although it was later twice postponed. On the face of it, this was only to take the constitutionalist movement a stage further, although the genuine conspirators may have hoped the simultaneous meetings would lead directly to insurrection. Throughout October the policy gathered support, and meetings were planned at Newcastle, Carlisle, Leeds, Halifax, Huddersfield, Barnsley, Manchester, Bolton, Wigan, Blackburn, Burnley, Newcastle-under-Lyme, Nottingham, Leicester and Coventry. By the end of the month the usually well-informed General Byng considered that Thistlewood has superseded Hunt in idolatry of the London people. Thistlewood visited Manchester where the proposal won wide support. Some meetings in fact took place, and further plans were made for November 15. But in the middle of October, Hunt, observing that the movement was slipping out of his hands, exerted himself to reassert control. In a letter to the reformers of the North, published in Rowe's Manchester Observer, he denounced the plan of simultaneous meetings. He followed this up with a further letter, recalling the name of Oliver, and specifically attaching to Thistlewood the imputation of being a spy. Thereafter for weeks the press was open to angry letters passing between Thistlewood and Watson, on one hand, and Hunt and his supporters, on the other, which the Loyalist press reprinted with delight under the sardonic heading, Radical State Papers. Dr. Watson had been imprisoned for debt for the non-payment of a bill at Hunt's reception, and Hunt made shifty attempts to explain what he had done with monies collected towards the expenses. Much of the controversy was irresponsible on both sides. Beneath it, it would appear that Hunt had well-founded suspicions as to Thistlewood's conspiratorial intentions, and as to Dr. Watson's weak and amateurish grasp as a political leader. On the other hand, it would appear that Thistlewood had indeed succeeded in building up an underground chain of communication in the country, which in parts of the Midlands and the North survived Hunt's attacks. 1. The Manchester Political Union was downcast by the refusal of Hunt and his junto to support the proposed meetings. Revised plans were made for delegates of the underground, from London, West Scotland, Lancashire, Yorkshire, Birmingham and the Potteries, to meet in Nottingham on the day that Parliament reassembled, and to remain in permanent secret session as an executive with instructions to call simultaneous meetings in the event of the suspension of habeas corpus. Hunt's bitter opposition prevented these plans from maturing. 2. If Thistlewood can be accused of folly, he acted under great provocation. The response of the national radical leaders to the 6 acts, which were rushed through the House in December, was feeble in the extreme. At the beginning of November, Cobbett had returned from his exile, landing at Liverpool and meeting with a triumphant reception from the Lancashire people. Disorientated after his absence, and having not the least desire to head a working-class insurrection, he seemed like a man who had lost his head. At Liverpool he announced that he had brought back with him the bones of one of England's greatest sons, Tom Paine. Then it was not Paine's republicanism but his notions of currency reform which Cobbett wished to honor. The register carried alternate bluster and cold water. My earnest hope is that the people will place their grand reliance on the dead. This hole digger would bring down old corruption by its own operation, without the people's exertion. It is the most effectual as well as the safest way, to let the trout exhaust himself, while we hold the rod and line and the hook. After the passing of the 6 Acts he brought forward one great new proposal for carrying on the struggle for the rights and liberties of our country. The proposal was for a fund for reform, of about £5,000, to be raised in twopenny subscriptions by reformers and trades unionists and lodged in my hands. To be used solely by me, of course, and without the check or control of anybody, and without anyone ever having a right to ask me what I am going to do with it. I will tell nobody how I intend to employ the money, I will answer no questions. 1. The 6 Acts appear as a codification and extension of the legislation of 1795 and 1817. The first act prohibited drilling and military training, the second authorized justices to enter and search houses, without warrants, on suspicion of there being arms, the third prohibited meetings exceeding 50 in number, with certain exceptions and additions, the fourth act increased the stamp duty on periodical publications, raising their cost to 6d and above. The fifth and sixth acts were designed to extend for seditious the powers of the authorities, especially in actions and expedite libel. Point 2. The only measure of the earlier repressions which was not repeated was the suspension of habeas corpus. Thereafter the government launched upon the most sustained campaign of prosecutions in the courts in British history. By the summer of 1820 Hunt, and 4 Manchester reformers, Wooler, Burdett, Sir Charles Wolseley, the Reverend J. Harrison, Knight, Carlyle, Edmonds, Rowe, Johnston, Baguley, Drummond, and Mitchell were all imprisoned. A major assault had commenced against the seditious and blasphemous press. Scores of prosecutions against publishers or news vendors had been instituted by the private prosecuting societies or dealt with by summary jurisdiction. And Arthur Thistlewood had at length made his public exit from the scaffold. 6. The Cato Street Conspiracy. The 2 Acts of 1795 were at least passed in the face of monster demonstrations, which Fox himself condescended to address. In December 1819 Hunt, Cobbett, Wooler, or Burdett could have filled the streets of London, the Midlands, the North and Scotland with demonstrations. 1. It is difficult not to conclude that the radical leaders themselves were alarmed at the character of their following in the industrial centres. Hunt was busily dissociating himself from extremists and abstaining from any action which might arouse prejudice at his forthcoming trial. Cobbett instructed his readers in the use of roasted wheat as a substitute for coffee and the superiority of water over wine. On January 22, 1820 he issued, at last, a plan. It was addressed to the ladies, and was for promoting sobriety and frugality, and an abhorrence of gaming. 2. It was in these circumstances that the final episode of the post-war agitation took place. We do not know much about Arthur Thistlewood and the Cato Street conspirators. Point 3. Thistlewood was a gentleman, who had suffered various misfortunes, mostly of his own making. Not many men who had been arraigned once for high treason were willing to put their heads in the noose a second and a third time, as Thistlewood did in 1817-18 and again in 1820. His courage was more than 3 parts foolhardiness, but so was that of Emmet, or of the men of Easter 16. The scurrilous biographies appearing in the press at the time of his death have perpetuated a tradition which lingers in writing today. Point 1. But the case is, to say the least, not proven, and it assorts ill with his conduct on the scaffold. To George Borrow, who may have romanticized the lore of the underworld, Thistlewood was one of the old radicals, a brave soldier who had served with distinction as an officer in the French service, and one of the excellent swordsmen of Europe. He had never unsheathed his sword, but in defense of the feeble and insulted, he was kind and open-hearted, but of too great simplicity. Oh, there was something in those fellows, too. We can scarcely accept unreservedly the accounts of his opponents or of Borrow. He was, it is certain, an old Jack and thorough Republican. And, when too many of his associates gave expression to their republicanism in the rhetoric of the print shop and the harangue, he may be given credit for a comparative taciturnity and attention to practical organization. but it is more important to appreciate the predicament in which such a man was placed. At a meeting at the White Lion in early November, Dr. Watson informed the committee that the communication between himself and the country places had dropped, for that they had sided with Hunt. At this time Thistlewood was with the Weavers in Spitalfields. 3 By other accounts, Thistlewood himself was deeply and bitterly affected by Hunt's charge that he was a spy, and determined to remove the aspersion by some bold action. As the 6 Acts were passing through Parliament, he rebuilt some underground connections, especially with Yorkshire and Glasgow. 1 By December the Cato Street conspiracy was afoot. It was a repetition, even in some particulars, of the Depard and Spa Fields affairs. But it was rather more violent, more pathetic. Thistlewood felt that there rested upon himself the duty to rescue the country from repression. If only the initial blow could be struck, at the Tower, at the Bank, at Parliament, or at the King, then the signal would be given when Spitalfields, the Mino rise, Smithfield would rise, and the country places would sweep all before them. More than this, it would seem that Thistlewood had pledged his honour to provincial emissaries that London would act in this way. If he behaved with a rashness that was scarcely sane in January and February 1820, it was the rashness of desperation. He moved anxiously among the London ultra-radicals, the deist artisans, labourers, and tradesmen who read and approved of Thomas Davison's Medusa or Shorter's Theological Comet, in which the sanguinary overthrow of priests as well as of kings was eagerly awaited. 2. There were many men who applauded the idea of a rising. The shoemakers, in particular, were ready, and their union was virtually a Jacobin organisation. 3 While Irishmen of 98 were said to be in London in November, meeting at Davison's shop, and again endeavouring to stir up the lower order of the Irish to rebellion. 4 Moreover, there were men who had ideas as to how the first blow might be struck. George Edwards, an artist of sorts, who had executed a bust of Paine for Carlyle and who was brother to a former secretary of the Spenceans, was particularly fertile in suggestions. He proposed, declared Thistlewood in his defiant speech before receiving sentence of death, a plan for blowing up the House of Commons. This was not my view. I wished to punish the guilty only, and therefore I declined it. He next proposed that we should attack the ministers at the fete given by the Spanish ambassador. This I resolutely opposed. There were ladies invited to the entertainment, and I, who am shortly to ascend to the scaffold, shuddered with horror at the idea of that, a sample of which had previously been given by the agents of government at Manchester. Edwards was ever at invention, and at length he proposed attacking them at a cabinet dinner. Meetings were held in several rooms and in the loft at Cato Street. James Ings, a butcher prone to vivid fantasies, was carried away in anticipation by his role when the house would be entered and the door thrown open upon the diners. I shall say, my lords, I have got as good men here as the Manchester yeomanry. Enter, citizens, and do your duty. The heads of Castlereagh and Sidmouth were to be placed on pikes, proclamations of a provisional government posted in the city, minor diversions started at the Tower and the Mansion House. As the time of the proposed attack approached, Thistlewood appears to have held to it only with a desperate kind of honour. Something must be attempted. I hope you will not give up what you are going to do, he said. If you do, this will be another Depard's business. The plan had, of course, long been known to those heads which it was proposed to carry on pikes through the streets. Even the advertisement, in the New Times, announcing the cabinet dinner was a hoax. The conspirators were duly apprehended, though not without a skirmish in which Thistlewood ran through one of the Bow Street runners. The arrests created the sensation which the government required to justify the 6 Acts, and also to help them through a general election. 1 The effects of the sensation wore off when the trials took place and when Edwards's part as a provocateur was exposed. At their trials and on the scaffold, Thistlewood and his companions bore themselves with courage, and even bravado. All except for Davidson appear to have been deists, and refused the consolations of the prison chaplain. More than one of the prisoners composed defiant verses while awaiting sentence. Tyrants! Ye fill the poor with dread, and take away his right, and raise the price of meat and bread. and thus his labor blight. You never labor, never toil. But you can eat and drink. You never cultivate the soil. Nor of the poor man think. My dear Celia, James Ings wrote to his wife. I must die according to law, and leave you in a land full of corruption, where justice and liberty has taken their flight to other distant shores. Now, my dear, I hope you will bear in mind that the cause of my being consigned to the scaffold was a pure motive. I thought I should have rendered my starving fellow men, women, and children, a service. John Brunt, a shoemaker, declared in court before sentence was passed, in a particularly bold and unembarrassed manner. He had, by his industry, been able to earn about £3 or £4 a week, and while this was the case, he never meddled with politics, but when he found his income reduced to tens a week, he began to look about him. And what did he find? Why, men in power, who met to deliberate how they might starve and plunder the country. He looked on the Manchester transactions as most dreadful. He had joined the conspiracy for the public good. He was not the man who would have stopped. Oh no, he would have gone through with it to the very bottom. He would die as the descendant of an ancient Briton. On the scaffold, Thistlewood declared, in his strong Lincolnshire accent, I desire all here to remember, that I die in the cause of liberty. Cobbett, in a moving and plain-spoken account, recalled the name of Sir Thomas More. Hobhouse, who witnessed the executions, noted in his diary. The men died like heroes. Ings, perhaps, was too obstreperous in singing death or liberty, and Thistlewood said, Be quiet, Ings, we can die without all this noise. The crowd was barricaded at a distance from the scaffold so that no rescue could be attempted and no dying speeches be heard. When the heads of the victims were displayed, the crowd was wild with anger, the yells and execrations from the assembled crowds exceeded all conception. 1. So ended the old radicalism, which, in its way, was an extension into the 19th century of the Jacobinism of the 1790s. We have sought to redress, a little, the customary picture of a gang of criminal desperadoes. Thistlewood was certainly guilty of folly, in exposing the lives of his followers to such patent provocation. His plans, to seize cannon and arsenals, fire the barracks, and set up a provisional government in the Mansion House, were little more than fantasies. He derived a justification for his plot from the Roman apologists of tyrannicide. At his trial he declared that high treason was committed against the people at Manchester. Brutus and Cassius were lauded to the very skies for slaying Caesar. Indeed, when any man, or set of men, place themselves above the laws of their country, there is no other means of bringing them to justice than through the arm of a private individual. But even if some variant of the Cato Street conspiracy had succeeded in its immediate objective, it is difficult to see what would have followed. Perhaps, for a few days, the Gordon riots on a larger and much bloodier scale, followed, in all probability, by a White Terror, with Peterloo reenacted in a dozen English and Scottish towns. Thistlewood had overlooked Shakespeare's ironic comment, set in the mouth of Brutus. Stoop, Romans, stoop. And let us bathe our hands in Caesar's blood. Up to the elbows, and besmear our swords. Then walk we forth, even to the marketplace. And, waving our red weapons o'er our heads, let's all cry, peace, freedom, and liberty. But those who suffered with Thistlewood, and who were most entitled to condemn him for his folly, appear to have felt for him the greatest loyalty. Susan Thistlewood, also, appears not as a cipher but as a spirited Jacobin in her own right, with a cold and intellectual manner and a readiness to take an active part in the defense. 1 How far the Cato Street conspiracy was linked to any genuine national plan is unclear. There were 3 attempted risings shortly after the arrest of the conspirators, 1 in Glasgow, and 2 in Yorkshire. In the neighbourhood of Glasgow small parties of weavers rose on 5 and April 6. There was a sharp encounter with the military at the Battle of Bonnymuir, and in the outcome 3 men were executed. 1. James Wilson, was an old Jack, another was a forebear of Keir Hardie. Both were self-educated men of unusual attainments too. It seems that the insurgents believed that they were acting their part in a plan for simultaneous risings in Scotland, Yorkshire, Lancashire, and Carlisle, in all the weavers' strongholds. 6 days before there had been an irresolute movement in the textile villages around Huddersfield. The croppers, as usual, were deeply involved. After Peterloo, scores of clubs had been formed, where the Black Dwarf, Cap of Liberty, and Manchester Observer had been taken in. A cropper who had attended demonstrations holding a banner inscribed "Rouse Britons and Assert Your Rights," the Lion, awake to a sense of danger, deposed that a rising had been planned in November, in consequence of an investigation as to the proceedings at Manchester not having been carried on according to their wishes. Cards, torn in half, and inscribed "Demo" were distributed, the signal for the rising being the delivery of the other half. The aim was to establish a free government. To the accompaniment of beacon signals 200 insurgents assembled, with pikes, pitchforks, and guns, only to disperse when other parties failed to materialize. On the night of April 11, the last attempt took place, at Grange Moor, near Barnsley. 40 or 50 radical classes existed among the linen weavers and colliers of the town, linked by a general delegate committee, and thence to a secret committee of 7. The subjects discussed at their meetings were oppression of the poor, the taxation and the national debt, and what was laid upon the necessaries of life, and corruption of ministers, and how many thousands a year were expended on them and on pensions and places out of our earnings. The Barnsley radicals expected all the North and the Midlands to rise on the same night. They were to proceed to Grange Moor, where they would rendezvous with other contingents, and then proceed through Barnsley to Sheffield and on to London. It was said the Scotsmen would be at Leeds as soon as us, or not above a day's march behind us. Perhaps 300 assembled, with drums, weapons, haversacks and a green flag with black fringe. He that smite the man so that he die, shall surely be put to death. They were marshalled by 2 former soldiers, Comstove and Addy. They trudged the 12 miles to Grange Moor, picking up small parties on the way, arriving in the small hours to find the rendezvous deserted. After waiting for some time, the rumor of a government plot spread through the ranks, and they scattered in dismay. For these 2 attempts, Comstove, Addy, and several others were transported. Rumors swept through the manufacturing districts. It is reported that the Scots will shortly invade England and join the English radicals, a Burnley weaver noted in his diary, but 10 days later he noted that 3 ultra-radicals leaves the country, but where they are gone remains a secret, though it is said they are gone to the sea. On April 14 the weaver, Joseph Tyas, was apprehended near Huddersfield, and in his wife's cap a letter was found, addressed by him to our brethren in Lancastershire. Dearly beloved, we hope you are coming on pretty well, though your captivity is painful. Our music in Yorkshire as played schwise where yours in Lancashire has never struck at all, is your musicians sick? Melancholy, melancholy, melancholy Yorkshire, your reformers stand true. About 300 at Grange Moor, they marched all night, each man had his blanket spare or gone and well filed with ammunition. Poor men, to be so deceived by short-sighted men. It would have took an effect on your feelings to have seen the brave men stand under their arms all that wet night after a march of 12 miles and not one man to meet them according to appointment. All their pike shafts were left on the moor, the blades taken out except 3 or 4 which was to feast in. The poor men stood with careful hearts till daylight beating the drums and their breast, but no other party joined them. All at a loss to know what to do. Return to Barnsley they could no think of, but when there was no other prospect they all began to shed tears most bitterly with cries of the most distracted. I hope, the letter concludes, that we may all meet in one body and one voice yet. 1. Again and again, counselled the Manchester Observer, do we caution our countrymen against listening to any strangers, under any pretended authority, as delegates from distant places. 1 Cato Street brought back to the minds of reformers, with redoubled force, the message of Oliver. With meetings banned and the press under fire, political unions began to fall apart. As this happened, Two other events occurred which altered the character and direction of the movement. The first was the onset of the years of general prosperity, from 1820 to 1825. Falling prices and fuller employment took the edge off radical anger. And, at the same time, the surviving radical journalists settled upon a new cause, the agitation on behalf of the honor and regal rights of Queen Caroline, whom George IV wished to set aside for misconduct, and who was the latest victim of a green bag. Into the humbug of the Queen's case we need not inquire. It displayed every vice of the radical movement on the largest scale. The glory of it was that it placed old corruption in the most ludicrous and defensive postures. It allowed radical addresses, remonstrances, protests, petitions, to be drawn up in defense of honor, chastity, justice, and sincere attachment to the throne. It enabled, also, Hone and Cruikshank to produce some of their most glorious lampoons. Week after week during 1820 Cobbett devoted his register entirely to the defense of the Queen. Brougham, Cobbett, and Alderman handled the Queen's affairs, and even wrote her replies to addresses, until the ultra-loyalist John Bull could say with justification, "She is as much the leader of the radicals as Hunt was before her." These spouting, mouthing, blind devotees to disorder and riot, care as little for the Queen as they did for Hunt. She serves as the pole to hoist the revolutionary cap of liberty on. Burdett was the pole at one time. Hunt was the last pole before the Queen, and now Her Majesty is established the veritable mother red cap of the faction. Point 2. But it was no longer the revolutionary cap of liberty that was hung on the Queen. This had been lost, somewhere on the way between Peterloo and Cato Street. Indeed, the prominence in the agitation of Brougham, Wood, and Hobhouse was a portent of the shape of the new movement of the 1820s, under the guidance of the middle-class utilitarians and younger Whigs. Point 1. It was, perhaps, not Cato Street nor the Six Acts which had the most lasting influence upon the British political tradition, but Peterloo. For after the short-term reactions, a longer-term response can be felt. First, it served notice upon the middle-class reformers and Whigs as to the consequences that would flow from their loss of influence over the unrepresented masses. Even Wilberforce felt that some moderate reformers ought, perhaps, to come forward to rescue the multitude out of the hands of the Hunts and Thistlewoods. Point 2. After the clamour of 1819 had died down, the middle-class reform movement assumed a more determined aspect. Second, the experience of the post-war agitation shook the confidence of the ancien regime in itself, and some of the loyalists of 1819 became, in the 1820s, willing to admit the need for limited concessions. Thus even Colonel Burleigh of the Manchester Yeomanry was to be found in the 1820s campaigning for the transfer of seats from rotten boroughs to Manchester. Point 3. In the minds of such men as Peel the conviction was growing that some alliance must be made, between the manufacturing and landed interest, and against the working class. But the enduring influence of Peterloo lay in the sheer horror of the day's events. In 1819 the action of the Loyalists found many defenders in their own class. 10 years later it was an event to be remembered, even among the gentry, with guilt. As a massacre and as Peterloo it went down to the next generation. And because of the odium attaching to the event, we may say that in the annals of the free-born Englishman the massacre was yet in its way a victory. Even old corruption knew, in its heart, that it dare not do this again. Since the moral consensus of the nation outlawed the riding down and sabering of an unarmed crowd, the corollary followed, that the right of public meeting had been gained. Henceforward strikers or agricultural workers might be ridden down or dispersed with violence. But never since Peterloo has authority dared to use equal force against a peaceful British crowd. Even the handling of the Plug riots and Bloody Sunday saw a violence that was carefully controlled. The most portentous incident of 16 August took place not on St. Peter's Fields but some time later on the road leading out of Manchester. Samuel Bamford, after searching anxiously for his wife, turned homewards up the road along which hundreds were streaming in disarray to the upland districts. In Harper Hay he caught up with a great number of the Middleton and Rochdale contingents. I rejoined my comrades, and forming about 1,000 of them into file, we set off to the sound of fife and drum, with our only banner waving, and in that form we re-entered the town of Middleton. Class consciousness. The radical culture. When contrasted with the radical years which preceded and the Chartist years which succeeded it, the decade of the 1820s seems strangely quiet, a mildly prosperous plateau of social peace. But many years later a London costermonger warned Mayhew. People fancy that when all's quiet that all's stagnating. Propagandism is going on for all that. It's when all's quiet that the seeds are growing. Republicans and socialists are pressing their doctrines. Point 1. These quiet years were the years of Richard Carlisle's contest for the liberty of the press, of growing trade union strength and the repeal of the Combination Acts, of the growth of free thought, cooperative experiment, and Owenite theory. They are years in which individuals and groups sought to render into theory the twin experiences which we have described, the experience of the Industrial Revolution, and the experience of popular radicalism insurgent and in defeat. And at the end of the decade, when there came the climactic contest between old corruption and reform, it is possible to speak in a new way of the working people's consciousness of their interests and of their predicament as a class. There is a sense in which we may describe popular radicalism in these years as an intellectual culture. The articulate consciousness of the self-taught was above all a political consciousness. For the first half of the 19th century, when the formal education of a great part of the people entailed little more than instruction in the 3 R's, was by no means a period of intellectual atrophy. The towns, and even the villages, hummed with the energy of the autodidact. Given the elementary techniques of literacy, laborers, artisans, shopkeepers, and clerks and schoolmasters proceeded to instruct themselves, severally or in groups. And the books or instructors were very often those sanctioned by reforming opinion. A shoemaker, who had been taught his letters in the Old Testament, would labor through the age of reason. A schoolmaster, whose education had taken him little further than worthy religious homilies, would attempt Voltaire, Gibbon, Ricardo, here and there local radical leaders, weavers, booksellers, tailors, would amass shelves of radical periodicals and learn how to use parliamentary blue books. Illiterate laborers would, nevertheless, go each week to a pub where Cobbett's editorial letter was read aloud and discussed. Thus working men formed a picture of the organization of society, out of their own experience and with the help of their hard-won and erratic education, which was above all a political picture. They learned to see their own lives as part of a general history of conflict between the loosely defined industrious classes on the one hand, and the unreformed House of Commons on the other. From 1830 onwards a more clearly defined class consciousness, in the customary Marxist sense, was maturing, in which working people were aware of continuing both old and new battles on their own. It is difficult to generalize as to the diffusion of literacy in the early years of the century. The industrious classes touched, at one pole, the million or more who were illiterate, or whose literacy amounted to little more than the ability to spell out a few words or write their names. At the other pole there were men of considerable intellectual attainment. Illiteracy by no means excluded men from political discourse. In Mayhew's England the ballad singers and patterers still had a thriving occupation, with their pavement farces and street corner parodies, following the popular mood and giving a radical or anti-papal twist to their satirical monologues or chaunts. According to the state of the market the illiterate worker might tramp miles to hear a radical orator, just as the same man might tramp to taste a sermon. In times of political ferment the illiterate would get their workmates to read aloud from the periodicals, while at houses of call the news was read, and at political meetings a prodigious time was spent in reading addresses and passing long strings of resolutions. The earnest radical might even attach a talismanic virtue to the possession of favored works which he was unable, by his own efforts, to read. A Cheltenham shoemaker who called punctually each Sunday on W. E. Adams to have Fergus's letter read to him, nevertheless was the proud owner of several of Cobbett's books, carefully preserved in wash-leather cases. 1. Recent studies have thrown much light on the predicament of the working-class reader in these years. 2. To simplify a difficult discussion, we may say that something like 2 out of every 3 working men were able to read after some fashion in the early part of the century, although rather fewer could write. As the effect of the Sunday schools and day schools increasingly became felt, as well as the drive for self-improvement among working people themselves, so the number of the illiterate fell, although in the worst child labor areas the fall was delayed. But the ability to read was only the elementary technique. The ability to handle abstract and consecutive argument was by no means inborn, it had to be discovered against almost overwhelming difficulties, the lack of leisure, the cost of candles, as well as educational deprivation. Ideas and terms were sometimes employed in the early radical movement which, it is evident, had for some ardent followers a fetishistic rather than rational value. Some of the Pentridge rebels thought that a provisional government would ensure a more plentiful supply of provisions, while, in one account of the Peatmen of the Northeast in 1819, universal suffrage is understood by many of them to mean universal suffering. If one member suffers, all must suffer. 3. Such evidence as survives as to the literary accomplishment of working men in the first 2 decades of the century serves only to illustrate the folly of generalization. In the Luddite Times, anonymous messages vary from self-conscious apostrophes to liberty with her smiling attributes to scarcely decipherable chalking on walls. We may take examples of both kinds. In 1812 the Salford coroner, who had returned a verdict of justifiable homicide upon the body of a man shot while attacking Burton's mill, was warned. "No, thou cursed insinuates, if Burton's infamous action was justifiable, the laws of tyrants are reason's dictates. Beware, beware. A month's bathing in the Stygian lake would not wash the sanguinary deed from our minds, it but augments the heritable cause, that stirs us up in indignation." 1. The letter concludes, Lud finus est, a reminder that Manchester boasted a grammar school as well as private schools where the sons of artisans might obtain Latin enough for this. The other paper was found in Chesterfield Market. It is much to the same purpose, but it somehow carries a greater conviction. "I am going to inform you that there is 6,000 men coming to you in April, and then we will go and blow Parliament House up and blow up all a /labreeing people can't stand it no longer / damn all such roaches as England governs. But never mind Ned Ludd, when General Noddy and his army comes we will soon bring about the great revolution, then all these great men's heads goes of." Others of the promised benefits of General Noddy were, "We will knock down the pre-ions and the judge we will murder when he is asleep too." The difference is not only a matter of style, it is also one of sensibility. The first we might suppose to be written by a bespectacled, graying, artisan, a cobbler with Voltaire, Volney, and Paine on his shelf, and a taste for the great tragedians. Among the state prisoners of 1817 there were other men of this order from Lancashire, the 70-year-old William Ogden, a letterpress printer, who wrote to his wife from prison, "Though I am in irons, I will face my enemies like the great Caractacus when in the same situation." Joseph Mitchell, another printing worker, whose daughters were called Myrtilla, Carolina, and Cordelia, and who, when another daughter was born while he was in prison, wrote in haste to his wife proposing that the baby be called Portia, or Samuel Bamford himself, whose instructions to his wife were more specific: "A reformer's wife ought to be an heroine." 1. The second letter is the work of a collier or a village stockinger. It is of much the same order as the more playful letter left by a pitman in the northeast coalfield in the house of a colliery viewer in 1831, into which he and some mates had broken during a strike riot. "I was at Yahoo's last neat, and made Mijel very comfortable. Ya hae nae family, and ya just one man on the colliery. I see ya hev a great lot of rooms, and big cellars, and plenty wine and beer in them, which I got ma share on. No, I know some at War Colliery that has 3 or 4 lads and less, and they live in one room not half as good as ye cellar. I don't pretend to know very much, but I know there shouldn't be that much difference. The only place we can gan to o' the weekends is the Yelhoos and hev a pint. I dinna pretend to be a prophet, but I know this, and lots o' ma marrows nas te, that we are not trit as we ought to be, and a great philosopher says, to get knowledge is to know we are ignorant. But we've just begun to find that oot, and ye mays ters and owners may luck oot, for ye not gan to get se much o ye own way, wer gan to hev some o wars now, too. If the Bible societies, and the Sunday school societies have been attended by no other good, Sherwin noted, they have at least produced one beneficial effect. They have been the means of teaching many thousands of children to read the letters of Brandreth and his wife, of Cato Street conspirators, and of other state prisoners, give us some insight into that great area between the attainments of the skilled artisan and those of the barely literate. Somewhere in the middle we may place Mrs. Johnston, addressing her husband, who was a journeyman tailor, in prison. Believe me, my dear, if there is not a day nor hour in the day but what my mind is less or more engaged about you. I can appeal to the Almighty that it is true, and when I retire to rest I pray God to forgive all my enemies and change their heart. Beside this we may set the letter of the Sheffield joiner, Wolstenholme, to his wife. Our minister hath lent me 4 volumes of the Missionary Register, which give me great satisfaction to seou the Lord is carrying on his work of grace in distant countries. The writing of this letter was attended with difficulties, since have broke my spectacles. 1 Such letters were written in unaccustomed leisure. We can almost see Wolstenholme laboriously spelling out his words, and stopping to consult a more well-lettered prisoner when he came to the hurdle of satisfaction. Mrs. Johnston may have consulted one of the professional letter writers to be found in most towns and villages, who wrote the appropriate form of letter at 1 d a time. For, even among the literate, letter writing was an unusual pursuit. The cost of postage alone prohibited it except at infrequent intervals. For a letter to pass between the North and London might cost one's 10d, and we know that both Mrs. Johnston and Mrs. Wolstenholme were suffering privations in the absence of their husbands. Mrs. Johnston's shoes were full of water and she had been able to buy no more since her husband was taken up. All the Cato Street prisoners, it seems, could write after some fashion. Brunt, the shoemaker, salted some sardonic verses with French, while James Wilson wrote, "The cause which nerved a Brutus' arm to strike a tyrant with alarm. The cause for which brave Hampden died. For which the gallant Tell defied a tyrant's insolence and pride." Richard Tidd, another shoemaker, on the other hand, could only muster, "Sir, I ham a very bad hand at writing." 1 We cannot, of course, take such men as a sample, since their involvement in political activity indicates that they belonged to the more conscious minority who followed the radical press. But they may serve to warn us against understating the diffusion of effective literacy. 2 The artisans are a special case, the intellectual elite of the class. But there were, scattered throughout all parts of England, an abundance of educational institutions for working people, even if institution is too formal a word for the dame school, the penny-a-week evening school run by a factory cripple or injured pitman, or the Sunday school itself. In the Pennine valleys, where the weavers' children were too poor to pay for slates or paper, they were taught their letters by drawing them with their fingers in a sand table. If thousands lost these elementary attainments when they reached adult life, on the other hand the work of the nonconformist churches, of friendly societies and trade unions, and the needs of industry itself, all demanded that such learning be consolidated and advanced. I have found, Alexander Galloway, the master engineer, reported in 1824. From the mode of managing my business, by drawings and written descriptions, a man is not of much use to me unless he can read and write. If a man applies for work, and says he cannot read and write, he is asked no more questions. 3. In most artisan trades the journeymen and petty masters found some reading and work with figures an occupational necessity. Not only the ballad singer but also the number man or calendar man went round the working class districts, hawking chapbooks, almanacs, dying speeches and radical periodicals. One of the most impressive features of post-war radicalism was its sustained effort to extend these attainments and to raise the level of political awareness. At Barnsley as early as January 1816 a penny-a-month club of weavers was formed, for the purpose of buying radical newspapers and periodicals. The Hampden clubs and political unions took great pains to build up reading societies, and in the larger centres they opened permanent newsrooms or reading rooms, such as that at Hanley in the Potteries. This room was open from 8 a.m. till 10 p.m. There were penalties for swearing, for the use of indecent language and for drunkenness. Each evening the London papers were to be publicly read. At the rooms of the Stockport Union in 1818, according to Joseph Mitchell, there was a meeting of class leaders on Monday nights, on Tuesday, moral and political readings, on Wednesdays, a conversation or debate, on Thursdays, grammar, arithmetic, and C was taught. Saturday was a social evening, while Sunday was school day for adults and children alike. In Blackburn the members of the Female Reform Society pledged themselves to use our utmost endeavour to instill into the minds of our children a deep and rooted hatred of our corrupt and tyrannical rulers. One means was the use of the bad alphabet for the use of the children of female reformers. B was for Bible, bishop, and bigotry, K for king, king's evil, knave and kidnapper, W for Whig, weakness, wavering, and wicked. Despite the repression after 1819, the tradition of providing such newsrooms continued through the 1820s. In London after the war there was a boom in coffee houses, many of which served this double function. By 1833, at John Doherty's famous coffee and newsroom attached to his Manchester bookshop, no fewer than 96 newspapers were taken every week, including the illegal unstamped. In the smaller towns and villages the reading groups were less formal but no less important. Sometimes they met at inns, hush shops, or private houses, sometimes the periodical was read and discussed in the workshop. The high cost of periodicals during the time of the heaviest taxes on knowledge led to thousands of ad hoc arrangements by which small groups clubbed together to buy their chosen paper. During the Reform Bill agitation Thomas Dunning, a Nantwich shoemaker, joined with his shopmates and our Unitarian minister, in subscribing to the Weekly Dispatch, price 8.5d, the stamp duty being 4d. It was too expensive for one ill-paid Crispin. 1. The circulation of the radical press fluctuated violently. Cobbetts 2d. Register at its meridian, between October 1816 and February 1817, was running at something between 40,000 and 60,000 each week, a figure many times in excess of any competitor of any sort. Point 2 The Black Dwarf ran at about 12,000 in 1819, although this figure was probably exceeded after Peterloo. Thereafter the stamp tax severely curtailed circulation, although Carlyle's periodicals ran in the thousands through much of the 20s. With the Reform Bill agitation, the radical press broke through to a larger circulation once more. Doherty's Voice of the People, and the Pioneer all had circulations above 10,000, Carlyle's Gauntlet, Hetherington's Poor Man's Guardian, while a dozen smaller periodicals, like The Destructive, ran to some thousands. The slump in the sale of costly weekly periodicals during the stamp tax decade was to great degree made up by the growth in the sales of cheap books and individual pamphlets, ranging from the political house that Jack built to Cobbett's Cottage Economy, History of the Protestant Reformation, and sermons. In the same period, in most of the great centers there were one or more dailies or weeklies which, while not being avowedly radical, nevertheless catered for this large radical public. And the growth in this very large petit bourgeois and working class reading public was recognized by those influential agencies, notably the Society for the Promotion of Christian Knowledge and the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge, which made prodigious and lavishly subsidized efforts to divert the readers to more wholesome and improving matter. 1. This was the culture, with its eager disputations around the booksellers' stalls, in the taverns, workshops, and coffee houses, which Shelley saluted in his Song to the Men of England and within which the genius of Dickens matured. But it is a mistake to see it as a single, undifferentiated reading public. We may say that there were several different publics impinging upon and overlapping each other, but nevertheless organized according to different principles. Among the more important were the commercial public, pure and simple, which might be exploited at times of radical excitement, but which was followed according to the simple criteria of profitability, the various more or less organized publics, around the churches or the mechanics' institutes, the passive public which the improving societies sought to get at and redeem, and the active, radical public, which organized itself in the face of the Six Acts and the taxes on knowledge. The struggle to build and hold this last public has been admirably told in W. D. Wickwor's The Struggle for the Freedom of the Press. 1 There is perhaps no country in the world in which the contest for the rights of the press was so sharp, so emphatically victorious, and so peculiarly identified with the cause of the artisans and laborers. If Peterloo established the right of public demonstration, the rights of a free press were won in a campaign extending over 15 or more years, which has no comparison for its pig-headed, bloody-minded, and indomitable audacity. Carlyle rightly saw that the repression of 1819 made the rights of the press the fulcrum of the radical movement. But, unlike Cobbett and Wooler, who modified their tone to meet the Six Acts in the hope of living to fight another day, Carlyle hoisted the black ensign of unqualified defiance and, like a pirate cock-boat, sailed straight into the middle of the combined fleets of the state and church. As, in the aftermath of Peterloo, he came up for trial, the entire radical press saluted his courage, but gave him up for lost. When he finally emerged, after years of imprisonment, the combined fleets were scattered beyond the horizon in disarray. He had exhausted the ammunition of the government, and turned its ex officio informations and special juries into laughing-stocks. He had plainly sunk the private prosecuting societies, the Constitutional Association and the Vice Society, which were supported by the patronage and the subscriptions of the nobility, bishops, and Wilberforce. Carlyle did not, of course, achieve this triumph on his own. The first round of the battle was fought in 1817, when there were 26 prosecutions for seditious and blasphemous libel and 16 ex officio informations filed by the law officers of the Crown. 1 The laurels of victory, in this year, went to Wooler and Hone, and to the London juries which refused to convict. Wooler conducted his own defense. He was a capable speaker, with some experience of the courts, and defended himself with ability in the grandiloquent libertarian manner. The result of his two trials was one verdict of not guilty and one muddled verdict of guilty, which was later upset in the Court of King's Bench. 2 The three trials of William Hone in December 1817 are some of the most hilarious legal proceedings on record. Hone, a poor bookseller and former member of the LCS, was indicted for publishing blasphemous libels, in the form of parodies upon the Catechism, Litany, and Creed. Hone, in fact, was only a particularly witty exponent of a form of political squib long established among the news vendors and patterers, and practiced in more sophisticated form by men of all parties, from Wilkes to the writers in the Anti-Jacobin. Hone, indeed, had not thought his parodies worth risking liberty for. When the repression of February 1817 commenced, he had sought to withdraw them, and it was Carlyle, by republishing them, who had forced the government's hand. Here is a sample. Our Lord who art in the treasury, whatsoever be thy name, thy power be prolonged, thy will be done throughout the empire, as it is in each session. Give us our usual sops, and forgive us our occasional absences on divisions, as we promise not to forgive those that divide against thee. Turn us not out of our places, but keep us in the House of Commons, the land of pensions and plenty, and deliver us from the people. Amen. Hone was held in prison, in poor health, from May until December, because he was unable to find £1,000 bail. Not much was expected when it was learned that he intended to conduct his own defense. But Hone had been improving the time in prison by collecting examples, from the past and present, of other parodists, and in his first trial before Justice Abbott he secured an acquittal. In the next 2 days the old, ill, and testy Lord Chief Justice Ellenborough himself presided over the trials. Page after page of the record is filled with Ellenborough's interruptions, Hone's unruffled reproofs to the Chief Justice on his conduct, the reading of ludicrous parodies culled from various sources, and threats by the sheriff to arrest the first man I see laugh. Despite Ellenborough's unqualified charge, the jury returned 2 further verdicts of not guilty, with the consequence that Ellenborough retired to his sick room never to return. From that time forward, even in 1819 and 1820, all parodies and squibs were immune from prosecution. 1. Persecution cannot easily stand up in the face of ridicule. Indeed, There are two things that strike one about the press battles of these years. The first is, not the solemnity but the delight with which Hone, Cruikshank, Carlyle, Davison, Benbow and others baited authority. Imprisonment as a radical publisher brought, not odium, but honor. Once the publishers had decided that they were ready to go to prison, they outdid each other with new expedients to exhibit their opponents in the most ludicrous light. Radical England was delighted at the resurrection by Sherwin of Wat Tyler, the Republican indiscretion of Southey's youth. Southey, now poet laureate, was foremost in the clamour to curb the seditious license of the press, and sought an injunction against Sherwin for infringement of copyright. Lord Eldon refused the injunction. The court could not take notice of property in the unhallowed profits of libel-louse publications. Is it not a little strange, Hazlitt inquired, that while this gentleman is getting an injunction against himself as the author of Wat Tyler, he is recommending gagging bills against us, and thus making up by force for his deficiency in argument? One on the other hand, Carlyle was more than pleased that the injunction was refused, for the sales of the poem were a staple source of profit in his difficult period at the start of business. Glory be to thee, O Southey, he wrote 6 years later. Wat Tyler continued to be a source of profit when every other political publication failed. The world does not know what it may yet owe to Southey too. The incidents of the pirating of Queen Mab and the vision of judgment were part of the same ebullient strategy. No British monarch has ever been portrayed in more ridiculous postures nor in more odious terms than George IV during the Queen Caroline agitation, and notably in Hone and Cruikshank's right divine of kings to govern wrong, the Queen's matrimonial ladder, Non mi ricordo, and the Man in the Moon. The same author's Slap at Slop and the Bridge Street Gang appeared in the format of the government-subsidized New Times, complete with a mock newspaper stamp with the design of a cat's paw and the motto, "On everything he claps his claw," and with mock advertisements and mock lists of births and deaths. Marriage. His Imperial Majesty Prince Despotism, in a consumption, to her supreme antiquity, the ignorance of 18 centuries, in a decline. The bridal dresses were most superb. While Carlyle fought on from prison, the satirists raked his prosecutors with fire. The second point is the real toughness of the libertarian and constitutional tradition, notwithstanding the government's assault. It is not only a question of support in unexpected places. Hone's subscription list was headed by donations from a Whig duke, a marquis, and 2 earls, which indicates an uneasiness in the ruling class itself. What is apparent from the reports of the law officers of the Crown, in all political trials, is the caution with which they proceeded. In particular, they were aware of the unreliability of the jury system. By Fox's Libel Act of 1792 the jury were judges of the libel as well as of the fact of publishing, and however judges might seek to set this aside, this meant in effect that 12 Englishmen had to decide whether they thought the libel dangerous enough to merit imprisonment or not. One state prosecution which failed was a blow at the morale of authority which could only be repaired by 3 which succeeded. Even in 1819-21 when the government and the prosecuting societies carried almost every case won, it still is not possible to speak of totalitarian or Asiatic despotism. Reports of the trials were widely circulated, containing the very passages, sometimes, indeed, whole books read by the defendants in court, for which the accused were sentenced. Carlyle continued imperturbably to edit the Republican from jail. Some of his shopmen, indeed, undertook in prison the editing of another journal, as a means of self-improvement. If Wooler's Black Dwarf failed in 1824, Cobbett remained in the field. He was, it is true, much subdued in the early 20s. He did not like Carlyle's republicanism and ism, nor their hold on the artisans of the great centers, and he turned increasingly back to the countryside and distanced himself from the working-class movement. But, even at this distance, the political register was always there, with its columns, like those of the Republican, open to expose any case of persecution, from Bodmin to Berwick. The honors of this contest did not belong to a single class. John Hunt and Thelwall were among those pestered by the Bridge Street Gang, Sir Charles Wolseley, Burdett, the Reverend Joseph Harrison, were among those imprisoned for sedition. But Carlyle and his shopmen were those who pressed defiance to its furthest point. The main battle was over by 1823, although there were renewed prosecutions in the late 20s and early 30s, and blasphemy cases trickled on into Victorian times. Carlyle's greatest offense was to proceed with the unabashed publication of the political works, and then the theological works, of Tom Paine, works which, while circulating surreptitiously in the enclaves of old jacks in the cities, had been banned ever since Paine's trial in absentia in 1792, and Daniel Isaac Eaton's successive trials during the wars. To this he added many further offenses as the struggle wore on, and as he himself moved from deism to atheism, and as he threw in provocations, such as the advocacy of assassination, which in any view of the case were incitements to prosecution. He was an indomitable man, but he was scarcely lovable, and his years of imprisonment did not improve him. His strength lay in two things. First, he would not even admit of the possibility of defeat. And second, he had at his back the culture of the artisans. The first point is not as evident as it appears. Determined men have often been silenced or defeated. It is true that Carlyle's brand of determination was peculiarly difficult for the authorities to meet. No matter how much law they had on their side, they must always incur odium by prosecutions. But they had provided themselves, under the 6 Acts, with the power to banish the authors of sedition for offences far less than those which Carlyle both committed and proudly admitted. It is testimony to the delicate equilibrium of the time, and to the limits imposed upon power by the consensus of constitutional opinion, that even in 1820 this provision of the Act was not employed. Banishment apart, Carlyle could not be silenced, unless he were to be beheaded, or, more possibly, placed in solitary confinement. But there are two reasons why the government did not proceed to extreme measures. First, already by 1821 it seemed to them less necessary, for the increased stamp duties were taking effect. Second, it was apparent after the first encounters that if Carlyle were to be silenced, half a dozen new Carlyles would step into his place. The first two who did so were, in fact, Carlyle's, his wife and his sister. Thereafter the shopmen came forward. By one count, before the battle had ended Carlyle had received the help of 150 volunteers, who, shopmen, printers, news vendors, had between them served 200 years of imprisonment. The volunteers were advertised for in the Republican, men who were free, able, and willing to serve in General Carlyle's corps. It is most distinctly to be understood that a love of propagating the principles, and a sacrifice of liberty to that end, and not gain, must be the motive to call forth such volunteers, for, though our Carlyle pledges himself to give such men the best support in his power, should any great number be imprisoned, he is not so situated as to property or prospects as to be able to promise any particular sum weekly. 1. From that time forward the Temple of Reason off Fleet Street was scarcely left untenanted for more than a day. The men and women who came forward were, in nearly every case, entirely unknown to Carlyle. They simply came out of London, or arrived on the coach from Lincolnshire, Dorset, Liverpool, and Leeds. They came out of a culture. It was not the working-class culture of the weavers or Tyneside peatmen. The people most prominent in the fight included clerks, shop assistants, a farmer's son, Benbow, the shoemaker-turned-bookseller, James Watson, the Leeds warehouseman who had the charge of a saddler horse at a dry salter's, James Mann, the cropper-turned-bookseller. The intellectual tradition was in part derived from the Jacobin years, the circle which had once moved around Godwin and Mary Wollstonecraft, or the members of the LCS, the last authentic spokesman of which, John Gale Jones, was one of Carlyle's most constant supporters. In part it was a new tradition, owing something to Bentham's growing influence and something to the free-thinking Christians and Unitarians, such as Benjamin Flower and W. J. Fox. It touched that vigorous subculture of the editors of Sunday newspapers and lecturers at the Surrey Institute which Blackwood's and the literary establishment so scorned, schoolmasters, poor medical students, or civil servants who read Byron and Shelley and the Examiner, and among whom, not Whig or Tory, but right and wrong considered by each man abstractedly, is the fashion. 1. It is scarcely helpful to label this culture bourgeois or petit bourgeois, although Carlyle had more than his share of the individualism which characterizes the latter. It would seem to be closer to the truth that the impulse of rational enlightenment which had been largely confined to the radical intelligentsia was now seized upon by the artisans and some of the skilled workers with an evangelistic zeal to carry it to numbers unlimited, a propagandist zeal scarcely to be found in Bentham, James Mill, or Keats. The subscription lists for Carlyle's campaign drew heavily upon London, and, next, upon Manchester and Leeds. The artisan culture was, above all, that of the self-taught. During this 12-month, Watson recalled of his imprisonment, I read with deep interest and much profit Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Hume's History of England, and Mosheim's Ecclesiastical History. To the artisans, who formed the nuclei of Carlyle's supporting zetetic societies, were profoundly suspicious of an established culture which had excluded them from power and knowledge and which had answered their protests with homilies and tracts. The works of the Enlightenment came to them with the force of revelation. In this way a reading public which was increasingly working class in character was forced to organize itself. The war and immediate post-war years had seen a kept press, on the one hand, and a radical press on the other. In the 20s much of the middle-class press freed itself from direct government influence, and made some use of the advantages which Cobbett and Carlyle had gained. The Times and Lord Brougham, who disliked the pauper press perhaps as much as Lord Eldon, gave to the term radicalism a quite different meaning: free trade, cheap government, and utilitarian reform. To some degree they carried the radical middle class with them, the schoolmasters, surgeons, and shopkeepers, some of whom had once supported Cobbett and Wooler, so that by 1832 there were two radical publics, the middle class, which looked forward to the Anti-Corn Law League, and the working class, whose journalists were already maturing the Chartist movement. Throughout the 20s the working class press struggled under the crushing weight of the stamp duties while Cobbett remained loosely and temperamentally affiliated to the plebeian rather than to the middle class movement. The dividing line came to be, increasingly, not alternative reform strategies but alternative notions of political economy. The touchstone can be seen during the field laborers' revolt in 1830, when the Times led the demand for salutary examples to be made of the rioters, while both Cobbett and Carlyle were prosecuted once again on charges of inflammatory writing. In 1830 and 1831 the black ensign of defiance was hoisted once again. Cobbett found a loophole in the law, and recommenced his twopenny trash. But this time it was Hetherington, a printing worker, who led the frontal attack. His poor man's guardian carried the emblem of a hand press, the motto "Knowledge is Power," and the heading, "Published contrary to law to try the power of might against right." His opening address, quoted clause by clause the laws he intended to defy. The Poor Man's Guardian will contain news, intelligence, and occurrences, and remarks and observations thereon, and upon matters of church and state tending, decidedly, to excite hatred and contempt of the government and constitution of this country, as by law established, and also, to vilify the abuses of religion. It would also defy every clause of the stamp tax legislation, or any other acts whatsoever, and despite the laws or the will and pleasure of any tyrant or body of tyrants whatsoever, anything herein before, or anywhere else, to the contrary notwithstanding. His fourth number carried the advertisement, "Wanted, some hundreds of poor men out of employ who have nothing to risk, to sell to the poor and ignorant this paper." Not only were the volunteers found, but a score of other unstamped papers sprang up, notably Carlyle's Gauntlet, and Joshua Hobson's Voice of the West Riding. By 1836 the struggle was substantially over, and the way had been opened for the Chartist press. But the great unstamped was emphatically a working class press. The Poor Man's Guardian and the Working Man's Friend were in effect organs of the National Union of the Working Classes. Doherty's Poor Man's Advocate was an organ of the factory movement. Joshua Hobson was a former handloom weaver, who had built a wooden hand press by his own labor, Brontara O'Brien's destructive consciously sought to develop working-class radical theory. These small, closely printed, weeklies carried news of the great struggle for general unionism in these years, the lockouts of 1834 and the protests at the Toll-Puddle case, or searching debate and exposition of socialist and trade union theory. An examination of this period would take us beyond the limits of this study, to a time when the working class was no longer in the making but already made. The point we must note is the degree to which the fight for press liberties was a central formative influence upon the shaping movement. Perhaps 500 people were prosecuted for the production and sale of the unstamped .1 from 1816 until 1836. The contest involved, not only the editors, booksellers, and printers, but also many hundreds of news vendors, hawkers, and voluntary agents. 2. Year after year the annals of persecution continue. In 1817 two men selling Cobbett's pamphlets in Shropshire, whom a clerical magistrate caused to be apprehended under the Vagrant Act, and had well flogged at the whipping post. In the same year hawkers in Plymouth, Exeter, the Black Country, Oxford, the North. In 1819 even a peep show huckster, who showed a print of Peterloo in a Devon village. The imprisonments were rarely for more than a year, but they could be more serious in their effects upon the victims than the more widely publicized imprisonments of editors. Men were thrown into verminous houses of correction, often chained and fettered, often without knowledge of the law or means of defense. Unless their cases were noted by Cobbett, Carlyle, or some section of the radicals, their families were left without any income and might be forced into the workhouse. 3. It was, indeed, in the smaller centres that the contest for freedom was most hard fought. Manchester or Nottingham or Leeds had radical enclaves and meeting places, and were ready to support the victimized. In the market town or industrial village the cobbler or teacher who took in Cobbett or Carlyle in the 20s might expect to be watched and to suffer persecution in indirect forms. A whole pattern of distribution, with its own folklore, grew up around the militant press. Hawkers, in order to avoid selling the Republican, sold straws instead, and then gave the paper to their customers. In the Spen Valley, in the days of the unstamped, a penny was dropped through a grating and the paper would appear. In other parts, men would slip down alleys or across fields at night to the known rendezvous. More than once the unstamped were transported under the noses of the authorities in a coffin and with a godly cortege of freethinkers. We may take two examples of the shopmen and vendors. The first, a shopwoman, serves to remind us that, in these rationalist and Owenite circles, the claim for women's rights was once again being made, and was slowly extending from the intelligentsia to the artisans. Carlyle's womenfolk, who underwent trial and imprisonment, did so more out of loyalty than out of conviction. Very different was Mrs. Wright, a Nottingham lace mender, who was one of Carlyle's volunteers and who was prosecuted for selling one of his addresses containing opinions in his characteristic manner. A representative system of government would soon see the propriety of turning our churches and chapels into temples of science and, cherishing the philosopher instead of the priest. Kingcraft and priestcraft I hold to be the bane of society. Those two evils operate jointly against the welfare both of the body and mind, and to palliate our miseries in this life, the latter endeavor to bamboozle us with a hope of eternal happiness. She conducted her long defense herself one and was rarely interrupted. Towards the end of her defense, Mrs. Wright requested permission to retire and suckle her infant child that was crying. This was granted, and she was absent from the court 20 minutes. In passing to and fro, to the Castle Coffee House, she was applauded and loudly cheered by assembled thousands, all encouraging her to be of good cheer and to persevere. Some time later she was thrown into Newgate, on a November night, with her 6 months baby and nothing to lie on but a mat. Such women as Mrs. Wright had to meet not only the customary prosecutions, but also the abuse and insinuations of an outraged loyalist press. This wretched and shameless woman, wrote the New Times, was attended by several females. Are not these circumstances enough to shock every reflecting mind? She was an abandoned creature who has cast off all the distinctive shame and fear and decency of her sex. By her horrid example she had depraved the minds of other mothers. These monsters in female form stand forward, with hardened visages, in the face of day, to give their public countenance and support, for the first time in the history of the Christian world, to gross, vulgar, horrid blasphemy. She was a woman, wrote Carlyle, of very delicate health, and truly all spirit and no matter. 1. The longest sentences endured by a news vendor were probably those served by Joseph Swan, a hat maker of Macclesfield. He was arrested in 1819 for selling pamphlets and a seditious poem. Off with your fetters, spurn the slavish yoke. Now, or never, can your chain be broke. Swift then rise and give the fatal stroke. Shunted from jail to jail, and chained with felons, he was eventually sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment for seditious conspiracy, 2 years for blasphemous libel, and a further 6 months for seditious libel to run consecutively. When these monstrous sentences had been passed, Swan held up his white hat and inquired of the magistrate, "Han ye done? Is that all? Why, I thought ye'd got a bit of hemp for me, and hung me." His wife also was briefly arrested. She and her 4 children survived on a parish allowance of 9s a week, with some help from Carlyle and Cobbett. Cobbett, indeed, interested himself particularly in the case of Swan, and when Castlereagh committed suicide it was to Swan that Cobbett addressed his triumphant obituary obloquies, "Castlereagh has cut his own throat and is dead. Let that sound reach you in the depth of your dungeon, and carry consolation to your suffering soul." After serving his 4.5 years, Swan passed the gate of Chester Castle, in mind as stubborn as ever, and resumed his trade as a hatter. But he had not yet been discharged from service. In November 1831 the Poor Man's Guardian reported proceedings at the Stockport Magistrates' Court, where Joseph Swan was charged with selling the unstamped. The chairman of the bench, Captain Clark, asked him what he had to say in his defense. Defendant: "Well, sir, I have been out of employment for some time, neither can I obtain work, my family are all starving. And for another reason, the weightiest of all, I sell them for the good of my fellow countrymen, to let them see how they are misrepresented in Parliament. I wish to let the people know how they are humbugged." Bench: "Hold your tongue a moment." Defendant: "I shall not. For I wish every man to read these publications." Bench: "You are very insolent, therefore you are committed to 3 months' imprisonment in Knutsford House of Correction, to hard labor." Defendant: "I've nothing to thank you for, and whenever I come out, I'll hawk them again. And mind you, the first that I hawk shall be to your house." Joseph Swan was then forcibly removed from the dock. 1. In the 20th century rhetoric of democracy most of these men and women have been forgotten, because they were impudent, vulgar, over-earnest, or fanatical. In their wake the subsidized vehicles of improvement, the penny magazine and the Saturday magazine moved in, and afterwards the commercial press, with its much larger resources, although it did not really begin to capture the radical reading public until the 40s and the 50s. 2 consequences of the contest may be particularly noticed. The first is that the working class ideology which matured in the 30s put an exceptionally high value upon the rights of the press, of speech, of meeting, and of personal liberty. The tradition of the free-born Englishman is of course far older. But the notion to be found in some late Marxist interpretations, by which these claims appear as a heritage of bourgeois individualism will scarcely do. In the contest between 1792 and 1836 the artisans and workers made this tradition peculiarly their own, adding to the claim for free speech and thought their own claim for the untrammeled propagation, in the cheapest possible form, of the products of this thought. In this, it is true, they shared a characteristic illusion of the epoch, applying it with force to the context of working-class struggle. All the enlighteners and improvers of the time thought that the only limit imposed to the diffusion of reason and knowledge was that imposed by the inadequacy of the means. The analogies which were drawn were frequently mechanical. The educational method of Lancaster and Bell, with its attempt at the cheap multiplication of learning by child monitors, was called the steam engine of the moral world. Peacock aimed with deadly accuracy when he called Brougham's Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge the Steam Intellect Society. Carlyle was supremely confident that pamphlet reading is destined to work the great necessary moral and political changes among mankind. The printing press may be strictly denominated a multiplication table as applicable to the mind of man. The art of printing is a multiplication of mind. Pamphlet vendors are the most important springs in the machinery of reform. 1. Owen contemplated the institution, by means of propaganda, of the new moral world with messianic, but mechanical, optimism. But if this was, in part, the rationalist illusion, we must remember the second, and more immediate, consequence. Between 1816 and 1836 this multiplication seemed to work. For the radical and unstamped journalists were seizing the multiplying machine on behalf of the working class, and in every part of the country the experiences of the previous quarter century had prepared men's minds for what they now could read. The importance of the propaganda can be seen in the steady extension of radical organization from the great towns and manufacturing areas into the small boroughs and market towns. One of the 6 acts of 1819 was specifically confined only to designated disturbed districts of the Midlands and the North. 1 By 1832, and on into Chartist times, there is a radical nucleus to be found in every county, in the smallest market towns and even in the larger rural villages, and in nearly every case it is based on the local artisans. In such centres as Croydon, Colchester, and Ipswich, Tiverton and Taunton, Nantwich, or Cheltenham, there were hardy and militant radical or Chartist bodies. In Ipswich we find weavers, saddlers, harness makers, tailors, shoemakers, in Cheltenham shoemakers, tailors, stonemasons, cabinet makers, gardeners, a plasterer and a blacksmith, earnest and reputable people, much above the average in intelligence. 2 These are the people whom Cobbett, Carlyle, Hetherington, and their news vendors had multiplied. Earnest and reputable people, this autodidact culture has never been adequately analyzed. 3 The majority of these people had received some elementary education, although its inadequacy is testified from many sources. I well remember the first half-time school in Bingley. It was a cottage at the entrance to the mill yard. The teacher, a poor old man who had done odd jobs of a simple kind for about 12s a week, was set to teach the half-timers. Lest, however, he should teach too much or the process be too costly, he had to stamp washers out of cloth with a heavy wooden mallet on a large block of wood during school hours. 1. This is, perhaps, the schooling of the early 1830s at its worst. Better village schools, or cheap fee-paying schools patronized by artisans, could be found in the 20s. By this time, also, the Sunday schools were liberating themselves from the taboo upon the teaching of writing, while the first British and national schools were beginning to have some effect. But, for any secondary education, the artisans, weavers, or spinners had to teach themselves. The extent to which they were doing this is attested by the sales of Cobbett's educational writings, and notably of his Grammar of the English Language, published in 1818, selling 13,000 within 6 months, and a further 100,000 in the next 15 years. 2 And we must remember that in translating sales into estimates of readership, the same book or paper was loaned, read aloud and passed through many hands. But the secondary education of the workers took many forms, of which private study in solitude was only one. The artisans, in particular, were not as rooted in benighted communities as it is easy to assume. They tramped freely about the country in search of work. Apart from the enforced travels of the wars, many mechanics traveled abroad, and the relative facility with which thousands upon thousands emigrated to America and the colonies suggests a general fluency of social life. In the cities a vigorous and bawdy plebeian culture coexisted with more polite traditions among the artisans. Many collections of early 19th century ballads testify to the fervour with which the battle between loyalists and radicals was carried into song. Perhaps it was the melodramatic popular theatre which accorded best with the gusto of the Jacobins and of the old radicals of 1816 to 20. From the early 1790s the theatre, especially in provincial centres, was a forum in which the opposed factions confronted each other, and provoked each other by calling the tunes in the intervals. A Jacobin revolutionist and leveller described a visit to the theatre, in 1795, in a northern port. And as the theatre is generally the field in which the volunteer officers fight their campaigns, these military heroes, called for the tune of God Save the King, and ordered the audience to stand uncovered. I sat covered in defiance of the military. 1. It was in the years of repression that this song replaced the roast beef of Old England as a national anthem. But as the wars dragged on, the audience often proved itself to be less easily cowed by church and king bullies than later generations. A riot in Sheffield in 1812 commenced when the South Devon officers insist on having God Save the King sung, and the mobility in the gallery insist on its not being sung. A disturber has been sent to prison too. Most early 19th century theatre riots had some radical tinge to them, even if they only expressed the simple antagonism between the stalls and the gods. The jealousy of the monopolistic patent theatres to their little rivals, with their burlesques and their shows disgraced, by the introduction of horses, elephants, monkeys, dogs, fencers, tumblers, and rope dancers 3 was reinforced by the dislike felt by employers for the dangerous ebullience of the audience. In 1798 the opulent merchants, shipbuilders, rope makers and other employers around London docks memorialised the government, complaining that the performances at the Royalty Theatre, near the Tower, encouraged habits of dissipation and profligacy among their numerous manufacturers, workmen, servants, and c1 in 1819 disorder raged through central London, night after night, and week after week, in the notorious O.P. riots, when the prices were raised at Drury Lane. It was authorities' particular dislike of the theatre's blend of disorder and sedition which enabled the patent theatres to preserve at least the forms of their monopoly until as late as 1843. The vitality of the plebeian theatre was not matched by its artistic merit. The most positive influence upon the sensibility of the radicals came less from the little theatres than from the Shakespearean revival. Not only Hazlitt, but also Wooler, Bamford, Cooper, and a score of self-taught radical and Chartist journalists were wont to cap their arguments with Shakespearean quotations. Wooler's apprenticeship had been in dramatic criticism, while the strictly trades unionist Trades newspaper commenced, in 1825, with a theatre critic as well as a sporting column. 2 But there was one popular art which, in the years between 1780 and 1830, attained to a peak of complexity and excellence, the political print. This was the age, first, of Gilray and of Rowlandson, and then of George Cruikshank, as well as of scores of other caricaturists, some competent, some atrociously crude. Theirs was, above all, a metropolitan art. The models for the cartoonists drove in their coaches past the print shops where their political sins were mercilessly lampooned. No holds whatsoever were barred, on either side. Thelwall or Burdett or Hunt would be portrayed by the Loyalists as savage incendiaries, a flaming torch in one hand, a pistol in the other, and with belts crammed with butchers' knives, while Cruikshank portrayed the king lolling blind drunk in his throne, surrounded by broken bottles and in front of a screen decorated with satyrs and large-breasted trollops. The popular print was by no means an art for the illiterate, as the balloons full of minute print, issuing from the mouths of the figures, testify. But the illiterate also could participate in this culture, standing by the hour in front of the print shop window and deciphering the intricate visual minutiae in the latest Gilray or Cruikshank, at nights in Sweeting's Alley, Fairburns off Ludgate Hill, or Hones in Fleet Street. There used to be a crowd, of grinning, good-natured mechanics, who spelt the songs, and spoke them out for the benefit of the company, and who received the points of humor with a general sympathizing roar. On occasions, the impact was sensational. Fleet Street would be blocked by the crowds. Cruikshank believed that his bank restriction note resulted in the abolition of the death penalty for passing forged money. In the 1790s the government actually suborned Gilray into anti-Jacobin service. During the wars the mainstream of prince was patriotic and anti-Gallican, but on domestic issues the prince were savagely polemical and frequently Burdettite in sympathy. After the wars a flood of radical prince was unloosed, which remained immune from prosecution, even during the Queen Caroline agitation, because prosecution would have incurred greater ridicule. Through all its transformations it remained a highly sophisticated city art. It could be acutely witty, or cruelly blunt and obscene, but in either case it depended upon a frame of reference of shared gossip and of intimate knowledge of the manners and foibles of even minor participants in public affairs, a patina of intricate elusiveness. 1. The culture of the theater and the print shop was popular in a wider sense than the literary culture of the radical artisans. For the keynote of the autodidact culture of the 20s and early 30s was moral sobriety. It is customary to attribute this to the influence of Methodism, and undoubtedly, both directly and indirectly, this influence can be felt. The Puritan character structure underlies the moral earnestness and self-discipline which enabled men to work on by candlelight after a day of labor. But we have to make two important reservations. The first is that Methodism was a strongly anti-intellectual influence, from which British popular culture has never wholly recovered. The circle to which Wesley would have confined the reading of Methodists was narrow enough. His own works, and his own series of abridgments, would have constituted the main part of a Methodist's library. 1. In the early 19th century local preachers and class leaders were encouraged to read more, reprints of Baxter, the hagiography of the movement, or volumes of the Missionary Register. But poetry was suspect, and philosophy, biblical criticism, or political theory taboo. The whole weight of Methodist teaching fell upon the blessedness of the pure in heart, no matter what their rank or accomplishments. This gave to the Church its egalitarian spiritual appeal. But it also fed the Philistine defenses of the scarcely literate. It is carte blanche for ignorance and folly, Hazlitt exploded. Those, who are either unable or unwilling to think connectedly or rationally on any subject, are at once released from every obligation of the kind, by being told that faith and reason are opposed to one another. 2. From the successive shocks of Paine, Cobbett, Carlyle, the Methodist ministers defended their flocks. The evidence was abundant that unmonitored literacy was the snare of the devil. Some of the offshoots from the main Methodist stem, the Methodist Unitarians and notably the New Connection, were more intellectual in inclination, and their congregations resemble the older dissenting churches. But the main Methodist tradition responded to the thirst for enlightenment in a different way. We have already noted 1. The submerged affinities between Methodism and middle-class utilitarianism. Strange as it may seem, when we think of Bentham and his hatred of jugical superstition, the spirit of the times was working for a conjunction of the two traditions. If intellectual inquiry was discouraged by the Methodists, the acquisition of useful knowledge could be seen as godly and full of merit. The emphasis, of course, was upon the use. Work discipline alone was not enough, it was necessary for the labor force to advance towards more sophisticated levels of attainment. The old opportunist Baconian argument, that there could be no evil in the study of nature, which is the visible evidence of God's laws, had now been assimilated within Christian apologetics. Hence arose that peculiar phenomenon of early Victorian culture, the nonconformist minister with his hand on the Old Testament and his eye on a microscope. The effects of this conjunction can already be felt within the working-class culture of the 20s. Science, botany, biology, geology, chemistry, mathematics, and, in particular, the applied sciences, the Methodists looked upon with favor, provided that these pursuits were not intermixed with politics or speculative philosophy. The solid, statistical, intellectual world which the utilitarians were building was congenial also to the Methodist Conference. They also compiled their statistical tables of Sunday school attendances, and Bunting would have been happy if he could have calculated degrees of spiritual grace with the accuracy that Chadwick calculated the minimum diet that might keep a pauper in strength to work. Hence came that alliance between nonconformists and utilitarians in educational endeavor, and in the dissemination of improving knowledge alongside godly exhortation. Already in the 20s this kind of literature is well established, in which moral admonishments appear side by side with little notes on the flora of Venezuela, statistics of the death roll in the Lisbon earthquake, recipes for boiled vegetables, and notes on hydraulics. Every species requires a different kind of food. Linnaeus has remarked that the cow eats 276 species of plants and rejects 218, the goat eats 449 and rejects 126, the sheep eats 387 and rejects 141, the horse eats 262 and rejects 212, and the hog, more nice in its taste than any of those, eats but 72 plants and rejects all the rest. Yet such is the unbounded munificence of the Creator, that all these countless myriads of sentient beings are amply provided for and nourished by His bounty. The eyes of all these look unto Him, and He openeth His hand and satisfieth the desire of every living being. 1. And already in the 20s, political economy can be seen as a third partner alongside morality and useful knowledge, in the shape of homilies upon the God-given and immutable laws of supply and demand. Capital, even nicer in its taste than the hog, would select only the industrious and obedient worker and reject all others. Thus Methodism and Evangelicism contributed few active intellectual ingredients to the articulate culture of the working people, although they can be said to have added an earnestness to the pursuit of information. And there is a second reservation to be made, when the sobriety of the artisan's world is attributed to this source. Moral sobriety was in fact demonstrably a product of the radical and rationalist agitation itself, and owed much to the old dissenting and Jacobin traditions. This is not to say that there were no drunken radicals nor disorderly demonstrations. Wooler was only one of the radical leaders who, it was said, was too fond of the bottle, while we have seen that the London taverns and Lancashire hush shops were important meeting places. But the radicals sought to rescue the people from the imputation of being a mob, and their leaders sought continually to present an image of sobriety. Moreover, there were other motives for this emphasis. One of the rules of the Bath Union Society for Parliamentary Reform is characteristic. It is earnestly recommended to every member not to spend his money at public houses, because half of the said money goes in taxes, to feed the maggots of corruption. 1. In the post-war years Hunt and Cobbett made much of the call for abstinence from all taxed articles, and in particular of the virtues of water over spirits or beer. The sobriety of the Methodists was the one attribute of their sect which Cobbett found it possible to praise. I look upon drunkenness as the root of much more than half the mischief, misery, and crimes with which society is afflicted. 2. This was not always Cobbett's tone. On other occasions he could lament the price, for the laborer, of beer. But a general moral primness is to be found in most quarters. It was, particularly, the ideology of the artisan or of the skilled worker who had held his position in the face of the boisterous unskilled tide. It is to be found in Carlyle's account of his early manhood. I was a regular, active, and industrious man, working early and late, and when out of the workshop never so happy anywhere as at home with my wife and 2 children. The alehouse I always detested. I had a notion that a man was a fool not to make a right application of every shilling. 3. Many a day he had missed out a meal, and carried home some 6-penny publication to read at night. It is to be found, in its most admirable and moving form, in William Lovett's Life and Struggles, in Pursuit of Bread, Knowledge, and Freedom, a title which, in itself, condenses all that we are seeking to describe. It was a disposition strengthened, among the Republicans and Freethinkers, by the character of the attacks upon them. Denounced in Loyalist lampoons and from church pulpits as disreputable exemplars of every vice, they sought to exhibit themselves as bearing, alongside their unorthodox opinions, an irreproachable character. They struggled against the Loyalist legends of revolutionary France, which was presented as a sanguinary thieves' kitchen, whose temples of reason were brothels. They were particularly sensitive to any accusation of sexual impropriety, of financial misconduct, or of lack of attachment to the familial virtues. 1 Carlyle published in 1830 a little book of homilies, The Moralist, while Cobbett's advice to young men was only a more hearty and readable essay upon the same themes of industry, perseverance, independence. The rationalists, of course, were especially anxious to counter the accusation that the rejection of the Christian faith must inevitably entail the dissolution of all moral restraints. Alongside Volney's influential Ruins of Empire there was translated, and circulated as a tract, his Law of Nature, which served to argue, in the form of a dialogue, that the respectable virtues must all be adhered to according to the laws of social utility. Q. Why do you say that conjugal love is a virtue? A. Because the concord and union which are the consequence of the affection subsisting between married persons, establish in the bosom of their family a multitude of habits which contribute to its prosperity and conservation. So on for the greater part of a page. And so, through chapters on knowledge, continence, temperance, cleanliness, the domestic virtues, which read like a prospectus for the Victorian age. Where heterodoxy appeared on matters of sexual relations, as it did among the Owenite communitarians, it generally did so with a zeal characteristic of the Puritan temperament. 2 The very small group of neo-Malthusians who with considerable courage propagated among the working people, in the early 20s, knowledge of the means of contraception did so out of the conviction that the only way in which the industrious classes could raise their physical and cultural standards was by limiting their own numbers. Place and his companions would have been utterly shocked if it had been suggested that these means contributed to sexual or personal freedom. 1. Levity or hedonism was as alien to the radical or rationalist disposition as it was to the Methodist, and we are reminded of how much the Jacobins and Deists owed to the traditions of old descent. But it is possible to judge too much from the written record, and the public image of the orator. In the actual movement, cheerfulness keeps breaking in, not only with Hone, but, increasingly, with Hetherington, Lovett and their circle, who were softer, more humorous, more responsive to the people, less didactic, but not less determined, than their master, Carlyle. It is tempting to offer the paradox that the rationalist artisans on Carlyle's or Volney's model exhibited the same behavior patterns as their Methodist analogues, whereas in one case sobriety and cleanliness were recommended in obedience to God and to authority, in the other case they were requisite virtues in those who made up the army which would overthrow priestcraft and kingcraft. To an observer who did not know the language the moral attributes of both might have appeared indistinguishable. But this is only partly so. For Volney's chapter headings continue, of the social virtues, and of justice. There was a profound difference between disciplines recommended for the salvation of one's own soul, and the same disciplines recommended as means to the salvation of a class. The radical and free-thinking artisan was at his most earnest in his belief in the active duties of citizenship. Moreover, together with this sobriety, the artisan culture nurtured the values of intellectual inquiry and of mutuality. We have seen much of the first quality, displayed in the fight for press freedom. The autodidact had often an uneven, labored, understanding, but it was his own. Since he had been forced to find his intellectual way, he took little on trust, his mind did not move within the established ruts of a formal education. Many of his ideas challenged authority, and authority had tried to suppress them. He was willing, therefore, to give a hearing to any new anti-authoritarian ideas. This was one cause for the instability of the working class movement, especially in the years between 1825 and 1835. It also helps us to understand the rapidity with which Owenism spread, and the readiness of men to swing from one to another of the utopian and communitarian schemes which were put forward. By mutuality we mean the tradition of mutual study, disputation, and improvement. We have seen something of this in the days of the LCS. The custom of reading aloud the radical periodicals, for the benefit of the illiterate, also entailed, as a necessary consequence, that each reading devolved into an ad hoc group discussion. Cobbett had set out his arguments, as plainly as he could, and now the weavers, stockingers, or shoemakers, debated them. A cousin of this kind of group was the Mutual Improvement Society, whether formal or informal, which met week by week with the intention of acquiring knowledge, generally under the leadership of one of its own members. 1 Here, and in the Mechanics' Institutes, there was some coming together of the traditions of the chapel and of the radicals. But the coexistence was uneasy, and not always peaceful. The early history of the Mechanics' Institutes, from the formation of the London Institute in 1823 until the 1830s, is a story of ideological conflict. From the standpoint of the radical artisan or trade unionist, the enthusiasm of Dr. Birkbeck and of some dissenting clergy and Benthamite professional men to assist them to establish centers for the promotion of knowledge was very much to be welcomed. But they certainly were not prepared to have this help on any terms. If Brougham appears in some recent writing as a great, but opportunist, radical, this was not at all how he was viewed by the old radicals of 1823. They had seen him provide apologies for the spy system in 1817, and they were to see him stand up in the House at the climax of Carlyle's campaign and declare that he rejoiced at the result of some recent trials and regarded the prisoners as having published a mass of the grossest and most criminal matter. 1 Brougham's zeal for the institutes was enough to make them suspect at the outset, and Place's attempts to act as go-between between Brougham and the London trades unionists were not likely to dispel this. The crucial conflicts took place on the questions of control, of financial independence, and on whether or not the institutes should debate political economy. Thomas Hodgkin was defeated in the latter conflict by Place and Brougham. In the former conflicts Birkbeck, in his zeal to raise money to expand the facilities of the institute, overruled the advice of Robertson, Hodgkin, and John Gast that, if the matter was undertaken less ambitiously, the artisans themselves could raise the necessary funds, and own and control the whole. These two defeats, and the inauguration of Brougham's lectures on political economy, meant that control passed to the middle-class supporters, whose ideology also dominated the political economy of the syllabus. By 1825 the trades newspaper regarded the London Institute as a lost cause, which was dependent upon the great and wealthy. When it was founded, there was such a strong and general feeling excited on its behalf among the mechanics of the metropolis, that we felt perfectly convinced, had not that feeling been damped, the mechanics themselves might and would have furnished all the means requisite for ensuring it the most splendid success. In the provinces the history of the Mechanics' Institutes is more checkered. In Leeds the institute was from the outset controlled by sponsors from the middle class, and notably by nonconformist manufacturers. In Bradford and in Huddersfield it was, for a period, controlled by radical artisans. After the mid-20s the tendency was general for the custom of artisans to give way to that of the lower middle class, and for orthodox political economy to come into the syllabus. But still in 1830 the movement looked unorthodox enough for many Anglican and Wesleyan clergy to hold aloof. A Yorkshire vicar, in 1826, saw the institutes as agencies of universal suffrage and universal free-thinking, which would in time degenerate into Jacobin clubs, and become nurseries of disaffection. In the early 1830s a curate attacked the management of the Leicester Mechanics' Institute for perverting it into a school for the diffusion of infidel, republican, and levelling principles. Among the papers taken by its library was Carlyle's Gauntlet. 1. We have spoken of the artisan culture of the 20s. It is the most accurate term to hand, and yet it is not more than approximate. We have seen that petit bourgeois will not do, while to speak of a working-class culture would be premature. But by artisan we should understand a milieu which touched the London shipwrights and Manchester factory operatives at one side, and the degraded artisans, the outworkers, at the other. To Cobbett these comprised the journeymen and labourers, or, more briefly, the people. I am of opinion, he wrote to the Bishop of Llandaff in 1820, that your lordship is very much deceived in supposing the people, or the vulgar, as you were pleased to call them, to be incapable of comprehending argument. The people do not, I assure your lordship, at all relish little simple tales. Neither do they delight in declamatory language, or in loose assertion. Their minds have, within the last 10 years, undergone a very great revolution. Give me leave to say that these classes are, to my certain knowledge, at this time, more enlightened than the other classes of the community. They see further into the future than the Parliament and the ministers. There is this advantage attending their pursuit of knowledge. They have no particular interest to answer, and, therefore, their judgment is unclouded by prejudice and selfishness. Besides which, their communication with each other is perfectly free. The thoughts of one man produce other thoughts in another man. Notions are canvassed without the restraint imposed upon suspicion, by false pride, or false delicacy. And hence the truth is speedily arrived at. Point 1. Which argument, which truths? 2. William Cobbett. Cobbett throws his influence across the years from the end of the wars until the passing of the Reform Bill. To say that he was in no sense a systematic thinker is not to say that his was not a serious intellectual influence. It was Cobbett who created this radical intellectual culture, not because he offered its most original ideas, but in the sense that he found the tone, the style, and the arguments which could bring the weaver, the schoolmaster, and the shipwright, into a common discourse. Out of the diversity of grievances and interests he brought a radical consensus. His political registers were like a circulating medium which provided a common means of exchange between the experiences of men of widely differing attainments. We can see this if we look, less at his ideas, than at his tone. And one way to do this is to contrast his manner with that of Hazlitt, the most Jacobin of the middle-class radicals and the one who, over a long period of years, came closest to the same movement as that of the artisans. Hazlitt is using his knife on the fund holders and sinecurists. Legitimate governments are not another heathen mythology. They are neither so cheap nor so splendid as the Delphin edition of Ovid's Metamorphoses. They are indeed gods to punish, but in other respects men of our infirmity. They do not feed on ambrosia or drink nectar, but live on the common fruits of the earth, of which they get the largest share, and the best. The wine they drink is made of grapes, the blood they shed is that of their subjects, the laws they make are not against themselves, the taxes they vote, they afterwards devour. They have the same wants that we have, and, having the option, very naturally help themselves first, out of the common stock, without thinking that others are to come after them. Our state paupers have their hands in every man's dish, and fare sumptuously every day. They live in palaces, and loll in coaches. In spite of Mr. Malthus, their studs of horses consume the produce of our fields, their dog kennels are glutted with the food that would maintain the children of the poor. They cost us so much a year in dress and furniture, so much in stars and garters, blue ribbons and grand crosses, so much in dinners, breakfasts and suppers, and so much in suppers, breakfasts and dinners. These heroes of the income tax, worthies of the civil list, saints of the court calendar, have their naturals and non-naturals, like the rest of the world, but at a dearer rate. You will find it easier to keep them a week than a month, and at the end of that time, waking from the sweet dream of legitimacy, you may say with Caliban, "Why, what a fool was I to take this drunken monster for a god." 1. Hazlitt's was a complex and admirable sensibility. He was one of the few intellectuals who received the full shock of the experience of the French Revolution, and, while rejecting the naiveties of the Enlightenment, reaffirmed the traditions of liberté and égalité. His style reveals, at every point, not only that he was measuring himself against Burke, Coleridge, and Wordsworth, but that he was aware of the strength of some of their positions, and shared some of their responses. Even in his most engaged radical journalism he aimed his polemic, not towards the popular, but towards the polite culture of his time. His political essays might be published by Hone too, but, when writing them, he will have thought less of Hone's audience than of the hope that he might make Southey squirm, make the Quarterly apoplectic, or even stop Coleridge short in mid-sentence. This is in no sense a criticism. Hazlitt had a width of reference and a sense of commitment to a European conflict of historical significance which makes the plebeian radicals appear provincial both in space and time. It is a question of roles. Cobbett could never have written a sentence of this passage. He could not admit that we might will to flatter legitimacy, he could not have accepted the norms of the world, which Hazlitt assumes, if only to punish. He could not have written our state paupers, since his every sinew was strained to make his audience see the stock jobbers and placemen as them, and, as a corollary, he could not have written, with this sense of distance, of the children of the poor. He would either have said your children or he would have given a particular example. He is not likely to have said they cost us so much a year. He would have put down a definite figure, even if it was at hazard. These heroes of the income tax is closer to Cobbett's trick of naming one, but with Hazlitt there is still the drawl of the patrician friend of the people. With Cobbett there is no ironic pretense of ceremony. Out come the names, Parson Malthus, Bolton Fletcher, the thing, with a bluntness which made even Shelley blench. It is a matter of tone, and yet, in tone, will be found at least one half of Cobbett's political meaning. Hazlitt's style, with its sustained and controlled rhythms, and its antithetical movement, belongs to the polite culture of the essayist. Despite rural rides, one cannot easily think of Cobbett as an essayist. Indeed, Hazlitt's fertile elusiveness and studied manner, since it belonged to a culture which was not available to the artisans, might well arouse their hostility. When Cobbett wrote about sinecures it was in some such terms as this. There are of these places and pensions all sizes, from £20 to 30,000 and nearly £40,000 a year. There are several individual placemen, the profits of each of which would maintain 1,000 families. Mr. Preston, who is a member of Parliament and has a large estate, says, upon this subject, every family, even of the poorest labourers, consisting of 5 persons, may be considered as paying in indirect taxes, at least £10 a year, or more than half his wages at 7 shillings a week. And yet the insolent hirelings call you the mob, the rabble, the swinish multitude, and say, that your voice is nothing. 1. Everything here is solid, and related, not to a literary culture, but to commonly available experience. Even Mr. Preston is placed. Cobbett brought the rhythms of speech back into prose, but of strenuously argumentative, emphatic speech. Observe him writing on the familiar theme that the clergy should be judged, not by their professions, but their actions. There is something unfortunate, to say the least of it, in this perfect union of action between the Church and the Methodist Convocation. Religion is not an abstract idea. It is not something metaphysical. It is to produce effect upon men's conduct, or it is good for nothing. It is to have an effect upon the actions of men. It is to have a good influence in the affairs and on the condition of men. Now, if the church religion, too. Cobbett's relationship to his audience in such passages as this is so palpable that one might reach out one's hand and touch it. It is an argument. There is a proposition. Cobbett writes metaphysical, looks up at his audience, and wonders whether the word communicates. He explains the relevance of the term. He repeats his explanation in the plainest language. He repeats it again, but this time he enlarges the definition to carry wider social and political implications. Then, these short sentences finished with, he commences exposition once more. In the word now we feel is implied, if all of you have taken my point, let us proceed together. It is not difficult to show that Cobbett had some very stupid and contradictory ideas, and sometimes bludgeoned his readers with specious arguments. Point 1 But such demonstrations are beside the point unless the profound, the truly profound, democratic influence of Cobbett's attitude to his audience is understood. Paine anticipates the tone, but Cobbett, for 30 years, talked to his audience like this, until men were talking and arguing like Cobbett all over the land. He assumed, as a matter scarcely in need of demonstration, that every citizen whatsoever had the power of reason, and that it was by argument addressed to the common understanding that matters should be settled. During the past 10 years, I have addressed nothing to which did not rely, for success, upon fact, and upon the best arguments which I was able to produce. My subjects have been generally of the most intricate nature. I have made use of no means to attract curiosity or to humor the fancy. All has been an appeal to the understanding, the discernment, and the justice of the reader. It is not, of course, true that Cobbett employed no devices to attract curiosity. If he treated his readers as equals, he treated ministers, bishops, and lords as something less. To this we should add two other devices. The first is the homely, practical analogy, most commonly taken from rural life. In this he had an unerring sense of the experience available to the whole body of his readers. Such figures, with him, were not decorative in function, or passing allusions. They were taken up, held in the hand, turned over, deliberately deployed to advance the argument, and then set down. We may take the example of Cobbett's famous description of Brougham and the moderate reformers as scarecrows or showy-hoys, and now I will tell you why. A showy-hoy is a sham man or woman, made of straw or other stuff, twisted round a stake, stuck into the ground, with a stick or gun put into his hand. These showy-hoys are set up for the purpose of driving birds from injuring the corn or the seeds, and sometimes to frighten them from cherries, or other fruit. The people want a reform of the Parliament, and there has for a long time, been a little band, who have professed the desire to get parliamentary reform. They have made motions and speeches and divisions, with a view of keeping the hopes of the people alive, and have thereby been able to keep them quiet from time to time. They have never desired to succeed, because success would put an end to their hopes of emolument, but they have amused the people. The great body of the factions, knowing the reality of their views, have been highly diverted by their sham efforts, which have never interrupted them in the smallest degree in their enjoyment of the general plunder. Just as it happens with the birds and the showy-hoys in the fields or gardens. At first, the birds take the showy-hoys for a real man or woman, and, so long as they do this, they abstain from their work of plunder, but after having for some little while watched the showy-hoy with their quick and piercing eyes, and perceived that it never moves hand or foot, they totally disregard it, and are no more obstructed by it than if it were a post. Just so it is with these political showy-hoys, but, they do mischief. I remember an instance, which very aptly illustrates the functions of these political deceivers. The birds were committing great ravages upon some turnip seed that I had at Botley. "Stick up a showy-hoy," said I to my bailiff. "That will do no good, sir," he replied, telling me, that he had, that morning, in the garden of his neighbor Morel, actually seen a sparrow settled, with a pod, upon the showy-hoy's hat, and there, as upon a dining table, actually pecking out the peas and eating them, which he could do with greater security there where he could look about him and see the approach of an enemy, than he could have done upon the ground, where he might have been taken by surprise. Just exactly such are the functions of our political showy-hoys. The agricultural, showy-hoys deceive the depredating birds but a very short time, but they continue to deceive those who stick them up and rely upon them, who, instead of rousing in the morning, and sallying upon the depredators with powder and shot, trust to the miserable showy-hoys, and thus lose their corn and their seeds. Just thus it is with the people, who are the dupes of all political showy-hoys. In Suffolk, and other eastern counties, they call them moxes. 1. What is one to make of such writing? From one aspect it is imaginative writing of genius. The analogy commences a little stiffly, politics and agriculture run on converging lines, but we feel the image to be far-fetched. Then, at quick and piercing eyes, the two arguments are fused, with an uprush of polemical delight. Cobbett is half in jest, the image grows to surrealist proportions, Brougham with a sparrow on his hat, the reformers with powder and shot, turnip seed, and neighbor Morel. From another aspect, what an extraordinary thing it is, this part of the English political tradition. This is more than polemic, it is also political theory. Cobbett has defined, in terms that a laborer or artisan could well understand, the function of a very English form of reformist accommodation. More than this, he illuminates, across more than a century, the moxes of other parties and other times. The other device, which we have already noted. One is the personalization of political issues, a personalization centered upon Cobbett of Botley himself. But if Cobbett was his own subject, he handled this subject with unusual objectivity. His egotism transcended itself to the point where the reader is aware, not of Cobbett's ego, but of a plain-spoken, matter-of-fact, observant sensibility, with which he is encouraged to identify himself. He is asked to look, not at Cobbett, but with him. The triumph of this manner can be seen in his rural rides, where not only his contemporaries but successive generations have felt his palpable presence as he talked with laborers in the fields, rode through the villages, and stopped to bait his horses. The force of his indignation is all the more compelling because of his delight at anything which pleased him. At Tenterden, the afternoon was very fine, and, just as I rose the hill and entered the street, the people had come out of church and were moving along towards their houses. It was a very fine sight. Shabbily dressed people do not go to church. I saw, in short, drawn out before me, the dress and beauty of the town, and a great many very, very pretty girls I saw, and saw them, too, in their best attire. I remember the girls in the Pays de Cause, and, really, I think those of Tenterden resemble them. I do not know why they should not, for there is the Pays de Cause only just over the water, just opposite this very place. Or, in a village in Surrey, the absence of poverty is made into a telling point against its general incidence. As I came along between Upwaltham and East Dean, I called to me a young man, who, along with other turnip hoers, was sitting under the shelter of a hedge at breakfast. He came running to me with his victuals in his hand, and I was glad to see that his food consisted of a good lump of household bread and not a very small piece of bacon. In parting with him, I said, "You do get some bacon then?" "Oh, yes, sir," said he, and with an emphasis and a swag of the head which seemed to say, "We must and will have that." I saw, and with great delight, a pig at almost every labourer's house. The houses are good and warm, and the gardens some of the very best that I have seen in England. What a difference, good God! What a difference between this country and the neighbourhood of those corrupt places Great Bedwin and Cricklade. What sort of breakfast would this man have had in a mess of cold potatoes? Could he have worked, and worked in the wet, too, with such food? Monstrous! No society ought to exist where the labourers live in a hog-like sort of way. There is the Pays de Cause, just opposite this very place, this country, this man, wherever he was. Cobbett always compelled his readers, by the immediacy of his vision, the confusion of reflection and description, the solidity of detail, and the physical sense of place, to identify themselves with his own standpoint. And standpoint is the proper word, for Cobbett placed himself firmly in some physical setting, on his farm at Botley or on the road into Tenterden, and then led outwards from the evidence of his senses to his general conclusions. Even during his American exile it was important for him to convey the sense of place. From one side of my room I look out into a farmyard, full of fodder and of cattle, sheep, hogs, and multitudes of poultry, while, at a few paces, beyond the yard, runs the river Susquehanna, which is wider than the Thames and has innumerable islands lying in it, from 1/4 of an acre to 5 or 6 acres in extent. From the other side of my room I look into an orchard of apples and peaches of 40 acres, lying in a narrow valley, which runs up between two mountains, about 1/4 of a mile high, formed precisely like the ridge of a house, the gable ends being towards the river. Last night it rained, it froze before morning, and the frost caught the drops hanging upon the trees, so that the sun, which is now shining as bright as in England in the month of May, exhibits these icicles in countless millions of sparkling diamonds. But this setting was turned to effect to dramatize the more strongly his feelings inspired by the news of the execution of Brandreth and his fellows. I have, my dear Hunt, the little thatched cottages of Waltham Chase and of Botley Common now full in my mind's eye, and I feel at this day, with more force than ever, that passion, which would make me prefer the occupation of the meanest of those most humble abodes, accompanied with the character of Englishman, to the mastership over, and the actual possession of, all that I have above described, unaccompanied, with that character. As I said, when I left England, so I still say, that I never can like any people so well as I like the people of England. If Cobbett made, from the struggle of the reform movement, something of a martyrology and demonology, he was himself the central figure of the myth. But we should hesitate before we accuse him too far of personal vanity. For the myth demanded also that William Cobbett be seen as a plain Englishman, unusually belligerent and persevering, but not especially talented, such a man as the reader might think himself to be, or the labourer in the turnip field, or as the landlady's son in a small inn in a Sussex village might become. The landlady sent her son to get me some cream, and he was just such a chap as I was at his age, and dressed just in the same sort of way, his main garment being a blue smock frock, faded from wear, and mended with pieces of new stuff. The sight of this smock frock brought to my recollection many things very dear to me. This boy will, I dare say, perform his part at Billingshurst, or at some place not far from it. If accident had not taken me from a similar scene, how many villains and fools, who have been well teased and tormented, would have slept in peace at night, and have fearlessly swaggered about by day. His compassion for the poor always had this quality, there, but for the grace of God, goes Will Cobbett. His affectation was to appear to be more normal than he was. He never allowed his readers to forget that he had once followed the plough, and that he served as a common soldier. As he prospered, so he affected the dress, not of a journalist, but of an old-fashioned gentleman farmer. In Hazlitt's description, he wore a scarlet broadcloth waistcoat with the flaps of the pockets hanging down, as was the custom for gentlemen farmers in the last century. In Bamford's, dressed in a blue coat, yellow swansdown waistcoat, drab jersey small clothes, and top boots, he was the perfect representation of what he always wished to be, an English gentleman farmer. It is Hazlitt who gives the justest character to Cobbett on the score of vanity. His egotism is delightful, for there is no affectation in it. He does not talk of himself for lack of something to write about, but because some circumstance that has happened to himself is the best possible illustration of the subject, and he is not the man to shrink from giving the best possible illustration of the subject from a squeamish delicacy. He likes both himself and his subject too well. He does not put himself before it, and say, "Admire me first," but places us in the same situation with himself, and makes us see all that he does. There is no abstract, senseless self-complacency, no smuggled admiration of his own person by proxy, it is all plain and above board. He writes himself plain William Cobbett, strips himself quite as naked as anybody could wish. In a word, his egotism is full of individuality and has room for very little vanity in it. 1. This is a generous literary judgment. But a political judgment must be more qualified. The great change in the tone and style of popular radicalism, exemplified in the contrast between Paine and Cobbett, was first defined by Hazlitt. Paine affected to reduce things to first principles, to announce self-evident truths. Cobbett troubles himself about little but the details and local circumstances. Paine's writings are a sort of introduction to political arithmetic on a new plan. Cobbett keeps a day book, and makes an entry at full of all the occurrences and troublesome questions that start up throughout the year. The personalization of politics, this labourer in his cottage garden, this speech in the House of Commons, that example of persecution, was well adapted to the pragmatic approach of an audience only awakening to political consciousness. It also had an opportunist value, in that, by fixing attention upon circumstantial ephemera and particular grievances, and by eschewing theoretical absolutes, it enabled royalists and republicans, deists and churchmen, to engage in a common movement. But the argument can be taken too far. Paine's Rights of Man had found an equal response in an audience no more literate, and had encouraged a more principled theory of popular rights, while the contemporaneous success of more theoretical journals proves the existence of a large working-class public which could take its politics need. Cobbett, in fact, helped to create and nourish the anti-intellectualism, and the theoretical opportunism which remained an important characteristic of the British labour movement. I remembered my mother being in the habit of reading Cobbett's Register, and saying she wondered people spoke so much against it. She saw nothing bad in it, but she saw a great many good things in it. One James Watson's mother was a domestic servant in a clergyman's house, and a Sunday school teacher. Mr. Cobbett's weekly political pamphlets, wrote Hone, in 1817, should be bound up, and be on the same shelf with the History of England, the Pilgrim's Progress, Robinson Crusoe, and the Young Man's Book of Knowledge. Every cottage and kitchen library in the kingdom is incomplete without it. It should be as common and familiar as the housekeeper's instructor and Buchan's domestic medicine. Point 2. This was, in fact, to be much what happened. Wooler or Carlyle might, with their more sophisticated and intellectual manner, have given expression to the radicalism of the city artisans, but only Cobbett could have succeeded, in 1816, in bringing stockingers and weavers into the same dialogue. The curious way in which he had graduated from Toryism to radicalism entailed a certain opportunism in his position. He had been able to sidestep the anti-Gallican and anti-Jacobin prejudices of the war years. He was able to disown the French Revolution and Tom Paine as things in whose defense he had had no part. Eventually he came to accept many of Paine's arguments. But he always ducked away from the intransigent Jacobin rejection of the hereditary principle in any form, and thus was able to present himself both as a radical reformer and as a constitutionalist. In the address to journeymen and laborers he warned against men who would persuade you, that, because things have been perverted from their true ends, there is nothing good in our constitution and laws. For what, then, did Hampden die in the field, and Sidney on the scaffold? The Americans, in seceding from Britain, had taken care to preserve Magna Carta, the Bill of Rights, the habeas corpus and the body of the common law. We want great alteration, but we want nothing new. Alteration, modification to suit the times and circumstances, but the great principles ought to be and must be the same, or else confusion will follow. Even when he urged the people to resist the new poor law with force, he did so in the name of constitutional rights and the sanctities of custom. His attitude to the rationalists showed the same blend of radicalism and traditionalism. He defended with force their right to publish arguments against the Christian religion. But when Carlyle went further and committed what was offensive blasphemy by dating the Republican in the year 1822 of the carpenter's wife's son, he appealed to mob law. If this had been done in America, you would be instantly dressed in a coat of tar and feathers, and be ridden bare-rumped upon a rail, till you dropped off by the side of some wood or swamp, where you would be left to ruminate on the wisdom of setting up for a maker of span new governments and religions. Point 1. There can scarcely have been another writer in our history who has written so many and such telling attacks upon the Anglican clergy as Cobbett. And yet, for no reason which was ever seriously advanced, he frequently announced his attachment, not only to the throne and the constitution but also to the established church. He was even capable of writing, on occasion, of our duty to hold in abhorrence Turks and Jews, because Christianity was part and parcel of the law. Such opportunism made impossible the development of any systematic political theory out of Cobbettism. And his economic prejudices were of a piece with this kind of evasion. Just as he developed, not a critique of a political system, nor even of legitimacy, but an invective against old corruption, so he reduced economic analysis to a polemic against the parasitism of certain vested interests. He could not allow a critique which centered on ownership, therefore he expounded a demonology, in which the people's evils were caused by taxation, the national debt, and the paper money system, and by the hordes of parasites, fund holders, placemen, brokers, and tax collectors, who had battened upon these three. This is not to say that this critique was baseless. There was fuel enough for Cobbett's fire, in the grossly exploitive pattern of taxation, and in the parasitic activities of the East India Company and the banks. But, characteristically, Cobbette's prejudices keyed in with the grievances of the small producers, shopkeepers, artisans, small farmers, and consumers. Attention was diverted from the landowner or industrial capitalist and focused upon the middleman, the factor or broker who cornered markets, profited from the people's shortages, or lived, in any way not closely attached to land or industry, upon unearned income. The arguments were moral as much as economic. Men were entitled to wealth, but only if they could be seen to be hard at work. Next to sinecurists, Cobbett hated Quaker speculators. Deficient in theory, he was also sometimes plainly mischievous in his immediate influence upon political strategy, while he was by no means always as straightforward in personal and public dealings as he asked other men to be. For his failings as a political leader he was not fully responsible. He was a journalist, and not a political leader or organizer, and it was only the accident of the context which forced him into the other role. But, if he did not choose to be a political leader, he was reluctant to see the movement go in any way but the way which he prescribed. When all these, and other, failings are accounted, it is easy to underestimate him, as a nostalgic romantic or a bully. But the commonplace judgment so often met with, that Cobbett was really a Tory, is unhelpful. One reason we have sufficiently examined, the democratic character of his tone. His relationship with his audience was peculiarly intimate. We must remember that he was continually talking with his readers. He addressed them at reform meetings. He made lecture tours. Even when he was in America, his post-bag was heavy, and deputations of Scottish mechanics and émigré reformers waited upon him on the banks of the Susquehanna. He rode into the countryside to find out how men were thinking and talking. Hence Cobbett's ideas can be seen less as a one-way propagandist flow than as the incandescence of an alternating current, between his readers and himself. I always say that I have derived from the people, 10 times the light that I have communicated to them. A writer engaged in the instruction of such a people, is constantly upheld, not only by the applause that he receives from them, and by perceiving that his labors are attended with effect, but also by the aid which he is continually deriving from those new thoughts which his thoughts produce in their minds. It is the flint and the steel meeting that brings forth the fire. 1. How moving is this insight into the dialectical nature of the very process by which his own ideas were formed. Few writers can be found who were so much the voice of their own audience. It is possible to follow Cobbett's genius as an indicator of the movement for which he spoke. At times of crisis there is this bright incandescence. At times when the movement flagged, he becomes most cranky and idiosyncratic, his style glows only dully. And this is true until his very last years. As his audience changed, so he changed with it. This is what Raymond Williams has well described as Cobbett's extraordinary sureness of instinct. And yet, instinct for what? In the first place, it was an instinct which disclosed the real nature of changing relationships of production, which he judged, in part, against an idealized patriarchal past, and in part against an assertion of the worth of every individual laborer which is, in no sense, backward-looking. In the second place, Cobbett was the free-born Englishman incarnate. He gathered up all the vigor of the 18th century tradition and took it forward, with new emphasis, into the 19th. His outlook approximated most closely to the ideology of the small producers. The values which he endorsed with his whole being were those of sturdy individualism and independence. He lamented the passing of small farmers, of small tradesmen, the drawing of the resources of the country into great heaps, the loss by the weavers of the frank and bold character formed in the days of their independence. 1. The small farmer who resented the great estate of the brewer or absentee lord, the small clothier who petitioned against the growth of the factory system, the small tailor or bootmaker who found that middlemen were receiving government contracts or creaming the market. These were among his natural audience. They also felt the same diffuse hostility to speculation and the commercial system, but they stopped short before any radical critique of property rights. If this had been all, Cobbett might have remained as the political spokesman of the little bourgeoisie. But his audience, the radical movement itself, took him further. We are daily advancing to the state in which there are but two classes of men, masters and abject dependents. When Cobbett considered the position of the artisan or the cotton spinner, he extrapolated from the experience of the small masters who were being forced down into the working class. He saw the factory proletariat of Manchester less as newfangled men than as little producers who had lost their independence and rights. As such, the work discipline of the mills was an outrage upon their dignity. They were right to rebel, as he would rebel in the same position. As for child labor, it was simply unnatural. His attitude to the field laborers was somewhat different. Although he struggled to understand a commercial and manufacturing society, the essential model of political economy in his mind was drawn from agriculture. And here he accepted a social structure in which the landowner, the good tenant, the petty landholder, and the laborer all had their part, provided that productive and social relationships were governed by certain mutual obligations and sanctions. Defending his own conduct as a landlord, he cited the case of an old cottager, living in retirement on the farm at Botley when he took it up. The old man paid me no rent. When he died I had a headstone put to his grave to record that he had been an honest, skillful and industrious labouring man, and I gave his widow £1 a week as long as I was at Botley. 1. Here he is indistinguishable from the better kind of squire whose passing he so often lamented. But this is not all. There is also that uncomfortable sentence, no society ought to exist where the laborers live in a hog-like sort of way. No society ought to exist. The very touchstone of his social criticism is the condition of the labouring man. When, as at the time of the labourers' revolt or the New Poor Law, he judged this condition to be unendurable, then he was willing to challenge the received social order. God gave them life upon this land, they have as much right to be upon it as you have, they have a clear right to a maintenance out of the land, in exchange for their labour, and, if you cannot so manage your lands yourselves as to take labour from them, in exchange for a living, give the land up to them. 1. This was written less than 6 months before he died. This is why Cobbett came so close to being spokesman of the working class. Once the real condition of the working people, for Cobbett, the labourer, for Fielden, the factory child, is made, not one, but the test of all other political expedients, then we are close to revolutionary conclusions. Concealed within the seemingly nostalgic notion of the historic rights of the poor, which, in different ways, was voiced by Cobbett, Osler, and Carlyle, there were also new claims maturing, for the community to succor the needy and the helpless, not out of charity, but as of right. 2 Cobbett loathed the comforting system of charity and moral rescue, and, in his history of the Protestant Reformation, he was chiefly intent upon giving historical backing to his notion of social rights. The lands of the medieval church had been held in trust for the poor. Wrongfully misappropriated or dispersed, nevertheless the poor still had a claim upon them, which was recognized through the mediation of the old poor laws. The repeal of those laws constituted the last act in a shameful series of robberies by which the poor had been cheated of their rights. Among these rights was, the right to live in the country of our birth, the right to have a living out of the land of our birth in exchange for our labor duly and honestly performed, the right, in case we fell into distress, to have our wants sufficiently relieved out of the produce of the land, whether that distress arose from sickness, from decrepitude, from old age, or from inability to find employment. For 1,000 years, necessity was relieved out of the produce of the tithes. When the tithes were taken away by the aristocracy, and by them kept to themselves, or given wholly to the parsons, provision was made out of the land, as compensation for what had been taken away. That compensation was given in the rates as settled by the poor law. The taking away those rates was to violate the agreement, which gave as much right to receive in case of need, relief out of the land, as it left the landowner a right to his rent. 1. This historical myth, which assumes some medieval social compact between the church and the gentry, on one hand, and the laborers, on the other, was employed to justify claims to new social rights in much the same way as the theory of Alfred's free constitution and of the Norman yoke had been used to justify the claim to new political rights. According to this view, the landowners' tenure of their land was not of absolute right, but was dependent upon their fulfilling their social obligations. Neither Cobbett nor Fielden started from the assumption that the working people had any right to expropriate landed property or capital, but both accepted that if the existing property relations violated, for the laborer or his child, essential claims to human realization, then any remedy, however drastic, was open to discussion. Cobbett's touchstone was at the same time an insurmountable barrier between his kind of political theory and the ideology of the middle-class utilitarians. If Malthus's conclusions led to the preaching of emigration or of restraints upon the marriage of the poor, then they were faulted by this touchstone. If the Scotch philosophers and Brougham could do no more than destroy the poor man's rights under the old poor law, leave the weavers to starve, and sanction the labor of little children in the mills, then this touchstone proclaimed them to be designing rogues. It is sometimes less an argument than an affirmation, an imprecation, a leap of feeling. But it was enough. Cobbett did more than any other writer to preserve the radicals and Chartists from becoming the camp followers of utilitarians or of anti-Corn Law League. He nourished the culture of a class, whose wrongs he felt, but whose remedies he could not understand. 3. Carlyle, Wade, and Guest. Yet we must not forget the inconsistencies, the bullying, the anti-intellectualism, the professions of loyalty to throne and church, the theoretical opportunism, the turns and twists of Cobbett's ephemeral political writing. These weaknesses were more than evident to the more articulate radicals. Already in 1817 he was under sharp fire from other periodicals. By 1820 many radical artisans had ceased to take Cobbett seriously as a thinker, although they had not ceased to enjoy his gargantuan polemics. They continued to read him, but they began to read some other journal as well. Among these lesser journals, between 1817 and 1832, there was much original and demanding thought, which was to give shape to the political consciousness of the class after 1832. We may select from this 4 tendencies: the Paine-Carlyle tradition, the working-class utilitarians and the Gorgon, the trade unionists around the trades newspaper of John Gast, and the variety of tendencies associated with Owenism. We have already examined the main stock of ideas of the first, in Rights of Man, and its most important contribution in Carlyle's fight for the free press. The derivation from Paine is explicit. It is not only the acknowledgement of a debt, but the assertion of a doctrinal orthodoxy. The writings of Thomas Paine, alone, form a standard for anything worthy of being called radical reform. They are not radical reformers who do not come up to the whole of the political principles of Thomas Paine. There can be no radical reform short of a republican form of government. 1. We get a sense of the force and loyalty with which this doctrine was held from an account of a meeting of the Cheltenham Chartist branch, whose chairman was an old blacksmith. One night, somebody spoke of Tom Paine. Up jumped the chairman. "I will not sit in the chair," he cried in great wrath, and hear that great man reviled. Bear in mind he was not a prize fighter. There is no such person as Tom Paine. Mr. Thomas Paine, if you please. 1. Uncompromising hostility to the hereditary principle and to Gothic superstition and survivals, defiant affirmation of the rights of the private citizen, these are among its virtues. But in England, at least by the later 20s, the Paine-Carlyle tradition had acquired a certain stridency and air of unreality. The cry, "Abbas les aristos," has less force when we consider the real structure of power in England as the Industrial Revolution advanced, the complex interpenetration of aristocratic privilege and commercial and industrial wealth. The rationalist lampoons upon the priesthood, as the hired apologists of privilege and the emissaries of an ignorance designed to hold the people in thrall, are somehow just wide of the mark. They might touch the fox-hunting rural rector or the clerical magistrate, but they flew past the ear of the evangelicals and the nonconformist ministers who were already active with British and national schools. The polemic tends to disperse itself in abstractions, it does not grip and engage, as Cobbett's nearly always does. Carlyle's priest was depicted as busy with kneeling, tenths, pilgrimages, exorcisms, sprinkling, crosses, sacraments, ablutions, circumcision, and gibberish in the intervals of lasciviousness and drunkenness too. Although Carlyle knew more of English jails than any other radical, he continued to confuse them with the Bastille. If George IV had been strangled in the entrails of the Bishop of Llandaff, it would have been a triumph, but not the triumph which he supposed. He would still have had to deal with the last city alderman and the last local preacher. As is characteristic of the doctrinaire, at times he tried to manipulate reality so that it might confirm his doctrines. He fed his persecutors with fresh provocations. As I consider that the majority of the present ministers are tyrants and enemies to the interests and welfare of the people of this country, so also am I bold to confess that, if any man that has suffered unjustly under their administration, should be so indifferent about his own life as to slay any one or more of them, I would tune my lyre to sing his praises. But such a tyrannicide would show a want of virtue. If he sought companions to perform the act, he should have the resolution to do it single-handed. I condemn an association for such purposes one, and the passage leads us to others of his weaknesses. There is, first, the irresponsibility of his individualism. This is an incitement which he could publish simply as an incitement, without thought of the consequences. Like other men who have codified ideas into an orthodoxy, it is not true that he simply passed on the notions of his master. He ossified them by turning them into doctrine. He took one part of Paine's ideas, and neglected others. And the part which he adopted he pushed to its extremity, the ne plus ultra of individualism. Every citizen owed no deference to authority and should act as if it did not exist. This he did himself, and was ready to take the consequences. But he held that the citizen owed only a duty to his own reason. He was not bound to consult others, even of his own party, nor to submit to their judgment. Indeed, the notion of party was offensive. The power of reason was the only organizer which he admitted, and the press the only multiplier. When the political principles laid down by Thomas Paine are well understood by the great body of the people, everything that is necessary to put them in practice will suggest itself, and then plots and delegate meetings will be wholly unnecessary. In the present state of this country, the people have no other real duty than to make themselves individually well acquainted with what constitutes their political rights. In the interim, each individual ought to prepare and hold himself ready, as an armed individual, without relation to or consulting with his neighbors, in case circumstances should ever require him to take up arms, to preserve what liberty and property he may already possess against any tyrannical attempts to lessen them. Let each do his duty, and that openly, without reference to what his neighbor does. The power of popular knowledge he called the zetetic principle. Let us then endeavor to progress in knowledge, since knowledge is demonstrably proved to be power. It is the power of knowledge that checks the crimes of cabinets and courts. It is the power of knowledge that must put a stop to bloody wars and the direful effects of devastating armies. 1. The first passage was written in the dark year, 1820, and Carlyle was in part anxious to protect radicals from the kind of organization so easily penetrated by provocateurs. But here is this absence of the concrete: liberty, knowledge, bloody wars, and cabinets and courts. And here also is the serious misunderstanding of his audience: let each do his duty, without reference to what his neighbor does. Did he not know that the essence of the working-class radical movement consisted in each man consulting with his neighbors? Without this consultation, his shopmen would not have come forward, his country agents would not have held to their posts. The key to his blindness lies perhaps in the phrase, to preserve what liberty and property he may already possess against any tyrannical attempts, for this is not only Paine, it is also Locke. Once again the term arises in the mind: petit bourgeois individualism. And, if we make the difficult effort to discard some of the pejorative associations of the term, we can see that, in the case of Carlyle, it is helpful. The model in the back of his mind is perhaps that of the little master, the hatter, the brush maker, the bookseller. We can see, in Carlyle, not only the limitations of the little bourgeoisie, but also, in this insurgent time, their strengths. Buick, if he had been a somewhat younger man, might have read The Republican. What Carlyle was doing was taking the bourgeois jealousy of the power of the crown, in defense of their political and property rights, and extending it to the Shoreditch hatter or the Birmingham toymaker and his artisans. In terms of rights of press and speech, the results were as dramatic as was Cobbett's democratic tone. But in terms of political and economic theory, the position was either barren or delusive. The strength of the Lockean ideology lay in the fact that the bourgeois were men of large property. The demand for an end to state control or interference was a liberating demand. But the hatter had little property and his artisans still less. To demand an absence of state regulation meant simply giving their larger competitors fuller rein. And this was so evident that Carlyle, no less than Cobbett, was forced to make a demonology of sinecurists, placemen, and tax-eaters. The great evil afflicting the little masters must be seen to be taxation. There must be as little government as possible, and that little must be cheap. This was close to anarchism, but only at its most negative and defensive sense. Every man must be free to think, to write, to trade, or to carry a gun. The first two were his main preoccupation, to the point where the freedom of the press was no longer a means but, in itself, an end. The vista of social proposals opened up in the second part of Rights of Man was that part of the master's work which touched him least. He had the self-made man's contempt of the feckless, and the autodidact's impatience with those who did not take up the opportunities of self-improvement which were offered. He served imprisonment to open the gates of reason, and if the workers did not flock through, that was their own fault. The alehouse, I know, has charms insuperable to the great body of mechanics when he was a minority-minded man. His rationalism, like his political theory, was made up of negations. He took pleasure in exposing biblical absurdities, and in publishing passages of obscenity to be found in the Bible. When he offered a primer of positive virtues, in The Moralist, it was a tepid rationalist apologia for the virtues of a bourgeois family man. In his attitude to poetry he showed a single vision as narrow as that of Bentham. Although he pirated Cain and the Vision of Judgment, he was at pains to point out that he did this not from any admiration of the works, but because I saw them menaced by my enemies. The half-dozen cantos of Don Juan which he had read were in my opinion mere slip-slop, good for nothing, useful to mankind. I am not a poet, nor an admirer of poetry beyond those qualities which it might have in common with prose, the power of instrucing mankind in useful knowledge. 1. In my opinion, this reminds us that the culture of the autodidact can also be Philistine. The democracy of intellect was in danger of becoming a sort of Bartholomew Fair. Here everyone might set out his stall, anyone's opinions were as good as anyone else's, the strangest sideshows, headless women and poor old dancing bears, might all be on offer. The artisans strayed in and paid their pennies. They were encouraged at once to set up stall for themselves, to argue and debate before they had served any apprenticeship to the trade. The more strenuous minds who offered their work in the same market, Hodgkin or Thompson, O'Brien or Bray, must have many a time cursed the opinionated hucksters bawling all around them. Nevertheless, when all these criticisms have been made, and they are many, and they go far to explain the stridency of the militant rationalist tradition in the 19th century, when all this has been said, it was Carlyle who set up the market. Nor is this a figure of speech. His publications were one market. It was he who published Paine, Volney, Palmer, Holbach and many others. But he also set up the market for spoken debate. In 1830 he founded the Rotunda in which the formative debates of the London working class movement took place. Its proceedings were published regularly in his prompter. The journal might have been better entitled The Promoter, for this is what, in effect, Carlyle had become. He was the showman of free thought, and no one had more right to the situation. He cast around for star performers who would draw in the crowds. John Gale Jones, the veteran Jacobin surgeon, still commanded a following. But his greatest success was the promotion of the Reverend Robert Taylor, an apostate Anglican and former chaplain to the king, who preached, in full canonicals, atheistic sermons attacking the selfish and wicked priesthood. Taylor was an earnest and scholarly man, who also served his turn in prison, and who did something to bring Her Divine Majesty, the ignorance of 18 centuries, into a further decline. But his sermons, copiously illustrated with linguistic criticism of the Hebraic text, were, for the audience, something rich and strange, a headless woman. So also was another of the Rotunda showpieces, Zion Ward, an inheritor of the South Cottian mantle, who spellbound audiences with stupefying harangues upon revelation and reform. Despite such attractions, Carlyle reported a sad falling off in the attendances at the weekly religious debates. The Rotunda was now being used on Wednesday evenings by a new tenant, the National Union of the Working Classes. Carlyle was a little irritated that this union was proposing to organize the next round in the fight for press liberties, the unstamped. "I have nothing to do with any association," he wrote, "and do not seek assistance from anything of the kind." Like other individualists, his egotism had engrossed the cause, and he resented the idea that others might make it theirs. "Beware of political clubs," he wrote a month later. He had the strongest feeling against clubs, societies, and even trade unions or benefit clubs. Almost every horror of the First French Revolution sprung out of political clubs. "I pronounce them all to be dastardly associations, contemptible, frivolous, paltry nothings." As the contest for the Reform Bill became week by week more critical, he published information about barricades, hand grenades, and burning acids, "Let every man organize himself." But the National Union continued to meet in the Rotunda, and many of its most impressive leaders, Watson, Hetherington, Lovett, Cleve, Hibbert, were men nurtured in the tradition of Carlyle, who had long left him behind while still holding fast to his first principle: free discussion is the only necessary constitution, the only necessary law to the Constitution. 20 years of homilies from Hannah More and the Bishop of Llandaff, Wilberforce, and the Methodist Conference, had built up a head of anti-clerical pressure among the radicals. The Gorgon could write as a matter of course of the meek and gentle Moses, who led the scabby and mangy Israelites out of Egypt. We will not say that Moses was as subtle and as great an impostor as Muhammad. We will not say that Aaron, the high priest, was as necessary to Moses, as Perigord Talleyrand once was to Bonaparte. We will not say that Joshua was as great a military ruffian as old Blucher or Suvorov, and that the cruelties and butcheries committed in Canaan were 10 times more atrocious than any committed during the 25 years of revolutionary warfare. 1. Nevertheless, this is what the Gorgon managed to say. This is one point where it touches the Carlyle tradition, and the two are related, also, by their affinities to utilitarianism. In Carlyle this is implicit: even poetry must be useful and impart knowledge. The Gorgon's intellectual history is more exciting. It was an explicit attempt to effect a junction between Benthamism and working-class experience. It was not an attempt simply to relay the ideas of the middle-class utilitarians to a working-class audience. John Wade, the former journeyman wool sorter who edited it, was a man of originality and great application, who did not take his ideas on trust. In the result, the Gorgon seems not so much to accept these ideas as to wrestle with them. The inquiry is being made: can utilitarianism in the context of working-class experience be put to use? The influence of place was important, and we must come nearer to understanding the man. We have kept a watchful eye upon him throughout this study because, as an archivist and historian, his bias has been gravely misleading. He has risen from being a journeyman breeches maker into a prosperous shopkeeper and employer, the close confidant of Bentham and the Mills, and the advisor of MPS. From the early 1800s his emphasis has been upon the building of bridges between the artisans and the middle class. He has lent his support to the Lancastrian Schools movement and the Mechanics' Institute. His concern has been with the sober, respectable artisan and his efforts at self-improvement. But because he was so obviously a founding father of the Fabian tradition, we should not see him just as a captive of the middle class, nor should we suppose that he was incapable of taking up the most intransigent positions. On matters of free thought and expression he was still half a Jacobin. He had helped to publish the first edition in England of The Age of Reason, and even though he came to regard Carlyle as a fanatic, he gave him a great deal of assistance in his earlier struggles. We have seen his fury at the repression of 1817 and 1819, and the enormous application with which he was to work for trade union rights, even though his zeal for the cause of the Unionists was curiously compounded with the political economy of McCulloch. In intellectual terms, by 1818 he really was a captive of Bentham. He learned the doctrines of Bentham and the elder Mill rather than inquiring into them, and in his own writing he added almost nothing to them except the illustrative facts which he collected with such industry. But in political terms he was a force in his own right. He gave to the utilitarians, not just a seat at Westminster which was within his manipulation, but a point of contact with the world of the radical tradesmen and artisans. The very fact that such a man could perform this role, both ideologically and politically, is a new phenomenon. Place's main contribution to the Gorgon was the collection of factual material on the London trades. 1 John Wade set the tone and emphases of the periodical. Wade was the most impressive fact-finder among the radicals. His Black Book is greatly superior to any other radical investigation of the kind. One can see that he was attracted to the Benthamites by their solidity of research, and their concern for the practical particulars of reform, in the law, the prisons, education. From the outset the Gorgon expressed irritation at the prevailing rhetoric of popular radicalism. On the one hand, it struck hard at the specious arguments of constitutional antiquity, most frequently to be found in the Black Dwarf, where Major Cartwright was still writing of Wittenagemotes and perpetuating the theory of the Norman yoke. We really think we cannot better advance the cause of reform than by excluding from the consideration of the subject all allusions to a former state of society. Arguments derived from the good old times, Wade pointed out, came strangely from the mouths of working-class reformers. Much of the ancient lore that has been raked together was part and parcel of severely repressive legislation against the laborers. Can the reformers' leaders bring nothing to bear against the old rotten boroughmongering system but musty parchment, black letter, and Latin quotations? Is there nothing in the situation of our finances, in our belated paper system, in the number of paupers, for comment and indictment? But if he rejected the specious appeal to precedent, he also rejected Paine's confidence in the claims of natural rights. If it was argued that all men had a natural right to the vote, then how could one gainsay the same right in women? For Wade this was the reductio ad absurdum. Lunatics and workhouse inmates were denied the vote for evident reasons of social utility, and this seemed the soundest basis upon which working-class radicals might rest their claims. General utility is the sole and ultimate object of society, and we shall never consider either sacred or valuable any natural or prescriptive claims that may be opposed to it. 1. It was not difficult to justify a claim to the vote upon such a basis. But here came the rub. Wade was refreshingly preoccupied with social reform and trade union organization. If utilitarianism was to be extended as an ideology of the working class, it was necessary to have some theory of social structure and of political economy. How was the good of the greatest number to be determined, and might it be that what was useful to employers might be oppressive to working people? Wade's theory of social structure was impressionistic and derivative, but at least he offered more than Cobbett's old corruption or the rhetoric of the boroughmongering system. He divided society into the parasitic and the productive classes. In the first group were the upper classes, including the dignitaries of the church and the law, and the nobility, and the middling classes, loyal parsons, commissioners of taxes, officials in the departments of revenue. These he identified with corruption. In the second group were the productive classes. The term was wide enough to include professional men and employers, but the emphasis was upon those who, by their labors, increase the funds of the community, as husbandmen, mechanics, laborers, and c. Below this group he placed the nondescripts, such as paupers and state creditors. The industrious orders may be compared to the soil, out of which everything is evolved and produced, the other classes to the trees, tares, weeds, and vegetables, drawing their nutriment, on its surface. When mankind attain to a state of greater perfectibility, then the industrious classes alone ought to exist. The other classes have mostly originated in our vices and ignorance. Having no employment, their name and office will cease in the social state 1. At this point Wade enlisted the help of Place, and the Gorgon began to feature material every week on the state of the working classes. It is not clear whose hand is most influential. On the one hand, there is a strong emphasis upon labor as the source of value, an emphasis perhaps strengthened by Ricardo's Principles of Economics, published in the previous year. 1 Labor is the superabundant product of this country, wrote the Gorgon, and is the chief commodity we export. Of the 4 staple manufactures, namely, cotton, linen, cloth, and iron, perhaps, on an average, the raw material does not constitute 1/10 of their value, the remaining 9/10 being created by the labors of the weaver, spinner, dyer, smith, cutler, and 50 others. The labors of these men form the chief article of traffic in this country. It is by trading in the blood and bones of the journeymen and laborers of England that our merchants have derived their riches, and the country its glory. The statement is emotive rather than exact. It reminds us that the notion of labor as the source of all value was found, not only in Thelwall's Rights of Nature, but also in an emphatic tone in Cobbett's address to the journeymen and laborers of 1816. Cobbett, one feels, had in his mind's eye, while writing, his own farm, and the laborers busy with the stock, at the plough, repairing buildings. Wade had in his eye the craftsman and outworker, the wool sorter or tailor, who was given raw material in some form and, by his labor or skill, processed the material. To the raw material, 1/10, to the labor and skill the rest. 2. But the same article in the Gorgon at once commenced to instruct trade unionists in the platitudes of political economy. The reward for labor was regulated by demand and supply. An increase in the wages of journeymen is attended with a proportionate decrease in the profits of masters, the wages fund. When the price of labor advances, it has a tendency to force capital out of that branch of industry. And both masters and journeymen ought in all cases to act individually, not collectively. When either party has recourse to unnatural or artificial expedients, they produce unnatural effects. The theory of natural laws or rights, shut out by Wade at the front door, has been invited in at the back. For, by this time, it is scarcely possible to think of middle-class utilitarianism without thinking also of Malthus and of orthodox political economy. The doctrine of utility could only be interpreted in the light of the laws of population and those of supply and demand. If utilitarianism was to enter working-class ideology, it would make it captive to the employing class. And yet the matter was not to be settled so easily. Through September, October, and November 1818 the Gorgon carried detailed examinations of the position of some of the London trades, tailors, type founders, opticians, compositors. 1 At the same time it conducted a defense of the Manchester cotton spinners, whose strike was attracting the bitterest attacks in both the Loyalist and the new-style middle-class radical press. The comparison of wage rates over the previous 20 years in organized and unorganized trades led to an inescapable conclusion. Whether natural or artificial, combination worked. We had always thought that the prosperity of masters and workmen were simultaneous and inseparable. But the fact is not so, and we have no hesitation in saying that the cause of the deterioration in the circumstances of workmen generally, and the different degrees of deterioration among different classes of journeymen, depends entirely on the degree of perfection that prevails among them, which the law has pronounced a crime, namely, combination. The circumstances of the workmen do not in the least depend on the prosperity or profits of the masters, but on the power of the workmen to command, nay to extort a high price for their labor. 2. This can scarcely be Place, in view of the arguments which he is known to have adopted in 1814 and 1824.3, but if the author was Wade, he did not long hold to this position. Subsequently he adopted the ideology of the middle-class utilitarians, and his popular history of the middle and working classes has this characteristic blend of the radical politics and orthodox economics, together with industrious compilation of fact. It is, however, a disappointing work to have come from the author of the Black Book and the editor of the Gorgon. Gast's history is different. He was, with Gravener Henson and John Doherty, one of the three truly impressive trade union leaders who emerged in these early years. Each came from industries undergoing greatly different experiences, and the characteristic contribution of each was for this reason different. Henson exemplifies the struggle of the outworkers, touching the fringes of Luddism, organizing their illegal union, sharing their advanced political radicalism, and attempting until 1824 to enforce or enact protective legislation in their favor. Doherty of the cotton spinners was able to place more emphasis upon the workers' own power to improve their conditions, or to change the entire system. By the force of combination, he was, by 1830, at the heart of the great movements of the Northern workers for general unionism, factory reform, cooperative organization, and national regeneration. Gast, coming from a smaller but highly organized skilled trade, was constantly concerned with problems of the organization and mutual support of the London and national trades. Gast was a shipwright, who served his apprenticeship in Bristol, and came to London around 1790. Of his 30 or 40 years on the Thames, 28 had been spent in one Deptford yard, in which he was the leading hand, with 16 or so men under his charge. I there assisted in building not less than from 20 to 30 sail of men of war, exclusive of merchant ships. In 1793 the shipwrights had been organized in the St. Helena Benefit Society. There were not 10 men in the river who were not members. The society failed, but in 1812 there was a shipwright strike and the Hearts of Oak Benefit Society was formed, in which Gast took a leading part. The society was so successful that it not only provided the usual benefits for sickness, death, and accident, but also erected from its funds 13 almshouses for retired shipwrights. When the Thames Shipwrights Provident Union was founded in August 1824, Gast was its first secretary. He must by this time have been in his mid-50s. 1. After the repeal of the Combination Acts, the shipwrights were involved in a particularly bitter struggle with their employers, who led the lobby pressing for new anti-trade union legislation in 1825.2. Thus Gast and his union were thrown into prominence. But long before this he had won respect in London trade union circles. We have seen that he was associated with the Gorgon, while he was prominent at the same time in the attempts to form the philanthropic Hercules, the first general union of all trades. 3. It is clear that by 1818 Gast was the leading figure in more than one committee of London trades. Moreover, an interesting translation took place in London working-class radicalism between 1819 and 1822. In the former year, Hunt's triumphal entry into London after Peterloo had been prepared by a committee in which such men as Dr. Watson, Gale Jones, Evans, and Thistlewood were prominent, in the main old Jacobins, professional men, small masters, and a few artisans. When Hunt was released from Ilchester jail at the end of 1822, he was welcomed to London by John Gast, on behalf of the Committee of the Useful Classes. 4. From this time forwards London working-class radicalism acquires a new cogency. It is more easy to see from which industries its strength is drawn. In Gast's committee it is possible to see an incipient trades council. In 1825, with the repeal of the Combination Acts, and with the threat of their reimposition, the trades felt strong enough to found their own weekly trades newspaper. 5. The trades newspaper, with its motto, "They helped everyone his neighbor," is important not only because it throws a flood of light upon the strength of trade unionism which, until this time, one must follow through the shadows of the courts and the Home Office papers. It also indicates a point of complete rupture between middle-class utilitarianism, on one hand, and emergent trade union theory on the other. The conflict was quite explicit. It is as if the orthodox parts of the Gorgon had gone on with place and weight, while the unorthodox claims for the value of combination became the basis for Gast's new venture. Some of the polemics were aimed specifically at place, and in a manner both unfortunate and unfair, and this may help to explain why Gast and the London trades feature so little in Place's own account of these years. The controversy had in fact been opened in the previous year, in the pages of Wooler's Black Dwarf. Now in the last year of its life too it was provoked by the wedding which had been solemnized, in the pages of James Mill, between Malthusianism and political economy. Baldly stated, this proposed that the problem of unemployment 3 was a natural, rather than artificial, one, arising from the surplus of population. As such it was insoluble. Being insoluble, it was the underlying determinant of wage rates, since, however much skilled groups might attain to a privileged position by means of restricting entry into their craft, the mass of the workers would find that the natural laws of supply and demand would cheapen the value of a service which was in excess. Supply. To this Cobbett had long given a passionate and explosive negative. The Black Dwarf offered more strenuous arguments. The quantity of employment is unlimited, he wrote. I have seen men and women without stockings in this great manufacturing country, which furnishes stockings to all quarters of the world. If everyone in these islands alone were as well clothed as they could wish to be, the home consumption would be 10 times as extensive as it is. It is not by diminishing their numbers, he concluded, but by sharpening their intellects, that the condition of the human race is to be bettered. 1. The argument was resumed in the first number of the Trades newspaper, whose first editor was the advanced radical, J.C. Robertson, the pioneer of the London Mechanics' Institute and colleague of Thomas Hodgkin. 2. The editorial took issue with McCulloch for adopting Malthusian theory and advising the workers, restrict your numbers so as not to overstock the demand for laborers. This, the editorial commented, is to conspire against nature, against morality, and against happiness. The available means for such restriction were either abstinence from marriage, or from the enjoyment of marriage, or else the use of contraceptives. Now Place had firmly endorsed the Malthusian position, and had taken it upon himself to propagate it amongst the working class, but, having no confidence in their capacity for sexual abstinence, he had further assisted in the covert dissemination of handbills providing information as to the means of birth control. 1. Place now attempted to defend McCulloch in the columns of the Trades newspaper. If Place had taken part in a courageous action for the most wrong-headed of utilitarian reasons, the Trades newspaper attacked him bitterly on both counts. On the one hand, it was insinuated that Place was associated with a nameless and immoral advocacy, too disgusting to be described. On the other hand, he opened a critique which was of far greater significance. If Messrs. Malthus, McCulloch, Place and Co. are to be believed, the working classes have only to consider how they can most effectually restrict their numbers, in order to arrive at a complete solution of all their difficulties. Malthus and Co. would reduce the whole matter to a question between mechanics and their sweethearts and wives, a question between the employed and their employers, between the mechanic and the corn grower and monopolist, between the taxpayer and the tax inflictor. 2. The note is quite clear. Gast and Robertson had rejected the model of a natural and self-adjusting political economy, which, left unrestrained, would operate to the benefit of employers and employed alike. An essential antagonism of interests is assumed, and its resolution or adjustment must be a matter of force. What might be of utility to capital might well be oppressive to labor. And for this shaping working class theory there came important intellectual reinforcements. There was published in 1825 Labor Defended Against the Claims of Capital by Thomas Hodgkin, a retired naval lieutenant on half-pay. Gast, Robertson, and Hodgkin had already been associated in the Mechanics' Institute, for which the latter lectured in political economy. In the second half of 1825 the greater part of Labor Defended was published in extracts in the Trades newspaper, and a series of editorial articles gave to it a warm, but not uncritical, welcome, selecting from Hodgkin's work, with particular approval, the elements of the labor theory of value. The only thing which can be said to be stored up is the skill of the laborer. All the capitalists of Europe, with all their circulating capital, cannot of themselves supply a single week's food and clothing. 1. Hodgkin's primitive socialist theory was particularly well adapted to the experience of the London trades, and from this experience his theory was in great part derived. In the face of renewed threats of legislation, he defended trade unionism with strong and common-sense arguments. Combination is of itself no crime, on the contrary, it is the principle on which societies are held together. His particular fire was directed against the capitalist in his role as entrepreneur or middleman. Betwixt him who produces food and him who produces clothing, betwixt him who makes instruments and him who uses them, in steps the capitalist, who neither makes nor uses them and appropriates to himself the produce of both. Gradually and successively has he insinuated himself betwixt them, expanding in bulk as he has been nourished by their increasingly productive labors, and separating them so widely from each other that neither can see whence that supply is drawn which each receives through the capitalist. While he despoils both, so completely does he exclude one from the view of the other that both believe they are indebted to him for subsistence. In his active technical or managerial role, the capitalist was seen as productive. In this role he also was a laborer, and should be rewarded as such. But as a middleman or speculator he was merely parasitic. The most successful and widest spread possible combination to obtain an augmentation of wages would have no other injurious effect than to reduce the incomes of those who live on profit and interest, and who have no just claim but custom to any share of the national produce. Hodgkin did not offer an alternative system, and there is a sense in which he sidestepped the question of property rights. What he sanctioned was a mounting organized pressure, by all the strength and intellectual and moral resources of the working class, to confiscate the gross wealth of the capitalist interloper. This war of capital and labor, between honest industry and idle profligacy, would not end until the workers received the full product of their own labor, and till man shall be held more in honor than the clod he treads on or the machine he guides. 4. Owenism. The publication of Labor Defended, and its reception in the trades newspaper, represents the first clear point of junction between the labor economists or the Owenites and a part of the working class movement. 1. But of course Owen had preceded him, and even if Owen, Gray, Pear and Thompson had not been writing, Hodgkin's work was bound to lead on to the further question: if capital was largely parasitic upon labor, might not labor simply dispense with it or replace it by a new system? Moreover, by a curious twist it was possible for utilitarianism to lead on to the same question: if the only criterion by which a social system might be judged was use, and if the greatest number in that society were toilers, clearly no veneration for custom or Gothic notions should prevent one from contriving the most useful possible plan by which the masses might exchange and enjoy their own products. Hence Owenite socialism always contained two elements which never wholly fused: the philanthropy of the Enlightenment, devising new systems according to principles of utility and benevolence, and the experience of those sections of workers who selected notions from the Owenite stock, and adapted or developed them to meet their particular context. The story of Robert Owen of New Lanark is well known, even legendary. The model paternalist mill owner and self-made man who canvassed the royalty, courtiers, and governments of Europe with his philanthropic proposals, the growing exasperation of Owen's tone as he met with polite applause and practical discouragement, his propaganda to all classes and his proclamation of the millennium, the growing interest in his ideas and promises among some working people, the rise and fall of the early experimental communities, notably Orbiston, Owen's departure to America for more experiments in community building, the growing support for Owenism during his absence, the enriching of his theory by Thompson, Gray, and others, and the adoption of a form of Owenism by some of the trade unionists, the initiative of Dr. King at Brighton with his cooperator and the widely scattered experiments in cooperative trading, the initiative of some London artisans, among whom Lovett was prominent, in promoting national propaganda in cooperative principles, in 1829–30, the swelling tide after Owen's return, when he found himself almost despite himself at the head of a movement which led on to the Grand National Consolidated Trades Union. It is an extraordinary story, and yet there is a sense in which parts of it had to be so. We may start at the point of entry, with the paternalist tradition. And we must see that the great experiments at New Lanark were instituted to meet the same difficulties of labor discipline, and the adaptation of the unruly Scottish labourers to new industrial work patterns that we have already encountered in our discussion of Methodism and of Dr. Ure. At that time the lower classes in Scotland had strong prejudices against strangers. The persons employed at these works were therefore strongly prejudiced against the new director. They possessed almost all the vices and very few of the virtues of a social community. Theft and the receipt of stolen goods was their trade, idleness and drunkenness their habit, falsehood and deception their garb, dissensions, civil and religious, their daily practice. They united only in a zealous systematic opposition to their employers. These passages, from a new view of society, are much the common run of the new mill owner or iron master's experience. The problem was to indoctrinate the youth in habits of attention, celerity, and order. It is wholly to Owen's credit that he chose neither the psychic terrors of Methodism nor the discipline of the overlooker and of fines to attain his ends. But we must see, all the time, that Owen's later socialism retained the marks of its origin. He was cast as the kindly papa of socialism. Mr. Owen, the philanthropist, who secured entree to the court and the cabinet room in the post-war years, merges without any sense of crisis into the benevolent Mr. Owen who was addressed by and issued addresses to the working classes. He was in one sense the ne plus ultra of utilitarianism, planning society as a gigantic industrial panopticon. In another, and most admirable and kindly sense, he was an industrial Hanway, who thought a good deal about children, liked to see them happy, and really was outraged at their callous exploitation. But the notion of working class advance, by its own self-activity towards its own goals, was alien to Owen, even though he was drawn, between 1829 and 1834, into exactly this kind of movement. This can be seen in the tone of all his writings. He wished to remoralize the lower orders. Next to benevolent, the words most commonly encountered in early Owenite writings are provided for them. Education should impress on the young ideas and habits which shall contribute to the future happiness of the individual and the state, and this can be accomplished only by instructing them to become rational beings. Fourth, what are the best arrangements under which these men and their families can be well and economically lodged, fed, clothed, trained, educated, employed, and governed? 1. This tone presented an almost insuperable barrier between Owen and the popular radical as well as trade union movement. The operatives and working classes were at this time strangers to me and to all my views and intentions, Owen noted of the immediate post-war years. Their democratic and much mistaken leaders taught them that I was their enemy and that I desired to make slaves of them in these villages of unity and mutual cooperation. But in the circumstances this was scarcely surprising. The philanthropist, Mr. Owen, swam into their view during the desperate post-war depression years. Many of the gentry were themselves appalled at the extent of unemployment and distress, while they were also anxious as to the insurrectionary temper of the unemployed. More than this, the poor rates had risen to over £6 millions at a time when agriculture had fallen from its wartime prosperity. The poor were unsightly, a source of guilt, a heavy charge on the country, and a danger. The columns of the reviews were full of discussions on the emendation of the poor laws, all of which had greater economy as their goal. Mr. Owen now came forward with a plan, which really could not have been nicer. He proposed to put the poor into villages of cooperation, where, after an initial capital grant out of taxes, they would pay their own way, and become useful, industrious, rational, self-disciplined, and temperate as well. The Archbishop of Canterbury liked the idea, and Lord Sidmouth went over it quite closely with Mr. Owen. "My Lord Sidmouth will forgive me," Owen wrote in one of his public letters on poor relief which appeared in the London press in the summer of 1817, "for he knows I intend no personal offence. His dispositions are known to be mild and amiable." This was published a fortnight after the Pentridge Rising and the exposure of Oliver. The plan smelled of Malthus and of those rigorous experiments of magistrates who were already working out the Chadwickian plan of economical workhouse relief. Even if Owen was himself deeply in earnest and dismayed by the distress of the people, his plan, if taken up by government, would certainly be orientated in this way. Cobbett has been too easily accused of prejudice in denouncing Owen's villages of cooperation as parallelograms of paupers. Not only did they savor to him of the comforting system of patronage and charity which he loathed, but his instinct was probably right, that Owen's ideas, if they had been taken up by the authorities in 1817, would probably have given rise to an extension of productive employment within the workhouse system. But Cobbett was only voicing the general radical response. His proposed institutions would be prisons, a community of vassals. Mr. Owen's object appears to me to be to cover the face of the country with workhouses, to rear up a community of slaves, and consequently to render the laboring part of the people absolutely dependent upon the men of property. 1. When Owen attempted to interest the radicals in his proposals, at a crowded meeting in the City of London Tavern, the radical leaders, one after another, Cartwright, Wooler, Alderman Waitman, opposed him in similar terms. When Gale Jones proposed that the plan at least deserved examination, he was shouted down and accused of apostasy. 2. The debate served only to display the weakness of both sides. On the one hand, Owen simply had a vacant place in his mind where most men have political responses. One part of the new view was dedicated to the Prince Regent, another to Wilberforce. 15 years later his paper, The Crisis, sailed blandly through the waters of 1831 and 1832, carrying cargoes of reports on cooperative congresses and on trading stores at Slaithwaite, without noticing that the country was in fact in a state of revolutionary crisis. This vacancy had its endearing aspects. When it occurred to Mr. Owen that the royalty was an irrational institution and that bishops were a costly and unnecessary tribute to Gothic ignorance, he had no hesitation in pointing this out to the present incumbents, being sure that they would see that he intended no personal offense and that they would duly liquidate themselves in submission to rational suasion. But this was scarcely endearing to the old radicals of 1817. Their weaknesses, on the other hand, consisted in a lack of any constructive social theory, whose place was taken by a rhetoric in which all ills were attributed to taxation and sinecures, which all could be remedied by reform. Hazlitt's response to the new view was the most complex, and shows the bruised Jacobin in him struggling against the weight of Burke. Why does Mr. Owen put the word new, in black letter at the head of the advertisement of his plan of reform? The doctrine of universal benevolence, the belief in the omnipotence of truth, and in the perfectibility of human nature, are not new, but old, Master Robert Owen. Does not Mr. Owen know that the same scheme, the same principles, the same philosophy of motives and actions, of virtue and happiness, were rife in the year 1793, were noised abroad then, were spoken on the housetops, were whispered in secret, were published in quarto and duodecimo, in political treatises, in plays, poems, songs, and romances, made their way to the bar, crept into the church, ascended the rostrum, thinned the classes of the universities, that these new views of society got into the hearts of poets and the brains of metaphysicians, took possession of the fancies of boys and women, and turned the heads of almost the whole kingdom, but that there was one head which they never got possession of, that turned the heads of the whole kingdom round again. Thus repelled, it seems that philosophy was driven from the country, and forced to take refuge and to lie snug for 20 years in the new Lanark mills, with the connivance of the worthy proprietor, among the tow and spindles, from whence he lets us understand that it is coming up again to Whitehall stairs, like a spring tide with the full of the moon, and floating on the blood that has flowed for the restoration of the Bourbons, under the patronage of the nobility, the gentry, Mr. Wilberforce, and the Prince Regent, and all those who are governed, like those great personages, by no other principle than truth, and no other wish than the good of mankind. This puff will not take with us, we are old birds, not to be caught with chaff. Hazlitt's insight is extraordinarily acute. For Owen indeed was not the first of the modern socialist theorists but one of the last of the 18th century rationalists. He was Godwin, now setting out from New Lanark to claim the chairmanship of the board of directors of the Industrial Revolution. In his new disguise, as a practical and eminently successful man, he had entree where the old philosophers were reviled and spurned. A man that comes all the way from the banks of the Clyde acquires a projectile force that makes him irresistible. He has access, we understand, to the men in office, to the members of Parliament, to lords and gentlemen. He comes, to batter down all their establishments, new or old, in church or state, and he quietly walks into their houses with his credentials in his pocket, and reconciles them to innumerable houses of industry he is about to erect on the site of their present sinecures. We do not, continued Hazlitt, wish him to alter his tone. But he prophesied, with uncanny accuracy, some of the consequences, if he did not. His schemes thus far are tolerated, because they are remote, visionary, inapplicable. Neither the great world nor the world in general care anything about New Lanark, nor trouble themselves whether the workmen there go to bed drunk or sober, or whether the wenches are got with child before or after the marriage ceremony. Lanark is distant, Lanark is insignificant. Our statesmen are not afraid of the perfect system of reform he talks of, and, in the meantime, his cant against reform in Parliament, serves as a practical diversion in their favour. But let the good which Mr. Owen says he has done in one poor village be in danger of becoming general, and his dreams of elevated patronage will vanish. Let his new view of society but make as many disciples as they inquire concerning political justice, and we shall see how the tide will turn about. He will be marked as a Jacobin, a leveller, an incendiary, in all parts of the three kingdoms. He will be avoided by his friends, and become a byword to his enemies, and he will find out that it is not so easy or safe a task as to be imagined to make mankind understand their own interests, or those who govern them care for any interest but their own. 1. The quality in Owen which his patrons discovered with consternation was that of sheer propagandist zeal. He believed, equally with Carlyle, in the multiplication of reason by means of its diffusion. He spent a small fortune in posting his addresses to men of influence throughout the country, and a larger fortune upon the experimental communities. By 1819 his patrons had grown weary of him, and he in turn was addressing himself more particularly to the working class. He had long held the view that working people were the creatures of circumstances. He deplored their gross ferocity of character, and one feels that his chief reason for being a socialist was the desire that they should be abolished. But here there comes a twist in his thought, productive of large consequences. If the workers were creatures of circumstances, so also, the thought may have occurred to him while walking in the park after an unsatisfactory interview, were Lord Sidmouth and the Archbishop. The thought was communicated in an address to the working classes. From infancy, you have been made to despise and hate those who differ from you in manners, language, and sentiments. Those feelings of anger must be withdrawn before any being who has your real interest at heart can place power in your hands. You will then distinctly perceive that no rational ground for anger exists. An endless multiplicity of circumstances, over which you had not the smallest control, placed you where you are. In the same manner, others of your fellow men have been formed by circumstances, equally uncontrollable by them, to become your enemies and grievous oppressors. Splendid as their exterior may be, this state of matters often causes them to suffer even more poignantly than you. While you show by your conduct any desire violently to dispossess them of this power, these emoluments and privileges, is it not evident that they must continue to regard you with jealous and hostile feelings? The rich and the poor, the governors and the governed, have really but one interest, to form a new cooperative society. But the rich no less than the poor, being creatures of circumstance, were unable to see their true interests. The workers should disengage from class conflict. This irrational and useless contest must cease, and the avant-garde might blaze a path by means of which the working people could simply bypass the property rights and power of the rich. 1. However admirable Owen was as a man, he was a preposterous thinker, and, while he had the courage of the eccentric, he was a mischievous political leader. Of the theorists of Owenism, Thompson is more sane and challenging, while Gray, Pear, Dr. King and others had a firmer sense of reality. there comes through his writings not the least sense of the dialectical processes of social change, of revolutionizing practice. The materialist doctrine that men are products of circumstances and upbringing and that, therefore, changed men are products of other circumstances and changed upbringing, forgets that circumstances are changed precisely by men and that the educator must himself be educated. Hence this doctrine necessarily arrives at dividing society into two parts, of which one towers above society. So ran Marx's third thesis on Ludwig Feuerbach. If social character was the involuntary product of an endless multiplicity of circumstances, how was it to be changed? One answer lay in education, where one of the most creative influences of the Owenite tradition can be seen. But Owen knew that until circumstances changed he could not gain access to the schooling of a generation. The answer must therefore lie in the sudden change of heart, the millenarial leap. The very rigor of his environmental and mechanical materialism meant that he must either despair or proclaim a secular Chiliasm. Mr. Owen, the philanthropist, threw the mantle of Joanna Southcott across his shoulders. The tone of the ranter was noted, not only by Hazlitt, but by others of his contemporaries. A writer in Sherwin's Register compared him to Joanna, who deluded thousands for the moment, by telling them that a Shiloh was about to come into the world, a Prince of Peace, under whose standard all the nations of the earth were to unite, by telling them that swords were to be converted into plowshares. 1. It was also to be examined by Engels and by Marx, and the more recent promulgation of the discovery in academic circles is not original. 2. Owen was promising, in 1820, to let prosperity loose on the country, and in his communities he offered no less than paradise. By 1820 an Owenite society was forming in the metropolis, and the handbill advertising its periodical, The Economist, declared: "Plenty will overspread the land. Knowledge will increase. Virtue will flourish. Happiness will be recognized, secured, and enjoyed." Owen frequently used analogies drawn from the great advance in productive techniques during the Industrial Revolution. Some individuals forget that it is a modern invention to enable one man, with the aid of a little steam, to perform the labor of 1,000 men. Might not knowledge and moral improvement advance at the same pace? His followers took up the same imagery. The construction of a great social and moral machine, calculated to produce wealth, knowledge, and happiness, with unprecedented precision and rapidity. A correspondent to The Economist noted that the tone of joy and exultation which pervades your writings is really most infectious. The members of the London Society were aware that their proceedings must be comparatively imperfect, whilst they remain in their present dwellings, remote from one another. With an enthusiasm reminiscent of the early Moravians, they acquired some new houses on Spa Fields, with a schoolroom and common eating room. The pages of The Economist and other early journals were full of speculations as to how capital might be raised, if it were supposed that there were 50,000 families of the working classes in the metropolis. These would, if brought into association, have an average income of £50 pa or £2.5 millions collectively. And so on. The communitarians at Orbiston were enrolled in a society of divine revelation. By 1830, when Owen, returning from America, found himself at the head of a movement of the masses, this messianic tone had the force of a secular religion. On May 1, 1833, Owen delivered an address at the National Equitable Labor Exchange denouncing the old system of the world and announcing the commencement of the new. Not only would the profit motive be displaced by cooperation, the vices of individualism by the virtues of mutuality, but all existing social arrangements would give way to the federations of mixed agricultural and industrial villages. We abandon all the arrangements to which interests have given birth, such as large cities, towns, villages, and universities. Courts of law and all the paraphernalia and folly of law cannot be found in a rational state of society. Hitherto the world had been in gross darkness. All ceremonial worship of an unknown power was much worse than useless. Marriages will be recognized as a union of affection only. Celibacy, in either sex, beyond the period designed by nature, will be no longer considered a virtue, but a crime against nature. The new society would offer a balance between intellectual and physical labor, entertainment, and the cultivation of the physical powers as in Greece and Rome. All citizens would abandon all ambition, envy, jealousy, and other named vices. I therefore now proclaim to the world the commencement, on this day, of the promised millennium, founded on rational principles and consistent practice. Point 1. This proclamation might startle some women's cooperative guilds today. It also appears, at first sight, an unlikely ideology to be accepted by the working people, whose formative experiences have been the subject of this study. And yet, if we look more closely, we will find that it was not some psychic frenzy or collective paranoia which gave rise to the rapid spread of Owenism. In the first place, Owenism from the late 20s onwards, was a very different thing from the writings and proclamations of Robert Owen. It was the very imprecision of his theories, which offered, nonetheless, an image of an alternative system of society, and which made them adaptable to different groups of working people. From the writings of the Owenites, artisans, weavers, and skilled workers selected those parts which most closely related to their own predicament and modified them through discussion and practice. If Cobbett's writings can be seen as a relationship with his readers, Owen's can be seen as ideological raw material diffused among working people, and worked up by them into different products. The artisans are the clearest case. The editor of The Economist admitted, in 1821, that few of his readers were among the working classes. But we gain an idea of the first members of the London Cooperative and Economical Society who set up the community on Spa Fields from a circular sent to the nobility and gentry, soliciting their patronage for their wares. They offered to execute carving and gilding, boot and shoemaking, hardware, cutlery, clothing, sewing and dressmaking, cabinet making, bookselling and bookbinding, drawings in watercolors and on velvet, and transparent landscape window blinds. This suggests artisans and self-employed craftsmen, who abounded in two of the greatest cooperative centers, London and Birmingham. The spirit of these endeavors is expressed in a letter sent to The Economist. The working classes, if they will but exert themselves manfully, have no need to solicit the smallest assistance from any other class, but have within themselves, superabundant resources. Point 1. This is not Owen's tone. But it is certainly the tone which we have met repeatedly when following the political radicalism of the artisans. Individualism was only one part of their outlook, they were also inheritors of long traditions of mutuality, the benefit society, the trades club and chapel, the reading or social club, the corresponding society or political union. Owen taught that the profit motive was wrong and unnecessary, this keyed in with the craftsman's sense of custom and the fair price. Owen endorsed the view, held also by Cobbett, Carlyle, and Hodgkin, that the capitalist was largely parasitic in his function, that manual labor, properly directed, is the source of all wealth. This keyed in with grievances of artisans or little craftsmen masters against the contractors and middlemen. Owen taught that the natural standard of human labor should be taken as the practical standard of value one and that products ought to be exchanged according to the labor embodied in them. This keyed in with the outlook of the shoemaker, cabinet maker, and brush maker, who lived in the same court and who did in any case on occasion exchange services. Indeed, the germ of most of Owen's ideas can be seen in practices which anticipate or occur independently of his writings. Point 2. Not only did the benefit societies on occasion extend their activities to the building of social clubs or almshouses, there are also a number of instances of pre-Owenite trade unions when on strike, employing their own members and marketing the product. Point 3. The artisan was only slowly losing his status as a self-employed man, or as a man who did work for several masters, and in doing this or that contract he might enlist the aid of other craftsmen with different skills. The covered market, or bazaar, with its hundreds of little stalls, was an old institution, but at the close of the wars new bazaars were opened, which attracted attention in philanthropic and Owenite circles, where a section of counter was let for the week, the day, or even part of the day. Wares of every type were invited, even artists might exhibit, and one may suppose that the craftsmen and garret masters who were struggling for an independence were the tenants. 1 By 1827 a new bazaar was in being, which acted as a centre for the exchange of products made by unemployed members of London trades, carpenters, tailors, shoemakers, and others who were put to work on materials bought out of trade union funds. 2. Thus the Equitable Labour Exchanges, founded at London and Birmingham in 1832-3, with their labour notes and exchange of small products, were not conjured out of the air by paranoiac prophets. If we list the products which were brought for exchange to the Cooperative Congress in Liverpool in October 1832, we can also see the people. From Sheffield, cutlery and coffee pots; from Leicester, stockings and lace; from Huddersfield, waistcoat pieces and shawls; from Rochdale, flannels. There were diapers from Barnsley, stuffs from Halifax, shoes and clogs from Kendal, and prints from Bierkaker. A spokesman of the Birmingham Equitable Labour Exchange said that the people of his district knew not what to do with their masses of iron, brass, steel, and Japan wares. Why should they not be exchanged for Lancashire cottons and Leicester stockings? The long list of trades who propose to bring their wares to the Birmingham Exchange includes blacking makers, bell ringers, birch broom makers, button and trimming makers, brace makers, braziers, brush makers, bakers, bellows makers, bedstead makers, basket makers. In the SS we find straw hat and bonnet makers, scale makers, stove grate makers, silk weavers, blacksmiths and whitesmiths, and stationers. There are not boiler makers, blast furnace men, or builders, shipwrights or cotton spinners, miners or engineers. 1. The list includes not only the little masters and artisans but also outworkers. As their position was the most desperate, so Owenism was only one of the solutions at which they clutched in the 30s. The appeal of the labour exchange was not so immediate in the vicinity of Huddersfield or Burnley, for the obvious reason that in districts where the staple product was weaving, and where hundreds were semi-employed or employed on starvation wages on the same products, there was no obvious mart. Hence the Northerners were impelled, at the outset, to look towards a national plan of cooperation. "If our Birmingham friends will engage to appear in our fabrics," wrote a Halifax cooperator, "we will engage to cut our beef and pudding with their knives and forks, and sup our broth and oatmeal porridge with their spoons, and if our London brethren will do so too, we will appear, as soon as possible, with their silk handkerchiefs round our necks." 2. It was in Lancashire and Yorkshire that we find the most rapid development of a general theory of a new system, whereby on a national scale equitable exchange might take place, as well as some of the hardiest and most practical support for utopian experiments in community building. The Manchester and Salford Association for the Promotion of Cooperative Knowledge, founded in 1830, gained immediate support. The weavers hoped to find in cooperation the strength to compete with the power loom. "A great cause of social evils," wrote the United Trades Cooperative Journal, "was in the erroneous arrangement of our domestic, social, and commercial affairs, by means of which machinery is made to compete with and against human labor instead of cooperating with him. We can fairly trace that all the miseries which society suffers are mostly owing to the unfair distribution of wealth," wrote the Lancashire and Yorkshire cooperator. 1. In these districts with their long traditions of trade unionism and mutual aid, cooperation offered a movement in which rationalists and Christians, radicals and the politically neutral, could work together. The movement gathered up also the traditions of self-improvement and educational effort, providing reading rooms, schools, and itinerant lecturers. By 1832 perhaps 500 cooperative societies were in existence in the whole country, with at least 20,000 members. 2. While Owen was awaiting large capital gifts before further experiments could be risked, the cooperators in scores of centres, from Brighton to Bacup, were impatient to raise themselves immediately by their own efforts. At the Liverpool Congress of 1832 the proceedings offer the contrast between long evangelistic harangues and such interventions as this. Mr. Wilson, a delegate from Halifax, stated that in May 1829, he and 8 other persons laid down a shilling each, and commenced business in a small room in a back entry. Their numbers had increased, they were now worth £240 and had begun to find labour for some of their members. 3. This juxtaposition of the little store and the millenarial plan is of the essence of the cooperative mood between 1829 and 1834. In the neighbourhood of Huddersfield and Halifax, where cooperation spread among the weavers with such speed, one hope was that the store might purchase the warp and weft for the weaver and then sell the product, short-circuiting the employers. Cooperators might also, by a penny a week subscription, accumulate the capital to employ unemployed members. But most of these motives may be better expressed by quoting the rules of a society formed in 1832 in Ripondon, a weaving village in the Pennines. From the astonishing changes which the course of a series of years have produced to the labouring classes, from competition and the increase of machinery which supersedes hand labour, combined with various other causes, over which, as yet, the labouring classes have no control, the minds of thinking men are lost in a labyrinth of suggestions what plan to adopt in order to better, if possible, their conditions. By the increase of capital the working classes may better their condition, if they only unite and set their shoulder to the work. By uniting we do not mean strikes and turning out for wages, but like men of one family, strive to begin to work for ourselves. The plan of cooperation which we are recommending to the public is not a visionary one but is acted upon in various parts of the kingdom. We all live by the produce of the land, and exchange labor for labor, which is the object aimed at by all cooperative societies. We laborers do all the work and produce all the comforts of life. Why then should we not labor for ourselves and strive to improve our conditions? Fundamental principles. First, that labor is the source of all wealth, consequently the working classes have created all wealth. Secondly, that the working classes, although the producers of wealth, instead of being the richest, are the poorest of the community, hence, they cannot be receiving a just recompense for their labor. The objects of the society included the mutual protection of all members against poverty and the attainment of independence by means of a common capital. The means of obtaining these objects included a weekly subscription into a common fund, the employment of the capital in trade, the employment of its members as circumstances will permit, and, lastly, by living in community with each other, on the principles of mutual cooperation, united possessions, equality of exertions, and of the means of enjoyments. 1. This is not just a translation of Owen's doctrines to the context of a weaving village. The ideas have been shaped laboriously, in terms of the weaver's experience, the emphases have shifted, in place of the messianic stridency, there is the simple question, why not? One of the small cooperative journals was aptly entitled Common Sense. Its emphasis was on the trading associations. The object of a trading association is briefly this: to furnish most of the articles of food in ordinary consumption to its members, and to accumulate a fund for the purpose of renting land for cultivation, and the formation thereon of a cooperative community. A weekly sum from wages could be used for the wholesale purchase of tea, sugar, bread, or oatmeal. 1 From Brighton, Dr. King's cooperator was advocating this in greater detail. 2 The idea keyed in with other needs, the need to escape from the Tommy shop or the profiteer, the need to buy staple foods cheap, and free from the criminal adulteration which was only too common, the flour mixed with plaster of Paris, burnt bones, and an earthy substance, called Derbyshire white. 3. But this idea had also an appeal to the skilled and organized workers in the larger industries, whose approach to Owenism was more circumspect. The Trades newspaper carried some notes on Orbiston in 1825, but Owen's plans for communities were held to be impracticable from the dislike that free-born, independent men, must have to be told what they must eat, and what they must do. 4 Moreover, the very notion of acquiring an economic independence, which appealed to some small craftsmen and outworkers, offered an objection to the shipwright or the worker in large-scale industry. What use a village of cooperation to him? By the close of the 20s, however, Gast had declared for Owenism. A more important adhesion was that of the Manchester cotton spinners after their 6-month strike in 1829. Doherty pioneered, in 1830, the National Association for the Protection of Labor, whose organ, the United Trades Cooperative Journal, soon became the voice of the people. Soon after this, another skilled body, the Builders' Union, whose products could not possibly be taken to the Equitable Labor Exchange, set its course towards the greatest of all the experiments in cooperative direct action. What made the difference? One answer may simply be that by the end of the 20s one variant or another of cooperative and labor economic theory had taken hold of the cadre of the working class movement. Cobbett offered no coherent theory. Carlyle's individualism was repellent. Hodgkin, by implication, pointed towards mature socialist theory, but his analysis pulled up before that point, and was in any case compatible with cooperative theory, as William Thompson showed. The rationalist propaganda of the previous decade had been effective, but it had also been narrow and negative, and had given rise to a thirst for a more positive moral doctrine which was met by Owen's messianism. Owen's imprecision of thought made it possible for different intellectual tendencies to coexist within the movement. And we must insist again that Owenism was both saner, and more strenuous in intellectual terms, than the thought of its master. For the skilled workers, the movement which began to take shape in 1830 at last seemed to give body to their long-held aspiration, general national unionism. From the philanthropic Hercules of 1818 to the Combination Acts lobby of 1825, there had been much reaching out for united action. Throughout the summer and autumn of 1825 the trades newspaper reported each stage of the Bradford wool comber strike, and the support flowing in from all parts of the country. It declared emphatically, "It is all the workers of England against a few masters at Bradford." One Doherty saw in the failure of the great spinners' strike of 1829 another lesson. It was then shown that no individual trade could stand against the combined efforts of the masters of that particular trade. It was therefore sought to combine all the trades. One result was the formation of the Operative Spinners of England, Ireland, and Scotland, whose first conference, on the Isle of Man in December 1829, showed an impressive attempt to surmount the organizational complexities of united organization in 3 disparate regions. 2 From this basis, the National Association for the Protection of Labor brought together, for a short time, wool textile workers, mechanics, potters, miners, builders, and many other trades. But after it had extended about 100 miles round this town, a fatality came upon it that almost threatened its existence. 3 The fatality came from divisions and jealousies within the operative spinners itself, excessive or premature demands upon the strike funds of the association, and Doherty's unwise attempt to move the office of the Voice of the People to London. But despite its failure, the National Association gave new notations to the idea of cooperation, and while the Manchester movement entered a phase of recriminations, the movement continued to flourish in the potteries and in Yorkshire. 4 Doherty may have attempted to take the movement forward too precipitately, but he rightly saw, in the growing popularity of Owenite ideas, a means of bringing the organized workers of the country into a common movement. Thenceforward, the history of Owenism and of general unionism must be taken together. 5. The experimental communities failed, although 1 or 2, like that at Rillaheen, were partially successful. While the most ambitious ventures, like that of the builders, collapsed, some of the smaller cooperative ventures did in fact struggle on. Most of the societies and shops of the early 30s collapsed, only to be reborn on the Rochdale model in a few years' time. The Labor Exchange or Bazaar, in Gray's Inn Road, was a spectacular muddle. And yet there is nothing wholly inexplicable in the Owenite ferment. We have seen the way in which artisans, outworkers, and trade unionists all have a place within it. Its most unstable millenarial elements came largely from 2 sources, the benevolent well-wishers and the very poor. For the first, Owenism attracted to it in some numbers philanthropic gentlemen and clergy, Godwinians, Quakers, intellectual rebels, and cranks. Some of these, like Dr. King and, most notably, William Thompson, the Irish landowner and author of the Inquiry into the Distribution of Wealth, Labor Rewarded, and an appeal of one half of the human race, women, against the pretensions of the other half, men, to retain them in political and thence in civil and domestic slavery, greatly enriched the movement. Others gave money without which its experiments could not have been undertaken. Nevertheless, in most of the communities there is the figure of one or more cranky gentlemen, whose inexperience in the practice of any collective unit, and whose utopian experimentalism, drove the Owenite artisans to fury. To declare that men must make a new social system was one thing, to declare that men could make any kind of new system they liked was another. One artisan socialist, Alan Davenport, the former Spencean, left a somewhat sardonic picture of the London Labour Exchange. The public mind was completely electrified by this new and extraordinary movement. The great assembly room, originally fitted up in the most elegant style, the ceiling was magnificently embossed, and the ornamental parts richly gilded with gold, and capacious enough to hold 2,000 individuals. But this was not sufficient to satisfy Mr. Owen's ideas of beauty. A splendid platform was raised, on which was placed a superb and majestic organ. On festival nights, the avenues were brilliantly illuminated with costly Grecian lamps. 10 or a dozen musical instruments were employed, and ladies and gentlemen sung to the sweetest airs. The festivals were opened with a short lecture, on the subjects of social love, universal charity, and the advantages of cooperation. The lecture was followed by a concert, and the concert by a ball. Meantime every avenue to the Exchange, during the whole week, was literally blocked up by the crowds of people that constantly assembled, some attracted by the novelty of the institution, some to watch its progress, some to make deposits and exchanges. But alas! It was soon discovered that the beautiful labor notes could not by any means be forced into general circulation, on which account the supply of provisions failed, and a complete failure was the result of one of the most extraordinary movements that was ever attempted in this or in any other country. Still, the principles on which the system was founded remain unimpeachable, and ought to be cherished in the public mind. The Owen of this account is the Owen whom Peacock ridiculed in Crotchet Castle. Too many of the Owenite ventures overshot themselves, and ended in this sort of muddle of waste, benevolence and bad planning. If Owen was the greatest propagandist of Owenism, he was also one of its worst enemies. If the labor exchange had been left in the hands of such men as Lovett, the outcome might have been different. 1. The other aspect of this millenarial instability came, more directly, out of the chiasm of the poor. Just as at the time of the French Revolution, there is a revival of messianic movements during the excitement of the Reform Bill agitation and its aftermath. There remained many offshoots from the Southcottian movement, whose sects were now taking peculiar and perverted forms, one which perhaps require more attention from the psychiatrist than the historian. But 3 examples of this continuing millenarial instability may be noted. The first is the enormous following gained, between 1829 and 1836, by a crippled shoemaker, Zion Ward, one of the inheritors of Joanna's mantle. Ward, formerly a zealous Methodist, had convinced himself by allegorical acrobatics, that he was the Shiloh whose birth the aging Joanna had announced. Soon afterwards, he came to believe that he was Christ, and that the entire Bible was an allegorical prophecy of his annunciation. What was unusual in Ward's paranoia was, first, that he buttressed it with arguments derived from Carlyle and the deists, and, second, that he directed his messianic appeal towards the dynamic of radicalism. His following grew up in Southwark, Hackney, Walworth, in Chatham, Nottingham, Birmingham, Derby, Chesterfield, Leeds, many of these old Southcottian strongholds. At Barnsley he called forth stormy applause when he launched an attack on all the clergy who from the archbishop to the least are perjured persons and the false prophets mentioned in the Bible. This became, more and more, the keynote of his prophecies, priestcraft detected. Its overthrow projected. The king must take away the enormous salaries of the bishops, and expend the money for the public good. He launched a weekly periodical, the judgment seat of Christ, perhaps the only occasion in which Christ has been credited with the week-by-week editorial conduct of a popular journal. Throughout the summer of 1831 he drew enormous audiences for his lectures, often filling the 2,000 places in Carlisle's Rotunda. N.B. The writings of the Messiah sold at the Rotunda, Blackfriars Road. Preaching at the Rotunda on Thursday evenings at 7:30 and on Sunday afternoons at 3. Early in 1832 he was found guilty of blasphemy at Derby and with a fellow prophet imprisoned for 2 years. Despite illness and partial paralysis, he continued his mission until his death in 1837. The second example is that of the extraordinary Sir William Courtenay, who arrived in a startled Canterbury in 1832, wearing Eastern dress and accompanied by rumors of great wealth, received 400 freak votes in the general election, and, after being sentenced for perjury, published his Lion, with the views of Sir William Courtenay, King of Jerusalem, Prince of Arabia, King of the Gypsies, defender of his king and country, now in the city jail, Canterbury. Tom, who was a wine merchant who originally came from Joanna Southcott's West Country, had been for a short time a Spencean. His Lion denounced equally all infidels and clergy. The root of all evil is in the church. Lucre. 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 Heaven protect the widow, fatherless and distressed. Released from prison and lunatic asylum, he went to live in the homes of the peasantry in villages near Canterbury. In May 1838 he commenced moving around the villages, on horseback and armed with pistols and a sword, at the head of 50 or 100 laborers, armed with bludgeons. A loaf of bread was carried on a pole beneath a blue and white flag with a rampant lion, and Tom is supposed to have read to his followers from James, chapter v. Go to now, ye rich men, weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Behold, the hire of the laborers who have reaped down your fields, which is of you kept back by fraud, crieth. The women, in particular, believed that he had miraculous powers. A laborer said later, he loved Sir William. He talked in such a manner to them, and was always reading the scripture, that they did not look upon him as a common man and would have cheerfully died for his sake. Like Osler and Stevens in the North, he denounced the new poor law as a breach of divine law. Eventually a constable was sent to arrest him, whom Courtenay killed. But the laborers did not leave him. More than 50 of them retired with him to Blean Wood, where in the dense undergrowth they awaited the military. Tom exhibited the prints of nails in his hands and feet, and announced that if he should be killed he would rise again. This is the day of judgment, this is the first day of the millennium, and this day I will put the crown on my head. Behold, a greater than Samson is with you. To his followers he promised land, perhaps 50 acres each. As the soldiers approached, he sounded a trumpet and said it was heard at Jerusalem where 10,000 were ready to obey his command. At length the battle was joined, perhaps the most desperate on English soil since 1745. Against firearms and bayonets the Kentish labourers had only bludgeons. I never witnessed more determination in my life, said one witness. I never saw men more furious or mad-like in their attack upon us in my life. One officer was killed, as well as Courtenay and 11 or 12 of his followers. It was a higher death roll than Pentridge or Peterloo. 1. The affair of Blean Wood belongs more to the older cultural patterns than the new. It was the last peasants' revolt. It is interesting that the ranting Bryanites, or Bible Christians, had one of their strongholds in Kent, and at a time when men's psychic world was filled with violent images from hellfire and Revelation, and their real world filled with poverty and oppression, it is surprising that such explosions were not more frequent. The third example, which takes us closer to Owenism, is that of the extraordinary success of the Mormon propaganda in industrial districts in England in the late 1830s and 1840s. Thousands of converts were baptized in a few years, and thousands of these Latter-day Saints set sail from Liverpool to the city of Zion. The first converts were mainly manufacturers and other mechanics, extremely poor, most of them not having a change of clothes to be baptized in. Many of them, who were aided with passage money, walked and pushed handcarts all the way from Council Bluffs to Salt Lake City. 1. These examples all serve to emphasize that it is premature, in the 1830s, to think of the English working people as being wholly open to secular ideology. The radical culture which we have examined was the culture of skilled men, artisans, and of some outworkers. Beneath this culture there were more obscure levels of response, from which the charismatic leaders like Osler and O'Connor drew some of their support. The instability was particularly to be found where the new rationalist and the older style Methodist or Baptist patterns impinged upon each other, or were in conflict within the same mind. But, whereas dissent and rationalism seem to have ordered and tamed the character of the Southern artisan, in those parts where the Methodist pattern was dominant during the wars, emotional energies seem to have been stored or repressed. Strike a spade into the working class culture of the North at any time in the 30s, and passion seems to spring from the ground. Hence Owenism gathered up some of this passion also. With Owen and his lecturers prophesying that prosperity would be let loose, it was inevitable that they should gather around them the children of Israel. The communitarian yearning revived, and the language of rationality was translated into that of brotherhood. As in all such phases of ferment, antinomianism also revived, with its mystical equivalence of the secular notions of sexual liberation held among some Owenite communitarians. If you love one another, Zion Ward told young people in his chapels, go together at any time without any law or ceremony. Moreover, for the poor, Owenism touched one of their deepest responses, the dream that, somehow, by some miracle, they might once again have some stake in the land. One feels that, in the 1830s, many English people felt that the structure of industrial capitalism had been only partly built, and the roof not yet set upon the structure. Owenism was only one of the gigantic, but ephemeral, impulses which caught the enthusiasm of the masses, presenting the vision of a quite different structure which might be built in a matter of years or months if only people were united and determined enough. A spirit of combination has grown up, Brontera O'Brien wrote in 1833, whose object is the sublimest that can be conceived, namely, to establish for the productive classes a complete dominion over the fruits of their own industry. An entire change in society, a change amounting to a complete subversion of the existing order of the world, is contemplated by the working classes. They aspire to be at the top instead of at the bottom of society, or rather that there should be no bottom or top at all. 1. It is easy, in retrospect, to see this spirit as naive or utopian. But there is nothing in it which entitles us to regard it with academic superiority. The poor were desperately poor, and the prospects of a community in which they might not only blend intellectual culture with the athletic pursuits of Greece and Rome, but also eat, were attractive. Moreover, there was this important difference between Owenism and earlier creeds which gathered millenarial impetus. With the Owenites the millennium was not to arrive, it was to be made, by their own efforts. And this is where we may gather all the lines of Owenism together, the artisans, with their dreams of short-circuiting the market economy, the skilled workers, with their thrust towards general unionism, the philanthropic gentry, with their desire for a rational, planned society, the poor, with their dream of land or of Zion, the weavers, with their hopes of self-employment, and all of these, with their image of an equitable brotherly community, in which mutual aid would replace aggression and competition. Maurice wrote in 1838. When the poor men say, we, too, will acknowledge circumstances to be all in all, we will cast away any belief in that which is invisible, this world shall be the only home in which we will dwell, the language may well appall all who hear. Nevertheless, it is the we will, which imparts to the dry chips of Mr. Owen's theory the semblance of vitality. 1. This we will is evidence that working people were approaching maturity, becoming conscious of their own interests and aspirations as a class. There was nothing irrational or messianic in their offering a critique of capitalism as a system, or in projecting utopian ideas of an alternative and more rational system. It was not Owen who was mad, but, from the standpoint of the toilers, a social system in which steam and new machinery evidently displaced and degraded laborers, and in which the markets could be glutted while the unshod weaver sat in his loom and the shoemaker sat in his workshop with no coat to his back. These men knew from their experience that Owen was sane when he said that the present arrangement of society is the most antisocial, impolitic, and irrational that can be devised, that under its influence all the superior and valuable qualities of human nature are repressed from infancy, and that the most unnatural means are used to bring out the most injurious propensities, too. So far from being backward-looking in its outlook, Owenism was the first of the great social doctrines to grip the imagination of the masses in this period, which commenced with an acceptance of the enlarged productive powers of steam and the mill. What was at issue was not the machine so much as the profit motive, not the size of the industrial enterprise but the control of the social capital behind it. The building craftsmen and small masters, who resented control and the lion's share of the profits passing to master builders or contractors, did not suppose that the solution lay in a multitude of petty entrepreneurs. 1 Rather, they wished the cooperation of skills involved in building to be reflected in cooperative social control. It is ironic that a movement which is sometimes supposed to have drawn much of its strength from the petit bourgeois should have made more earnest attempts to pioneer new forms of community life than any in our history. All the fervor and earnestness of the early cooperative societies, Holyoake wrote many years later, was about communistic life. The socialists hoped to found voluntary, self-supporting, self-controlled industrial cities, in which the wealth created was to be equitably shared by all those whose labor produced it. To those who see, in the failure of these experiments, only a proof of their folly may perhaps be too confident that history has shown them to be a dead end. What was irrational in Owenism was the impatience of the propaganda, the faith in the multiplication of reason by lectures and tracts, the inadequate attention to the means. Above all, there was Owen's fatal evasion of the realities of political power, and his attempt to bypass the question of property rights. Cooperative socialism was simply to displace capitalism, painlessly and without any encounter, by example, by education, and by growing up within it from its own villages, workshops, and stores. Cooperation has no leveling tendency, the Economist was anxious to reassure its readers. Its purpose was to elevate all, its wealth would not be taken from existing possessors but would be newly produced wealth. 3 We do not come here as levelers, declared a Warrington clergyman, we do not come here to deprive any human being of any of his or her property. For in 1834, at the furthest point in the Owenite movement, a Charter of the Rights of Humanity declared the present property of all individuals, acquired and possessed by the usages and practices of old society, to be held sacred until it can no longer be of any use or exchangeable value. 1. This was the vitiating weakness of Owenism. Even the little group of Spencean philanthropists, at the end of the wars, could see that socialism entailed the expropriation of the great landowners. It is childish, Spence had written in his Restorer of Society to its natural state, to expect ever to see small farms again, or ever to see anything else than the utmost screwing and grinding of the poor, till you quite overturn the present system of landed property. For they have got more completely into the spirit and power of oppression now than was ever known before. Therefore anything short of total destruction of the power of these Samsons will not do, nothing less than the complete extermination of the present system of holding land, will ever bring the world again to a state worth living in. It was this which aroused the particular fury of Britain's rulers, who held the mild Thomas Evans, author of Christian Polity, without trial for a year, at a time when Lord Sidmouth was discussing the proposals of the enlightened Mr. Owen. In that year one of the last Spenceans, a coloured tailor called Robert Wedderburn, promoted a little ill-printed journal, The Forlorn Hope. Mr. Owen will find that the lower classes are pretty well convinced that he is a tool to the landholders and ministers, too. The Spenceans and old radicals of 1817 proved to be wrong in their estimation of Owen, and Spence's and Evans's preoccupation with agrarian socialism was inadequate for industrial England. But the Spenceans were at least willing to pose the problems of ownership and class power. It was because Owen refused to look squarely at either that he was able to remain quite indifferent to political radicalism, and to lead the movement frequently up illusory paths. For years the cooperative movement continued with this coexistence of philanthropists and working-class radicals. By 1832, however, men like Hetherington, O'Brien, and James Watson had quite different emphases, and were rejecting Owen's dismissal of all political means. Owenism was for them always a great and constructive influence. They had learned from it to see capitalism, not as a collection of discrete events, but as a system. They had learned to project an alternative, utopian system of mutuality. They had passed beyond Cobbett's nostalgia for an older world and had acquired the confidence to plan the new. They had gained an understanding of the importance of education, and of the force of environmental conditioning. They had learned, from Thompson and Anna Wheeler, to assert new claims for the rights of women. Henceforward, nothing in capitalist society seemed given and inevitable, the product of natural law. This is all expressed in the last will and testament of Henry Hetherington. These are my views and feelings in quitting an existence that has been checkered with the plagues and pleasures of a competitive, scrambling, selfish system, a system by which the moral and social aspirations of the noblest human beings are nullified by incessant toil and physical deprivations, by which, indeed, all men are trained to be either slaves, hypocrites, or criminals. Hence my ardent attachment to the principles of that great and good man, Robert Owen. A sort of machine. The present mischief these two men have in some respects done is incalculable, noted Francis Place. 1 The mischief is written across the years 1831 to 5. And at this point the limits of this study have been reached, for there is a sense in which the working class is no longer in the making, but has been made. To step over the threshold, from 1832 to 1833, is to step into a world in which the working class presence can be felt in every county in England, and in most fields of life. The new class consciousness of working people may be viewed from two aspects. On the one hand, there was a consciousness of the identity of interests between working men of the most diverse occupations and levels of attainment, which was embodied in many institutional forms, and which was expressed on an unprecedented scale in the general unionism of 1830–34. This consciousness and these institutions were only to be found in fragmentary form in the England of 1780. On the other hand, there was a consciousness of the identity of the interests of the working class, or productive classes as against those of other classes, and within this there was maturing the claim for an alternative system. But the final definition of this class consciousness was, in large part, the consequence of the response to working class strength of the middle class. The line was drawn, with extreme care, in the franchise qualifications of 1832. It had been the peculiar feature of English development that, where we would expect to find a growing middle-class reform movement, with a working-class tail, only later succeeded by an independent agitation of the working class, in fact this process was reversed. The example of the French Revolution had initiated three simultaneous processes: a panic-struck counter-revolutionary response on the part of the landed and commercial aristocracy, a withdrawal on the part of the industrial bourgeoisie and an accommodation with the status quo, and a rapid radicalization of the popular reform movement until the Jacobin cotters who were tough enough to survive through the wars were in the main little masters, artisans, stockingers, and croppers, and other working men. The 25 years after 1795 may be seen as the years of the long counter-revolution, and in consequence the radical movement remained largely working class in character, with an advanced democratic populism as its theory. But the triumph of such a movement was scarcely to be welcomed by the mill owners, iron masters, and manufacturers. Hence the peculiarly repressive and anti-egalitarian ideology of the English middle classes. Hence also the fact that the mildest measure of reform, to meet the evident irrationalities of old corruption, was actually delayed, by the resistance of the old order on the one hand, and the timidity of the manufacturers on the other. The Reform Bill crisis of 1832, or, to be more accurate, the successive crises from early in 1831 until the days of May in 1832, illustrates these theses at almost every point. The agitation arose from the people and rapidly displayed the most astonishing consensus of opinion as to the imperative necessity for reform. Viewed from one aspect, England was without any doubt passing through a crisis in these 12 months in which revolution was possible. The rapidity with which the agitation extended indicates the degree to which experience in every type of constitutional and quasi-legal agitation was present among the people. The systematic way in which the people proceeded, their steady perseverance, their activity and skill astounded the enemies of reform. Meetings of almost every description of persons were held in cities, towns, and parishes, by journeyman tradesmen in their clubs, and by common workmen who had no trade clubs or associations of any kind. So Place wrote of the autumn of 1830, adding, "Yet there was not even the smallest communication between places in the same neighborhood, each portion of the people appeared to understand what ought to be done." 1. The great majority of those who attended the swelling demonstrations, the King's private secretary complained in March 1831 to Grey, are of the very lowest class. The enormous demonstrations, rising to above 100,000 in Birmingham and London in the autumn of 1831 and May 1832, were overwhelmingly composed of artisans and working men. 2. "We did not cause the excitement about reform," Grey wrote a little peevishly to the King, in March 1831, "we found it in full vigor when we came into office." And, viewed from another aspect, we can see why throughout these crisis months a revolution was in fact improbable. The reason is to be found in the very strength of the working class radical movement, the skill with which the middle class leaders, Brougham, the Times, the Leeds Mercury both used this threat of working class force, and negotiated a line of retreat acceptable to all but the most die-hard defenders of the ancien regime, and the awareness on the part of the Whigs and the least intransigent Tories that, while Brougham and Baines were only blackmailing them, nevertheless if a compromise was not come to, the middle-class reformers might no longer be able to hold in check the agitation at their backs. The industrial bourgeoisie desired, with heart and soul, that a revolution should not take place, since they knew that on the very day of its commencement there would be a dramatic process of radicalization, in which Huntite, trade unionist, and Owenite leaders would command growing support in nearly all the manufacturing centers. "Threats of a revolution are employed by the middle classes and petty masters," wrote the Poor Man's Guardian. But a violent revolution is not only beyond the means of those who threaten it, but is to them their greatest object of alarm, for they know that such a revolution can only be effected by the poor and despised millions, who, if excited to the step, might use it for their own advantage, as well as for that of themselves, who would thus, have their dear rights of property endangered, be assured that a violent revolution is their greatest dread. 1. The middle-class reformers fought skillfully on both fronts. On the one hand the Times came forward as the actual organizer of mass agitation. "We trust there is not a county, town, or village in the United Kingdom which will not meet and petition for a reform." It even urged upon the people the solemn duty of forming themselves into political societies throughout the whole realm. It supported, as did Edward Baines, before cheering throngs, at Leeds, measures of enforcement which led directly on towards revolution, the run on the banks, refusal to pay taxes, and the arming of members of political unions. On the other hand, the riots at Nottingham, Derby, and Bristol in October 1831 underlined the dual function of the political unions on the Birmingham model. These unions were to be for the promotion of the cause of reform, for the protection of life and property against the detailed but irregular outrages of the mob, as well as for the maintenance of other great interests against the systematic violences of an oligarchy. 1. These middle-class incendiaries carried in their knapsacks a special constable's baton. There were occasions when the Tories themselves hoped to outwit them, by encouraging the independent working-class reform movement to display itself in a form so alarming that Brougham and Baines would run to old corruption for protection. When the National Union of the Working Classes proposed to call a demonstration in London for manhood suffrage, and in resistance to the Whig Reform Bill, the king himself wrote. His Majesty is by no means displeased that the measures contemplated by the meeting in question are so violent, and objectionable, as he trusts that the manifestation of such intentions and such purposes may afford the opportunity of checking the progress of the political unions. 2. Throughout the country, middle class and working class reformers maneuvered for control of the movement. In the earliest stages, until the summer of 1831, the middle-class radicals held the advantage. 7 years before, Wooler had closed the Black Dwarf with a sadly disillusioned final address. There was no public devotedly attached to the cause of parliamentary reform. Where hundreds and thousands had once clamored for reform, it now seemed to him that they had only clamored for bread. The orators and journalists of 1816 to 20 had only been bubbles thrown up in the fermentation of society. 3 Many of the working class leaders of the late 1820s shared his disillusion, and accepted the anti-political stance of their master, Owen. It was not until the summer of 1830, with the rural laborers' revolt and the July Revolution in France, that the tide of popular interest began to turn back to political agitation. And thenceforward the insanely stubborn last-ditch resistance of the diehards to any measure of reform dictated a strategy by which popular agitation was brought to bear behind Grey and Russell, and in support of a bill from which the majority had nothing to gain. Thus the configuration of forces of 1816 to 20, in which the popular demand for reform was identified with Major Cartwright's platform of manhood suffrage, was broken up. If any persons suppose that this reform will lead to ulterior measures, Grey declared in the House in November 1831. They are mistaken, for there is no one more decided against annual parliaments, universal suffrage, and the ballot, than I am. My object is not to favor, but to put an end to such hopes and projects. This was clearly enough seen by the older radicals, the majority of whose articulate spokesmen poured scorn on the Whig bill until the final days of May. It mattered not to him, declared a Macclesfield radical, whether he was governed by a boroughmonger, or a whoremonger, or a cheesemonger, if the system of monopoly and corruption was still to be upheld. One Hunt, from his place as member for Preston, maintained the same propositions, in only slightly more decorous language. George Edmunds, the witty and courageous radical schoolmaster, who had chaired Birmingham's first great post-war demonstration on Newhall Hill, declared, "I am not a householder. I can, on a push, be a musket holder." The Nothing But the Bill does not recognize George Edmunds as a citizen. George Edmunds scorns the Nothing But the Bill, except as cut the first at the national robber. 2. This was the position also of the elite of London's radical artisans, enrolled in the National Union of Working Classes and others, whose weekly debates in the Rotunda in 1831 and 1832 were reported in Hetherington's Poor Man's Guardian, undoubtedly the finest working-class weekly which had been published in Britain. The debates were attended by Hetherington himself, William Lovett, James Watson, John Gast, the brilliant and ill-fated Julian Hibbert, and old William Benbow, now pressing his proposal for a grand national holiday, or month's general strike, in the course of which the productive classes would assume control of the nation's government and resources. 1. The debates increasingly turned upon the definition of class. William Carpenter, who shared with Hetherington the honor of initiating the struggle for the unstamped press, offered a dissentient opinion. The Whig bill ought to be supported, as a wedge. He complained that the Poor Man's Guardian used the words middlemen and middle class as convertible terms, whereas the middle classes are not only not a class of persons having interests different from your own. They are the same class, they are, generally speaking, working or laboring men too. Throughout the entire crisis the controversy continued. After the bill had passed, the Poor Man's Guardian recorded its conclusion. The promoters of the Reform Bill projected it, not with a view to subvert, or even remodel our aristocratic institutions, but to consolidate them by reinforcement of sub-aristocracy from the middle classes. The only difference between the Whigs and the Tories is this: the Whigs would give the shadow to preserve the substance, the Tories would not give the shadow, because stupid as they are, the millions will not stop at shadows but proceed onwards to realities. Point 3. It is problematical how far the militant Owenites of the Rotunda represented any massive body of working-class opinion. They commenced by representing only the intelligentsia of the artisans. But they gathered influence most rapidly. By October 1831 they were able to organize a massive demonstration, perhaps 70,000 strong, many wearing the white scarves emblematic of manhood suffrage. Perhaps 100,000 joined their demonstrations against the national fast in March 1832. Place regarded the Rotundists as constituting the greatest of threats to the middle-class strategy, and much of his manuscript history of the Reform Bill crisis is devoted to the unscrupulous maneuvers by which he sought to limit their influence, and displace it by that of his rival National Political Union. The Duke of Wellington himself saw the contest as one between the establishment and the Rotunda, which he compared to two armies and presents. It confused his military mind very much to reflect that he could place no river between the armies, with adequate sentinels and posts on the bridges. The enemy was installed at sensitive points within his own camp. Point 1. The procession of October 1831, however, was mainly composed of shopkeepers and superior artisans. And while the numbers called out were impressive, they compare poorly with the even greater demonstrations at Birmingham, drawn from a smaller population. It would seem that, while the London artisans had at last succeeded in building a cohesive and highly articulate leadership, there remained a wide gulf between them and the mass of London labourers, and workers in the dishonourable trades. The position was caricatured in the pages of a scurrilous and alarmist pamphlet by Edward Gibbon Wakefield. He saw the Rotundists as desperadoes and idealists, whose danger lay in the fact that they might unleash the destructive energies of the criminal classes, the helots of society, who were crammed in the lanes and alleys off Orchard Street, Westminster, or Whitechapel. Here were the thousands of unpolitical costermongers, drovers, slaughterers of cattle, knackers, dealers in dead bodies and dog's meat, cads, brickmakers, chimney sweepers, nightmen, scavengers, and His attitude to the Owenite socialists of the Rotunda was ambiguous. On the one hand, they were mostly sober men, who maintained themselves by industry, men plainly marked off by superior talents from the dangerous classes. On the other hand, many were loose single men living here and there in lodgings, who might set fire to London without anxiety for helpless beings at home. In manner they are rather gentle than rough, but touch one of them on his tender point, only say that you think the stimulus of competition indispensable to the production of wealth, and he will either turn from you in scorn, or tell you, with flashing eyes, that you are paid by the government to talk nonsense. Anything like a compromise is what annoys them even more than decided opposition. Many, he said, are provided with arms. If an insurrection of the London populace should take place, they will be found at the most dangerous posts, leading the thieves and rabble, pointing out the most effectual measures, and dying, if the lot fall on them, with cries of defiance. These will be the fighting men of our revolution, if we must have one. The picture is overdrawn, but it is not wholly without truth. Point 2. The danger, from the point of view of authority, lay in a possible conjunction between the artisan socialists and the criminal classes. But the unskilled masses in London inhabited another world from that of the artisans, a world of extreme hardship, illiteracy, very widespread demoralization, and disease, which was dramatized by the cholera outbreak of the winter of 1831-2. Here we have all the classic problems, the hand-to-mouth insecurity, of a metropolitan city swollen with immigrants in a period of rapid population growth. Point 1. The unskilled had no spokesman and no organizations. They were as likely to have followed the lead of a gentleman as of an artisan. And yet the severity of the political crisis which commenced in October 1831 was sufficient to crack the crust of fatalism, deference, and need, within which their lives were enclosed. The riots of that month in Derby, the sacking of Nottingham Castle, the extensive riots at Bristol, all were indicative of a deep disturbance at the foundations of society, which observers anxiously expected to be followed by the uprising of London's East End. The Birmingham political union was an acceptable model, which the Times itself could commend, because the local industrial context favored a reform movement of the masses which still remained firmly under middle-class control. The history of Birmingham radicalism is significantly different from that of the North Midlands and the North. There was no basis in its small-scale industries for Luddism, and the father of the political unions, Thomas Atwood, first gained public prominence when he led, in 1812, a united agitation of the masters and artisans against the orders in council. There were undoubtedly groups of physical force radicals in the Black Country in 1817-20, but, whether by good fortune or good judgment, they were never exposed by any abortive movement like the Pentridge and Grange Moor affairs. Point 2. As Professor Briggs has shown, Thomas Atwood was able in 1830 to harmonize and unite the diverse materials of discontent because the Industrial Revolution in Birmingham had multiplied the number of producing units rather than added to the scale of existing enterprises. There had been little displacement of skilled labor by machinery. The numberless small workshops meant that the social gradients shelved more gently, and the artisan might still rise to the status of a small master. In times of economic recession, masters and journeymen were afflicted alike. Point 1. Hence, class antagonism was more muted than in Manchester, Newcastle, and Leeds. Throughout the Reform Bill crisis, Atwood controlled the Birmingham Union with such a show of good nature that the Brummagem operatives seemed really to believe that they would be virtually, though not actually, represented in the Reformed Parliament. And, in a tribute impressive from so stern a critic, O'Brien added, "To this body, more than to any other, is confessedly due the triumph of the Reform Bill. Its well-ordered proceedings, extended organization, and immense assemblages of people, at critical periods of its progress, rendered the measure irresistible." Point 2. In such centres as Leeds, Manchester, and Nottingham the position of the middle-class reformers was very much more uneasy. At Manchester rival political unions coexisted, and from October 1831 onwards the manhood suffrage union made the running. At Bolton in the same month the rejection of the bill by the House of Lords resulted in a split in the political union, the largest section organising a demonstration, 6,000 strong, behind the banners, "Down with the bishops, no peers." 3. In the Midlands and the North such incidents were repeated dozens of times. Walk into any lane or public house, where a number of operatives are congregated together, wrote Doherty in January 1832. And listen, for 10 minutes, to the conversation. In at least 7 out of every 10 cases, the subjects of debate will be found to bear upon the appalling question of whether it would be more advantageous to attack the lives or the property of the rich. 1. Indeed, in the winter of 1831-2 the ridicule poured upon the bill and upon its attendant proceedings in the Poor Man's Guardian takes on a somewhat academic air. No doubt the rotundists were right to designate the bill as a trap. But the well-nigh Neolithic obstinacy with which old corruption resisted any reform led on to a situation in which the nation stepped, swiftly and without premeditation, onto the threshold of revolution. Belatedly, the Poor Man's Guardian adjusted its tactics, publishing as a special supplement extracts from Colonel Masserone's defensive instructions for the people. Point 2. Throughout the 11 days of England's apprehension and turmoil which preceded the final passage of the bill through the Lords in May, Francis Place held his breath. On the evening of the day when it passed, he returned home and noted, "We were within a moment of general rebellion, and had it been possible for the Duke of Wellington to have formed an administration the thing and the people would have been at issue. There would have been barricadoes of the principal towns, stopping circulation of paper money. If a revolution had commenced, it would have been the act of the whole people to a greater extent than any which had ever before been accomplished." Point 3. In the autumn of 1831 and in the days of May Britain was within an ace of a revolution which, once commenced, might well have prefigured, in its rapid radicalization, the revolutions of 1848 and the Paris Commune. J.R.M. Butler's The Passing of the Great Reform Bill gives us some sense of the magnitude of the crisis, but his study is weakened by an insufficient awareness of the potential openness of the whole situation, evinced in such comments as this: "It disgusted sensible people, by its arrogant silliness, as when the Bethnal Green branch petitioned the king to abolish the House of Lords, or the Finsbury section urged the Commons to confiscate the estates of the 199 peers. 1. Some assessment less complacent than this is required. The fact that revolution did not occur was due, in part, to the deep constitutionalism of that part of the radical tradition too of which Cobbett was the spokesman, and in part to the skill of the middle-class radicals in offering exactly that compromise which might, not weaken, but strengthen both the state and property rights against the working-class threat. The Whig leaders saw their role as being that of finding the means to attach numbers to property and good order. It is of the utmost importance, Gray said, to associate the middle with the higher orders of society in the love and support of the institutions and government of the country. 3. The extreme care with which this line was drawn is evinced by a survey undertaken by Baines in 1831, to discover the numbers and respectability of the £10 householders in Leeds. The results were communicated to Lord John Russell in a letter which should be taken as one of the classic documents of the Reform Bill crisis. Baines's pioneering psephological canvassers stated unanimously, that the £10 qualification did not admit to the exercise of the elective franchise a single person who might not safely and wisely be enfranchised, that they were surprised to find how comparatively few would be allowed to vote. In answer to Russell's inquiry as to the proportion which £10 householders bore to the rest of the population, the canvassers reported: in the parts occupied chiefly by the working classes, not one householder in 50 would have a vote. In the streets principally occupied by shops, almost every householder had a vote. In the township of Holbeck, containing 11,000 inhabitants, chiefly of the working classes, but containing several mills, dye houses, public houses, and respectable dwellings, there are only 150 voters. Out of 140 householders, heads of families, working in the mill of Messrs. Marshall & Co., there are only 2 who will have votes. Out of 160 or 170 householders in the mill of Messrs. O'Willan & Sons, Holbeck, there is not 1 vote. Out of about 100 householders in the employment of Messrs. Taylor & Wordsworth, machine makers, the highest class of mechanics, only 1 has a vote. It appeared that of the working classes not more than 1 in 50 would be enfranchised by the bill. Even this estimate would appear to have been excessive. Returns made to the government in May 1832 showed that in Leeds 355 workmen would be admitted to the franchise, of whom 143 are clerks, warehousemen, overlookers, and the remaining 212 were in a privileged status, earning between 30s and 40s a week. 1. Such surveys no doubt reassured the cabinet, which had meditated raising the £10 franchise qualification to £15. The great body of the people, Place wrote, were self-assured that either the reform bills would be passed by Parliament, or that they should, by their own physical force, obtain much more than they contained, if they were rejected. 2. It is the threat of this much more which hung over both Tories and Whigs in 1832, and which enabled that accommodation to be made, between landed and industrial wealth, between privilege and money, which has been an enduring configuration of English society. Upon the banners of Baines and Cobden were not egalite and liberté but free trade and retrenchment. The rhetoric of Brougham was that of property, security, interest. If there is a mob, Brougham said in his speech on the second reading of the Reform Bill, there is the people also. I speak now of the middle classes, of those hundreds of thousands of respectable persons, the most numerous and by far the most wealthy order in the community, for if all your lordship's castles, manors, rights of warren and rights of chase, with all your broad acres, were brought to the hammer, and sold at 50 years' purchase, the price would fly up and kick the beam when counterpoised by the vast and solid riches of those middle classes, who are also the genuine depositaries of sober, rational, intelligent, and honest English feeling. Rouse not, I beseech you, a peace-loving, but a resolute people. As your friend, as the friend of my order, as the friend of my country, as the faithful servant of my sovereign, I counsel you to assist with your uttermost efforts in preserving the peace, and upholding and perpetuating the Constitution. 1. Divested of its rhetoric, the demands of the middle-class radicals were voiced by Baines, when the bill had been passed. The fruits of reform are to be gathered. Vast commercial and agricultural monopolies are to be abolished. The church is to be reformed. Close corporations are to be thrown open. Retrenchment and economy are to be enforced. The shackles of the slave are to be broken. Point 2. The demands of working-class radicalism were less clearly formulated. A minimum political program may be cited from the manifesto of Hetherington's Republican. Extirpation of the fiend aristocracy, establishment of a republic, viz. Democracy by representatives elected by universal suffrage, extinction of hereditary offices, titles, and distinctions, abolition of the law of primogeniture. Cheap and rapid administration of justice, abolition of the game laws, repeal of the diabolical imposts on newspapers, emancipation of our fellow citizens the Jews, introduction of poor laws into Ireland, abolition of the punishment of death for offences against property, appropriation of the revenues of the fathers in God, the bishops, towards maintenance of the poor, abolition of tithes, payment of every priest or minister by his sect, the national debt not the debt of the nation. Discharge of the machinery of despotism, the soldiers, establishment of a national guard. This is the old program of Jacobinism, with little development from the 1790s. To be sacred and inviolable. 1. But around this much more other demands accrued, according to the grievances foremost in different districts and industries. In Lancashire, Doherty and his supporters argued that universal suffrage means nothing more than a power given to every man to protect his own labour from being devoured by others. Point 2. The Owenites, the factory reformers, and physical force revolutionaries like the irrepressible William Benbow were pressing still further demands. But, in the event, the terms of the contest were successfully confined within the limits desired by Brougham and Baines. It was a contest between blood and gold, and in its outcome, blood compromised with gold to keep out the claims of egalite. For the years between the French Revolution and the Reform Bill had seen the formation of a middle-class class consciousness, more conservative, more wary of the large idealist causes, more narrowly self-interested than in any other industrialized nation. Henceforward, in Victorian England, the middle-class radical and the idealist intellectual were forced to take sides between the two nations. It is a matter of honor that there were many individuals who preferred to be known as Chartists or Republicans rather than as special constables. But such men, Wackley, Frost of Newport, Duncombe, Osler, Ernest Jones, John Fielden, W. P. Roberts, and on to Ruskin and William Morris, were always disaffected individuals or intellectual voices. They represent in no sense the ideology of the middle class. What Edward Baines had done, in his correspondence with Russell, was to offer a definition of class of almost arithmetical exactitude. In 1832 the line was drawn in social consciousness by the franchise qualifications, with the crudity of an indelible pencil. Moreover, these years found also a theorist of stature to define the working class predicament. It appears almost inevitable that he should have been an Irish intellectual, uniting in himself a hatred of the English Whigs with the experience of English ultra-radicalism and Owenite socialism. James Bronteira O'Brien, the son of an Irish wine merchant, and a distinguished graduate of Trinity College, Dublin, arrived in London in 1829 to study law and radical reform. My friends sent me to study law, I took to radical reform on my own account. While I have made no progress at all in law, I have made immense progress in radical reform. So much so, that were a professorship of radical reform to be instituted tomorrow in King's College, I think I would stand candidate. I feel as though every drop of blood in my veins was radical blood. 1. After editing the Midlands Representative during the Reform Bill crisis, he moved to London and assumed the editorship of the Poor Man's Guardian. We foresaw, he wrote of the Reform Bill, that its effect would be to detach from the working classes a large portion of the middle ranks, who were then more inclined to act with the people than with the aristocracy that excluded them too. And in his introduction to Buonarroti's History of the Conspiracy of Equals, he drew a parallel: the Girondists would extend the franchise to the small middlemen in order the more effectively to keep down the working classes. Of all governments, a government of the middle classes is the most grinding and remorseless. 3. It was a theme to which he often returned. His anger was refreshed by each new action of the Whig administration: the Irish Coercion Bill, the rejection of the 10-Hour Bill, the attack on the trades unions, the Poor Law Amendment Act. Previously to the passing of the Reform Bill, he wrote in 1836, "The middle orders were supposed to have some community of feeling with the laborers. That delusion has passed away. It barely survived the Irish Coercion Bill, it vanished completely with the enactment of the Starvation Law. No working man will ever again expect justice, morals, or mercy at the hands of a profit-mongering legislature." 1. A refugee from a middle-class culture himself, he took a special pleasure in writing of his own class in terms which imitated its own drawing-room small talk about the servant classes. The pursuits and habits are essentially debasing. Their life is necessarily a life of low cunning and speculation. These two classes never had, and never will have, any community of interest. It is the workman's interest to do as little work, and to get as much for it as possible. It is the middleman's interest to get as much work as he can out of the man, and to give as little for it. Here then are their respective interests as directly opposed to each other as two fighting bulls. And he sought, with considerable genius, to twist together the tradition of ultra-radicalism with that of Owenism, into a revolutionary socialism, whose goals were political revolution, the expropriation of the propertied classes, and a network of Owenite communities. We must have what Southey calls a revolution of revolutions, such an one as Robespierre and Saint Just projected in France in the beginning of 1794, that is to say, a complete subversion of the institutions by which wealth is distributed. Property, property, this is the thing we must be at. Without a change in the institution of property, no improvement can take place. Such a revolution would come, without violence, in the immediate aftermath of the attainment of manhood suffrage. From the laws of the few have the existing inequalities sprung, by the laws of the many shall they be destroyed too. Historians today would certainly not accept O'Brien's overcrude assimilation of the post-reform Whig administration to the interests of the middle class. 1 Nor is it proper to select this one theorist as expressive of the new consciousness of the working class. But at the same time, O'Brien was very far from being an eccentric at the edges of the movement. As editor of the Poor Man's Guardian and other journals he commanded a large, and growing, working-class audience. He was later to earn the title of the schoolmaster of Chartism. His writings are a central thread through the abundant agitations of the early 1830s, providing a nexus for the old democratic claims, the social agitations, the Owenite communitarian experiments, and the syndicalist struggles of the trade unions. O'Brien was, as much as Cobbett and Wooler in the post-war years, an authentic voice of his times. For most working men, of course, disillusion in the Reform Bill came in less theoretical forms. The proof of the pudding was in the eating. We may see the eating in microcosm in a few of the incidents at one of the contests in the ensuing general election, at Leeds. Here Baines, who had already used his influence to instate Brougham as the Yorkshire member, brought forward in the Whig interest Marshall, one of the largest employers in Leeds, and Macaulay. Macaulay was one of the most complacent of the ideologists of the Reform Bill settlement, translating into new terms the Tory doctrine of virtual representation. The higher and middling orders are the natural representatives of the human race. Their interest may be opposed, in some things, to that of their proper contemporaries, but it is identical with that of the innumerable generations which are to follow. The inequality with which wealth is distributed forces itself on everybody's notice, he lamented, while the reasons which irrefragably proved this inequality to be necessary to the well-being of all classes are not equally obvious. Mr. Marshall was not equal to him as a theorist, but, if a radical election sheet is to be believed, he was of the view that 12s. A week was a good wage for a man with a family. He considered that the working classes might better their conditions by emigration, and in Mr. Marshall's mill, a boy of 9 years of age was stripped to the skin, bound to an iron pillar, and mercilessly beaten with straps, until he fainted. 1. The Tory candidate, on the other hand, was Sadler, leading parliamentary spokesman of the 10-hour movement. Osler had launched, with the short time committees, his passionate campaign against child labor 2 years before. The amazing pilgrimage to York had taken place in the previous April, and the 10-hour agitation continued without pause during the Reform Bill crisis months. In such a contest, therefore, Osler could be counted upon to side with Sadler against Baines, who had conducted a mealy-mouthed defense of the mill owners in the Leeds Mercury. Cobbett could be counted upon to do the same. Indeed, he gave a reference for Baines which reminds us of the latitude of the libel laws of the time. This great lying puffer of Brougham, who has always taken care to have one member, at least, to do more mischief to public liberty than any other 50 members in the House of Commons, this swelled up, greedy and unprincipled puffer, who has been the deluder of Yorkshire for 20 years past, too. A Tory radical alliance was therefore inevitable behind Sadler. It was also inevitable that the greater part of the nonconformist shopocrat vote would go to Mr. Marshall our townsman and Mr. Macaulay the Scotchman. As to Sadler, he never has done any good nor he never will do, for he has always been inventing something that has tended to injure the inhabitants of the town of Leeds. He was the first promoter of the Improvement Act, and that has cost the inhabitants a many thousands, and the burthen has chiefly fallen upon shopkeepers and what I call the middling class of people. It's true he is one of our magistrate party, but he is not better for that. 1. The working class radicals in Leeds maintain their independent press and organization. The men of Leeds who have assembled in evil report and good report, been instant in season and out of season, had now been betrayed by the men who, in the days of May, had addressed their great assemblies and promised reform or barricades. Messrs. Marshall and Macaulay may be very friendly to reforms of all sorts and sizes, both in church and state. They may also be in favor of the abolition of all monopolies except their own, those of millmen and placemen, but the operatives of Leeds remember that if they support them, they do what they can to put legislative power into the hands of their enemies. Moreover, the radicals declared that the old forms of electoral bribery and influence employed by the aristocratic interest were now finding insidious new forms in the service of the manufacturing interest. Although the workers did not have votes, great efforts were made to offset the effects of 10-hour demonstrations in favor of Sadler by compelling factory hands to declare for Marshall and Macaulay at the hustings. We could name more than a dozen mills, all the hands of which have received positive orders to be in the yard on Monday, and to hold up their hands for the Orange candidates, on pain of instant privation of employment. They have each their stations assigned in the yard, where they are to be penned like flocks of sheep, surrounded on all sides by overlookers, clerks and other understrappers, for the purpose of enforcing the high mandate of the counting house. In the event, the scene on the hustings turned into riot, where Osler and the 10-hour men rang matins on the thick skulls of the flying oranges. When Sadler was defeated at the poll, Marshall and Macaulay were burned in effigy in the same city centre where Payne had been burnt by the Loyalists in 1792.1. This Leeds election of 1832 was of more than local significance. It had focused the attention of factory reformers throughout the country, drawing addresses in Sadler's favour from thousands of signatories in northern towns. There is no mistaking the new tone after 1832. In every manufacturing district 100 experiences confirmed the new consciousness of class which the bill had, by its own provisions, so carefully defined. It was the reformed House of Commons which sanctioned the transportation of the Dorchester labourers in 1834-2 and who launched, with the document and the lockout, the struggle to break the trade unions, whose intensity and whose significance is still too little understood. Against the manifesto of the masters, the Yorkshire Trades Union issued its own. The war cry of the masters has not only been sounded, but the havoc of war, war against freedom, war against opinion, war against justice, and war without justifying cause. The very men, declared one Leeds trade unionist, who had pampered political unions, when they could be made subservient to their own purposes, were now endeavoring to crush the trades unions. It was but the other day that the operatives were led in great numbers to the West Riding meeting at Wakefield, for the purpose of carrying the Reform Bill. At that time, the very individuals who were now attempting to put down trades unions, were arraying them to carry by the force of numbers, a political reform which he was sure would not otherwise have been obtained from the aristocracy of this country. That reform which had thus been obtained appeared to him to have been the ultimate means of strengthening the hands of corruption and oppression. 3. The line from 1832 to Chartism is not a haphazard pendulum alternation of political and economic agitations but a direct progression, in which simultaneous and related movements converge towards a single point. This point was the vote. There is a sense in which the Chartist movement commenced, not in 1838 with the promulgation of the 6 points, but at the moment when the Reform Bill received royal assent. Many of the provincial political unions never disbanded, but commenced at once to agitate against the Shopocrat franchise. In January 1833 the Working Man's Friend was able to announce that the fortress of middle-class radicalism had been stormed. In spite of all the opposition and chicanery of a rag merchant monarchy, the Midland Union of the working classes was formed by the brave, but, till then, misled people of that country. 1. The characteristic ideology of Birmingham radicalism, which united employers and journeymen in opposition to the aristocracy, the banks, the national debt, and the paper money system, was beginning to fall apart. For a time Atwood himself was carried with the new current, partly through loyalty to the regiments to which he had made large promises before. Once again, a monster demonstration gathered on Newhall Hill, at which an attendance of 180,000 was claimed, and at which there was expressed a sentiment of common hatred to the parties whom, having been mainly instrumental in forcing into power, they now assembled to express their disgust of the treachery which they had manifested. The attendance was swelled by colliers from Walsall, iron workers from Wolverhampton, outworkers from Dudley. The process of radicalization which was to make Birmingham a Chartist metropolis had begun. 2. But the content of this renewed agitation was such that the vote itself implied much more, and that is why it had to be denied. The vote, for the workers of this and the next decade, was a symbol whose importance it is difficult for us to appreciate, our eyes dimmed by more than a century of the smog of two-party parliamentary politics. It implied, first, equality of citizenship, personal dignity, worth. Instead of bricks, mortar, and dirt, man ought to be represented, wrote one pamphleteer, lamenting the lot of the miserable, so-called free-born Englishmen, excluded from the most valuable right that man can enjoy in political society. 1b We, of the working millions, wrote George Edmonds. Never more seen at baby shows, Lord Mayor penny peeps, and gingerbread coronations, be not present as accomplices in such national fooleries. Let the tawdry actors have all the fun to themselves. Like the wild Irish of old, the British millions have been too long insolently placed without the pale of social governments. I now speak the thoughts of my unrepresented fellow millions, the wild English, the free-born slaves of the 19th century. 2. But in the context of the Owenite and Chartist years, the claim for the vote implied also further claims, a new way of reaching out by the working people for social control over their conditions of life and labor. At first, and inevitably, the exclusion of the working class provoked a contrary rejection, by the working class, of all forms of political action. Owen had long prepared the ground for this, with his indifference to political radicalism. But in the post-1832 swing to general unionism, this anti-political bias was not quietist but embattled, militant, and even revolutionary. To examine the richness of the political thought of these years would take us further into the history of general unionism, and, indeed, into the early years of Chartism, than we intend to go. They are years in which Benbow canvassed his notion of the grand national holiday in the industrial districts, in which the printing worker, John Francis Bray, carried forward Hodgkin's ideas, in lectures to Leeds artisans, later published as Labour's Wrongs and Labour's Remedies, in which the Builders' Union and the Grand National Consolidated Trades Union rose and fell, and in which Doherty and Fielden founded the Society for National Regeneration with its remedy of the general strike. For the 8-hour day. The Owenite communitarians were fertile with notions and experiments prefiguring advances in the care of children, the relations between the sexes, education, housing, and social policy. Nor were these ideas canvassed among a limited intelligentsia only. Building workers, potters, weavers, and artisans were willing, for a while, to risk their livelihood to put experiments to the test. The swarming variety of journals, many of which made exacting demands upon the readers, were addressed to an authentic working-class audience. In the silk mills of the Colden Valley, isolated on the Pennines between Yorkshire and Lancashire, the Owenite journals were read. Two themes only may be mentioned of those which arose again and again in these years. The first is that of internationalism. This was, to be sure, part of the old Jacobin heritage, and one which the radicals had never forgotten. When Oliver tramped with the Leeds cropper, James Mann, and another revolutionary, to the rendezvous at Thornhill Lees, he found, from their discourse, that the recent news from the Brazil seemed to cheer them with greater hopes than ever. One Cobbett could always find time to add a stop press to his journals. I have just room to tell you, that the people of Belgium, the common people, have beaten the Dutch armies, who were marched against them to compel them to pay enormous taxes. This is excellent news. 2. The French Revolution of 1830 had a profound impact upon the people, electrifying not only the London radicals but working-class reformers in distant industrial villages. The struggle for Polish independence was followed anxiously in the working-class press, while Julian Hibbert, in the Rotunda, carried a vote of sympathy with the Lyons weavers, in their ill-fated insurrection, likening them to the weavers of Spitalfields. In the Owenite movement this political tradition was extended to embrace social and class solidarities. In 1833 a manifesto of the productive classes of Great Britain and Ireland was addressed to the governments and people of the continents of Europe and of North and South America, commencing, men of the great family of mankind. By the end of the same year, the question of some common alliance between the trade unionists of England, France, and Germany had already come under discussion. 1. The other theme was that of industrial syndicalism. When Marx was still in his teens, the battle for the minds of English trade unionists, between a capitalist and a socialist political economy, had been won. The winners were Hodgkin, Thompson, James Morrison and O'Brien, the losers were James Mill and Place. What is capital? Asked a writer in the Pioneer. It is reserved labor, cries M. Culloch. From whom and what was it reserved? From the clothing and food of the wretched. 2. Hence the workers who had been insolently placed without the pale of social government developed, stage by stage, a theory of syndicalism, or of inverted masonry. 3. The trades unions will not only strike for less work, and more wages, wrote a member of the Builders' Union. But they will ultimately abolish wages, become their own masters, and work for each other. Labor and capital will no longer be separate but they will be indissolubly joined together in the hands of the workmen and workwomen. The unions themselves could solve the problem of political power, a parliament of the industrious classes could be formed, delegated directly from workshops and mills, the lodges send delegates from local to district, and from district to national assemblies. Here are universal suffrage, annual election, and no property qualification. Instanter the idea was developed of such a House of Trades, which must supply the place of the present House of Commons, and direct the commercial affairs of the country, according to the will of the trades which compose associations of the industry. This is the ascendancy scale by which we arrive to universal suffrage. It will begin in our lodges, extend to our general union, embrace the management of trade, and finally swallow up the whole political power. 1. This vision was lost, almost as soon as it had been found, in the terrible defeats of 1834 and 1835. And, When they had recovered their wind, the workers returned to the vote, as the more practical key to political power. Something was lost, but Chartism never entirely forgot this preoccupation with social control, to the attainment of which the vote was seen as a means. These years reveal a passing beyond the characteristic outlook of the artisan, with his desire for an independent livelihood by the sweat of his brow, to a newer outlook, more reconciled to the new means of production, but seeking to exert the collective power of the class to humanize the environment, by this community or that cooperative society, by this check on the blind operation of the market economy, this legal enactment, that measure of relief for the poor. And implicit, if not always explicit, in their outlook was the dangerous tenet: production must be, not for profit, but for use. This collective self-consciousness was indeed the great spiritual gain of the Industrial Revolution, against which the disruption of an older and in many ways more humanly comprehensible way of life must be set. It was perhaps a unique formation, this British working class of 1832. The slow, piecemeal accretions of capital accumulation had meant that the preliminaries to the Industrial Revolution stretched backwards for hundreds of years. From Tudor times onwards this artisan culture had grown more complex with each phase of technical and social change. Delaney, Dekker and Nash, Winstanley and Lilburne, Bunyan and Defoe, all had at times addressed themselves to it. Enriched by the experiences of the 17th century, carrying through the 18th century the intellectual and libertarian traditions which we have described, forming their own traditions of mutuality in the Friendly Society and Trades Club, these men did not pass, in one generation, from the peasantry to the new industrial town. They suffered the experience of the Industrial Revolution as articulate, free-born Englishmen. Those who were sent to jail might know the Bible better than those on the bench, and those who were transported to Van Diemen's Land might ask their relatives to send Cobbett's Register after them. This was, perhaps, the most distinguished popular culture England has known. It contained the massive diversity of skills, of the workers in metal, wood, textiles, and ceramics, without whose inherited mysteries and superb ingenuity with primitive tools the inventions of the Industrial Revolution could scarcely have got further than the drawing board. From this culture of the craftsman and the self-taught there came scores of inventors, organizers, journalists, and political theorists of impressive quality. It is easy enough to say that this culture was backward-looking or conservative. True enough, one direction of the great agitations of the artisans and outworkers, continued over 50 years, was to resist being turned into a proletariat. When they knew that this cause was lost, yet they reached out again, in the 30s and 40s, and sought to achieve new and only imagined forms of social control. During all this time they were, as a class, repressed and segregated in their own communities. But what the counter-revolution sought to repress grew only more determined in the quasi-legal institutions of the underground. Whenever the pressure of the rulers relaxed, men came from the petty workshops or the weavers' hamlets and asserted new claims. They were told that they had no rights, but they knew that they were born free. The yeomanry rode down their meeting, and the right of public meeting was gained. The pamphleteers were jailed, and from the jails they edited pamphlets. The trade unionists were imprisoned, and they were attended to prison by processions with bands and union banners. Segregated in this way, their institutions acquired a peculiar toughness and resilience. Class also acquired a peculiar resonance in English life. Everything, from their schools to their shops, their chapels to their amusements, was turned into a battleground of class. The marks of this remain, but by the outsider they are not always understood. If we have in our social life little of the tradition of egalite, yet the class consciousness of the working man has little in it of deference. Orphans we are, and bastards of society, wrote James Morrison in 1834.1. The tone is not one of resignation but of pride. Again and again in these years working men expressed it thus: they wish to make us tools, or implements, or machines. A witness before the Parliamentary Committee inquiring into the handloom weavers was asked to state the view of his fellows on the Reform Bill. Q. Are the working classes better satisfied with the institutions of the country since the change has taken place? A. I do not think they are. They viewed the Reform Bill as a measure calculated to join the middle and upper classes to government, and leave them in the hands of government as a sort of machine to work according to the pleasure of government. Such men met utilitarianism in their daily lives, and they sought to throw it back, not blindly, but with intelligence and moral passion. They fought, not the machine, but the exploitive and oppressive relationships intrinsic to industrial capitalism. In these same years, the great romantic criticism of utilitarianism was running its parallel but altogether separate course. After William Blake, no mind was at home in both cultures, nor had the genius to interpret the two traditions to each other. It was a muddled Mr. Owen who offered to disclose the new moral world, while Wordsworth and Coleridge had withdrawn behind their own ramparts of disenchantment. Hence these years appear at times to display, not a revolutionary challenge, but a resistance movement, in which both the romantics and the radical craftsmen opposed the enunciation of acquisitive man. In the failure of the two traditions to come to a point of junction, something was lost. How much we cannot be sure, for we are among the losers. Yet the working people should not be seen only as the lost myriads of eternity. They had also nourished, for 50 years, and with incomparable fortitude, the Liberty Tree. We may thank them for these years of heroic culture. Postscript. The 5 years which have elapsed between this book's first publication and the present edition is too short a period to allow for major redefinitions. I have therefore contented myself with the minimum of revisions. I have corrected some errors and infelicities, struck out a few lazy passages, and attempted to clarify the argument in the chapter on the field laborers, a chapter which still remains inadequate to its theme. One other chapter is clearly inadequate, that on standards and experiences. This was shaped by a particular historical controversy, the standard of living argument, which recent historiography is already assimilating and passing beyond. It now seems to me to be an ungenerous chapter, which adds little in information or analysis. My comments on the exceedingly complex and developing research in demography are trivial, and the reader who wishes to inform himself on this, or on problems of health, housing, and urban growth, must on most occasions turn to the work of those economic historians whose assumptions are, in this chapter, under criticism. Nevertheless, one still hears of examples, from this or that well-established school of economic history, of a commitment to the ideology of economic growth so blatant that it is in danger of reducing a discipline to a propaganda. Since this is so, I have decided to let the chapter stand, as a polemic. The rest of the book I defend. I accept, of course, that it has many serious omissions. The artisans and outworkers are in the center of my picture, but the figures at both edges of it are blurred. One critic fairly takes me to task for understating the experiences of the early factory workers, the miners, iron workers, engineering and building trades, and transport workers. One another, equally fairly, criticizes me for giving too little account of the flag-saluting, foreigner-hating, peer-respecting side of the plebeian mind. I have shown too little of both, and, while there are sound books, including The Skilled Laborer, to which we can turn for some of the workers in the first group, we have, as yet, almost everything to find out about the second. I have shown too little, not only of the first factory workers, but also of the ebullience of the British tar, the audience for the anti-Gallican broadside, the criminal subcultures of the great cities, the insulated parochialism of the small industrial and mining enclaves, the deep deference of some parts of the countryside. We need to know more about all these things. More knowledge will not, however, explain away the emergence of a class movement in the 1830s, although it may make the emergence of such a common movement, out of so many disparate elements and despite so many sociological resistances, appear all the more remarkable. When it first appeared, this book met with a generous but critical reception in the academic press. The criticisms have been directed towards 3 areas: the treatment of Methodism, the treatment of episodes in the years 1811 to 19, and general questions of method, relating especially to the analysis of social class. It would be easier to take into account the criticisms of my treatment of Methodism if the critics had been more precise. R. Curry and R. M. Hartwell criticize, usefully, my figures for National Methodist growth. They then relapse into a caricature in which I am supposed to welcome Methodist revivalism as a counter-revolutionary tool. They are much taken by the metaphor of psychic masturbation, which they manage to quote 3 times in 4 paragraphs, without indicating its context or the problem which the metaphor illustrates. Point 1. Professor Chambers is also a caricaturist, although in a more boisterous, knockabout, manner. I am represented by him as arguing that the Methodists were really frustrated revolutionaries, being prevented from dying on the barricades. They trooped into the chapels, vainly thirsting for the blood of the bourgeois. They consoled themselves by bawling about the blood of the Lamb. Point 2. In fact, the direct political influence of Methodism was only of secondary interest to me when I wrote chapters 2 and 11. I was anxious to find out what the experience of Methodism, in particular between 1780 and 1820, was about, why working people who had been deserting, or were resistant to, the more rational dissenting churches, should accept this passionate Lutheranism. Too much writing on Methodism commences with the assumption that we all know what Methodism was, and gets on with discussing its growth rates or its organizational structures. But we cannot deduce the quality of the Methodist experience from this kind of evidence. Moreover, while Christian and non-Christian historians can cooperate equably in establishing quantities or analyzing organizations, the dialogue becomes more difficult when one is evaluating experiences, John Wesley's journals or the multitude of confessional tracts. Certainly the dialogue should continue, but, in the end, one must ask, are we studying a genuine spiritual experience, or is it only to be understood as a rendering of, or displacement of, other mental energies? My answer directed attention to the cultural shock entailed in the transition to mature industrialism. Methodism's function as a carrier of work discipline was shared with evangelicalism more generally, but in no other church is it to be seen so clearly. Point 2. The Wesleyans first, and the primitive Methodists after them, repeatedly sought for outright confrontations with the older, half-pagan popular culture, with its fairs, its sports, its drink, and its picaresque hedonism. One bias no doubt produces another. So much that has been written about Methodism has been apologetic or bland that I may have offered too severe a corrective. We may agree, with one historian of Methodism, that the life of the chapel did offer to the lonely and insecure a whole network of intimate social relationships. Point 3. Yet we should also allow those to speak who found themselves stifled in this network by their fellows' ignorance, their hatred of those who differed from them, their intolerance and their scandalous mountebank tricks in the pulpit. 4. The comments of several of my critics suggest more familiarity with the shopkeeper Wesleyanism of the Victorian years than with the volatile emotionalism of this period. Thus Curry and Hartwell insist, the most revivalist Methodists were politically the most radical. I see little evidence for this before 1815. The Cornish tinners were not radical, nor, so far as I know, were the Welsh jumpers. Again, they lay it down, Methodism is not and never has been chiliastic. This was not of course my point. Nevertheless, a millenarian instability can certainly be found, repeatedly, in Methodist environs, from the time of Brothers to that of Zion Ward. This instability could also be political. I note, with alarm, that after the Halavy thesis we are likely to have a Thompson thesis held up for debate. Miss Himmelfarb even deplores that an occasion for significant historical controversy has been evaded. Dry V. J. Hobsbawm has suggested that Methodism advanced when radicalism advanced, whereas I have suggested that religious revivalism took over just at the point where political or temporal aspirations met with defeat. She sees in the muted terms of our argument a conspiracy of Marxists to present a united front against a common enemy. 1. There may, however, be a more simple reason than ideological conspiracy for our caution. We are both aware that the evidence is inconclusive. Revivalism is not a phenomenon which admits of a single hold-all explanation. Given the initial propensity to instability, it may be set in motion by any somber or dramatic event, a Lisbon earthquake, plague, famine, national crisis, war, a local pit disaster, or the sudden death of an individual. It may be induced by missionary evangelism from outside, or, within a church, there may be periodic self-induced revivals, following an internal generational pattern, as successive cohorts of the young are brought to an emotional commitment to the church of their parents. Point 2. Moreover, different contexts may require different explanatory methods. Methodist history breaks down into several distinct periods, and we must, at the least, distinguish between the years of Wesley's own pastorate, the volatile war years, and the sober years of ascending respectability and social status, and of connectional disputes, from the early 1820s to 1849. My concern is, in particular, with the middle period, and it is to these years that I applied the description, the chiasm of despair. These years see the highest growth rates of Methodism in the 19th century. 1. Revivalism, between 1791 and 1835, sometimes appears in close association with political disturbance, and sometimes it does not. The Cornish Methodists, who stubbornly resisted radicalism until the Chartist years too appear to fall outside my thesis, their greatest revival, of 1814, appears to have had no overt political connections. 3. On the other hand, the revival in industrial Shropshire in 1821-2 appears to fit the thesis exactly. It followed directly upon political and industrial excitement climaxed by the Cinderhill riots, in which 2 colliers were killed by the yeomanry and another was executed. 4. More commonly, we are dealing with relationships, and psychic disturbances, so obscure that we may never be able to advance beyond hypotheses. The war years were years also of 3 major food crises, of rumors of battles and of crowned heads falling. The grand year of evangelism, 1798, which saw revivalism spreading far beyond the ranks of the Methodists, took place after the food crisis years of 1795-6, the mutiny of 1797, and against the background of invasion threat. 5. An observer in Wales in the same year, at a time when the Welsh jumpers were in hysterical paroxysms, found that the rumor was abroad that the Irish were coming to eat them with a horn of salt. 1. The primitive revival in the East Midlands in 1816-18 may, however, provide evidence for the Hobsbawm thesis. On June 5, 1817, 4 days before the Pentridge Rising, a Nottinghamshire magistrate was writing anxiously to Sidmouth of meetings of thousands of ranters on the commons, wastes, and lanes. No sedition was being openly promulgated, but in the present inflamed state of their minds, and when discontent is so universal among the lower orders, we cannot but think these meetings highly dangerous. 2. And yet, in a period of repeated insurgency and repeated failure, at what point is the Thompson thesis to be brought into operation? The revival of 1817 commenced in the previous year, a year of economic crisis, of the suspension of habeas corpus and the frustration of legitimate outlets in petitions and Hampton clubs, of the repression of the East Anglian labourers' revolt. And after Pentridge, the revival was to take on even greater dimensions. My thesis was never offered for universal, instant application. I proposed only that, taking this period as a whole, the emotional evangelism, and the inflamed state of mind accompanying it, can be seen as the chiasm of despair. There are exceptions, and after 1832 we are in a different territory, although Hobsbawm and Root have found important evidence of revivalism taking hold in the South and East after the failure of the labourers' revolt of 1830-31.3. In this case the revivalism may be seen, immediately, as a displacement of energies from temporal to otherworldly concerns, but the village chapel, with its self-discipline and its resistance to deference, became the seedbed from which the next generation of rural radicals and trade unionists would arise. This eventuation should not be read back into its origins. Curry and Hartwell find unconvincing my theory of a popular oscillation between politics and religion, negative and positive poles of the social process. Thompson leaves the oscillation undefined. Does the whole population oscillate first to political action, then, when it fails, to religious? Or does one section of the population oscillate to political action, and a second to religious, when the first is disappointed? In either case the oscillation should leave some mark on Methodism. The answer, of course, is both. One might cite scores of life histories of individual oscillators, including such highly articulate men as Joseph Barker and Thomas Cooper. But a simpler answer would be, the oscillators were the floating voters, who would now flock to the chapel, now would follow the Jacobin or radical hardcore. When the latter were themselves oscillators, then one got that coincidence of inflamed politics and evangelism which did, indeed, leave some mark on Methodism, notably in the West Riding. Here, in the aftermath of Peterloo and during the preparations for the Grangemore Rising, one alarmed clergyman wrote to Sidmouth: "I find that the greater part of the people called Methodists are united with the Radicals. They assemble in the evenings in certain cottages in the country, under the pretense of religious worship, but, at these meetings they are in the constant habit of reading the works of Wooler, Cobbett, and C. At these meetings also they form plans for advancing the wages of operative manufacturers, by means of association. 1. Such moments were generally ephemeral. Wesleyan orthodoxy had abundant means of disciplining heresy, and pressing congregations back into quietism. 2. The unequivocal conservatism of the Methodist establishment during these years is now, fortunately, no longer a matter of controversy. Dr. John Kent, who dislikes the tone of certain critics of Methodism, has nevertheless confirmed this finding. Some critics have said that Wesleyanism ought to have shown more sympathy towards the aspirations of the working classes. Such criticism often seems to imply that no decent Christian could have been a Tory in the 1830s. 1. The controversy as to what decent Christians should have done in the 1830s, and as to which Christians were decent ones, is one which a non-Christian historian would be tactless to enter. No theme in my book has been received with more skepticism than my suggestion that there is a continuous underground tradition, linking the Jacobins of the 1790s to the movements of 1816 to 20. Curry and Hartwell find the notion unprovable. Chambers sees me as the victim of obsession and fantasy. In fact, I now think that I was too reticent about this underground. The United Men were a good deal more active in Lancashire in 1797-8 than I have suggested, and the Reverend W. R. Hay, who was to preside at Peterloo, was winning his spurs in 1801 chasing large crowds of Jacobinical conspirators around the hills of Saddleworth. 2. The agitations in Lancashire in 1801 were on a greater scale than the Black Lamp of 1802 in Yorkshire, and while the background to the agitation lay, no doubt, in the combinations of the weavers, there was also an ulterior conspiracy afoot. A plan was in circulation for conducting the business without incommoding it by flustration. Reformers in every town were, on a given night, to send a drummer in the small hours through the streets, drumming to arms. As the startled troops came out of their billets they were to be seized and disarmed by the reformers, who were then to secure the end of every street, keep the flag of liberty flying, give strict orders that no man plunder the people. 3. There is an element of fantasy here, but it is not of my invention. The Despard conspiracy was more firmly based, and had more provincial links, than I have suggested. 4. Slender links between the conspiracies of 1801-2, Luddism, and 1817, have yet to be shown to be unprovable. Charles Pendrell provides one such link, a member of the committee of the LCS which was arrested in 1798-1. He was held for a short time in Gloucester jail with John Binns. 2. Was lucky to escape with his life from the Despard affair. 3. Was involved in the Spa Fields affair. 4. And was the means of introducing Mitchell to Oliver in 1817. 5. Pendrell, indeed, told Oliver that he was deeply committed in Despard's business, that made him so well acquainted with them in Yorkshire and Lancashire. They told me so themselves. 6. I did not labor these links because I was not offering a thin minority tradition of disaster-dogged insurrectionists as an explanatory key. The links are more important on the local than the national scale. In town after town, a handful of old Jacobins of the 1790s will be found among the leading trade unionists and reformers of 1816. Even so, the interesting historical question should not be posed at a conspiratorial level. Why did men and ideas which were isolated from the mainstream in 1795 receive such widespread support 20 years later? The most substantial critique of my treatment of this period is in a study by R. A. Church and S. D. Chapman of Grosvenor Henson and the Making of the English Working Class 8, which calls in question my analysis of Nottinghamshire Luddism. Church and Chapman are serious, if somewhat ideologically mounted, historians, with a good command of Nottingham sources. Their study is based upon an expert understanding of the hosiery and lace trades, and fills in much that was unknown about Henson's biography after 1817. But I remain unconvinced as to their account of Nottingham Luddism. Church and Chapman take issue with me on these points. I have argued that in Nottingham there is an interesting oscillation between Luddite and constitutionalist protest, and it is possible that both were directed, at least up to 1814, by the same trade union organization, in which perhaps Luddites and constitutionalists differed in their counsels. They render this very qualified suggestion down to the implication is that Henson's organization worked through constitutional channels by day, and by night engaged in industrial sabotage, a view that clearly warrants careful scrutiny. Careful scrutiny would show that these are not quite the same propositions. It is possible for men to share a common culture and, within limits, common interests, to be informed of each other's tactics, to meet in the same taverns or serve on the same committees, and for first one counsel, and then the other, to carry the day without destroying a larger loyalty to each other. But Church and Chapman would not accept this hypothesis either. In their view, the Luddite and the constitutionalist strategies were wholly divorced from each other. The first they see as characteristic of the workers in the debased conditions of the out-villages. The Luddites were based in the country districts, in the industrial villages of Arnold, Basford, Bulwell, Sutton-in-Ashfield, and Ilkeston, where the common and lower-paid branches of the manufacture were carried on. These villagers they see as rude, riotous, unorganized, and rancorously radical. Henson and the constitutionalists, by contrast, were based in Nottingham and in Leicester, where the finer and better paid branches of the hosiery manufacture were carried on. The framework knitters here were moderately radical burgesses who had no need to resort to mask and hammer politics. Within the limits possible when a country is at war, the views of the working classes, like those of other sections of the community, could find outlets for expression, and through the correspondence columns of the newspapers their grievances and aspirations were subjects for public debate. If there was any relationship between constitutionalism and violence, it was unplanned and fortuitous. The country knitters took to smashing frames when the established leadership, which was in the hands of Henson and his associates in the town, either failed or was discredited. This is all very reasonable. Church and Chapman, in true black-coated style, see history as peopled with reasonable men doing their best each according to his own lights. When Nottingham framework knitters were jailed under the Combination Acts they were temporarily deprived of their freedom. When Henson spoke for reform and against the suspension of habeas corpus he attacked aristocratic manipulation of membership of the House of Commons. His experience as a small master broadened his political outlook and gave him new horizons. The only unreasonable men were the Luddites. I am led into my error by two misconceptions. We will examine each in turn. First, I argue that Luddism gave way so suddenly, in February 1812, to the constitutional action of the United Framework Knitters that it is impossible not to believe that the new committee was not at least partly under former Luddite direction. I attributed this change in strategy to three causes, one of which was the introduction of the bill to make frame breaking a capital offense. Church and Chapman prefer to see no connection between these events, and note that the decision to organize was taken on February 11, 1812, i.e. before the bill had been read for the first time. 1. This is true, but the reader is unlikely to guess from their tone, and their uninformative documentation of the point, that what is at issue is only 3 days. 2. Moreover, death bills, even in these reasonable years, did not drop out of a blue sky. If Church and Chapman refer to Hansard, they will find that Lord Liverpool announced impending measures on 4 February 3, a week before the framework knitters met. It might puzzle a 20th century historian, but it was unlikely to puzzle a framework knitter in 1812, to know what was meant by additional powers. Government had been canvassing the intended measure for some days. 1. And it would be surprising if their intention had not become known. The fact that the new committee hoped to delay the bill is confirmed from their own papers. 2. The fact that the advocates of Luddite activism were also watching events closely would appear to be confirmed from the Home Office papers. 3. Thus the relationship between the death bill and the organization of the committee is confirmed under Church and Chapman's scrutiny. This does not, of course, prove that constitutionalists and Luddites were in direct consultation with each other. This is my second misconception. Although many of Henson's contemporaries believed him to have Luddite associations, it can be shown from his subsequent statements and actions that this was not so. 4. In fact, I incline towards the same view, and said that it is almost certainly untrue that he was ever a Luddite, although, without any doubt, he knew the Luddite story. But the matter is a great deal more complex than Church and Chapman suppose. And they make matters more complicated for themselves by taking a view of the evidence which is sometimes tortuous. 1. Sometimes simple-minded. 2. And often nugatory. 3. No one supposes that Henson went out at night, with blackened face and a hammer. The point is, did he ever assent to the signal which sent other men out? Did he raise money for them, or coordinate his tactics with theirs? I remain, guardedly, of the view that, at least from February 1812, he used his influence to dissuade his fellow knitters from Luddite tactics. This is what he said himself 12 years later. 4. And to say so was, in itself, to admit that he had been within talking distance. Certainly, during his successive campaigns for parliamentary relief it was of paramount importance to prevent outrages, and I am inclined to accept the general tenor of his account to Lord Sidmouth of his efforts to pacify the minds of the Stockingers when their bill was rejected. I undertook to soothe and moderate the public mind in Nottingham, succeeded, but in a manner that gave additional offence to some of the masters, by advising the workmen to seek for redress by combinations. The plan indeed was objectionable, but in the midst of so wild a commotion it was the only expedient possible. 5. This account assorts fairly well with the confidential report of Coldham's in June 1812, before the bill was rejected. The passage of the death bill in the previous March had dried up our channels of information and darkened such of them as are still open. I believe that the measures in Parliament have very much interested the framework knitters, and that those who were lately turbulently disposed, and some of whom are now willing if necessary to go to more horrid extremities, are willing to await the success of the bill intended to be brought into Parliament. Coldham feared, however, that the workers might soon commence a general agitation for peace. In the meantime I cannot but applaud the policy of those supporters of General Ludd who affect to impute all their distresses to the conduct of their masters and to fraudulent goods. 1. Both Henson and Coldham were negotiating extremely treacherous political waters in 1812 and 1813. If Henson was a constitutionalist, he was a framework knitters leader first and a constitutionalist second. If he was to hold back the Luddites, he must show that his alternative methods could bring results. This he failed to do with his bill, and the formation of the Union Society was the next means proposed. But Coldham, equally, knew that the constitutionalist strategy, however illegal it was under the Combination Acts, was a defense against Luddism. Only this can explain why the Union Society got as far as it did. Even so, there are ambiguities as to Henson's position not fully cleared up. As Church and Chapman mention, Francis Place, who talked with Henson in 1824 when the troubles were long past, seems to have thought he was King Ludd. 2. It remains possible that the framework knitters did keep the right arm of Luddite enforcement in reserve for times when the constitutionalist left arm proved too weak. Certainly, there is some evidence that until 1817 Henson and his successive committees were raising funds and securing legal aid for Luddite prisoners. Point 4 Church and Chapman argue that, if Henson had really been implicated, the evidence would have been found in his correspondence. Point 1 But Henson was far too wily to have subscribed his signature as an accomplice to a capital offense. What was, however, intercepted in the Post, in April 1817, was an interesting letter from Anderson, a colleague of Henson's, to an English framework knitter in Calais, soliciting employment for a very useful young man, a very good hand either in warp or pint net, who was patently a Luddite refugee from justice. The letter continued. I have some very unpleasant news to tell you. WHE sent a petition up to government to save the lives of those unfortunate men that suffered this day at Leicester. And WHE sent it by Gravener Henson and W.M. Robinson. And when they got there they seized Gravener and put him in the Tower for treason and told him that he had saved them trouble of fetching him. Clearly both correspondents were well acquainted with the executed Luddites, and the letter concluded, Mr. and Mrs. Henson and all give their respects to you too. A close scrutiny of the evidence, then, will leave us undecided as to Henson's exact connections with the Luddites. But in all this evidence nothing has come to light to substantiate the Church-Chapman thesis as to the moderation and hostility to Luddism of the Nottingham workers when contrasted with their country cousins. As they note, the social and political significance of this division has been overlooked hitherto. 3. And remarkably so. What is so patently clear to these historians was unaccountably overlooked by scores of magistrates, soldiers, and observers of the time, who continued to send in biased accounts of the solidarity of the Nottingham stockingers, their refusal to give information, their collections in aid of Luddism, and their impassioned radicalism. It is possible that it is Church and Chapman who have overlooked a simple point. Fewer frames were broken in Nottingham than in the out villages because the organization of the town workers was stronger than in the countryside. Their conditions of work and pay were better, and the conditions which they demanded were more quickly enforced upon the employers, for it was exactly in the out villages and industrial hinterland where the bag hosiers operated and the cheap cut UPS were made that the threat to their position was developing. The villages were the battleground, because they were the frontier between organization and disorganization. A parallel may be drawn with Luddism in the West Riding. There were no Luddite outbreaks in Leeds, simply because the croppers' organization was so strong, and there were no machines to break. It was, again, in the hinterland, in the Spen Valley and around Huddersfield, that the conflict was fought out. And the conflict can be seen even within workshops. In Wood's workshop, where George Mellor worked, Benjamin Walker had been prevented from working in Leeds because he was not a member of the Clothiers' Institute, but he knew about the Institute. Long before Ludding began, much money has been subscribed and expended in London about Acts of Parliament. James Hay, on the other hand, had been in the Union, but not for the previous 4 years. Moreover, an examination of this workshop quickly dispels that crass economism, which was once to be found in popular Marxist texts but which has now taken refuge in the work of orthodox economic historians, whereby it is assumed that the lowest paid and most depressed workers must be the most militant. George Mellor, in fact, was the stepson of his employer, earned as much as 35s a week, and, having no family, was rumoured to have saved £100.1. It was exactly, as I have argued sufficiently, the privileged worker who saw his whole status endangered who provided the Luddite leader. Thus we have no need of the Church-Chapman thesis to understand the first phase of Nottingham Luddism. After the failure of the parliamentary campaign in the summer of 1812, the thesis is more helpful. The unity between the town workers and the organized workers in the hinterland was already under strain, to and after the Bill's defeat the trade union, in its new form, was being forced back upon its base in the town. Point 3. The failure of the agitation may have made the country workers more desperate or more defeatist, but it indicates nothing of the moderation of the workers in the town. Church and Chapman dispute my suggestion that Henson shared the Luddites' advanced political radicalism since the views of Nottingham burgesses could find outlets, through the correspondence columns of the newspaper. The failure of the historical imagination here is daunting. Members of senior common rooms in the 1960s may be satisfied with an occasional outlet in a letter to the Times, but the grievances of the people in England between 1811 and 1820 were not so readily met. It may be true that less is known about what is typical than is sometimes supposed. 2. If the major sources of information, in the Home Office papers, are to be disregarded, then we must long be contented with a little knowledge and a modish agnosticism. I never proposed, of course, that the populist radicalism of the disturbed districts in these years was confined to some economically circumscribed working class, still less to the most depressed sections of workers. Tradesmen, small masters, professional men, and others were vocal in the agitations. Many years later Place was still writing of the detestable infamy and the mean and murderous conduct of the post-war administration. 3. Moreover, I was at pains to indicate that Midlands Luddism, more than the Luddism of Yorkshire and Lancashire, was confined to industrial objectives. But this does not diminish the overwhelming evidence that Nottingham Luddism took place against a general background of radical agitation and expectation. In May 1812, when Church and Chapman supposed the Nottingham workers to have been engrossed by moderate constitutionalism, the news of the assassination of the Prime Minister was received with the greatest joy by the populace here, with exultation, such as shouting, making bonfires, and carrying a flag and a drum, for the disturbances could only be silenced by military force and the reading of the Riot Act. That Henson aligned himself with this radicalism is indubitable, but the evidence as to his direct involvement in 1816 and 1817 is so contradictory as to require an open verdict. There were poison pen writers around who were anxious to shop him. One such writer, in 1817, fingered Henson and 6 of his mates of the Hemden Club, wary darling vagabonds, worse than highwayman man. One Thomas Savage, a Luddite awaiting execution, attempted to save his life in the same year by incriminating Henson. But his evidence tended only to link Henson with Major Cartwright, Burdett, and Benbow, and was too highly seasoned to be palatable. 2. After Henson's release from prison he moved steadily away from the framework knitters, both in his life experience and in his political values. Church and Chapman's study is valuable on these later years. But the evolution of an individual can scarcely invalidate generalizations about the Luddites, or about the working class. Such evolutions, in opinions and in social status, are not wholly unknown. There is an element of pathos in Henson's progress. With his energy and his unusual intellectual equipment, he had often given way to impatience with his fellows. Damn the trade, he wrote to a fellow committee man in May 1812, they are the most backward, dilatory, unwilling to do good race of men on earth. If any man in the trade refuses to do his duty in the making of articles for the recovery of his trade, knock his teeth down his throat instantly. 3. Now that his strategy had failed, he appears increasingly as an isolated, opinionated man, and as something of a sea lawyer. He was suspected by those whom he had served for, and it is clear that by 1825 he had lost his influence. Perhaps this rejection accentuated his criticisms of a younger generation of radical and Chartist leaders. I have followed Church and Chapman into their arguments very closely, and for a reason. The Hammonds, in their lifetime, turned too often towards their critics a genteel cheek of silence, and, after that, they were dead. For more than 20 years the ideological school of history has been able to knock the sentimentalists with impunity in articles and seminars. Meeting only with silence, they have become careless. A certain professional scowl, a suggestion of anti-sentimental rigor, has served to cover any lacunae in scholarship. But I am neither genteel, nor, as yet, dead. If I have answered with asperity, it is in the interests of the history itself. By all means let there be arguments. But let them be about the actual historical evidence, rather than in defense of prior ideological presuppositions. The question of Henson illustrates the complexity of the evidence at one point. I by no means suppose that, in handling a score of equally complex points touched on in this book, I have always uncovered the truth. I have done no more than sample the hundreds of thousands of papers in the Public Record Office, and other points will become clear only after the study of local sources which I have not touched. Point 1. No single historian can hope to cover, in any detail, all this ground. The fuller understanding must await many closer and more patient studies which work through all the available evidence, studies with such titles as Grabiner Henson and the Making of the English Working Class. Church and Chapman conclude their demolition of me with a number of ideological homilies. When some labor historians write of the working class, its norms and values, it is the behavior and attitudes of the non-apathetic section of the working classes which they knowingly or unwittingly attribute to the whole of the working classes, thus the working classes are identified with the working class. It is legitimate to ask whether one is justified in attributing to the apathetic and silent masses those views which only some of the minority are demonstrated to have held, too. Since other critics have loitered in this general area, with similar intent, I may, in conclusion, touch on these points of categories and methods. The complaint is that I impose the notion of class upon the evidence instead of observing a plural society. Curry and Hartwell suggest that I do this partly by exaggerating the size of popular agitations. For example, he cites the 1832 meeting at Newhall Hill, Birmingham, at which an attendance of 180,000 was claimed. Even allowing that the attendance was swelled by colliers from Walsall, iron workers from Wolverhampton, outworkers from Dudley, the figure is preposterous. In 1831 the total population of Birmingham, Dudley, Walsall, and Wolverhampton was less than 140,000. Many of Mr. Thompson's figures of mass meetings are similarly exaggerated. Since they give no other examples of exaggeration, we might look at this one, although the meeting was the subject of only a passing reference and I was not concerned to dispute or to confirm the claim. I appear to have a different census from the one kept at Nuffield College, and mine shows a population in Birmingham, in 1831, in excess of 140,000. If we take the boroughs of Birmingham, Dudley, Walsall, and the township of Wolverhampton together, we get a total of 209,827. If we take the poor law unions of these centres, we get 284,863, if we add the unions of West Bromwich and of Sturbridge, and according to press reports both areas were heavily represented, we get 360,390, within the general population catchment area. Further outlying areas could be added. Even so, 180,000, or half the population of the area, seems unlikely. It would seem less preposterous if Curry and Hartwell attended more closely to much scorned literary sources. The meeting was a center of national interest and was watched by government with anxiety. It was one of those well-planned and publicized meetings which the Birmingham Union had experience in organizing, with stands and scaffolding erected on the hustings, and with neighborhood contingents marching in behind horsemen and attended by marshals. For the general populace it was part spectacle, part festival. The Times reporter said Newhall Hill had the appearance of a great fair. We have no doubt that the good folks of Birmingham and its vicinity looked upon the meeting as an excellent excuse for making holyday. Around the skirts of the meeting were refreshment booths, ginger beer, table ale, oranges, biscuits. Every account noted the vast number of women and children. All first-hand reports, from Eris's Birmingham Gazette to the Times, found the meeting immense, but precise estimates are less satisfactory. The reformers claimed up to 230,000. The Times, which was both hostile and sceptical, noted that the space covered would without difficulty accommodate 150,000 to 200,000. The hill was filled in every part by a dense mass and an immense sea of human beings, and, estimating the attendance at from 70,000 to 80,000, did not make clear whether women and children were included within the estimate or not. 180,000 still seems large, but not preposterous. It is of course true, the organizers of meetings tend to exaggerate their size, and the opponents to diminish them. I am perfectly willing to make a downward allowance from the popular side if my critics will make an upward allowance on theirs. but the point of substance is whether I persistently exaggerate the scope of popular movements, in which only a minority were interested, while the apathetic and silent masses stood outside. And here I suspect that Curry and Hartwell are so habituated to the modes of more institutionalized politics that they do not appreciate the very different modes of this period, and the massive support which, at moments of peak agitation, was aroused. At such times, not scores, but hundreds and sometimes thousands were prepared to walk many miles to hear an orator. In 1801 Hay found thousands at Buckton Castle, a situation very high and where the counties of Lancaster, York, Chester, and Derby meet, one some of whom had been coming in from 4 a.m. from as far away as Manchester and Stockport. Thousands of weavers and spinners were ready, in 1817, to march from Manchester to London. The thousands who marched in Osler's pilgrimage to York are well attested. The Chartists of Lancashire and Yorkshire held rallies on Blackstone Edge, miles from any large centre. When rallies were held, at times of excitement, in the centre of populous areas, the Newhall Hill meetings or the Chartist rally at Peep Green in 1839, the attendance was undoubtedly immense. One should look, perhaps, to nationalist rallies in recent years in Africa or Asia to find comparisons for the mode. This does not mean that reformers were consistently and steadily supported by masses. A leader could find himself deserted overnight. In the early 1830s even the staunch John Gast, who had been agitating for 40 years, could burst out, "The only way to an Englishman's brains is through his guts." Burke was not much out of the way when he called them the swinish multitude. 4 feed a pig well and you may do anything with him. Although this is also the view of English popular history of W. W. Rostow and of some contributors to the Economic History Review, it is not the whole truth. There is, throughout this period until Chartism, a rising standard of popular political expectation. Curry and Hartwell, and other critics, think I have shown no movement of a class, but only the radicalization of a minority of artisans, who had little common identity with the laboring poor. 2 Mr. Thompson's working class, remains, even after 850 pages, a myth, a construct of determined imagination and theoretical presuppositions. Whether this is so must be judged by my readers. I have tried to distinguish between the experiences of different groups, artisans, outworkers, and laborers, and to show how they were coming to act, think, and feel, not in the old modes of deference and parochial seclusion, but in class ways. Curry and Hartwell perhaps require something more definite, some card of membership of a class, before they will be convinced. Since class relations and class consciousness are cultural formations, they are never as definite or matter-of-fact as that. Nor does history have terminal points. The outcome of this period of making lies beyond this book, in the Chartist years, when these several groups found common institutions, programs, forms of action, and modes of thought. Even so, the differing outlooks of each group were not extinguished, and they can be felt as a tension within the common movement even in 1839. With the failure of Chartism the groups pulled apart from each other once more, and a new phase of class relationships and institutions commenced. 3. What happened in this period of making was twofold. First, there was a shift in the whole background, as well as in the minority foreground, of popular dispositions. The active minority no longer found themselves hemmed in by church and king bruisers or engulfed in mass apathy. The shift did not happen once and for all and everywhere. It was noted in London by 1795,1 in Nottingham in 1796,2 in Birmingham at about the same time, 3 in Newcastle. It was perhaps delayed until 1819,4 while in Merthyr the change came with climactic force in 1831.5. Second, from 1816 onwards, at first in a few places only and in a few minds, but soon with greater frequency and diversity, ideas were worked out, actions were taken, and experiments were made with organizations, which prefigure the developments of the 1830s, which show that working men were putting themselves into a new stance in relation to other social groups and were developing new solidarities. It is partly a question of morale. At its simplest level it meant that it was possible for individual working men to have a sense, not just of sporadic crowd turbulence, but of sustained commitment to a movement for their own class objectives, and a confidence which enabled them to stand up against the physical and moral resources of their opponents. In March 1817 a young Blanketer was seized at Ashburn, in Derbyshire, on his way to London, and this note was found in his pocket. Father and Mother, I arrived in this town tonight and I hope to stop in this town all night. All is confusion, some of us the allow to come in town and some the keep out. All the way we have come we have been guarded by the soldiers and a great many have gone back again. We see very plain they are determined to stop us, a great many of us has been put in prison in nearly all the towns we have come through, their swords glitter round our heads but the thing is as it is. Tell all the men, the letter concluded, that I am in good spirits as ever though I do not know but I may be in prison in 10 minutes from now. I am a true reformer yet and I do not care who knows it. This is what I mean by the new confidence of class. As for the theoretical definition of class, I can only repeat what I have written in another place. Sociologists who have stopped the time machine and, with a good deal of conceptual huffing and puffing, have gone down to the engine room to look, tell us that nowhere at all have they been able to locate and classify a class. They can only find a multitude of people with different occupations, incomes, status hierarchies, and the rest. Of course they are right, since class is not this or that part of the machine, but the way the machine works once it is set in motion, not this and that interest, but the friction of interests, the movement itself, the heat, the thundering noise. Class is a social and cultural formation which cannot be defined abstractly, or in isolation, but only in terms of relationship with other classes, and, ultimately, the definition can only be made in the medium of time, that is, action and reaction, change and conflict. When we speak of a class we are thinking of a very loosely defined body of people who share the same congeries of interests, social experiences, traditions, and value system, who have a disposition to behave as a class, to define themselves in their actions and in their consciousness in relation to other groups of people in class ways. But class itself is not a thing, it is a happening. This book is an attempt to describe this happening, this process of self-discovery and of self-definition. Point 2. University of Warwick, May 1968. Bibliographical note. I have drawn upon manuscript sources selectively, and in particular at those points where it seemed to me advisable to re-examine the accepted accounts. In the Public Record Office the most valuable sources have been the Home Office papers, especially Series 40 and 42, miscellaneous bundles relating to the London Corresponding Society, food riots, and c. in the Privy Council papers, and the Treasury Solicitors' papers, which sometimes contain the evidence from which the Crown briefs against state prisoners were prepared. I have also consulted the place collection in the British Museum, and have found most useful places autobiography, the minute books and letter books of the LCS, notes on aspects of LCS history by Hardy, Richter, Lemaitre, and Oxlade, places materials on the life of Spence and his notes on 1816-20, and Lovett's notes on the history of the National Union of the Working Classes and others. I have explained in my text some reasons why it is advisable to use places' historical materials with some caution. The Fitzwilliam papers are part of the large Wentworth collection now in the care of Sheffield Reference Library. They include some part of the correspondence on public affairs of Earl Fitzwilliam, together with reports from Yorkshire J.P.S. and other informants, during the time when he was Lord Lieutenant of the West Riding. I have drawn on series F44, 45, and 52, which are of interest for the early 1790s, the years 1801 to 3, and for Luddism. Two other sources have been of value for Luddism. The Radcliffe papers include some correspondence preserved by Sir Joseph Radcliffe, the exceedingly active Huddersfield magistrate who received his knighthood in recognition of his services in bringing leading Yorkshire Luddites to trial. The manuscripts remain in the custodianship of his descendant, Captain J.B.E. Radcliffe, at Rudding Park, Harrogate, and they are catalogued by the National Register of Archives. The papers of the Framework Knitters Committee were seized in 1814 and remain in the Nottingham City Archives. They cover the years 1812 to 14, and an admirable selection has been published in the records of the Borough of Nottingham, 1800 to 1832. These have been my main manuscript sources. Most of the scarcer pamphlets, periodicals, and cited in the text are to be found in the British Museum or in the John Rylands Library. It has not been possible to follow the press intensively for the 50 years covered by my narrative, and I have therefore, once again, consulted newspapers and periodicals selectively, in the attempt to throw light upon certain problems and periods. I have referred frequently to Cobbett's Political Register, the Times, the Leeds Mercury, and the Nottingham Review, and on occasions to other provincial papers. Among Jacobin, Radical, Trade Unionist, or Owenite periodicals which I have consulted are: for the 1790s, Eaton's Politics for the People, The Patriot, Thelwall's Tribune, The Cabinet, Perry's Argus, The Philanthropist, The Moral and Political Magazine, The Cambridge Intelligencer, The Sheffield Iris. For the wars, and the years 1816 to 20, Flower's Political Review, Bohn's Reasoner, The Alfred, The Independent Whig, Hone's Reformists Register, Sherwin's Republican, Sherwin's Political Register, The Black Dwarf, The Forlorn Hope, The Axe Laid to the Root, The People, The Political Observer, The Legislator, The Briton, Duckett's Dispatch, The Gorgon, The Black Book, The Examiner, The Champion, The Cap of Liberty, The Medusa, The Manchester Observer, The White Hat, The Theological Comet, or Free-Thinking Englishman, The Blanketter, Carlyle's Republican, The Birmingham Inspector, Hunt's Addresses to Radical Reformers. For the 1820s and early 1830s, The Economist, The Mechanics Magazine, The Trades Newspaper, The Artisan's London and Provincial Chronicle, Carlyle's Prompter, Cobbett's Twopenny Trash, The Devil's Pulpit, The Voice of the People, Dr. King's Cooperator, Common Sense, The Union Pilot, The Lancashire and Yorkshire Cooperator, The Poor Man's Advocate, The Voice of the West Riding, The Poor Man's Guardian, The Working Man's Friend, The Radical Reformer, The Cosmopolite, The Cracker, The Crisis, The Destructive, The People's Conservative, The Man, The Pioneer, The Herald of the Rights of Industry. Also Bronter's National Reformer, The Social Pioneer, The 10 Hours Advocate, The Laborer, The Northern Star, Notes to the People. On the title page to Part 1 there are reproduced the two sides to one of the token coins issued by the London Corresponding Society. Many such coins were issued, they were struck, for example, in honor of the juries which acquitted Hardy, Tooke and Thelwall, and Daniel Isaac Eaton, and Thomas Spence struck many others. On the title page to Part 2 there is a rough wood-blocked card, supposedly used as a ticket of admission to secret Luddite meetings in Lancashire. On the title page to Part 3, Cruikshank's mock memorial to the victors of Peterloo is from William Hone and George Cruikshank's A Slap at Slop. Finally, there are a few secondary authorities which demand mention since I have been very much indebted to them. A. Aspinall, The Early English Trade Unions provides an excellent selection of documents from the Home Office papers for the years when the Combination Acts were in force. G. D. H. Cole and A. W. Filson, British Working Class Movements, Select Documents provides a wider selection of source material, and M. Morris, From Cobbett to the Chartists a more abbreviated selection. Those who cannot gain access to Cobbett's Political Register will find ably edited selections in G. D. H. and M. Cole, The Opinions of William Cobbett and in W. Reitzel, The Progress of a Ploughboy. Both H. L. Jeffson, The Platform, and G. Wallace, Life of Francis Place draw extensively and verbatim from Place's manuscripts, very often too uncritically. Of the books by J. L. and B. Hammond, The Skilled Laborer remains of outstanding importance, and The Village Laborer is scarcely less important. Is a more impressionistic work. M. D. George, London Life in the 18th Century, J. H. Clapham, Economic History of Modern Britain, S&B Webb, History of Trade Unionism, and I. Pinchbeck, Women Workers and the Industrial Revolution have all earned their place as reference books. There is no volume of comparable weight on early democratic and radical history. Perhaps the best introductions remain, G. S. Veitch, The Genesis of Parliamentary Reform, although Veitch's English Jacobins are too pious and constitutionalist for belief, and, for later years, W. D. Wickwar, The Struggle for the Freedom of the Press and J. R. M. Butler, The Passing of the Great Reform Bill, is in general too much oriented towards parliamentary goings-on to throw light on the kinds of problem examined in this book. Samuel Bamford's Passages in the Life of a Radical and William Lovett's Life and Struggles in Pursuit of Bread, Knowledge, and Freedom, both of which have appeared in subsequent editions, are essential reading for any Englishman. Students who wish to place this history in a wider framework will find in E. Hobsbawm, The Age of Revolution and Asa Briggs, The Age of Improvement the material for an European and a British frame of reference, while E. Halavy, England in 1815 remains the outstanding general survey of early 19th century British society. To attempt a full bibliography in a book which covers such an extensive period and so many topics must either appear pretentious or incomplete. In each section of the book I have been at pains to indicate in my footnotes the most relevant secondary authorities, and I hope that I have given sufficient indication of my main primary sources in the same place. I must therefore ask for the reader's indulgence, and leave him with the envoy of a Spitalfield silk weaver by way of apology. My loom's entirely out of square. My rolls now worm-eaten are. My clamps and treadles they are broke. By battens, they won't strike a stroke. My porries covered with the dust. My shears and pickers eat with rust. My reed and harness are worn out. My wheel won't turn a quill about. My shuttle's broke, my glass is run. My dropley's shot, my cane is done.